World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 208 to Chapter 242. Fang Ping killed his opponent quickly. Gu Xiong was not much slower than him. Fang Ping had just caught his breath when Gu Xiong sent his opponent flying with a punch. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. As for Zhao Lei and the others, it was a little troublesome. Li Zhaoxiu and Jin Lei, who had just entered rank 2, were now injured and forced to withdraw from the battle. Seeing that Fang Ping and the others had finished their battle, Zhao Lei panicked. With a low growl, his legs expanded instantly and collided with his opponent's legs with a bang. "Idiot!" Fang Ping cursed. Then, in the midst of the others' indignation, Fang Ping stepped on the ground and descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. A series of slashing sounds could be heard. Very quickly, the other party followed in the footsteps of the previous three. Fang Ping. Zhao Lei's face was gloomy. "I'm about to chop him to death, and you're here to snatch my head." Fang Ping glanced at him and said exasperatedly, "Is your brain flooded with water? Is your leg broken? Can you still play tomorrow?" Zhao Lei's tone was sluggish. It was obvious that he was the one at a disadvantage in a hand-to-hand fight with a rank 3 martial artist earlier. Although he was a twice-honed martial artist, he was still a middle stage rank 2. He was still a step away from upper stage, so the difference in vitality was huge. 3 early stage rank 3 and 1 middle stage. As Fang Ping spoke, he saw that there were already students running toward the door. He said quickly, "Collect the spoils of war. This should be on us." Before the others could make a move, Fang Ping had already moved quickly. Very quickly, he looted the bodies of the 2 dead martial artists and stuffed them into his pockets. Then, he picked up the weapons and held them in his arms. In front of the campsite. Soon, all the students had gathered, and the lights were shining brightly. Looking at the corpses in front of them, everyone fell silent. Right at this moment, a military department martial artist suddenly appeared and said loudly, "Relay an announcement from all martial arts universities. The basic score for this test was 100 points. All the students of the School of Tactics and Strategy would have 10 points deducted. As for the other academies, 5 points would be deducted. Killing a rank 1 martial artist would result in a unified reward of 5 points. Rank 2 martial artists would be awarded 5 points based on the 4 stages of beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Early stage rank 3 martial artists are 30 points, middle stage 50 points, upper stage 500 points, and peak 1000 points. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. Disregarding the deduction of points, the School of Tactics and Strategy had 10 points deducted. These people had to admit it, and so did Fang Ping and the others from the School of Weaponry. That wasn't the key, but the reward for killing the enemy. The difference between an upper stage rank 3 and those of other ranks was too great. 500 points was equivalent to killing 100 rank 1 martial artists. Did the evil sect have 100 rank 1 martial artists? After announcing the news, the person from the military disappeared in the dark of the night. On the students' side, many of them looked gloomy. Points were deducted. After deducting 10 points, he was only left with 90 points. As for the cultists, there were only about 300 of them. Each person would get 1 point. Normal people would not get any reward. Rank 1 martial artists would get 5 points. If they fought this battle, they might not even get the basic points in the end. Although they didn't know what the test points were for, it wasn't their first time doing this, so they knew that it was definitely related to the rewards. "I have 175 points now." Fang Ping, on the other hand, was quite happy. He suddenly remembered something and cursed, "I'm on night watch. It's fine if you don't reward me, but you even deducted my points." Gu Xiong was too lazy to say anything. "You're on night watch. If I didn't wake you up, you'd still be snoring away." Fang Ping scolded. He looked at the people who were whispering and said, "I saved everyone's lives this time." For rank 3 martial artists, including a middle stage rank 3 with a trump card. If they met Fang Wenxiang, they could kill him with 1 slash. "Everyone, I saved your lives. Isn't anyone going to give me a token of appreciation?" Fang Wenxiang's expression darkened. Fang Ping did not care. "I'm telling the truth. Do you not believe me?" Fang Wenxiang was only a middle stage rank 2, not upper stage yet. If he met a martial artist who was a whole rank higher than him, knowing some combat techniques would not be enough. Fighting someone of a higher rank, fighting an early stage rank 3 was his limit. Zhao Lei and the others had fought an early stage rank 3 for a long time. Fang Ping asked for a token of appreciation shamelessly. Everyone ignored him, but no one mentioned the spoils of war. The enemy had ambushed them, and Fang Ping and the others had killed them in advance. There was no point in mentioning it. They did not mention it, and Fang Ping did not say anything either. He walked back happily. Just as he was about to leave, Gu Xiong pulled him and said, "It's almost dawn. Let's keep watch for a while to prevent a second ambush." "It can't be, right?" "It can. This is common in the catacombs." "All right." Fang Ping had no choice but to turn around and leave the campsite. He had just left when someone outside the campsite suddenly shouted, reporting, "The students from the School of Tactics and Strategy will have 20 points deducted, and everyone else will have 10 points deducted." "Uncle, what about me?" Fang Ping shouted hurriedly. He looked around and did not see any cameras, but he still said loudly, "I shouldn't have been deducted, right? I was on night watch both times. They deserved it if they deducted it. It's too unfair to deduct it on me." The military department martial artist glanced at Fang Ping. He seemed to be talking to someone. After listening for a while, he nodded and said, "The few of you can be exempted from punishment." After saying that, the burly man disappeared in front of everyone again. Fang Ping said happily, "In that case, the first 5 points are also exempted. They're really pitiful. The students from the School of Tactics and Strategy only have 70 points now." As he spoke, the hundreds of people in the campsite all ran out and stood at the entrance. Among the crowd, someone said helplessly, "We're not the team's commanders. Shouldn't the commanders take responsibility for this?" Although that was what he said, no one paid attention to him. The so-called commanders of the 3 teams were also chosen by them. Now, naturally, they had to take the blame together with them. "Fang Ping, you're so disloyal." Yang Xiaoman was a little helpless. She walked over and complained, "I don't even know what happened, and you've already deducted 15 points. I was even arranged to be outside the campsite. I'll just wait for 85 points to end the assessment." Fang Ping said seriously, "You've overestimated yourself." "What? You think you'll end the assessment with 85 points? I'm guessing you'll end with 60 points, get lost." Yang Xiaoman was furious. She was already depressed, and now she was even more depressed. Fang Ping looked around and said with a smile, "I'm guessing that there are surveillance cameras around the campsite, including at Boulder Village. Our every move is being watched by the instructors. Just wait and see. To teach us a lesson, there must be a lot of people who aren't satisfied with their basic points. If we don't get the full basic points, I'm afraid we'll be punished when we return to school. If that's the case, we'll have to kill at least a few evil sect martial artists to recoup our losses." Yang Xiaoman and the others looked at each other. If they did not kill, it meant that they would not be able to pass the assessment. The students in the campsite had learned their lesson. All of them endured until dawn. Then, they discussed for a while and started assigning tasks. Some cooked, some guarded the gates. Even the roads leading to Boulder Village were patrolled. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not receive any tasks. He was so depressed that he might as well have done so. Everyone had really overestimated these female martial artists. They might be able to hack people, but they really could not cook. Almost no one ate lunch. Everyone was popping pills. Even blood and chi replenishing pills were better than this. After the meal was over, everyone gathered again. "Actually, we've been taking it for granted. Ambushing them at night might not be very effective. They already know that we're coming. We can't treat them like they're deaf and blind anymore. I suggest that we move out in the afternoon and go to Boulder Village to see what's going on. Attack or not attack? We'll see. Wasting time here won't do us much good." This was Gu Xiong's suggestion. Everyone thought about it and had to admit that they were too optimistic. Wait here until nightfall to scout out the situation. Then, when the situation was confirmed, everyone would decide on how to attack. It was a good idea, but the other party had hundreds of people. They were not fools. How could they possibly wait for them to attack? Fang Ping heard that and said, I agree. We were all wrong yesterday. This isn't a group of solo martial artists who are running away. This is a group of evil sect martial artists who know that they're going to die. If we delay any longer, who knows what other tricks they'll come up with. Let's move then. When it was time to depart, everyone realized another problem. There were no cars and no means of transportation. This meant that they had to go on foot. 15 kilometers was not far, but it was not near either. Even martial artists would have to spend 1 or 2 hours walking. Let's go. There's definitely no cars nearby. There's no need to ask. Gu Xiong did not hold out much hope. He could tell that this was also a simulation of the catacombs combat environment. In the catacombs, walking was the most common. Temporary campsite. Tang Feng exhaled and said, 10 points will be deducted collectively. No notice. Some of the instructors nodded, but some disagreed. There's nothing to disagree about. There are a few ambush points on the way to Boulder Village, but no one said anything about scouting the way. If it's really in the catacombs, who knows where to collect the corpses? It's not like we haven't mentioned it in our usual courses, especially in the School of Tactics and Strategy. This is the main course. Now, it seems that the knowledge in the textbooks has been returned to the textbooks. The CCMAU instructor said, actually, the main reason is that we underestimated the other party and thought that the evil sect martial artists were just SOSO. Including the night they killed the 4 rank 3 martial artists who came to attack, which gave everyone this idea. The evil sect martial artists either ran away or waited for them to come. Almost 300 martial arts university students moving together. In their minds, they might have known that scouting the way was necessary. Tang Feng knocked on the table lightly. He thought for a while and said, this is a lesson. I don't think I'll make this mistake next time. Everyone, go back and increase the punishment. Those who didn't achieve the basic points are not strong enough. If they are not strong enough, they don't have other specialties. Suppress them for a while. Even if there were problems in other areas, if they had enough strength and killed some strong enemies, it would be enough for them to achieve the basic points. Having enough strength was also a necessary skill for survival. If they were not strong enough, they would not be cautious enough. This kind of people died the fastest. Yes. The instructors reached an agreement. Fang Ping and the others were almost at Boulder Village. Because it had been designated as a war zone, the people in the nearby villages had been evacuated. They did not encounter a single living person along the way. The price paid this time is not small. Fang Ping sighed. Fang Ping sighed with emotion. Nanjiang had indeed paid a huge price to train its soldiers. The evacuation of so many people alone was extraordinarily difficult. Moreover, Nanjiang was located inland. Announcing a military exercise at the last minute had also been criticized. Guess where the other evil sect people are? Fang Ping asked. This time, it was not just the martial arts university students who were participating. The military department was also training their soldiers, and Boulder Village was not the only stronghold. Yu Xianghua thought for a moment and said, they should all be in this area. Nanjiang won't designate too many areas for military exercises. This way, it will be more troublesome. We are now in the rural area north of Tsangnan. If I'm not mistaken, the evil sect martial artists have all been driven to this area. If we follow another path, we might be able to reach the other strongholds. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. Say, after we complete our mission, won't it be more beneficial to help the others surround and destroy the strongholds? Everyone frowned slightly. Fang Ping smiled. We'll talk about it after we're done here. Rank 3 martial artists can join in if they have nothing to do. It's good to get more spoils of war. After walking for half a day, the village ahead was already in sight. Fang Ping and the others were warmly welcomed as soon as they arrived. Just as Fang Ping and the others were less than 500 meters away from Boulder Village, a pile of boulders suddenly fell from the sky in front of them. Everyone had never seen such a scene before. They were slightly stunned. The next moment, someone roared, "Retreat!" Everyone retreated. Gu Xiong roared, "Rank 3 martial artists, cover the retreat." Fang Ping and the others were stunned at first. After hearing Gu Xiong's words, Fang Ping stepped on the ground and rose, slashing at the boulder that flew into the crowd. With a bang, the boulder shattered. Its momentum was stopped. The other rank 3 martial artists used weapons, fists, and legs to block the attack. The others retreated one after another. Soon, they were out of the attack range. Fang Ping and the others retreated hurriedly. Although slashing at the boulder was very impressive, it consumed a lot of vitality. They dared not waste it recklessly. Just as they retreated, someone in the crowd suddenly grunted. Then, someone roared, "There's someone underground." F***ck, everyone spread out. "Kill them." Fang Ping roared. He took a step forward and killed a martial artist who had just dug his way out of the ground with one slash. Everyone, attack. The scene was chaotic. The martial artists fought back one after another. 5 minutes later, the scene quieted down. Someone said in a low voice, 3 dead, the evil sect martial artists had planned this. They dug many holes nearby and hit almost 20 people. Earlier, when the boulder attacked, everyone was in a panic and did not pay attention. Although their numbers were more than 10 times that of the other party, 3 people died in the end. F***ck. Fang Ping felt very aggrieved. Everyone was not weak. If they fought head-on, the evil sect martial artists might not be able to kill or injure them even if all of them attacked. Now, however, they had just arrived at this place, and 3 were dead and a few more were injured. Sob sob, in the crowd, a female martial artist sobbed softly. The few who died were friends and classmates. The people from MCMAU did not die, but a few were injured. The 3 who died were all students from other martial arts universities. Gu Xiong sighed and said in a low voice, "This is war. The catacombs are much more dangerous than this, enough." Fang Ping interrupted. "At the end of the day, we're still not strong enough, if we were grandmasters, so what if they ambushed us?" Having said that, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "These people know how to build catapults?" Han Su from CCMAU walked over and looked at Boulder Village from afar. He said in a low voice, "Martial artists don't need to build intricate ones. With their strength, they can prepare in advance and make some simple projectile devices. They can achieve the effect of a catapult by relying on their own strength." As he said that, Han Su said, "With the current situation, everyone is a little depressed. They're worried that there will be more traps. What do you want to say? Just say it. What CCMAU means is that we won't fight as a big team anymore. This is actually not in line with the style of martial artists. We're not martial artists from the military department, but independent martial artists. It's not a good thing to blindly learn from the military department's big team battles. Divisions, small teams, individual teams. In addition, powerhouses will form a team and attack Boulder Village head-on. We can resist the boulders and open up a path for the people behind us. We'll charge in together. They're not as strong as us. We need to be the sharp knife, not the soldiers on the battlefield." Han Su said, then said, "Fierce as fire, fast as the wind, that's what a martial artist is. Attack head-on. If we can kill them, we'll slash them for a while. If we can't, retreat quickly. They're the turtles in a jar, we're not. This group of people is new to this kind of battle against many people. We need to form our own fighting style and not copy others." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "This messed up all the arrangements in the early stage. In the early stage, it was just a bunch of rookies, armchair strategists. Now, 3 people have died. We haven't even entered the enemy's lair. 3 people died for nothing," Han Su said again. "Can you call the shots on MCMAU's side?" Fang Ping thought for a moment again. When he saw Jean Lei limping over, he said suddenly, "All right. On our side, we'll send 3 rank 3 martial artists and 7 peak rank 2 martial artists. We'll form a team of 10 people. Later, we'll attack head-on together. Right now, everyone's vitality is full. Even if we encounter a strong enemy, we'll still have the strength to fight. Otherwise, if we're exhausted like this, we'll lose our current combat strength in the later stage. The same goes for CCMAU. Gather a team of 30 people and split into 3 teams. CCMAU will attack the main entrance of the village. You guys attack from the 2 sides and attack together. The rest of you, attack from 3 sides. Even if we force the enemy up the mountain, we have to raise their morale. Fang Ping nodded and did not say anything else. He walked toward Xianxia and the others and began to discuss new tactics. The previous plans were made when the other party was foolishly waiting for them to attack. Now, it was obviously not very reliable. This was also Fang Ping's first real encounter with a large-scale martial artist battle. Perhaps a battle of a few hundred people was not considered a large-scale battle in the catacombs, but for Fang Ping, there were too many things to learn. At this moment, he somewhat understood the purpose of the assessment. This was also to let everyone learn their own combat style and not to always copy the predecessors. As for the deaths of a few students, Fang Ping did not know if it was worth it. Perhaps in the eyes of many people, only when they experienced death firsthand would they remember it deeply. Usually, no matter how much was said, people might not take it seriously. Actually, in the end, it's still the law of the jungle. The weak are eliminated, the strong survive, and those who can adapt survive, Fang Ping said in his heart, then I'd rather always be a powerhouse than a weakling. Dying in a trial without knowing why was not worth it than dying in the catacombs. Powerhouses, even in the catacombs, have the right to speak. Someone as strong as Commander Li Zhen can also do whatever he wants in the catacombs. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Very soon, the other 9 people from MCMAU had arrived. Later, we'll attack from the right side. Kill as many as you can. If you can't, wait for the signal and retreat together. Don't run away blindly. The rest of you, wait outside. If we let you in, all of you go in immediately. If we don't, all of you retreat quickly. Martial artists have great mobility. We don't need to be like normal people, who have to use human lives to fill the gaps. A powerhouse, a martial artist stronger than the strongest of the evil sect martial artists, can exhaust all of them to death. Fang Ping had a plan in his heart. He gave a few reminders and began to prepare to break in. When he saw that Zhao Yang, Gu Xiong, and the others were ready, the 3 of them looked at each other. Then, Fang Ping growled, "Go." As he spoke, the martial artists from the 3 parties rushed toward Boulder Village. Fang Ping and the others dodged the boulders one by one. Those that they could not avoid were forcefully smashed. Soon, they arrived at the village entrance. The next moment, a cold roar came from the village. Kill! Dozens of people rushed out of the village with the roar. These people were like mad demons. Their strength was average, and there were even ordinary people among them. However, they rushed at Fang Ping and the others as if they did not care about their lives. Fang Ping even saw some old people, crazy old people with red eyes. Seeing this, many people's weapons stopped in their hands. Gu Xiong punched one person away and roared, "Kill!" As if awakened from a dream, everyone fought back their trembling and attacked. Killing the innocent, even the old, the weak, women, and children. This is the so-called martial artist. Ridiculous. Someone in the village said loudly in a cold tone, "These are the guardians who say they want to protect Earth and humanity? A bunch of old people, weak and powerless. They've never killed or set fire to anyone, but now they're being slaughtered by you. Is this your benevolence? Hypocrites." There are still 64 ordinary people in the village, 12 people above 60 years old, and 6 children under 10 years old. I'd like to see how many you can kill. After saying that, a few confused children appeared in the crowd that rushed out of the village. Fang Ping and the others stopped suddenly. Gu Xiong's expression was solemn. He suddenly roared, "Retreat." The next moment, no one said anything. The 3 teams walked faster than they rushed, disappearing in front of the village entrance in an instant. Outside the village, at the temporary camp, everyone fell into silence again. A deathly silence. Zhao Yang punched the ground hard and said through gritted teeth, "Bastards." Yu Xianghua rubbed his forehead and said tiredly, "What do we do now? Do we kill or not?" Everyone fell silent. Gu Xiong gritted his teeth and said, "This is war. In a war with the catacombs, all catacombs humans must be killed, the same goes for evil sect martial artists." "We know, but that's what you say. Can you really do it when you see this? Gu Xiong, why don't you lead a team and take care of these ordinary people?" We'll take care of the martial artists. Even if we die in battle, it'll be better than this. Gu Xiong fell silent. He had seen it before, but he had never done it. Especially those children. Their faces were blank. They might not even know what was right and what was evil. The ones who were bewitched were their parents and grandparents, not themselves. A group of youths in their 20s would not resist if they were asked to fight to the death with a martial artist. Even if they died in battle, the grief would only last for a while. However, it was truly difficult for them to do anything to these children. Hansu pondered for a moment before saying, "Then what do we do now?" The evil sect martial artists are clearly using these people as shields. They're holed up and won't come out, slowly dragging it out with us. Fang Ping was silent for a while. Then, he asked, what would other people do if they encountered such a situation? Gu Xiong growled, "Kill. Don't think that these people don't even have the strength to truss a chicken right now. If you are really soft-hearted, you might suffer a great loss at their hands. I think the school probably had this in mind when they left this base to us. Why don't we knock them out?" Someone suggested, "We'll hand them over to the army after we've annihilated the evil sect martial artists." That's a good idea, but we might not be able to conserve our strength. There's nothing we can do even if he's dead. Everyone, this is the limit of what we can do. We can't keep dragging this out just because we're afraid of this. In the end, we still have to deal with it. Everyone looked at each other and finally came to a consensus. 10 minutes later, they were nearing Boulder Village again. Just like before, it was still the same group of civilians mixed with the children who charged out. This time, Fang Ping and the others did not retreat. They attacked one after another, slashing at the enemy's neck. As for whether they were unconscious or dead, it was hard to tell at the moment. The average person attacked while the average person was on guard, preventing the martial artists from the village from taking the opportunity to charge out. In reality, there were indeed martial artists who charged out from the village. Everyone was holding back their anger. They were no longer polite to this group of martial artists. They shouted angrily, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 of the martial artists who had charged out were killed. "Retreat, defend!" Someone in the village shouted loudly. Then, the evil sect martial artists who had charged out retreated one after another, once again hiding in the village. Fang Ping and the others did not chase after them. They carried the civilians who had collapsed on the ground and retreated. Hypocrites! If you want to kill them, just do it. Why do you have to pretend to be kind and righteous? Now that they've been captured by you, they'll die sooner or later. Why don't you just kill them and reduce their pain? Someone in the village sneered again. Zhao Yang turned around and roared, "Just you wait. When we meet you, we'll definitely give you a quick death. Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for you. If you want to use us as your training stones, then we'll do our best. Before we die, we'll let you understand how cruel this world is." The person who spoke from the village was nowhere to be seen, but Fang Ping and the others could feel his vitality. It was very strong, possibly an upper stage or even peak rank 3 martial artist. The other party had not attacked yet. They did not know if it was because of fear or something else. Just as Fang Ping and the others were retreating, the person in the village suddenly said, "Release." The next moment, the boulders attacked again. Boulder Village did not have many things, but it did have many stones. Everyone did not want to waste their efforts and compete with these stones. They quickly moved forward, avoiding the boulders' attack range. Just as they returned to the camp, the boulders' attack stopped. Among the waiting students, someone suddenly said, "Throw these people out." Fang Ping and the others were stunned for a moment. Gu Xiong seemed to have thought of something and shouted, "Throw them out." Everyone else, retreat. Fang Ping and the others heard his shrill cry. In the next moment, they all threw the people they had captured aside and retreated in all directions. Bang! Just as everyone retreated, a huge explosion sounded. Stone fragments flew everywhere. When the dust settled, many people looked a little haggard. They looked at the temporary camp again. Now, there was a huge hole in the ground. Bastards! Is anyone hurt? Some superficial wounds. At this moment, Fang Ping was also very tired. Yang Xiaoman gritted her teeth and said, "They have bombs on them. It's detonators." Boulder Village is close to the mountain. They used to open mines too, so there are detonators left. The evil sect martial artists did it on purpose. They probably guessed what we'd do if we didn't notice and brought them into the crowd. I'm afraid, although the hundreds of students were all rank 2 and above, if they were in the explosion range, many of them would be dead or injured. After a few consecutive setbacks, many of them looked tired and self-doubting. Fang Ping cursed and said in a muffled voice, "This is a simulation of a catacombs battle. Don't tell me there are bombs in the catacombs too?" Gu Xiong shook his head, then sighed softly. There are no bombs in the catacombs, but this isn't a test of the bombs. It's a test of our ability to adapt. Test my ass. Fang Ping cursed again and said angrily, "If there really was an explosion in the crowd just now, how many people would have died?" Everyone was silent. The student who had asked them to throw the people out said, "Suicide attacks are a common practice in battles against evil sect martial artists. There are traces. It's just that we haven't encountered it before." Everyone looked at him. He was an upper stage rank 2 martial artist from CCMAU. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he smiled bitterly. "Don't look at me. We've never experienced a battle of this scale before. Once we went into battle, we only thought about charging and killing. Moreover, the changes were too fast. We didn't have time to judge." Yu Xianghua exhaled. After some thought, he said, "This time, there's no need for us to discuss. Everyone, what should we do now? The other party's normal people are mostly dead. Right now, the village should be full of martial artists. However, the village's environment is more complicated. It's hard to tell how many martial artists there are and where they're hiding. Whether we continue to stand guard outside or charge in, we need to have a plan. I'm afraid they want to fight us in the streets. Boulder Village is just a village, but the buildings are very tall. Many of the houses are built with bluestones from the mountain. If we enter the streets, we'll suffer great losses. Their current goal is to kill more people. These people are not afraid of death. They're just trying to wear down our patience by delaying time. When we lose our patience and swarm into the village, I'm afraid we'll be separated quickly and many people will be killed." Fang Ping heard that and said, "Right now, they're relying on their geographical advantage. Is it feasible to set fire to the village?" An MCMAU student shook his head. Most of the buildings in Boulder Village are made of stone. The effect of setting fire to the village is limited. Moreover, this is not an enclosed village. Then, what do you guys think we should do now? Are we just going to watch? In the crowd, someone discussed in low voices for a while. Finally, someone said, "Right now, we need to break their geographical advantage and force them to fight us head-on. If we fight them head-on, they probably won't be our match. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come up with so many tricks. Our suggestion is, first, we move together. Rank 3 martial artists will slowly flatten the buildings in the village. After all, it's just a village. There aren't many houses. If we push forward and spend some time, we'll be able to flatten these houses. Second, let the people from the School of Production build some simple catapults. We'll also bombard them with boulders. We're all martial artists. Our goal is only to destroy the buildings in the village. However, I'm afraid it'll take some time. There's no hope of completing it today." Fang Ping said in surprise, "You guys know how to build this thing too?" "It's just a simple projectile device. It's not really a catapult. It mainly relies on martial artist strength. If we build it according to the needs of ordinary people, the time needed to complete it will take a long time. This isn't a huge city either. It's just a village. Our goal is to destroy the buildings and force the evil sect martial artists out of their hiding places. We can still do it." Fang Ping and the other rank 3 martial artists looked at each other. Soon, someone asked, "How long will it take?" "If we build it overnight, we can probably make 7 or 8 by tomorrow morning. Then, if the other party goes up the mountain, if they go up the mountain, we'll use fire to attack. Actually, there aren't many trees in the mountain range behind Boulder Village. It's mainly rocks. If we burn these trees, they won't have any geographical advantage compared to us. Then, if the martial artists push forward, I'm just afraid that we'll use up too much vitality and the other party won't give us time to recover. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, if everyone is willing to support me with some vitality pills, I can be a human destruction machine. How about that? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Fang Ping continued, my vitality recovers very quickly. These evil sect martial artists might not know about it. We can create a false impression that we've exhausted a lot of vitality because we're destroying the buildings. We might even be able to lure them into attacking first. As for the projectile device, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. No one knows what kind of changes will happen tonight. Everyone, keep your guard up and maintain your vitality. The damage I can cause alone is no less than the damage caused by 10 rank 3 martial artists working together. Think about it. If the other party thinks that our 10 rank 3 martial artists have exhausted their vitality, will they let this opportunity go? There were not many rank 3 martial artists to begin with. If the other party thought that many of the powerhouses among the students had exhausted their vitality, they might take advantage of this recovery period to attack. Zhao Yang asked, how many vitality pills do you need? Give me 30 to 50 rank 3, everyone fell silent. After a while, Fang Wenxiang said faintly, then let's wait for the projectile device to be built. Fang Ping was really asking for an exorbitant price, 20 pills is fine too. Seeing that everyone was still silent, Fang Ping said gloomily, you guys are too stingy. Even if you do it yourselves, including the stone throwing, won't it exhaust your vitality? You still have to replenish your vitality and consume pills. How about this, 15 pills, no less. I'll supplement some myself too. Everyone looked at each other. After a while, CCMAU's Zhao Yang said, what do you guys think? If we really let Fang Ping do it, these pills will be deducted from the loot later on. Does anyone have any objections? We can accept 10 pills. If it's too much, our gains in the future may not be worth these 15 rank 3 vitality pills. In MCMAU, 15 rank 3 vitality pills cost 40 credits each. This alone would cost 600 credits, which was worth 18 million. It was hard to say if the gains in the future would be that much. These evil sect martial artists knew that they were going to die, so they might have used the pills themselves. If they did not use them, they might all be destroyed at the critical moment. The real gains in the future would be the alloy weapons in the martial artists' hands. Evil sect martial artists, on the other hand, did not have many alloy weapons in their hands. Fang Ping calculated. 10 rank 3 vitality pills would be worth 12 million, and this was just the value of the pills. In addition, it would provide him with more than 8 million wealth points. If he sold the pills. In the future, he could probably provide tens of millions of wealth points. Even if he used up so much wealth points, the value of the pills would still be there. This was a net profit. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said righteously, everyone's doing this for the mission, so 10 pills. Let's do it together. After flattening the buildings, they can only go up the mountain and fight us head-on. Going up the mountain? I don't think the chances are high. These people are prepared to die. When the time comes, I'm afraid they'll only think about killing as many as they can, and won't continue to escape. Once they feel that we can't defeat them, will the military department and the outer instructors attack? We don't think so, but they might not think it's impossible. If they fight us head-on, there might be some results, but if they fight the instructors head-on, they'll all die in vain. As he said that, Fang Ping added, all rank 3 martial artists will gather with me. The others will stay a little further away from us. Everyone will create the illusion that we're out of energy and lure the other party to ambush us. If someone really ambushes us, we'll unleash our full combat strength and give them a surprise. Fu Chongding suddenly said, can you really do it? Your vitality will recover, and your energy will be depleted too. When the time comes. Fang Ping grinned. I should be able to. If I really can't hold on, I'll retreat first. Does anyone have any objections? Sure. If we really flatten the buildings in the village and let the other party fight us head-on, unless the other party has many powerhouses above upper stage rank 3, they won't be a match for us. Gu Xiong nodded. We have more people than them. As long as their rank 3 martial artists don't fight against our rank 2 martial artists, our casualty rate will be minimized. One-on-one, the evil sect martial artists are almost no match for us at the same rank. Their weapons are simple and crude, and their combat techniques are crude. If it's 2 against 1, we can kill them quickly. As he said that, he added, that's why the rank 3 martial artists are under the most pressure. We need to hold off their rank 3 martial artists, even upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists. Otherwise, if the peak rank 3 martial artists appear in front of the others, I'm afraid there will be heavy casualties. There won't be many who are above upper stage rank 3. If there were, they would have rushed out and killed 2 or 3 of them at most. Same old plan. If these people really appear, we rank 3 martial artists will hold them back, and the rank 2 martial artists will go against the other rank 3 martial artists. After changing the plan again, everyone rested for a while before setting off for Boulder Village together. Fang Ping also received the 10 rank 3 vitality pills that everyone had pooled together. Boom! Fang Ping had already flattened the 4th house with a loud rumble. After all, martial artists of the 3 lower ranks had not reached the inhuman stage. Fang Ping was sweating from exhaustion, his vitality depleted greatly. Back of the village. Grand Missionary, what do we do now? Someone asked in a low voice. A middle-aged man in the crowd frowned slightly and said slowly, we will die today, but death is not something to be afraid of, now. It was just a bunch of fledgling lackeys of great martial arts universities. These rookies have chosen the most strenuous and exhausting method. If that's the case, then let's satisfy them. Rank 1 martial artists, start ambushing and harassing them, slowing them down and wearing down their patience. Once their patience is gone, they will become more anxious, even if they take turns. The vitality depletion cannot be replenished in a short period of time. Rank 2 and 3 martial artists, gather up. Listen to my command in half an hour. Attack the rank 3 martial artists together. Half an hour is not enough for them to replenish their vitality. We'll wait and kill as many as we can. Yes. Following the middle-aged man's command, evil sect martial artists started appearing and harassing them. Gu Xiong and the others did not mind. They killed them when they came and pretended to help in bulldozing the houses, their faces pale. There were not many buildings in Boulder Village, but there were still about 100 houses. However, after bulldozing more than 10 houses at the village entrance, the entirety of Boulder Village was gradually revealed to everyone. Fang Ping glanced at the houses at the back and said in a low voice, bulldoze some houses in the middle section. That should be enough. Leave a few people behind to pretend to replenish their vitality. A few rank 3 martial artists sat down cross-legged and tossed a chocolate or something into their mouths before swallowing it. After that, after bulldozing a few houses, a few people started to replenish their vitality. Half an hour later, Fang Ping panted. It's about time. I'm guessing they'll come out soon. If they don't, it means they've snuck into the back of the mountain. They were almost at the end. If they still did not come out, it meant they had run away and were no longer in the village. Gu Xiong suddenly shouted, retreat. Everyone retreated. If they kept moving forward, it would only make them suspicious. We can't leave. As soon as Gu Xiong finished speaking, more than 10 people rushed toward them from both sides of the house. Gu Xiong roared, everyone else, support us. Stop those people. The Grand Missionary roared. Dozens of people surged out from behind them, bypassing Fang Ping and the others to attack Zhang Ziwei and the others. The Grand Missionary cut to the chase. He glanced at Fang Ping and the others and roared, kill these lackeys and fulfill their wish to enter the trial. With that, the Grand Missionary headed straight for Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong didn't show any weakness. He stomped on the ground and his fists glowed with a faint blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, he engaged in close combat with his opponent, bang, before Fang Ping and the others could make a move, Gu Xiong was sent flying backward. He growled, peak rank 3, send a few more. The difference between a peak rank 3 martial artist and an early stage rank 3 was too big. When Gu Xiong was at rank 2, he could already fight against middle stage rank 3 martial artists. However, now that he had entered rank 3, he was sent flying after exchanging a few blows with his opponent. At his roar, Zhao Yang, Yu Xianghua, and the others abandoned their opponents and rushed toward the Grand Missionary. Fang Ping wasted no time and dashed over quickly. 6 rank 3 martial artists surrounded and attacked the Grand Missionary. Fang Ping's foot landed on his opponent's thigh, but he was forced to take a few steps back. His vitality fluctuated wildly. A peak rank 3 martial artist. Fang Ping's expression was solemn. As expected, the difference between an early stage and middle stage rank 3 was obvious. His opponent's defense was too strong. If they were hit by a counterattack, Fang Ping and the others would be severely injured. While they were attacking the Grand Missionary, Chen Pengfei suddenly roared, "Upper stage rank 3, come help." At his words, the rank 3 students next to him abandoned their opponents and began attacking the upper stage rank 3 martial artist that Chen Pengfei was facing. Out of the 15 rank 3 martial artists, 10 of them were occupied by these two. Among the evil sect martial artists, there were still 7 or 8 rank 3 martial artists left. They began attacking the remaining students. Even so, the rank 3 students who were attacking the Grand Missionary and the upper stage rank 3 were at a disadvantage. Xianxia, hurry up and kill them. Come and help. Peak rank 2 martial artists. Chen Pengfei roared. For early stage rank 3 martial artists were being beaten back. The upper stage rank 3 martial artist they were facing was wielding an alloy staff. With one swing of the staff, everyone's vitality fluctuated and their internal organs trembled. Chen Pengfei was the main attacker, but he kept vomiting blood as he retreated. The other 3 were of limited use. Zhang Ziwei and the others were also rapidly killing the evil sect martial artists who were blocking their way. Although these people were few in number, they were not afraid of death, and they managed to keep more than 200 people at bay. The Grand Missionary snorted coldly. You've got some wits about you. You didn't use up much vitality, but that won't do you any good. After killing all of you rank 3 martial artists, I think the dogs of martial arts universities won't have the foolish idea of using us as practice stones in the future. The Grand Missionary did not use a weapon, so he still had the energy to speak. As he spoke, his opponent knocked Zhao Yang back with a punch. Zhao Yang's face was flushed, and the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Hold him back. Zhao Yang roared. His temples caved in instantly, and his hands glowed with a faint, visible blood-red light. Fang Ping and the others saw this and held the Grand Missionary back. In the next moment, Zhao Lei's fists moved like lightning, aiming for the Grand Missionary's head while he was distracted. The Grand Missionary let out a low growl, forcing the people around him to retreat. His body suddenly shot up. Zhao Yang's fist did not hit his head, but his shoulder. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Not bad. If you were upper stage rank 3, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured. What a pity. The Grand Missionary's shoulder caved in slightly, and blood flowed out, but he was not injured to the core. Zhao Yang had not mastered his ultimate move. His punch had exploded with almost 200 calories vitality, reaching the level of a rank 3 killer move, but it had only slightly injured his opponent. Zhao Yang's vitality was unstable, and his vitality was declining rapidly. On the other side, Chen Pengfei and the others could not hold on much longer. Fortunately, Zhang Ziwei and a few peak rank 2 martial artists rushed over and began to fight the upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Fang Ping and the others had overestimated themselves. Even an upper stage rank 3 and a peak rank 3 martial artist were too much for them to handle, let alone a rank 4 martial artist. The opponent's casual attacks were not any weaker than their so-called trump cards. His vitality outbursts were not that much either. Every move he made could produce 20 to 30 calories vitality, which was close to their 100 calories vitality outbursts. The Grand Missionary, on the other hand, did not make many moves. He mostly relied on his body to defend. Gu Xiong yelled, "He's draining our vitality on purpose." A peak rank 3 martial artist's vitality was as high as 1,000 calories. Their muscles, bones, and flesh were honed to their peak. Other than their brains and internal organs, they were almost indestructible. The Grand Missionary would often rather suffer minor injuries than fight back. Instead, he would let everyone else attack him, relying on his strong body to block the attacks. Gu Xiong roared. The Grand Missionary did not make a sound. Everyone knew this. If you did not attack, he would attack. If you were not careful, he could kill you with one move. Everyone was stuck between a rock and a hard place. They had no choice but to unleash their full strength. The Grand Missionary's body was riddled with wounds, but they were all minor. Fang Ping and the others had suffered worse injuries, and their vitality had been greatly depleted. The others were starting to panic. Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "You guys go take care of the upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Leave this to me." Everyone was stunned. Even the Grand Missionary was stunned. "What are you looking at? Go." With that, Fang Ping's Chengdao slashed out, his vitality almost condensing into a saber glow. The Great Missionary focused his mind and stopped being distracted. A blood-red glow appeared on his fist as he punched the saber, causing it to tremble. "Let's see how many more moves you can use." Even the Grand Missionary had to focus on defense when faced with Fang Ping's 100 calories vitality outburst. How many more times could Fang Ping use such a move? Soon, Fang Ping told him how many more times he could use it. Dong, dong, dong. Fang Ping slashed 5 times in a row, each blow producing 100 calories vitality outbursts. The Grand Missionary kept retreating. The others did not hesitate either. They all remembered Fang Ping's advantage. His vitality recovered extremely quickly, but they did not know what his limit was. Now that Fang Ping was using a big move, the Grand Missionary had no choice but to defend himself. They had to take care of the upper stage rank 3 martial artist first. The Grand Missionary frowned slightly. He was just about to push Fang Ping aside when Fang Ping quickly caught up to him and unleashed consecutive slashes again. Bang! The Grand Missionary took a few steps back after taking a few hits, his feet leaving cracks in the ground. "You can still continue?" The Grand Missionary's eyes were cold. He huffed. "Looks like you're a genius from a martial arts university. Killing you is better than killing a bunch of rank 2 and 3 martial artists. You'll know once you try." Fang Ping's forehead was dripping with sweat. The Grand Missionary was no longer on the defensive. With a low growl, he arched his spine and appeared in front of Fang Ping in the next second. His fists and legs moved in unison, each attack aimed at Fang Ping's vitals. Fang Ping's forehead was dripping with sweat. He defended with all his might, but he was still forced to retreat. His body was covered in blood. "You know how to attack, but so do I." Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He planted his heel on the ground and took a step back, putting some distance between them. Then, he continued slashing at the Grand Missionary with all his might. The Grand Missionary's expression changed again. How many times had he slashed? 20 times? 30 times? A peak rank 3 martial artist's vitality was much stronger than a middle stage rank 3's. The explosive power of 1 calorie was comparable to that of a middle stage rank 3 martial artist or below. His vitality was 1,000 calories. If both of them had the same offensive power, he could sustain attacks with the power of 2 to 3,000 cal middle stage rank 3 martial artists, on the other hand, usually had a vitality of around 600 calories. In terms of endurance, he could exhaust 6 or 7 middle stage rank 3 martial artists to death, perhaps even more. That was because he did not just defend without attacking. In a one-on-one fight, a martial artist like him could defeat a middle stage rank 3 martial artist in a matter of a few moves. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was attacking instead of defending. Every move he made was a killer move. Under such circumstances, even the Grand Missionary had to retreat a little. "Let's see how many slashes you can unleash." The Grand Missionary made up his mind. He did not believe that a middle-stage martial artist could unleash an unlimited number of big moves. It was true that Fang Ping could not unleash an unlimited number of attacks, but he did not need to. Unleashing an attack for a short period of time was enough. Even if the Grand Missionary was only defending, it did not mean that he did not consume vitality. He had expended a lot of vitality when everyone had ganged up on him, and he was still expending it now. Fang Ping did not think that his opponent could outlast him. 36 slashes. 37 slashes, Fang Ping counted silently. Each slash cost more than 100,000 wealth points. He had probably used up more than 4 million by now. A peak rank 3 martial artist can really take it. At that moment, Fang Ping realized that he was at his limit. His bones were already creaking, and his skin was starting to crack, bleeding profusely. Blood Qi could be replenished, but other physical conditions were still limited. The Grand Missionary was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered in scars, but he was still smiling. "Are you all right?" With that, the Grand Missionary let out a low growl, and the afterimage of a fist flew toward Fang Ping's throat. Fang Ping growled and whipped out his right leg. His foot cracked from the punch, and the alloy combat boots that had accompanied him for so many days showed signs of tearing. Fang Ping cried out in pain and retreated quickly, dragging his injured leg behind him. The Grand Missionary was relentless and charged at him again. Fang Ping roared and slashed with his Changdao again, bang, bang, a series of slashes hit him. The Grand Missionary gasped and stopped where he was. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was panting. He was drenched from head to toe. "It's almost 5 million. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He had really suffered a huge loss this time, including the flattening of the house and the killing of the 2 martial artists the night before. He had spent close to 10 million wealth. He was also covered in scars. If this went on, it would be a waste to kill this guy. On the other side, the upper stage rank 3 martial artist was at the end of his rope. He fought with all his might, forcing everyone to retreat. Occasionally, someone would be injured and thrown out of the fight. A few peak rank 2 martial artists joined the fray, surrounding and killing the man. As for Fang Ping, no one cared about him anymore. At least it looked like he could hold out for a while. It would not be too late to help after killing the upper stage rank 3 martial artist. Is a peak rank 3 really this strong? Fang Ping looked at the Grand Missionary, feeling a little helpless. The man's vitality was almost depleted, but he was only fighting with his bare hands. Yet he had the strength of a rank 3 martial artist. If the Grand Missionary had not refused to retreat, he would have fought to the death. Even at this point, he still had a chance to escape. Fang Ping would have a hard time killing him. The Grand Missionary smiled and panted. "Stop looking. People like us know that we're going to die, so we'll kill as many as we can before we die. You're interesting. You could probably kill a team of middle stage rank 3 martial artists all by yourself. It's a pity that someone like you is willing to be their dog." Fang Ping's pupils contracted, and he retreated hastily. The next moment, the Grand Missionary hammered his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Ping. Fang Ping had no time to retreat. He gritted his teeth and held his Changdao horizontally in front of his chest. Bam, there was a loud crash, and the surface of the Changdao caved in a little. Fang Ping felt a sharp pain in his chest as he flew backward, blood gushing from his mouth. "Not dead yet? You've honed your organs?" The pale-faced Grand Missionary was a little surprised, but he quickly gave chase. Fang Ping fell to the ground, blood gushing out of his mouth like it was free. F***ck. Fang Ping was both angry and thankful. The bodybuilding pill had honed his organs, so they were not as weak as the average person's. Otherwise, he would have died from the impact of the punch. Fang Ping's heart ached again when he saw the dent in his Changdao. At that moment, a desperate roar came from the side. More than 10 rank 3 martial artists had finally worn down the upper stage rank 3 martial artist. The Grand Missionary's expression changed slightly, and his footsteps slowed. Gu Xiong and the others rushed to Fang Ping's aid. Xianxia and the others hurried over to help Fang Ping. On the other side, Gu Xiong and the others had already engaged the Grand Missionary. When Fang Ping saw this, he clutched his chest and turned to Xianxia. "Do you have a survival pill? Lend me one." Xianxia quickly stuffed a pill into his hands. Fang Ping swallowed it in one gulp and said angrily, "Get out of my way. He's mine. He had to kill this bastard today. If he did not kill him, he would have suffered a great loss in this mission." Gu Xiong and the others were also injured. Zhao Yang said angrily, "Now is not the time to be a hero. Get out of my way, or you'll have to compensate me with a pill." Fang Ping was flustered and exasperated. In the next moment, he rushed forward with his saber. The blood-red glow on his saber became even more dazzling. His vitality overflowed, and the power he unleashed was even greater than before. Zhao Yan and the others retreated when they saw that he did not care about the enemy. This bastard, they did not know what to say. How many times had Fang Ping used his big move from start to finish? could this still be considered a life-saving ultimate move? Fang Ping's attack had not reached the level of an ultimate move, but with his consecutive slashes, it was not much different from an ultimate move. According to everyone's estimates, his vitality had probably been depleted by more than 5,000 cal. From this, it was clear how big the gap was between a peak rank 3 and everyone else. Even with such an outburst, Fang Ping had almost been killed by one punch. The Grand Missionary's vitality had been depleted by Fang Ping's frenzied slashes, and he could only rely on his physical strength to fight back. After a while, Gu Xiong shouted, "Finish him up! Search the village! Kill them all!" On Fang Ping's side, 5 rank 3 martial artists who had not expended too much vitality were on standby, ready to rescue him. 200 credits for a life-saving pill. 1 pill, and I've already lost so much. I won't rest until I kill you today. Fang Ping was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. His Fang's widow was damaged, his alloy boots were torn, and his wealth had been depleted by almost 10 million. How could he not be angry when he had suffered such losses because of one person? I don't believe that a peak rank 3 can be indestructible. I'll shatter your internal organs even if I do. Fang Ping's bones creaked. The Grand Missionary was not feeling well either. Fresh blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with pieces of his internal organs. No one had ever thought that a middle-stage rank 3 martial artist could unleash nearly 100 slashes with a 100 calories move. Other than calling him a rascal, there was no other way to describe his fighting style. Just as Fang Ping's slashes were numb, the Grand Missionary fell to his knees with a thud. Fang Ping's next slash landed squarely on his skull. The next moment, Fang Ping slumped to the ground, too, mumbling, "I finally killed him." Fang Ping could not bring himself to be happy. This mission had been frustrating for him the entire time. Even if he had killed the strongest peak rank 3 martial artist, the price he had paid was too high. More than 100 slashes, close to 10,000 vitality. Old Manly just lay there and let me slash at him. Do you think I'll kill him? Fang Ping recalled Old Manly's words. Even if he lay there and let Fang Ping slash at him, Fang Ping would not be able to kill him. Half an hour later, Gu Xiong and the others walked over tiredly. After a head count, there are a total of 214 evil sect martial artists. 140 of them are rank 1, 65 of them are rank 2, and 9 of them are rank 3. Compared to the martial arts universities, there was a huge gap between this kind of strength. There were close to 300 people on the martial arts university's side, and the lowest was rank 2. However, in a battle with such a huge disparity in strength, everyone suffered a great loss. As Gu Xiong spoke, he sighed and said, "On the martial arts university side, 6 people have died in battle. All the rank 3 martial artists are injured. Moreover, they were not light injuries. Yu Xianghua, Zhao Lei, and the others were all severely injured." Zhao Lei's face was pale, but he smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Fang Ping." If Fang Ping had not entangled the opponent's peak rank 3 martial artist, at least a few rank 3 martial artists would have died this time. Fang Ping, on the other hand, lay on the ground without making a sound. He took a look at his wealth points and realized that he was only left with 12 million. Before this, he had received 10 rank 3 vitality pills from everyone. His wealth was as high as 25 million. In order to kill this peak rank 3, Fang Ping had spent 13 million wealth points and a life-saving pill. Fang Ping had borrowed this pill, and it did not increase his wealth. The Fang's widow was dented, the alloy boots were damaged, and there were many injuries on his body. His internal organs were fine, and he had taken a life-saving pill and was constantly recovering. He ignored the others. When he saw Xianxia approaching, he panted and said, "I'll return it to you later." "No need, I'll return it to you. I don't live off a woman." Fang Ping snorted, his face full of dissatisfaction. Then, he suddenly said, "I'll sell you rank 3 vitality pills. 10 pills for 11 million. Just give me 5 million. Everyone was dumbfounded. This guy was still in the mood to sell medicine. Xianxia was taken aback as well. Fang Ping frowned. "Why? 10 rank 3 vitality pills are worth 400 credits, and your life-saving pill is worth 200 credits. 5 million isn't too expensive, is it?" "No, then it's settled." After saying that, Fang Ping got up and tossed a bottle of pills at her. Send me 5 million when you get back. Xianxia was at a loss. She held the pill and did not know what to say. At this moment, Fang Ping was already walking outside. Fu Chongding came over and grinned. You're amazing. You almost killed a peak rank 3 martial artist by yourself. Hee, you think I want to? Fang Ping felt like dying. He had lost more than 20 million just to kill that guy. Fu Chongding did not continue. Everyone had seen how many big moves Fang Ping had executed in order to kill his opponent. As for Fang Ping, he did not seem to have taken any medication. No one knew what was going on. Perhaps he had taken it in advance, or perhaps there were other reasons. It was not convenient for him to ask about it now. Fu Chongding whispered, aren't you the best at taking advantage of others? Xianxia doesn't want it anymore. Why would she return it? Get lost. Did I take advantage of you? I just don't like to owe others. I prefer an equivalent exchange. Fu Chongding sighed softly. I can tell. You see everything as a transaction. Actually, this may not be a good thing. Xianxia lent you pills, but you turned it into money and returned it. There's no camaraderie at all. It's even more hurtful. Actually, if I were you, I wouldn't return it this time. At most, you can compensate her the next time she's in danger. Now, money is money, and a deal is a deal. Fang Ping frowned. Isn't that good? Maybe you think it's good, but for us, our relationship will be greatly discounted. I think it's good. Who knows when martial artists will die, Fang Ping said mildly. My instructor said that martial artists don't need to invest too much in each other. In the past, I thought it was cold-blooded. Now that I think about it, it's not bad. If 6 people died in a random mission, how sad would their friends be? Instead of being sad in the future, it's better to be like this. One day, no one will feel so sad when they die. Why bother? Fu Chongding shook his head but said nothing more. Fang Ping ignored him and did not participate in the search. He walked out of the village and found a place to bandage his wounds. 2 hours later, the search ended. A total of 192 pills were found. Most of them are normal vitality pills. The total value is less than 30 million. They had wiped out a foothold of hundreds of martial artists and found pills worth less than 30 million. A mission like this was the biggest loss of all. 54 weapons. 30 F grade, 18 E grade, and 6 D grade. The F grade is worth very little. Altogether, it's only worth about 20 million. After some calculations, the total value was only about 50 million. There were close to 300 people involved. If they divided the loot evenly, each person would only get a little more than 100,000. In reality, there was no such thing. You took 10 rank 3 vitality pills, valued at 12 million. Deduct that first. Also, we've decided to compensate each of the 6 students who died in the battle with 3 million. Fang Ping, do you have any objections? Zhao Yang and the others looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping had killed the Grand Missionary in this battle. Although he was not as strong as a peak rank 3, exhausting a peak rank 3 to death was a testament to his strength. At this moment, they had to ask for Fang Ping's opinion. No objections. Therefore, the remaining loot is worth about 20 million. What we mean is that if we divide it evenly, it's only a few tens of thousands per person. To us, it doesn't mean much. Many people were injured this time, so we'll use some of it to treat everyone's injuries. You can take 1 million from the remaining loot. The rest will be divided among those who contributed more. The remaining money was only about 10 million. Giving Fang Ping 1 million was indeed a lot, taking up almost 1/10 of the total. Fang Ping felt a little depressed. He knew he would suffer a loss, but he did not expect it to be this much. Alright, do whatever you want. What should we do now? Wait. Wait for the school to check. Everyone stopped talking. They sat down cross-legged and fell into silence. After a while, Xianxia sighed. I thought we were the best of the best. We've all carried out many missions and completed them beautifully. Now we understand that we're lacking too much. We made mistakes again and again, underestimated our opponents time and time again. In the end, if Fang Ping had not kept the peak rank 3 martial artist occupied, I'm afraid we would have lost more than 20 people. Everyone sighed. Suddenly, someone said, "It's good that you know your flaws." Tang Feng and a group of instructors walked over from a distance. Tang Feng did not look at the nearby village. He said, "Get up, everyone. I'll show you something." Everyone got up. At this moment, more than 10 military vehicles stopped beside them. "Get in," Tang Feng ordered. Everyone got in. Less than half an hour later, the vehicles stopped at the entrance of another village. At this moment, a battle had broken out here. On one side were soldiers in military uniform, and on the other side were evil sect martial artists. Projectile. Fang Ping and the others had just arrived. Accompanied by a loud roar, a group of people behind the soldiers who were participating in the battle threw bamboo spears. The powerhouses of the evil sect martial artists blocked, but the weaker ones were pierced straight through. Spear. Following the order, the soldiers in the front row stepped forward in unison. They held the spears in their hands and stabbed in unison. Even though there were many powerhouses on the other side, they kept retreating, leaving the weaker ones who were a step slower to be stabbed to death. Projectile. Orders were relayed. The soldiers at the back kept taking turns to throw the javelins. The number of martial artists on the other side kept decreasing. Some evil sect powerhouses tried to break through the formation but were quickly stopped and held back. The others continued to kill the weaker ones. More than 10 minutes later, the weaker ones were all killed. The powerhouses in the army retreated and continued to throw the javelins. Are they depleting their vitality? Tang Feng said mildly, "They're also a group of new soldiers who have never been on the battlefield. There's one good thing about them though. They listen to orders. The martial artists here are about the same strength as yours. There aren't many martial artists in the army here, less than 50 people. The mission of these 50 people is to hold back the strongest powerhouses and not give them a chance to break through the formation. After killing all the rank 1 and 2 martial artists, these rank 3 martial artists will be depleting their vitality. Facing so many people, they'll die sooner or later." Fang Ping frowned. "We're different from the soldiers. We don't have the consciousness to move as one, and we can't plan in an orderly manner. We're all independent martial artists," Tang Feng scolded, "Idiot. Am I asking you to learn this? I'm asking you to learn how to use all your strength. How did you use more than 200 rank 2 martial artists? In the end, they were just bystanders at the periphery. If you let these rank 2 martial artists hold long weapons and divide them into 10 teams of 20, then take turns to kill that peak rank 3 martial artist. If you let rank 3 martial artists stop him from escaping, he can only hold on. He can hold on for 1 or 2 rounds. What about dozens of rounds? If you let 3 to 5 rank 3 martial artists watch the periphery and stop him from using the midair step to escape, he can't escape." Fang Ping said sheepishly, "That's too slow." "Humph." Tang Feng let out a humph and said discontentedly, "Have you forgotten how you and Fu Chongding lost?" "What? When you and Fu Chongding first entered the school, how did the others surround you and make you admit defeat in the end? One-on-one, who's your match? The strong ones hold you back, and the weak ones take turns to attack. If you could think of it back then, why can't you think of it now? At the end of the day, it's because you think you're strong, very powerful, even invincible, that you choose to fight head-on. But are you really invincible? You're just a bunch of newbies. Do you really think you're so strong?" A bunch of rank 3 martial artists look down on rank 2 martial artists, thinking that they're dispensable, even thinking that they're a burden. Is that what you're thinking? Where did you get the confidence to think you're so strong? Everyone was speechless. Most of the things that everyone had discussed previously were rank 3 martial artists. Rank 2 martial artists, especially those below peak, had almost no right to speak. Tang Feng reprimanded them and looked at everyone. "This is what happens when you're overconfident. You're confident that you're strong, confident that no one would dare to ambush a group of 300 martial artists. The evil sect martial artists don't actually have a system. Once they're unified, more than half of you will die. In the catacombs army is more elite than ours. I don't want you to die not at the hands of the strong, but at the hands of a bunch of weaklings. Tang Feng said that they were overconfident. Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. Everyone was very confident. After all, everyone had dealt with evil sect martial artists before. They felt that it was just SOSO. If they were to fight head-on, the other party would definitely not be their match. That was why from the beginning, everyone had this idea. Powerhouses against powerhouses, weaklings against powerhouses. Kill first, then talk later. Of course, that was the truth. However, it was also because of this that some people lost their lives. If they really treated the other party as a big enemy, they might not necessarily die. Other than the upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists, the other party was much weaker than them. Everyone has to be careful when dealing with the enemy. Strategically, we should look down on the opponent, but tactically, we should pay attention. Also, has anyone thought of inspecting the base? Let's not talk about whether there are enemies in the base. We left 500 alloy javelins in the base's warehouse for you. Has anyone seen them? Fang Ping and the others looked at each other, then fell silent again. Tang Feng rubbed his temples and frowned. We've actually destroyed the core of the mountain behind Boulder Village. If a few people go up there and move around a little, they'll be able to push the boulders down and cause the mountain to collapse. Has anyone gone to check? Once the mountain collapses, Boulder Village will be buried under the boulders. How many of the enemies do you think will survive? Everyone continued to look at each other in silence. Tang Feng sighed. A bunch of brainless martial artists who only have brute force. Fang Ping had used these words to criticize him in the past. Now, he was being despised, but he could not refute it. If everyone was like you in the catacombs, humans would have been defeated a long time ago. Did the school really only teach you to use your fists and not your brains? The students from the School of Tactics and Strategy lack some strength. They're all just there for show. Didn't the students from the School of Production think of setting up some traps to lure the enemy to attack first? Along the way, there were many places suitable for setting up traps. Didn't anyone think of giving it a try? If the other party could think of digging a few holes and hiding some people to ambush you, why didn't you think of that? Other than attacking head-on, what else could you think of? Are you the ones who were really anxious? They were the ones who were anxious. They wanted to break out of the encirclement, but you weren't. You could attack or retreat. In the end, they were the ones who wore out your patience, not the other way around. If you had turned around and left, look, who would be the anxious one? You would have gone through so much trouble to flatten the houses. You should have the initiative in choosing the location of the battle, and not let the initiative fall into the hands of others. As for you, if you think that you're not suited for large-scale battles, then divide your forces and form teams. But the premise is that you have to let the other party disperse. Have you tried that? If you insist on charging at them together, you can't divide your forces. Do they know how many people you have? If you had a few hundred people charging at them together, even a single person would not have dared to fight. If more than 10 people had gone over, the evil sect martial artists would definitely have swarmed out and attacked you first. Finding a suitable place along the way and luring them into a trap is a piece of cake. The evil sect martial artists are not afraid of death. They only want to kill. If there are fewer people, they will definitely pursue and attack. Finding a suitable place to surround and kill them. If you used 500 alloy javelins, you could have killed more than half of the evil sect martial artists on the spot. After that, with so many people surrounding and killing those martial artists, would anyone die? Tang Feng's mouth was dry from all the talking. He said angrily, there were close to 300 people, but none of you used your brains. You just listened to whatever Fang Ping and the other brainless people said. Fang Ping protested, Instructor, it wasn't my suggestion. Tang Feng glared at him and exhaled. The people in the military department said that martial arts university students are useless. You bunch of people have brought shame to our martial arts universities. It was a simple mission, but 6 people had died. Also, about the battle with that peak rank 3 martial artist. Are you all idiots? In the end, you let Fang Ping fight him one-on-one in the arena? But I killed him, Tang Feng said impatiently, that's because you cheated. You slashed him a few hundred times. How much vitality did you use? After saying that, Tang Feng suddenly asked, "Where did you get all that vitality from?" "Hoarded." Tang Feng was stunned. Fang Ping said casually, "If I don't digest the pills I eat, they will accumulate vitality in my body. I thought that this was going to be dangerous, so I swallowed dozens of pills in advance. You're asking for it." Tang Feng scolded and frowned. "Go and check your body later. You ate dozens of pills and your body didn't explode. What's going on?" "I'm not checking." Fang Ping shook his head. "This is my trump card. It's not appropriate for you to ask about it here, instructor." Tang Feng was speechless. Everyone had seen it. What trump card? Did he think everyone was blind? Ignoring him, Tang Feng said suddenly, "No matter how much vitality you have, you still need to use it. You didn't use it well. You only killed him after hundreds of slashes, and you almost died. Don't rely on this. The Grand Missionary's strength is average, and his cultivation of combat skills is average. Otherwise, if he mastered a rank 3 ultimate move and killed you in one move, would you have a chance to kill him? The Grand Missionary's cultivation of combat skills was average, and his vitality outburst was not high. If the other party had a vitality outburst of 300 calories, it would be equivalent to Fang Ping's ultimate move of 700 to 800 calories. One move and Fang Ping would be beaten to death. This was why Fang Ping could wear him out. Otherwise, he would have been killed with one punch. Fang Ping said helplessly, "I spent all my time honing, that's why I was able to enter middle stage rank 3. I've been thinking of cultivating combat skills after I enter upper stage." This time, Tang Feng did not criticize him. They were all young people, and they were in a hurry to cultivate. Time was tight. At this time, it was inevitable that they would be lacking. "Let's go. This time, all of you should reflect on yourselves. The assessment scores are still being tallied. For those who don't reach 100 points, the schools will increase their training. We sent you into the catacombs in the hope that you'll be useful, not die in vain. As a school, we can't teach you everything step by step. You'll have to figure it out on your own. Don't always think that you're so strong. Battles of this scale are very common in the catacombs. We often encounter catacombs villages that are no weaker than Boulder Village today. Others can kill them all by themselves. Based on your situation, entering the catacombs is suicide. For someone like Fang Ping, who can still accumulate vitality, it's normal for him to massacre a village of this scale alone. Now, if he goes in, he'll die immediately." Once again, Fang Ping was used as a negative example. Fang Ping was helpless. Big Lion had a handle on him today. Whatever he said was true. There was nothing he could say to refute. Still, Fang Ping felt that it was better to keep a low profile for the time being. From what Big Lion had said, he might have felt that something was wrong with him. In reality, it was indeed not normal. "If an instructor asks me to swallow a pill next time and perform it on the spot, won't I be screwed?" Fang Ping considered the problem and tried to come up with a solution. However, there was no time to swallow the pill today. Fang Ping was also reluctant to do so. It was too wasteful. "Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. If I really have to swallow a few dozen pills, I'm afraid my body will explode." After watching the recruits' encirclement and annihilation of the evil sect martial artists, Tang Feng sent everyone back to camp to recuperate. Tang Feng, on the other hand, left with the instructors. Watching them leave, the few soldiers in charge of driving said in a low voice, "The few evil sects have sent out 3 high-ranked powerhouses and a group of middle-ranked martial artists this time. They're now surrounded in the White Mountains. The martial arts university instructors must have gone to participate in the encirclement." Fang Ping's side could only be considered a small fight. Nanjiang's local grandmasters, together with the surrounding provinces, had gathered 9 high grandmasters. They were not here to take care of the 3 lower ranks. 3 high ranks? Fang Ping and the others were shocked. Were the evil sects that strong? They actually sent 3 high grandmaster level powerhouses. Of course, the evil sect's high ranks were the same as the catacombs' high ranks. They were only high ranks, not grandmasters. It won't be dangerous, right? Many of them looked worried. The soldier in charge of driving smiled and said, "It won't be a problem. We've sent 9 high grandmaster powerhouses. If it's really troublesome, Master Tang and the others would have gone there long ago. Everyone thought about it and agreed. The instructors still had the time to stay and watch their performance. Obviously, the situation was going well. The car arrived at the camp quickly. Fang Ping had just gotten out of the car when a soldier suddenly ran out of the camp and shouted, "Fang Ping, someone's looking for you. Answer the phone." Fang Ping heard that and subconsciously touched his pants pocket. Only then did he remember that his phone had been torn apart during the fight. Who called here? Fang Ping was a little surprised. He did not even know the base's phone number. Only MCMAU's instructors could call here. Without saying anything, Fang Ping followed the soldier to the barracks. After entering the barracks, Fang Ping picked up the landline phone and said, "I'm Fang Ping. You killed a peak rank 3 martial artist?" Hearing this voice, Fang Ping immediately smiled and said, "Instructor taught me well." Lu Fengru said lightly, "Don't give me that. I heard that you slashed him hundreds of times, and every move was 100 cal vitality outburst?" "That," Lu Fengru suddenly said, "How much do you weigh?" Fang Ping was stunned. Lu Fengru said again, "Rapid vitality recovery. Even without using pills, can extract the world's energy particles to recover and replenish vitality. This is a special case for grandmasters." Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. Lu Fengru continued, "How can a martial artist of the 3 lower ranks have the special case of a grandmaster? First, the bone marrow would be like mercury. In other words, when it came to bone honing, ordinary people would have their bones honed to 90%. Those with extraordinary talents would have their bones honed to more than 90%. Their bone marrow would be like mercury and their weight would be heavier than ordinary people. Secondly, his mental power was different from ordinary people. He could extract energy particles. If one could achieve these 2 points, it could be said that even if one was in the 3 lower ranks, one's vitality could not be extinguished. If he could not do it, then he should be prepared to be studied. A martial artist of the 3 lower ranks with an undying vitality might change a lot of things. Think about it yourself. If you can't do these 2 things after leaving the catacombs, your life will be spared, but you'll have to make a few more trips to the lab." Fang Ping was stunned. After a while, he said in a cold sweat, "Teacher, you mean, ostentatious, high profile. You brought this upon yourself. In front of hundreds of people, your chi and blood are not extinguished, and you can use your ultimate moves endlessly. What do you think? Do what I said, and things calm down. Mental power shouldn't be a problem. The main thing is that the bone marrow is like mercury. Even I can't do it now. You have to think of a way yourself." "Teacher," Fang Ping swallowed and said dryly, There is no special way to hone one's bone marrow. The previous bone honing was based on the completion of honing of all the bones in the body, reaching 90%, including the skull. At this moment, vitality naturally penetrates deep into the bone marrow and begins to be honed and fused. This is a metamorphosis. The honing of the bone marrow is completed in a day. The bone marrow is like mercury, the vitality is like a tide, the golden skin and jade bones are achieved, and the person can be said to be an immortal. At that time, the human body will no longer have any flaws. From the inside to the outside, it will be beyond human. Therefore, for this kind of person, vitality recovery is no longer a problem. The bones and muscles are all breathing and extracting energy, and the vitality is always at its peak." Fang Ping's expression was bitter. There was no use in saying all this, the main thing was, how could he do this? Lu Fengru said suddenly, "Do you know that Nanjiang's Wang Jinyang is known as half a grandmaster?" "Ah? Or should I say, a potential grandmaster? This, Sun City might have a secret belonging to Sun City. Go ask him, and see if he will tell you, because his bone marrow is chalcedony." Fang Ping's heart shook. "Teacher, you mean, don't ask me. I don't know. Maybe you are too?" Lu Fengru said lightly, "Whether it is or not, right now, you are naturally chalcedony." "Fang Ping, this kind of test is very simple. Chalcedony is much heavier than bone marrow. Weighing is the best way. No one will break your bones and dig out your bone marrow to test it. Those who have honed their bones are heavier than the average person. If you weigh 200 caddies right now, Those with mercury-like bone marrow might weigh 250 caddies, or even heavier. Alright, I'm hanging up. Don't think that everyone in the world is an idiot. After saying this, Lu Fengru hung up the phone. Fang Ping's head was already drenched in sweat. When Tang Feng spoke earlier, he already had a bad feeling. As expected, his performance this time was too much. In addition, he did not even take a pill, so he attracted attention immediately. Lu Fengru knew that it was most likely Tang Feng who told her about this. Lu Fengru did not intend to investigate further. She only told Fang Ping that there was only one way to solve this problem. Fang Ping was a person with a fully honed bone marrow. It was completely understandable that this kind of martial artist would have some special traits. If he could achieve mercury-like bone marrow and faster vitality recovery in the 3 lower ranks, what was wrong with that? However, Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. The system was very deceitful. It had not unlocked more than 90% of his bones. How could he possibly achieve mercury-like bone marrow now? Lu Fengru's other words were also very clear. He could keep his life. He was an MCMAU student and a prodigy, so it was not necessary to take his life. After that, drawing his blood and bone marrow, and occasionally going to the lab to be a guinea pig were necessary. As long as he did not understand the mystery, Fang Ping could forget about having too much freedom. At this thought, Fang Ping suddenly remembered Lu Fengru's words. A potential grandmaster. Fang Ping did not expect Wang Jinyang to have such a title. Also, from what Lu Fengru said, Wang Jinyang's bone marrow had been honed. This was also something Fang Ping did not expect. At this thought, Fang Ping remembered that he was in Nanjiang now, so he immediately called Wang Jinyang. Brother Wang, you're in the base? Yes, I just finished my mission. Brother Wang, I want to ask you a question. Speak. I think I've honed my bones up to the bone marrow. I don't know if there's any problem now. I heard from my instructor that you've honed your bone marrow? Wang Jinyang was extremely shocked. After a while, he said, find some time to come to NMAU. I'll be here for the next few days. Okay, I'll be there right away. Fang Ping did not waste any more time. If he did not solve this problem soon, he would be in big trouble. Once this problem was solved, he could explain the lack of resources in the early stages. Actually, there were signs of this problem long ago. However, Fang Ping's lack of resources in the early stages was too big. It was impossible for him to keep so many pills without using or selling them. If that was the case, he would not have so many wealth points now. Relying on those pills to cultivate, Fang Ping was already good enough to enter rank 2. How could he enter middle stage rank 3? He had fooled Fu Chongding and the others once, saying that he had grandmasters supporting him. Fu Chongding was starting to take it seriously. Fu Chongding might not know if he had the support of grandmasters, but how could those grandmasters not know? It was impossible for grandmasters to appear out of nowhere. This was no longer the ancient times, where information did not circulate. The rise of a grandmaster would not go unnoticed. Even a grandmaster from the military would not be a nobody in the circle. It was just that few people in the outside world had heard of him. If the grandmasters really wanted to find out the truth, they could do so in no time. That was why he could only use the old grandpa to fool the layman. Those in the know would not believe him. Back in the tent, Fang Ping packed his luggage and looked at Fu Chongding and the others. I'm going out for a while. Call me if you need anything. I'll get a new SIM card later. You're leaving? Yes, I have something to do. About the assessment, isn't it done now? I'm just counting the points. Besides, I don't know when the teachers will be back. It's fine. I'll leave first. Remember to contact me if you need anything. Having said that, Fang Ping grabbed his backpack and hurried out. Fu Chongding and the others looked at each other. Clearly, they did not know what Fang Ping was going to do in such a hurry. More than 3 hours later. River City. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. The sky was pitch black. River City was not as bustling as Magic City. At 10 o'clock, there were fewer people outside. In a coffee shop near NMAU. Fang Ping strode in and waved at Wang Jinyang from a distance. Wang Jinyang nodded slightly as he sipped his coffee. When Fang Ping arrived, Wang Jinyang looked him up and down. He frowned slightly and said mildly, "I can't tell. Brother Wang, I've just received news that you managed to slash more than 10,000 vitality points during the encirclement. That, even I can't do it. Similarly, even if your bone marrow has been honed, you can't do it unless you've mastered the bone marrow of your entire body." Fang Ping said sheepishly, Maybe I've really mastered the bone marrow of my entire body. I don't understand this myself, hee. Old Wang laughed and said mildly, "It doesn't matter. It's normal for martial artists to have secrets. There's no point in getting to the bottom of it. What do you want to know?" It's just how to cultivate the bone marrow? There's no other way." "Ah? There's no special way. You probably found me because someone told you about me." Wang Jinyang said calmly, "In the modern world, I'm gifted. In the past, it was a kind of disease, an incurable disease. There's something wrong with my bone marrow. After I honed my bones, I discovered this problem. At that time, my instructor was still around. He felt that there was something wrong with my body and went to the vice-chancellor. The vice-chancellor examined me for a while and guessed that my bone marrow was jade-textured. Of course, I didn't go for a checkup. It was meaningless. That's what everyone thinks, so let's just treat it that way. As for why this mutation happened, I can't explain it. Maybe it's just like what I said, a disease. There's no cultivation method?" Fang Ping looked bitter. Wang Jinyang said suddenly, "Not necessarily. Maybe my bone marrow's disease isn't complete. In the past, I felt that my bone marrow was liquid, but now it's turning into a solid. Take a guess, how did it happen?" "How did it happen?" Fang Ping asked hurriedly. "The bone marrow is deep inside the bones. Vitality can't penetrate and hone it normally. Vitality honing is also a kind of energy honing. After I entered the middle ranks, I often tried using energy ores to cultivate. I realized that when the energy released by energy ores reaches a limit, or even when the energy appears to be liquefied, vitality force can penetrate deep into the bone marrow and undergo honing. You can give it a try. Actually, you don't have to use energy ores. In MCMAU, there's a vitality pool. You can also try to unleash the maximum release of vitality force and see if it can penetrate deep into the bone marrow. I think it should be possible." Of course, none of the 3 lower and 3 middle rank 3 martial artists had been able to do this. Even peak rank 6 martial artists would choose to hone their skulls instead of their marrows because their skulls were blocked and their vitality force was too dense. Maybe there's a need for guidance, such as mentality guidance. I actually don't know much about this, but this is the only solution I know. Fang Ping's expression became even more bitter. Was it reliable? Old Wang was actually extravagant enough to use energy ores to cultivate. This thing was a controlled resource. The black market price was at least 1 million per gram, and it was sold by the gram. Old Wang actually suggested that he try it when the energy released by energy ores was liquefied. How much would it cost? Could MCMAU's energy room do this? If the system was more reliable, I wouldn't have to do this. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. Then, his gaze suddenly flickered. His system had been upgraded when his wealth was 1 million and 10 million respectively. Once his wealth reached 100 million, would it be upgraded again? After the upgrade, would he be able to hone his bones to 100%? The possibility of this was still very high. In other words, he had 2 paths to take now. No, there was only one path: earn money. Whether it was trying to go to the energy room or increasing his wealth to 100 million, he needed money. A lot of money. He could only try both if he had money. Without money, he could not do anything. Now his wealth was only 12 million. In other words, he had to earn at least 88 million. The prerequisite was that he did not use his wealth. Money. Where can I get so much money? Right, financing. The only way Fang Ping could think of to earn a lot of money was financing from afar. After financing, the value of the shares he held would exceed 130 million, and his wealth would exceed 100 million. He would also have the capital to activate liquefied energy cultivation in the energy room. Old Wang only gave an answer that was like a guess, but Fang Ping was satisfied. At least now he was not blind and did not know what to do. Old Wang was also giving him away. Wang Jinyang saw that Fang Ping was deep in thought and did not disturb him. After drinking his coffee for a while, Wang Jinyang said, "You've improved very quickly. You killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, even if he was just a weakling at his peak. In Sino Nation, there are more than 1 million martial artists. There are about 1 million in the 3 lower ranks. The 3 middle ranks are probably 1/10 of the 3 lower ranks, which is about 100,000 people. These people are scattered across the land of Sino Nation and in the various catacombs. If you really look at a province and a city, there are very few peak rank 3 martial artists. If you can kill a peak rank 3 martial artist, it means that you are no longer at the bottom of the martial arts world, a nobody. Right now, you have to be careful. Some things should be avoided as much as possible before you find a way to deal with them. The human heart is unpredictable. Even if everyone has a common enemy, it does not mean that everyone is of one mind. Even when it comes to the catacombs, there are different ways to deal with the enemy. Some advocate attacking forcefully and pacifying a few catacombs. Some advocate delaying time so that the next generation can continue to grow and be more stable. There are also people who advocate communicating and negotiating for peace. In short, there are people who support all kinds of policies. You should know what I mean when I say this. A middle stage rank 3 martial artist with average combat techniques killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. You have to understand how big the gap between middle stage and peak rank 3 is. Even if a peak rank 3 killed a rank 4 martial artist, it might not be as shocking as this. Middle stage and peak rank 3 are 2 different concepts, do you understand? The next time the rank 3 ranking list is updated, you may enter the list as a middle stage rank 3. This is not a good thing. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Therefore, there are some problems that you need to solve as soon as possible. Your instructor may fight for some time for you, but in the name of justice, your instructor can't always help you fight. Unless you are her son, or become her son-in-law. Unfortunately, your instructor's daughter has passed away. Of course, you can also consider marrying your instructor. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. F***ck, what F***ck, how dare you say something like that? Am I crazy, or do I want to die now? Snake King is still alive. Also, how old is Lu Fengru? She's more than 50. Is old Wang jealous of my excellence and trying to send me to my death? How dare he say such an evil suggestion? Wang Jinyang sipped his coffee slowly and said lightly, "Of course, it's just a thought. Don't look at me like that. Who knows, you might succeed." Hee hee. Well, Brother Wang, you can try, I'm not in danger. Why should I make things difficult for myself? Wang Jinyang said matter-of-factly. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched uncontrollably. So you can say such irresponsible things? Wang Jinyang did not dwell on this topic. He said, "Actually, it's not that big of a deal. You won't have to die. We'll just cut some flesh, cut some bones, draw some blood, and even extract some brain matter. Maybe the government will put in a lot of effort to nurture a genius like you. What's there to be afraid of?" Sarcasm, it was easy for him to say that, and he was purposely provoking him. Fang Ping's face paled. He gritted his teeth and said, "My bone marrow is complete. That's the truth. Just like you, Brother Wang, when I want to be cut, I'll look for you first." Wang Jinyang said nonchalantly, "Actually, I've had my bone marrow extracted before, but I realized that it's not as good as a grandmaster's. There's not much point in researching it, so I gave up in the end. Maybe the quality of your bone marrow is better. Maybe it'll be useful for reference?" Fang Ping was completely speechless. What was old Wang doing? Wang Jinyang joked for a while before smiling. "You don't have to worry too much. There are too many unsolved mysteries in this world. Even the catacombs had not been thoroughly studied. Where would they find the time to study you? Of course, you're right under my nose. If there's a chance, I'll study it. Why don't you tell me how your qi and blood recovered so quickly?" Fang Ping said weakly, "Jade bones are naturally formed, bone marrow like mercury, and mentality is comparable to a grandmaster." Hee hee. Really? Fang Ping thought for a moment. Suddenly, he stared at Wang Jinyang with rapt attention. After a while, Fang Ping's face flushed red. One of old Wang's hairs seemed to move slightly. This almost invisible movement caused Wang Jinyang's expression to change. Mental energy. Wang Jinyang suddenly sat up straight and his expression changed. Are you kidding me? He really thought that Fang Ping was teasing him, but he did not plan to ask in detail. He did not expect Fang Ping to actually master the use of mentality. No, Fang Ping did not know how to use it at all. He was only concentrating his full strength and stirring up his mentality. Fang Ping panted heavily. Do you believe me now? How is this possible? It's not impossible, after all, there are all kinds of people, but, Lao Wang seemed to be a little incoherent. After a while, he exhaled and said, now it's really interesting. I believe half of what you said and keep the other half to myself. But in your case, you should be able to deal with it. For a rank 3 martial artist to be able to sense his mentality and even stir it weakly, this was too surprising. If Fang Ping's bone marrow was as hard as mercury, then if Wang Jinyang was a potential grandmaster, then Fang Ping would be more accurate than him, Fang Ping panted. Actually, I can sense weak energy particles in the energy room. Therefore, I feel that this is really not a big deal. If a grandmaster is really interested, it doesn't matter if they look for me. I'm afraid that if I tell them, they won't believe me. If they force me to tell them why my mental strength is so strong, then I won't be able to do anything. I'm no match for a grandmaster. Wang Jinyang scoffed and said, it's enough to give them a reason. What else do they want? How did the grandmasters become grandmasters? What kind of fortuitous encounters they had? Did they have to share them all? Don't think that the world is too dark. You're not rootless duckweed. In MCMAU, if you're forced by a grandmaster to reveal your final secret, don't say that you don't have a secret. So what if you do? Could it be that someone is going to force me to ask why my bone marrow is jade-like? How should I know? If they really forced you to do this, then MCMAU might as well go bankrupt. The 99 martial arts universities would not tolerate this kind of situation. Dozens of grandmasters were now standing on the students' side, who would dare to risk universal condemnation and do such a thing. Of course, I'm talking about the surface of the earth. In the catacombs, if you're targeted, captured, interrogated, and then silenced, you can't blame anyone else. Therefore, everything depended on strength. If you were a grandmaster yourself. Wang Jinyang smiled faintly and said, then even if you slash 10,000 times at once and destroy the catacombs with one slash, no one will say a word. I won't ask about the rest. Just think of a way to solve this problem and give everyone a reason. As for the rest, don't worry. Fang Ping nodded slightly, but this lie was not easy to cover. At the very least, his own bone marrow had to be honed to be able to do so. Fang Ping did not continue with the question. Instead, he asked curiously, Brother Wang, everyone says that you're a potential grandmaster. Are you going to break through to grandmaster soon? Grandmaster? Wang Jinyang looked at him strangely. Then, he grinned and said, if you sponsor me 3 to 5 billion now, I think there's still hope for me. Cough, cough. Brother Wang, let's have a drink. Fang Ping raised his glass. Are you kidding me? I still want you to sponsor me a few billion, but you're doing the opposite, reaching out your hand to me. Aren't you embarrassed? Wang Jinyang laughed too. He raised his glass and took a sip. After some thought, he said, your current strength is still lacking a little. At the very least, you have to cultivate your combat techniques to perfection. When you reach upper stage rank 3, your combat techniques can be cultivated to the level of ultimate moves. Even the lowest ultimate move can only achieve a vitality outburst of 300 calories. That's equivalent to a vitality outburst of 7 to 800 cal now. It's almost impossible for those below upper stage rank 3 to achieve. When that time comes, your strength will be considerable. Even in the rank 3 ranking list, you'll be at the top. When that time comes, you'll also have the strength to participate in some high-profit activities. If you're free, I can bring you along. Wang Jinyang smiled meaningfully. You'll be in charge of outbursts and slashes ultimate moves a few hundred times. I'll be in charge of the aftermath. Maybe you can ask Qin Fengqing to be in charge of bringing the others and running away. He's quite good at running away. If you really reach that stage, it won't be difficult for the 3 of us to kill a rank 5. When that time comes, the profits will be considerable. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he smiled and said, "We'll see when the time comes. I'm still far from upper stage rank 3 now. Cultivating combat techniques isn't something that can be done overnight." "That's true," Wang Jinyang said with some emotion. "When I saw you a year ago, I didn't expect you to reach this stage so quickly." It had only been a year. From April last year until now, it had been a little over a year. Back then, he was peak rank 2. As for Fang Ping, his vitality was just a little higher than a normal person's. Now, he could kill a peak rank 3 martial artist. When I arrived at a martial arts university, I found out how strong Brother Wang is after entering rank 4. I didn't expect Brother Wang to improve so quickly. It has something to do with bone marrow lesions. How should I put it? We all have our own opportunities. Right now, Wang Jinyang's attitude toward Fang Ping had also gradually changed. It was a normal change. Dragons do not mingle with snakes. If Fang Ping had just entered rank 1 now, he would be a genius and a prodigy in the eyes of normal people. In Wang Jinyang's eyes, though, he was just average. Rank 1 martial artists in martial arts universities were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Right now, Fang Ping could kill a peak rank 3 martial artist. This was completely different. In addition, Fang Ping's mentality was not weak. He could also sense that if this kid's bone marrow was really jade-like, then he would advance very quickly in the later stages. A person like this was worthy of his attention. As the two of them chatted, the phone Fang Ping had just bought rang. He glanced at the number. It was a little unfamiliar, but he still picked up. As soon as the call went through, Qin Fengqing's loud voice came from the other side. "Fang Ping? It's me, Senior Qin?" "Yes, in Nanjiang?" "Yes. It just so happens that the vitality test results from yesterday's martial sciences exam are out. Nanjiang actually has 3 martial artist candidates. Go ask about it later and recruit them. Don't waste them for NMAU." Fang Ping looked at Wang Jinyang strangely. Would Qin Fengqing be beaten to death? Also, why did this guy think of asking him to recruit people? "Senior Qin, it's not appropriate for me to go." "What's not appropriate about it? You're famous in the championship and you're a Nanjiang local. You're the most suitable. Besides, aren't you close with that one guy? If I find someone else, what if that one guy attacks me?" "Fang Ping, stop nagging. I'm trying to recruit people for us, understand? I'm about to reach rank 4. Once I'm there, I'll be the president. When that happens, you'll be the vice president. We'll call the shots in MCMAU. Recruiting new students now is actually also your team. I'm going to be a senior soon. Once I graduate, the president will be yours." Fang Ping laughed. It was not easy for Qin Fengqing to think so far ahead. Fang Ping was about to speak when Wang Jinyang said quietly, "I'm preparing to challenge the martial arts society presidents of each university. I hope you can become the president as soon as possible." "Who?" Qin Fengqing was stunned. Then, a sound came from the other side of the phone. Soon, Qin Fengqing snorted. "Wang guy, have some manners. Is it appropriate to eavesdrop on others? You're loud. There's no need to eavesdrop. Do you think I'm afraid of you now that I've reached rank 4? I'll wait for you." Qin Fengqing did not back down. He snorted and said, "Fang Ping, remember. Recruit that Nanjiang martial artist to MCMAU. NMAU wants to compete with us? What a joke. Your opponent is someone from CCMAU. Don't take NMAU seriously. I'm hanging up." Qin Fengqing hung up the phone without hesitation. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "Brother Wang, look." Wang Jinyang said indifferently, "Whatever. Whether they stay in Nanjiang or go to MCMAU, it's their choice. These new martial artists are actually of limited use. It's different from last year. Last year, because of the championship, normal martial arts universities had already thought about it and made preparations in advance. That was why they spent a lot of money to recruit martial artist candidates. In this year's championship, the participants are not new. Although it's not confirmed yet, it's most likely the Martial Arts Society will send someone. If that's the case, 1 or 2 new martial artist students will be of limited use unless they're heaven-defying. That's true. Actually, some aspiring martial artists are more malleable after entering the university. I used to think that martial artists in the martial sciences exam were very powerful. Now that I think about it, unless they're twice honed, they might be surpassed by some twice honed aspiring martial artists in the later stages. Wang Jinyang chuckled. That's how it is. Of course, twice honing isn't easy either. We still have to fight for it. How about this, let's go together tomorrow and talk to someone. It doesn't matter where we go. MCMAU's conditions are better than NMAU's. If we really go to MCMAU, we might be able to nurture a few powerhouses for Nanjiang in the future. Martial artists had a stronger sense of territory. Nanjiang's martial artists would naturally prioritize Nanjiang. For martial artists like Fang Ping who were away, if Nanjiang and Magic City met with trouble at the same time, the possibility of returning to Nanjiang was higher. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them stopped chatting. They found a random hotel to stay in. The next day, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang arranged to meet at the entrance of NMAU. This time, Fang Ping finally found out that Wang Jinyang had a car too. The physical assessment results just came out yesterday. The three martial artists are all in River City now. It's a good time to talk to them all at once. After inviting Fang Ping into the car, Wang Jinyang smiled. Have you prepared for the matter with Xianxia? We'll talk about it after we return from the catacombs. If I'm not upper stage rank 3, I'll be beaten up for nothing. When the time comes, I'll hide first. When I'm upper stage rank 3 and have some achievements in combat techniques, I might be able to become the president. Qin Fengqing is also eyeing the president. Maybe he hasn't achieved rank 4 yet. The two of you will have a fight. We'll see how it goes. But if I really achieve upper stage rank 3, the first person I'll look for will probably be Xiaolei. Whatever, I have plenty of opponents in MCMAU. Unlike you, Brother Wang, whose words carry enormous weight in NMAU. Wang Jinyang smiled without saying a word. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a hotel. Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang stepped inside. Soon, the two of them arrived at a small guest room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, there were not only 3 students in the small guest room, but also their parents. Seeing Wang Jinyang, a few middle-aged men and women quickly stood up and said politely, "President Wang, I didn't expect you to come in person." What a pleasant surprise. Wang Jinyang smiled and said politely. He looked at Fang Ping and said, "Fang Ping from MCMAU, representing MCMAU." Fang Ping smiled at them. These families that could raise children of martial artists were not ordinary. At least, among the middle-aged men and women in front of him, the strongest had achieved rank 4, and the weakest had the strength of rank 3. They might not even be the strongest in their families. In Nanjiang, this kind of strength was not weak. I recognize you. MCMAU's prodigy. You're also from Nanjiang. Amazing. The parents were enthusiastic, but the students were full of arrogance and did not speak. Fang Ping did not mind. They were a group of students who were already martial artists before entering martial arts university. Moreover, they lived in a place like Nanjiang. It was normal for them to be a little arrogant. There were not many martial artists in Nanjiang who took the Gaokao every year. These people were all Nanjiang's prodigies. After a few polite words, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang sat down. Fang Ping glanced at the 3 people in front of him. 2 men and 1 woman. He observed their vitality. They were all once honed martial artists, but they should have broken through with vitality higher than 150 calories. This was not too bad. Wang Jinyang did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, "Nanjiang Martial Arts University has been undergoing reforms these few years. Everyone here is from Nanjiang, so I'm sure you all know about it. Nanjiang Martial Arts University welcomes everyone to join. If martial artist students join NMAU, NMAU promises to provide all the pills you need to break through to rank 2 for free." The 3 of them wanted to wait for him to continue, but Wang Jinyang picked up his teacup and said nothing. Back then, he had promised to give Fang Ping resources for the 3 lower ranks, and Fang Ping was not a martial artist yet. However, Fang Ping was already twice honed at that time. Moreover, Fang Ping was an acquaintance of his. As the president of the Martial Arts Society, he was biased, which was why he had offered such conditions. Seeing that Wang Jinyang did not respond, the few of them were slightly disappointed. They looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping smiled and said, "If you join MCMAU, the benefits of MCMAU won't be reflected in the present. It's a long-term process. Everyone here is a martial artist. I think you all have some understanding. The benefits you get from MCMAU are not something Nanjiang can compare to. Of course, the specific choice still depends on everyone's consideration. Whether it's NMAU or MCMAU, they are both good choices," Fang Ping said a lot, but there were no tangible benefits. At this, the few of them were even more disappointed. One of the boys could not help but say, "Is this how MCMAU and NMAU treat martial artists?" Fang Ping could not help but laugh. He said lightly, "In MCMAU, there are no less than 50 new martial artists in every batch. If you don't have a skill, it's hard to have a chance to show it in MCMAU. Everyone's elders are also martial artists. As martial artists, I think you all have some understanding of MCMAU. As one of the big two, MCMAU has many instructors and powerhouses. You can read combat techniques at will. The pills are cheap. There are also all kinds of facilities and financial allocations. Choosing MCMAU is not for those little benefits. It's for the long term." Among the three of them, the girl suddenly raised her head and said, "Senior Fang, from what you're saying, there are many powerhouses among MCMAU students?" "Of course. MCMAU has rank 5 students. Everyone should know what I mean, right? Rank 5. The few of them's expressions changed instantly. Fang Ping continued, "There are also many rank 6 instructors, including peak rank 6 instructors and 4 grandmaster powerhouses. Actually, in my opinion, there's no need for everyone to hesitate. Of course, Nanjiang is our hometown. Under President Wang's leadership, NMAU is also striving to improve. I think it's the same no matter where we choose." Everyone's expressions changed again. The girl who asked the question earlier suddenly said, "Senior Fang, how is your ability in MCMAU?" "Me?" Fang Ping smiled. "Among the students, I'm still alright." "Still alright?" The few of them did not know what to think. Soon, the girl said, "Then I choose MCMAU." The other two were also very tempted. Fang Ping did not understand at first. After a while, he seemed to understand something. These people were using him as a benchmark. If Fang Ping could do well in MCMAU, then so could they. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. These new students were even more arrogant than him. He hoped that once they entered MCMAU, they would not be defeated so quickly. The task of roping in the students was very simple. Soon, both parties had more or less confirmed their intentions. As they walked out of the hotel, Wang Jinyang shook his head lightly. "If these people really enter MCMAU, I'm afraid they'll be defeated very quickly. That has nothing to do with me. I'm not even a member of the Martial Arts Society anyway." Fang Ping was just making a trip along the way. As for what the students were thinking, he could not be bothered. This was just a side issue. After the discussion, Fang Ping was about to leave. Before he left, Wang Jinyang suddenly said, "Come back from the catacombs alive." "Definitely. Magic City." It was still the Labor Day Golden Week, so there was a lot of traffic at Magic City Station. Fang Ping hailed a cab and went straight to the company. On the way, Fu Changding called. "Fang Ping, the assessment results are out." "What's the situation?" "You scored 800 points. You're ranked first among all examinees." 800 points? Fang Ping was speechless. I remember that a peak rank 3 was worth 1,000 points. Plus, I killed a few rank 3 martial artists. The peak rank 3 wasn't all yours, but some of the people who participated in the attack. "The bulk is yours," Fu Changding explained. Fu Changding explained, after all, many people were injured in the siege against the Grand Missionary. Fang Ping did not elaborate further. He asked, "What about the rewards? Does 800 points mean 800 credits?" "I can only say that you're overthinking it. They didn't say the specifics. They'll announce it when we get back to school. Don't be so greedy. I only got 120 points. Fu Chongding was helpless. Someone else on the other end of the line was even more helpless. Yang Xiaoman said loudly, I only got 95 points. I didn't even get the basic points. This time everyone had cut corners. The points for killing rank 1 martial artists were pitifully low. There were a limited number of rank 2 martial artists, so it took a few people to get one rank 2. At this point, a large number of students were not satisfied with their basic points. Fang Ping smiled and did not dwell on the points. He asked, Are you guys back? No. Nanjiang's Governor Zhang wants to receive us today. Fang Ping, where are you? A grandmaster coming to receive us is a great honor. The fact that Zhang Dingnan could still find time to receive these students meant that the evil sect issue was coming to an end. Whether the evil sect's 3 high-ranked martial artists were dead or alive, or if they had escaped, Fang Ping could not be bothered to care. He had to worry about things that were more important than he was capable of. Right now, he did not have the qualifications to get involved in Grandmaster's affairs. As for the reception that Fu Chongding mentioned, Fang Ping knew what Zhang Dingnan meant. He smiled. Yes. Today, you've given us face. If Nanjiang is in trouble in the future, you won't be able to reject us, right? A Grandmaster powerhouse, who was also the local governor, warmly received a group of rank 2 and 3 student martial artists. When Nanjiang was in danger and asked for help, these people would more or less appreciate it. Zhang Dingnan's shrewdness in doing this kind of profitable business was not ordinary. Perhaps Nanjiang also needed a governor like this. Zhang Dingnan was preparing for a rainy day. Now, he was roping in various forces. When Nanjiang encountered a great crisis, the martial artists who would come to their aid would count. After chatting with Fu Chongding for a while, Fang Ping hung up. Not long after he hung up, he received another message on his phone. Chen Yunqi's 5 million had been transferred to his account. With the 5 million yuan in his account, the resurrection pills that Fang Ping had swallowed earlier were automatically recognized as his assets. According to the contract price, the resurrection pill was priced at 6 million. Obviously, it was tacitly accepted by the system. The next moment, Fang Ping's wealth increased by 2.6 million, reaching more than 14.6 million. He also had 25 million in cash. The gap is still huge. Fang Ping sighed softly. Right now, he needed to reach at least 100 million wealth points before the system had any hope of upgrading. Whether it could even level up was a problem. The gap was too big. In addition, my weapon is damaged, and I'm afraid my boots can't be used anymore. The Fang's widow also needs to be repaired. Sigh, this mission is really a big loss. Fang Ping grew more and more gloomy. He arrived at the company with this gloomy mood. Prosperity building. At distance, there were more and more people, and the atmosphere was more tense and lively than before. In April, because of Fang Ping's 20 million transfer, distance began to expand throughout Magic City. Now, although it could not be said to have penetrated every corner of Magic City, at least they could see the shadows of Distance's express delivery workers in the entire city. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, some of the employees who knew him greeted him respectfully. Fang Ping nodded slightly and went straight to Li Qing's office. In the office, Li Qingze was on the phone. When he saw Fang Ping enter, he said a few words hurriedly, hung up, and said, Mr. Fang, you're here. Yes, how's the situation now? Magic City's 6 districts have been set up and are starting to accept business. The results are not bad, and we have a bit of a reputation. But it's still developing, that's not what I'm asking. I mean, is there anyone interested in our company? Li Qingze heard this and nodded. Yes. Last time, you said that if there's anyone interested, we can talk. That's why we've always been welcoming to those companies that want to receive financing. But there aren't many institutions and enterprises that are willing to invest. Some people are asking for an exorbitant price, asking for 30% of our shares for 10 million. Haven't you met anyone that's more reliable? Li Qingze thought for a while and said, currently, there are a few companies that are really interested. Have you heard of this website called Popular Reviews, Mr. Fang? Yes. They're very interested in our FNB platform, but the other party proposed to acquire it, Li Xianxia continued, after I explicitly rejected it, the other party proposed a partnership. What they mean is that our FNB platform will merge with them and become their sub-website, a secondary website entrance. The other party valued us at 50 million, and they hope to distribute it with Popular's shares. In other words, if we integrate with Popular, you can hold their shares. Fang Ping shook his head. I won't consider this suggestion. What use do I have for those shares? I know their boss. He's too artistic. It's more like Popular merging with us. Other than them, there are a few other internet companies that have also expressed interest. Do you want to discuss further? What about venture capital institutions? Li Xianxia frowned slightly. Recently, venture capital institutions, including those around the world, have been much more restrained. The intensity of their investments has been reduced. I don't know why, but they're much more cautious than before. Fang Ping frowned. He guessed that it might be caused by the deterioration of the catacombs. These institutions were all started by martial artists. With the deterioration of the catacombs situation, these institutions were probably in a wait-and-see phase. The catacombs had not affected the normal operation of the world's economy yet. After all, the mainstream business still served ordinary people. However, if the situation worsened again, it would affect the real world. At this time, it was only right for the major institutions to rein in. Investing in the future also depended on the future situation. If the situation was not clear, these institutions would not dare to recklessly invest in enterprises with long returns. How troublesome. Fang Ping cursed. This way, the situation on his side was much worse. After all, FNB and express delivery were not the kind of enterprises that could get quick returns. Not a single one is interested? There are, but their prices are average. What's the highest? The highest is currently valued at 55 million. There's no way to go higher. I've invested almost 40 million, Fang Ping cursed in a low voice. He tapped the table lightly, thought for a while, and said, then continue to expand. Also, distance needs to raise its reputation. The situation hasn't deteriorated to this point yet. Li Xianxia did not quite understand what he meant. Fang Ping, on the other hand, felt that it was still a peaceful period. In the short term, the deterioration of the catacombs would not be too obvious. The grandmasters were still busy with their own things. This meant that the situation was still under control. When the day came when the grandmasters no longer cared about business or politics and all gathered in the catacombs, that would be the real deterioration. We can continue to negotiate with whichever company values us at more than 100 million. If it's less than 100 million, ignore it. Fang Ping said and added, also, now that the domestic 3G has been launched, some 3G phones have started going online. Invest more in the mobile side. Understood. How are you? What's your vitality now? 145 calories. I should be able to reach the threshold of a martial artist soon. Strive to become a martial artist as soon as possible. It's early May now. I hope to complete the first round of financing in June. It's nothing more than hype. Put more effort in this area and give enough gimmicks. Things like the first FNB 020 enterprise, the first online FNB platform that accepts martial artists' meals, the first, Fang Ping wanted to say, the first takeout food delivery company to and from the catacombs. Believe it or not, I will send fast food to martial artists training in the catacombs in the future. Martial artists are so pitiful. In the catacombs, it's hard to even eat. Most of the time, they're popping pills. So what if the catacombs get worse? It'll get even better. Fang Ping only had to think about it. When Fang Ping thought about martial artists in the catacombs fighting to the death with catacombs creatures, a delivery boy suddenly appeared and said loudly, pause. Your takeout is here. Call again after you've eaten, TSK. This scene was beautiful just thinking about it. Li Xianxia obviously did not understand why Fang Ping was laughing. He was a little confused. Fang Ping ignored him and gave him a few more reminders. Finally, he reminded him again to complete the first round of financing as soon as possible before June. Mekmao. MCMAU seemed to be much quieter now. In reality, this was just Fang Ping's illusion. MCMAU had always been like this. It was just that most of the people he was familiar with were not in school now, so it seemed even quieter. Walking to the dormitory, Fang Ping saw that the doors of the nearby rooms were tightly shut. Lonely, lonely. Fang Ping murmured. Martial artists had to endure loneliness. He did not know who had told him this before. He had told Fu Changding that martial artists should not be too close to each other. He had said it in a straightforward manner. When he was really waiting for someone, Fang Ping felt that it was too quiet. It was only after Fang Yuan's call that the feeling of loneliness dissipated a lot. Fang Ping, where have you been these few days? Why can't I get through to you on the phone? My phone is broken. I got a new one. Oh, right. Mom asked me to ask you if you're coming home next month. Next month? Yeah. Have you forgotten? What? I'm going to take my senior high school entrance examination. Fang Yuan said coquettishly, you didn't even say that you're coming home to take the exam. You're not responsible at all. Fang Ping burst out laughing. Only then did he remember this. He said with a smile, what do you mean Mom asked you to ask me? Just ask yourself. When is your senior high school entrance examination? Middle of June. 17th and 18th, you're really something, calling more than a month in advance. Fang Ping said, amused, it depends. I might go back. This depended on the schedule of the catacombs. If he went to the catacombs after that, he could go back. Before that, Fang Ping might have to be absent. Fang Yuan was slightly disappointed when she heard Fang Ping's uncertain answer. Fang Ping did not say that he would not come back, though, so she did not dwell on it. Fang Ping, my vitality has reached 130 calories, amazing, right? Fang Yuan said proudly again. The physical assessment for this year's martial sciences examination had just ended, and the vitality threshold was now announced. Compared to last year, the number of applicants had increased greatly. In the past, it was considered good if there were 1 million applicants in the country. This year, the number was as high as 3 million. Every martial arts university would enroll more students this year. Similarly, the baseline had been raised by a lot. This year, the physical assessment threshold alone was as high as 115 calories. If one really wanted to get into a martial arts university, they would probably need to have a vitality of 120 calories. That was a few cal higher than last year. Fang Ping was only in grade 9, but his vitality was as high as 130 calories. The girl had been feeling smug for a few days. She took the opportunity to show off to Fang Ping. 130 calories? Fang Ping was a little dazed. After a while, he said, I saw a few martial arts candidates just now. I didn't even think much of them, and you're showing off your 130 calories vitality to me? Round face, aren't you thinking too much? Humph. Stop snorting. Your brother is already rank 3 now. Maybe he'll be a grandmaster soon. Work harder. Don't embarrass me. Girl, this world is more dangerous than you think. At the end of this year, or next year, Nanjiang might not be safe, Fang Ping mentioned it. After some thought, he said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. We'll talk about it when the time comes. If the entrance to the catacombs appeared in Nanjiang, it would not be strange for it to appear in Sun City. At that time, I'll have to find an excuse to bring my parents and sister to Magic City. Fang Ping pondered for a moment. Magic City and Capital City were probably the safest places. There were many grandmasters in both places. If he mentioned it now, his parents would definitely not be willing. The older generation would not be used to leaving their homes and living in other places. Maybe I should buy a house in Magic City. Even if the catacombs crisis comes, Magic City's industries won't depreciate. On the contrary, when that time comes, as MCMAU's headquarters and Sino Nation's economic center, Magic City will be the first choice for people from other places to escape. When that time comes, Magic City's industries will probably keep rising. They might even implement an entry system. As Fang Ping thought about this, he realized that there were still many things he needed to spend money on. He felt a splitting headache. There were many things he needed to spend money on. He wanted to save up his wealth to upgrade the system, and he wanted to increase his combat strength. There was not enough to spend anywhere. I really want to steal a grandmaster. Maybe if I steal Lu Fengru, I'll be rich. Fang Ping's imagination ran wild. He reminded his sister again, don't be proud. I'll try to go back for the senior high school entrance examination. I'm hanging up now. Okay. Fang Yuan was still thinking about her brother's words. She was a little distracted. Danger? What danger? Should they develop more members and increase the number of Yuan Ping Club members? There was strength in numbers. After all, Fang Ping naturally did not know what Fang Yuan was thinking. After hanging up, Fang Ping thought about it and went straight to the logistics department. The platform had been operating for so long. The school and students had enjoyed the convenience. It was time for him to reap the rewards. A few minutes later. Old Manly frowned. You want a cut? Fang Ping explained, it's not a commission. What I mean is that the platform will offer some discount activities to stimulate people's spending. Otherwise, if we keep the credits, everyone will have enough credits, and no one will have the motivation. Old Manly curled his lips and said, it's not exciting. They're also consumers. Fang Ping said earnestly, Teacher, do you know how to do business? If he were to give some discounts on pills and give some activities, everyone would definitely be tempted to buy them. The school could even start a credit loan model, giving loans to everyone and collecting interest, causing everyone to be heavily in debt. When that time comes, think about it. If you owe the school credits, how could you not work hard to complete the missions? If it's open to rank 3 martial artists, I think these people will be more motivated to enter the catacombs. They're burdened with debt, and the interest is still rising. How can they not work hard to earn credits? The school should motivate everyone. Right now, everyone was using every credit they had. To be honest, there was no motivation. If worst comes to worst, I won't buy it. It's fine if I cultivate slowly, but if you do some activities and promotions, then I guarantee that even the laziest martial artists will be motivated. If they owed more credits, everyone would be under more pressure. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. NMAU is undergoing reforms, yet MCMAU is actually living off its past achievements. Teacher, the seniors are graduating now. With our school's current situation, can we still produce rank 5 students? How shameful. At this time, by letting rank 3 and 4 martial artists borrow credits in advance, not only could everyone equip themselves in advance, but it would also speed up the pace of improvement. Once they had the strength, they could go down to the catacombs to earn money to repay their debts. This was a virtuous cycle. In MCMAU, as big as MCMAU was, there was actually no one who thought of stimulating everyone. They just wanted everyone to train hard. However, without money and credits, how could they train? If you borrow it in advance, everyone will have the strength. Even if you don't rush them, they will still cultivate diligently. Old Manly was deep in thought. He mumbled, that makes sense. It doesn't seem to make sense, it's extremely reasonable. Think about it, what's the difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person? Are people with huge mortgages more hardworking than those who are debt-free? If they don't work hard, they won't be able to pay their mortgage. Old Manly muttered, what if something happens halfway? Fang Ping's expression turned serious as he said, Instructor, if I really die in the catacombs and can't pay back my credits, I think the school should take responsibility for this. Do you wish for them to die in the catacombs? Did they wish to die in the catacombs? If he really died, he would have died for humanity. Was it really appropriate to be fussing over this at this time? What was the purpose of MCMAU's existence? It was to provide an opportunity and venue for everyone to become stronger. During this experiential learning, I realized that MCMAU students actually performed very poorly. Why? It was because everyone was not very enthusiastic and lacked a certain level of motivation. If at that time, each of us was burdened with a huge debt, I think we would have performed better, and those who were leeching would not have leeched anymore. Old Manly rolled his eyes. He said it as if it was the truth. After some thought, Old Manly asked, what about your benefits? I serve everyone. What benefits can I get? Hee hee. Fang Ping was speechless. He thought for a while and said, what I'm thinking is for the school to give me a unified discount price, and I'll organize a platform for activities. Also, I'll help the school open a credit loan platform and conduct a qualification review. This will save the school some trouble. Everything will be done by the platform. All the school has to do is grant us a certain credit quota. I guarantee that in this way, very soon, MCMAU will have a group of mission maniacs. The kind that takes the initiative, not forced. How about a C-class weapon? Do you want to get it in advance? How about a high-ranked pill? Do you want to consume it in advance? The energy room, the vitality pool. Do you want to cultivate there daily? Anything is fine. Just borrow credits. I'll even suggest that some of the rank 6 instructors in the school, including the grandmasters, start a service called martial arts consultation for a certain amount of credits. Let the dean and the others take some time out and give everyone a small opportunity to listen to the grandmaster's guidance. This kind of opportunity, this kind of honor, will motivate everyone to work even harder. Let the students take the initiative to fight for it, and not let the school supervise them all the time. They even have to give out credits as rewards every time. Only then will everyone be motivated. The atmosphere in MCMAU is not very good now. Everyone is only doing it because they see the benefits. Old Manly ridiculed, "This sentence is most suitable for you." Fong Ping was speechless. He immediately said, "All right, let's talk about me. If I owed the school a few thousand credits now, do you think I would still be passively waiting for the school to arrange missions for me? I'm afraid I'd be doing missions to repay my debt a long time ago." That makes sense. That's why the school should reward me. Really, I'm thinking about MCMAU wholeheartedly. The new students are about to enter the school. Now that the situation is so tense, we don't have so much time to waste. Let the new students take the initiative to fight for it, to snatch it, to risk their lives, instead of waiting for them to grow slowly. Old Manly was somewhat convinced. He tapped the table lightly and said, "You're quite smart. Maybe this model can be popularized in all martial arts universities." Fong Ping's eyes lit up. He said, "Instructor, actually, my idea is to let martial arts universities integrate and exchange, instead of fighting on their own now. Open up a unified platform, and even let students from other schools buy MCMAU resources, including renting our vitality pool and energy room. Of course, the fees will be higher than for MCMAU students. Also, instructors have their own specialties. Our instructors will always have some areas that they're not good at, but instructors from other schools might be able to do it. At this time, we can also use the instructor's guidance as a rental business. It sounds tacky, but this way, martial artists will no longer be limited to a martial arts university small circle, but will be integrated into the big circle of martial arts universities." Old Manly frowned. "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult, I know, but there's hope, isn't there?" "Instructor, do you think there's hope if distance does it?" "There is." Old Manly nodded. "The prerequisite is that you have enough strength. Also, if you really want to do this, I'm afraid the platform can't be handed over to you alone. The school will have to participate in the formulation of the rules." "That's definitely not a problem. I can't wait for that to happen. Actually, all I want is for martial arts universities to become stronger and more prosperous. We martial artists are not a group that's separated from society. We shouldn't let society adapt to us, but we should adapt to society. We must keep up with the times and not be out of touch with society." "Stop." Old Manly muttered, "You said that we'll give the platform a certain discount." "How much?" 90% of the current price." Old Manly frowned. MCMAU's pills and weapons are not for profit. Actually, using credits to exchange, the school is subsidizing them. Fong Ping nodded. "I know. These pills and weapons are different from other goods. They're not sold in quantity, but they're scarce resources. But the school is benefiting the students now, not outsiders. What's the purpose of the students becoming stronger? It's to enter the catacombs and protect humanity. What's the harm in subsidizing a little more? Moreover, if we start a loan business, it'll be the same. We'll collect interest, and these subsidized things will be taken back in disguise. The price that the students have to pay is actually the same. The only change is that they can spend in advance. This is a bigger matter. I'll have to discuss it with the other people in the school. I can't promise you directly, instructor, let's not delay. Let's go look for the dean now. Is the dean around? Yes, as soon as Old Manly finished speaking, Fang Ping pulled him out. Old Manly did not know whether to laugh or cry. This kid was in such a hurry. He would not believe that there were no benefits even if he was beaten to death. 10 minutes later. Huang Jing's office. Huang Jing muttered, it's doable, but you put it nicely, fighting for the welfare of all the students. But when the time comes, if you don't give everyone such a big discount and fill your own pockets, you won't be able to bear the responsibility. Dean, don't worry. I guarantee that everyone will feel like they're taking advantage of you, and in reality, they're really taking advantage of you. Fang Ping said confidently, just wait and see. If MCMAU really implements this policy first, we'll be able to surpass CCMAU soon. Heh, you're talking big. I believe you. Huang Jing did not say much. He looked at him and said, don't put your heart and soul into these things. Don't fall behind in your cultivation. Yes, I know what's important. Also, I've recently realized that my mentality is very active. Dean, I suspect that doing business can stimulate the growth of mentality. Fang Ping's solemn expression stunned Huang Jing and Old Manly for a moment. At this time, Fang Ping mustered up his strength again. He only wanted to move the dean's hair. As he was thinking, Huang Jing's eyes suddenly moved. Fang Ping only felt an overwhelming pressure in front of him. In an instant, Fang Ping's head was covered in sweat. This is interesting. Huang Jing mumbled, is it really a mistake to blindly cultivate? You're a rank 3 martial artist. Mentality can actually sense, and it's even in an active state. Old Manly was also shocked. After a while, he said, could this be the reason why the governors in politics and those in the business world broke through? Currently, for martial artists in the 3 middle ranks, there was no specific cultivation method on how to grow mentality and how to sense it. Everyone could only rely on experience and time to grind it out. Huang Jing thought for a moment and said, maybe there's some truth to it. Whether it's in business or politics, the brain is used a lot. The brain is always in an active state. Maybe this is the reason why mentality improved. Of course, it doesn't seem too obvious now. In our eyes, outstanding businessmen and politicians are all powerhouses. It's the powerhouses who come to do business and politics, not because they become stronger. However, looking at it from another perspective, it might not be unreasonable. Vice-Chancellor Wu's rapid breakthrough might not have nothing to do with him being busy all the time. But if that's the case, then what the sect said about being in closed-door cultivation, Old Man Li's eyes moved slightly. There are only a few grandmasters in the sect, and they're all old. Now, there are many grandmasters in the business and politics world. There are even more than in the military department. As Old Manly spoke, he suddenly said, Dean, look, let me get a title and do more things. What do you think? You? What do you want to do? Be in charge of the school's businesses. Huang Jing was speechless. After a while, he said, Oldly, the school's assets are earned through everyone's hard work. The little subsidies from the government are not enough for the students. About this, I think we should forget about it. Leave some assets for the school. Old Man Li's face was black. What did he mean? Fang Ping was so happy that his face had turned purple. The dean did not leave any leeway when he attacked people. Old Manly let out a humph. After a while, he said, no matter what, it's still necessary to be active. Otherwise, if the logistics department's missions are all taken by this kid, this old man will really have to sleep forever. Huang Jing nodded and agreed. Actually, I've also realized that it's really rare to break through to Grandmaster through constant hard work. Maybe this is what the ancients call worldly experience. Whether it's doing business or politics, or even going to the catacombs, it's all a kind of experience. It trains the heart and the ways of the world. After saying that, Huang Jing looked at Fang Ping and said, I didn't notice this before. Are you sure it's because doing business has made your mentality active? Of course, Fang Ping was not sure, but he felt that Huang Jing's explanation was very complete. At this moment, he nodded hurriedly and said, it's true. Every time I think about how the business is not doing well, my head hurts. When my head hurts, I have to think of ways to change it. Then, my brain becomes especially active, and my mentality becomes concentrated. Is that so? Even Huang Jing, a grandmaster powerhouse, was being tricked into believing him. It was not that Fang Ping was good at tricking, but when he linked it to the truth, Huang Jing could vaguely feel it. Before this, everyone's thinking had fallen into the wrong direction. Only if you are strong can you take on this position and make your business bigger. Who would have thought that it was because your position was high and your business was bigger that you became stronger? Huang Jing took a deep breath and said, "All right then. I'll talk to the school about your matter. As for the loan credits that you mentioned, I don't think there's a need to charge any interest." Fang Ping disagreed. "Dean, it's still necessary to put some pressure on the students appropriately. The interest isn't about the amount, but it's about telling everyone that they can't reap without working hard. Only by working hard will they be rewarded. This is in line with the definition of a martial artist." "We'll do as you say then. Thank you for your support, Dean. Also, I have a small suggestion. Do you think that as the operating platform, Ping Yuan Club, can you give us some benefits? The teachers have seen it too. Everyone is working hard to serve the students. Even if there's no merit, there's still hard work," Fang Ping said quickly. "For example, the school can give us a certain amount of free credit loans. This amount can be controlled by the platform itself. Whether it's rewarding students or some outstanding students, it can be controlled. The school would not suffer any losses from this." Huang Jing's original idea was to not charge interest. Huang Jing glanced at Fang Ping and could not help but laugh. "Sure, but this will put a lot of pressure on you." Fang Ping looked doubtful, but Huang Jing did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "Go out. I'll give you an answer as soon as possible." "Thank you, Dean." As soon as he left, Huang Jing squinted his eyes and smiled. He's actually snatching the martial arts society's functions now, and this kid still has an ignorant attitude. If the school really gives an answer, he and the martial arts society will become competitors. "Oldly, do you think the martial arts society will be satisfied?" Old Manly said indifferently, "Isn't this what the school wants to see? The martial arts society is the only big club, and there's no pressure to compete anymore. The martial arts society of another school is, after all, another school. MCMAU still needs another student club to compete with the martial arts society. This kid is improving fast, and he's still a freshman. There's still a lot of room for development. If he's given enough time to build a club that can compete with the martial arts society, it's not impossible. As long as he doesn't have to take charge of two clubs at the same time, there's no problem. In my opinion, he should be his own president and let Xiaolei take over Zhangyu. This way, the two of them will have a few more years to compete with each other. Xiaolei's improvement isn't slow either. He can just barely keep up and not be left behind. He might not be willing." Huang Jing laughed. Old Manly snorted and smiled faintly. "You think you don't have any ideas? It's such a simple thing. Just find an excuse and this kid will slip away. He's not willing to do it. For example, let him lead a team to go out for exchanges, become the president of the Martial Arts Society, and hand over the platform he runs to the Martial Arts Society. With his personality, how can he be willing? He can't wait to be thrown out like a hot potato. He should be thankful that the school didn't force him to be the president of the Martial Arts Society." Huang Jing laughed and nodded. "That's true." After a pause, Huang Jing continued, "His bone marrow hasn't been honed. Oh. His mentality hasn't reached the point where he can extract energy particles." "So what?" Old Manly said. Huang Jing was slightly stunned, and suddenly laughed. "Yes, so what? Everyone has their own destiny. If it could be popularized, I think most people wouldn't choose to hide it. With his temper, if it could be popularized, perhaps he would have used it to exchange terms with the school." Old Manly smiled faintly. "That's for sure, especially now. He's obviously feeling the pressure, but he keeps trying to prove that he's not relying on anything else but talent. This is enough to prove that he can't popularize these things. The human body is the most complicated. Unless you really dissect it, otherwise, the possibility of finding any abnormalities is extremely low. It's either a brain mutation or a physical mutation. In recent years, this kind of mutation is not uncommon. Since the gradual integration with the catacombs, there have been more cases like this, including NMAU's Wang Jinyang, CCMAU's Li Hansong, the military department's Yao Qingjun. These people, without exception, have some physical mutations. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow has turned jade-like, Li Hansong's natural cranial honing was completed, and Yao Qingjuan's mentality was also released at rank 4. All of these people have some grandmaster characteristics. What Fang Ping has now is also a grandmaster characteristic. His vitality is replenishing rapidly. I don't think there's a need to look into it. Huang Jing could not help but laugh. It's good that you know. Don't tell him. I've been paying attention to him for some time. We need to give him some pressure. Without pressure, where will he get motivation? Look at him, how eager he is now. He said to give others pressure, so we should give him some pressure too. It's very appropriate. Maybe he'll be the next grandmaster. We have to force him a little. Old Manly grinned. That's true. We still have to scare him from time to time. Later, we'll send him to the research institute to see how they dissect the catacombs humans. TSK, this kind of feeling, I think he'll be very motivated to become a grandmaster quickly, Huang Jing laughed. Old Man Li's idea was good, send Fang Ping to the research institute to see how they dissect a catacombs human who was no different from a human, then tell him that this was a human mutation. Huang Jing could even imagine that kid's face would be pale with fear, his mind filled with the idea of becoming stronger so that he could be safe. How could this kind of idea of actively becoming stronger be better than being passive? The two old men looked at each other and smiled in satisfaction. Teaching according to the students' aptitude was the school's goal. This was how they should treat Fang Ping. Fang Ping, who had just left the dean's office, heard laughter coming from not far away. He suddenly shivered. The two old men are talking about me? I feel like I'm being schemed against. MCMAU's efficiency had always been astonishing. The next day, Fang Ping received a reply from the university. In principle, they approved Fang Ping's proposal to set up a credit loan system. Of course, it was not unlimited. Credits were free, but resources were limited. Every year, the school would provide a loan limit of 100,000 credits. And the value of 100,000 credits, when converted into material goods, was as high as 3 billion. Fang Ping had to pay a price for the platform set up by the students to provide such a high loan limit. Firstly, Lu Fengru and Old Manly had to vouch for him. Secondly, if Fang Ping met with an accident, the school had the right to take over the platform instead of letting his family continue to take over. Thirdly, in the annual settlement, the school would not pursue the matter if the loss rate was within 5%, but if the loss rate was exceeded, Distance Platform would be responsible for the loss. Fourth, all in all, the school had given him a lot of restrictions. This included checking the accounts at any time, including whether the credits had really been loaned to the students and not by Fang Ping himself. MCMAU even sent people to supervise. The platform was gradually moving on the right track. It was no longer an errand company that was only responsible for delivering goods. As for the loan interest, it would be determined by Distance Platform and reported to the school. The school would then approve the loan and the interest would belong to the school. Distance Platform could charge a 10% interest management fee. Being stingy was not MCMAU's style. Giving Distance a 10% interest management fee was not considered much in MCMAU's opinion. Interest. The school did not expect to take advantage of the students. It was just to make up for the possible bad debts. The credits and money would eventually flow into the hands of the students. MCMAU felt that 10% was not much, but Fang Ping was calculating how much interest he should charge. As for something like a daily interest rate of 0.5%, of course, that would not work. MCMAU would not allow Fang Ping to charge such a high rate. If converted, the annual interest rate would reach 18%. But a daily interest rate of 0.3% sounded extremely low, and the annual interest rate was already more than 10%. 10% a year. If I do it to the limit, I'll be able to earn at least 10,000 credits a year. 10% of the platform's credits would be more than 1,000 credits. In fact, the school consolidates once a year, and during this period, there's too much room for manipulation. This includes the interest from short-term loans, which can be converted into principal again. If we manage it well, we can earn a few thousand credits in a year. Logistics department. Fang Ping calculated in his mind for a while. His eyes were glowing. A few thousand credits meant tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. For a small MCMAU, how much was the platform's operating fee? Thinking of this, Fang Ping asked softly, "Teacher, do you think 3/10,000ths of the daily interest rate is high?" 3 out of 10,000? Old Manly was still calculating the interest rate. Fang Ping said quickly, "It's very low, right? An average student would be at most able to borrow 100 credits, and they would only receive 0.03 credits of interest per day." To be honest, this was an extremely low interest rate. Even after a month, they would only receive less than 1 credit. However, if he could obtain 100 credits a month earlier, he might be able to advance from rank 2 to rank 3. What was 1 credit worth in a month's time, teacher, don't you think so? Old Manly muttered, "It's not that high. This is equivalent to the school investing 3 billion yuan in resources in advance, but I believe that this 3 billion yuan is definitely worth it. Perhaps after a year, MCMAU would have more than 10 rank 3 and 4 students. He had made a great contribution to mankind. Moreover, these resources would not disappear into thin air. At the end of the year, they would return to the school. This would form a virtuous cycle. Not only would the school not suffer any losses, but it would also gain a good reputation among the students." Old Manly looked at him without saying a word. Fang Ping smiled again. "Teacher, about the platform discount, the school wants to maintain the current price. MCMAU's pills and weapons are limited. If you do this, won't that be, teacher, the school is so short-sighted. Let me ask you, where do the pills come from?" Old Manly was stunned for a moment. He thought for a while and said, "Part of the main materials come from the catacombs. Isn't that right? The students consume a lot and improve quickly. Don't they all have to go down to the catacombs to fight? This way, the materials will naturally be replenished." As he said that, Fang Ping asked again, "Where do the alloy weapons come from?" "Some of them also come from the catacombs. It's the same principle. Moreover, forging alloy weapons requires manpower, right? In MCMAU, weapons are usually not manufactured in batches, but manually forged. The School of Production students are mainly responsible for it. However, the School of Production students are usually not very enthusiastic about participating in these things. In the school, they think more about which company they will enter in the future. However, if they carry a huge debt now, they will take the initiative to work. This is the principle, right? You're saying, that's why the school is worried about not having enough resources. It's completely pointless. The more they consume, the stronger they become, the more they can earn. In the end, the wool still comes from the sheep, not the school. I'll ask again later. Remember to take care of this on your side. If there really is a loss of 100,000 credits, it's not a matter of credits. Kid, when that time comes, even if you sell yourself, you won't be able to afford it. Be prepared to work for the school for free." Fang Ping disapproved. He pursed his lips and said, "Unless the people who borrow money all die in battle. When that time comes, Earth will probably be conquered. Who cares about this?" Old Manly was speechless. What he said made sense. If the students died in battle, would there still be hope for humanity with this kind of mortality rate? If that was the case, this kid had never thought about the problem of compensating the school. For a moment, Old Manly fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Fang Ping said, "Instructor, I'll go back first. Also, I'll have to trouble you this time. Don't worry, I won't let you take the blame for the guarantee. I, Fang Ping, am not that kind of person." Old Manly nodded woodenly. Fang Ping had already said that he would not compensate. How could he take the blame? Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, Old Manly suddenly said, "After a few days, I'll bring you somewhere." "Where?" "A good place. You can see many things there. Take the opportunity before entering the catacombs to go there. It'll be helpful for you." Fang Ping was overjoyed. He quickly said, "Thank you, instructor." "Instructor, do you have a granddaughter?" Old Manly glanced at him. After a while, he said faintly, "Get lost now, or else." Before he finished speaking, Fang Ping was already out of sight. Outside the logistics department. Fang Ping shook his head and sighed. Am I not learning from old Wang? Look at old Wang. He's so good at flattering. The instructor's daughter is still so young, but he's already bringing her along as a child bride. Old Manly was a peak rank 6. If he flattered well, when he became a grandmaster one day, he would be rich too. He took out his phone and called Xianxia, telling him about the platform loan. Actually, this was simple. Now, it was targeted at MCMAU students. How many people did MCMAU have? The school had the students' information records. They just needed to add some functions to the platform. It could be done in a few days. Too bad that the borrowed money is not counted as wealth. Otherwise, if I borrowed 3,000 credits now, my wealth would be over 100 million. Fang Ping felt slightly regretful. Otherwise, even if he had to open the back door, he would still get some credits for himself. As he was talking to himself, Fang Ping saw a few buses stop not far away. Nanjiang's team had returned. Fang Ping. As soon as Tang Feng got off the bus, he saw Fang Ping turning around to run. He shouted softly, "Come here." Fang Ping had no choice but to walk over slowly. Who allowed you to leave early? You're disorganized and undisciplined. Tang Feng reprimanded and said, Don't come to the logistics department if you have nothing better to do. Don't make things difficult for old Manly. I heard that you often take advantage of the logistics department. If word gets out and everyone asks for it, how will old Manly deal with it? Fang Ping said sheepishly, My trading volume is huge. You still can't make things difficult for old Manly. The exchange price set by the school can't be changed by old Manly alone. To tell you the truth, some of the shortfalls are personally subsidized by old Manly. Don't think that everyone in the world is stupid just because you're smart. Fang Ping opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Tang Feng snorted softly. All right, as long as you know what to do. We'll gather at the building of practical training later. Oh. Fang Ping was a little listless. Did old Manly subsidize him? He thought that old Manly was in charge of the logistics department, so he was shockingly powerful and rich. After Tang Feng left, the others also got off the bus. Fu Chongding walked over and whispered, Let's meet Zhao Lei tonight? Zhao Lei also walked over. When he heard that, his face darkened and he looked at Fu Chongding coldly. Fang Ping was already a middle stage rank 3. He was no match for him. Fu Chongding, on the other hand. This guy was asking for a beating. Fang Ping ignored him and temporarily put aside the words he had just said. He thought for a while and whispered, Does anyone need credits? Duh. I'm saying if, I lend everyone credits right now. 100 or 200 credits won't be a problem. Would you be willing to lend them to me? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Fang Ping simultaneously. Martial artists had sharp ears and eyes. At that moment, almost everyone heard what he said. Seeing that, Fang Ping said, Of course, I'm just giving an example. It's not me who wants to lend credits to everyone, it's the school. I've suggested it to the school before. Right now, everyone has a big shortfall and is at the peak of their progress. We can't let everyone stop moving forward just because of the issue of credits. I've even specifically talked to the dean and the others. Right now, the school seems to have this intention. Once the school really gives us credits in advance, everyone can quickly improve their strength. Once their strength increases, do we still have to worry about earning credits? It's already difficult for a rank 1 martial artist to earn 10 credits. At rank 2, what's 30 to 50 credits? Earning 100 credits for a rank 2 martial artist is killing people, but at rank 3, or even upper stage rank 3, it's just a piece of cake. If anyone has any ideas, you can tell me. I'll bring it up with the school. I think there's a lot of hope. Fang Ping, are you serious? Yu Shenghua stood up and said with a serious expression, Can we really borrow in advance? Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, We might have to pay a small amount of interest. For example, if we borrow 100 credits in advance, we might have to pay an extra credit every month. That's nothing. Yu Shenghua did not care at all. Sometimes, when everyone wanted to break through, the 100 credits were the only thing they lacked. If they really borrowed in advance and broke through, would 1 credit a month be counted as a credit? Casually doing a simple mission wasn't a big deal. If converted to money, it would only be 30,000. Even Fu Changding and the others were interested. They asked curiously, Fang Ping, is there really such a thing? Yes, that's the school's plan. I'm here to ask for everyone's opinion. This is also for the benefit of all students. That's why I'll get someone to do a survey later. If everyone agrees, then I'll discuss it with the school. You're good. Yang Xiaoman looked surprised. You can even push for a new policy in MCMAU now. Not bad. Fang Ping smiled reservedly. We're all classmates. When you guys become stronger, MCMAU becomes stronger. It'll be safer for us to do missions together. It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. Personal strength doesn't mean anything. I feel bad watching some of my classmates who can't cultivate and break through because of the lack of resources. Moreover, as a member of the Ping Yuan Club, I've fought for extra benefits for everyone. Fang Ping glanced at the others and said mysteriously, because our Ping Yuan Club has served everyone well before, the school wants to lend our members a certain amount of credits for free. This is much better than the others. The Ping Yuan Club doesn't recruit from the outside right now. Otherwise, the door would be broken. Also, the distance platform that we're in charge of might have some activities. For example, buy a rank 3 vitality pill and get a normal vitality pill for free. Or buy a C-class weapon and get a defensive dagger for free. Don't tell anyone about this for now. The school has limited resources. Let's buy it secretly. Everyone's eyes lit up. Even Zhang Ziwei, who was not on good terms with Fang Ping, came over and asked, "Are you serious?" Fang Ping frowned. "I'm not talking to you. Don't eavesdrop when you talk to people from our club." Having said that, Fang Ping said to Fu Changding and the others, "Let's talk as we walk. This is a benefit that I fought for. Don't let the seniors take advantage of it." Fu Changding and the others followed him eagerly. Fang Ping whispered, "I got carried away just now. I shouldn't have said this to the seniors. If they spread it, then we'll have fewer chances." As Fang Ping's voice reached them faintly, Zhang Ziwei and the others looked at each other. After a while, Zhang Ziwei said softly, "Keep it a secret." Everyone nodded. The school's resources were limited. If it was really as Fang Ping said, buying a rank 3 vitality pill and getting a normal vitality pill for free would be extra profit. Everyone spent a lot of money, so it was better to save as much as possible. Most of the time, doing missions was at a loss. They had agreed to keep it a secret, but by the time night fell, the news had almost spread throughout the school. Did you hear? There's a buy one get one free exchange for pills on Distance's platform. The price is the same as usual. Really? Why would I lie to you? Remember to keep it a secret. There aren't many things. If someone finds out, they'll be gone immediately. Of course. Did you know? The school allows us to borrow credits in advance. We just have to return them when the time is up. The only problem is that there aren't many credits, and they need to be verified. I don't know if we're qualified. There's such a thing? Yeah, I heard it from someone. I heard that Fang Ping's Ping Yuan Club allows you to borrow credits without interest. Why? Someone said unhappily. Why else? I heard that it was Fang Ping who suggested it to the dean. The dean said that it was a good idea. Fang Ping took the opportunity to say that the Ping Yuan Club has contributed a lot to everyone, and that they often give things to everyone. F***ck, if I knew this would happen, I would have given them too. Isn't it just a short distance? It's not a big deal. Now those people have taken advantage of everything. Oh right, can we still join the club? I don't think so. What a pity. On this day, the members of the Ping Yuan Club were secretly delighted. Some of the members who did not receive much benefit or profit initially had thoughts of leaving the club. However, now that they knew that the Ping Yuan Club could borrow credits in advance, and for free, they were all beaming with joy. Compared to others, the Ping Yuan Club did not have an advantage. Some of them had not become martial artists yet. However, if they could borrow credits in advance, they might be able to break through very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the Pingyuan Club became popular. News of the credit borrowing and platform discount also went viral. At the same time, Fang Ping patted Guoxing's shoulder and praised him, "Well done. When the club obtains the management rights, you can borrow at least 50 credits in advance. It'll be a waste if you don't use it." Guoxing chuckled and asked curiously, "President, this is a good thing. Why do you have to tell others?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Martial artists should serve the public wholeheartedly. Are those who are selfish and only care about themselves still martial artists? Guoxing, think about it. Don't go down the wrong path. President is wise." Little Fatty's face was full of admiration. The president was indeed the president. He had a high level of awareness. Fang Ping laughed and walked away. Look at what it meant to gain both fame and fortune. After that, Fang Ping went to the building of practical training. When Tang Feng saw Fang Ping, he was speechless. This kid was too much of a troublemaker. How long had he been back? When they came back, Fang Ping had already come up with a loan system. Was MCMAU going to commercialize? Although Magic City was known as the business capital, Tang Feng had always thought that MCMAU was a school. There was no need to make it too commercialized. In the end, the dean and the others supported Fang Ping's plan. Tang Feng could not object even if he wanted to. After giving Fang Ping a long look, Tang Feng said in a low voice, "Everyone knows the results of this assessment. More than half of the people didn't reach the basic points. There's no need to find excuses. As MCMAU's elite reserve students, it's a shame to not even reach the basic points. Of course, mistakes are mistakes, and achievements are achievements." This time, everyone surrounded the evil sect martial artists, and the results were good. At least we completed the mission. For those who completed the mission, the school was generous with rewards. The school's rewards are related to the assessment points. Specifically, it's 25% of the assessment points, instructor. Fang Ping interrupted immediately, "That's too little. He had 800 points. Converting would be 200 credits, and it was only enough to offset the consumption of one resurrection pill. He was the one with the highest assessment points this time. Fu Changding and the others had pitifully few. Yang Xiaoman and the others did not even reach the basic points. If they converted, how many credits would they get? A rank 2 vitality pill cost 20 credits. After running around for a few days and killing a bunch of martial artists, it was still not enough to replenish their vitality. Tang Feng said in a low voice, "Let me finish. Students who did not reach the basic points will not receive additional rewards." Fine, if they did not reach the basic points, they would just admit defeat. They would not get a single point. All of you must remember that the rewards given by the assessment are actually additional expenses. They are not necessary. In fact, in order to give everyone this opportunity, some of the sacrifices are done without everyone knowing. This includes the encirclement of the evil sect martial artists this time. An MCMAU Grandmaster powerhouse rushed to Nanjiang to support it. Of course, dealing with the evil sect is our duty, and it's something we will definitely do. That's why I hope that everyone won't be too utilitarian, Fang Ping said helplessly. Instructor, that's not the point. We know that killing the evil sect martial artists is our duty. It shouldn't be to the extent where he couldn't even replenish his own consumption, right? If that's the case, would we still dare to risk our lives the next time we encounter evil sect martial artists? There was no way for him to replenish his depleted qi and blood. If he was injured, there was no medicinal pill to heal him. We are still students, and we don't have our own sources of income. We rely on these missions to support us. Now, even this is taken away from us. How can we cultivate, teacher? Can't you consider the actual situation? Not everyone's family can afford it. What's more, there were conditions. This kind of mission that required constant effort and no return would drag everyone down. Zhao Xuemei's family's company had been sold, and Fu Changding's grandfather was cursing. It's not easy for everyone. The school has to be considerate of us. Tang Feng was a little dazed by Fang Ping's words. He felt that what Fang Ping said made a lot of sense. There was nothing wrong with it. Yes, the students did not hold any official positions. They were not members of the government, not members of the military, and not teachers of the academy. Indeed, they lacked a source of funds. However, this was the school's decision. Fang Ping suddenly kicked Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei's expression darkened. He glared at him and said dryly, "Instructor, it's indeed too little. The key is that we didn't get much this time either. Almost everyone didn't get anything." Tang Feng groaned. Fang Ping continued to kick people. A bunch of idiots. If they did not fight for it now, they were really waiting to starve. "Teacher, we didn't complete the mission well this time, but we lack resources. We can't continue cultivating. Teacher, in these few years in MCMAU, our family can't make ends meet. If this goes on, we won't even be able to afford healing pills before we go to the catacombs." "Teacher." Tang Feng's head hurt from the noise. He shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." After saying that, Tang Feng said, "Wait here for a while. I'll be back in a bit." After saying that, Tang Feng left quickly. It was obvious that he was going to consult the school's leaders. Once he left, Fang Ping said impatiently, "You all have money, right? You don't care about this bit of reward? You should also consider the situation of poor students. I'm so poor, and I'm not as lucky as you guys. My grandfather is a grandmaster, and my grandmother is a rank 8. Everyone looked at him. "Aren't you embarrassed to say such words?" Zhang Ziwei could not be bothered to argue with him. She said mildly, "Fang Ping, I heard that your company and the Ping Yuan Club are in charge of the loan and the pill discounts we talked about earlier?" Fang Ping asked lazily, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem with that?" "I have no objections." Zhang Ziwei said coldly, "I just want to tell you that you have exceeded your authority." "Overstepping my authority?" Fang Ping asked in surprise, "What kind of authority do you have?" "Yours? You don't have to argue with me about this. Previously, the allocation of resources was mainly handled by the Martial Arts Club. Now that it has shifted to the platform, the Ping Yuan Club is in charge of it. What do you think?" Aside from Fang Ping, everyone present was a member of the Martial Arts Society. They all quietened down upon hearing his words. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not think much of it. He sneered and said, "If the Martial Arts Society doesn't do it, then they won't allow others to do it. I'm fighting for everyone's welfare. Is there a problem?" The Martial Arts Society's previous benefits were all aimed at the Martial Arts Society's own members, and there were only 200 to 300 of them. "What's wrong with me promoting this to the entire school?" "Then you have to ask the entire school if they agree." Zhang Ziwei said calmly, "I've already said that there's no need to argue with me. I'm just conveying the Martial Arts Society's opinion. Or, Distance's platform can be jointly operated by the Martial Arts Society and the Ping Yuan Club. This is also the biggest concession." What a joke. If it did not involve benefits, Fang Ping did not mind admitting defeat. However, when it came to benefits, benefits meant wealth, wealth meant strength, and strength meant everything. Fang Ping still knew that he could not give in. "Did Xiaolei ask you to tell me? Then go back and tell Xiaolei that this is impossible. I, Fang Ping, have laid a solid foundation. The Martial Arts Society wants to pick the fruits of my labor. You have to ask if I, Fang Ping, agree." Needless to say, the teachers would not care about this. It was the same no matter who ran it. Xiaolei probably had the same idea. "Tell him, if he wants to pick the fruits of my labor, come at me directly. Although I, Fang Ping, have not achieved peak rank 3, I am not afraid of him. Even if Zhang Yu comes, I will still say the same thing. If I am not rank 4, would Zhang Yu dare to break the rules and cause me trouble?" It was not like Fang Ping had never killed a peak rank 3 before. "Unless I challenge Zhang Yu, the Martial Arts Society will have to admit defeat. If you don't like it, come find me, Fang Ping." Arrogant. Zhang Ziwei let out a soft humph. Although Fang Ping had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, peak rank 3 did not mean that everyone was the same. The Grand Missionary had yet to master a third-grade ultimate move, and his trump card was not up to par. Xiaolei, however, was different. Xiaolei was now a peak rank 3. Although he had not mastered any ultimate moves, his rank 3 killing moves had been perfected. If they were to fight, the Grand Missionary would be no match for him. Furthermore, the Martial Arts Society had more than one peak rank 3. There was still Qin Fengqing and another peak rank 3 vice president, and they were still in school. In fact, there were currently 5 peak rank 3 members in the martial arts society. Among them, there were close to 10 people on the rank 3 ranking, including peak and upper stage. Did Fang Ping really think he was invincible? Fang Ping sneered. Arrogant? What a joke. I, Fang Ping, have everything I have now because of my brain and my strength. Zhang Ziwei, who do you think you are? Just because Xia Lei is your boyfriend, you think you can look down on me? Looks like you're not happy about losing last time? When you're a rank 3, I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. As for the platform, let the Martial Arts Society convince the school to take it away from me by force if they can. Otherwise, I'll wait for him to come looking for me. Zhang Ziwei let out a humph but did not argue with him. Fang Ping could not be bothered with her. He looked at the others and said, "Don't get involved in the matters between me and the Martial Arts Society. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." He was going to make money soon. In a year, he could make hundreds of millions. Now, someone was trying to take advantage of him. How could Fang Ping agree? MCMAU's platform was only in its infancy. Fang Ping still wanted to build a cross-university, or even cross-country, all-network platform. Now that someone was trying to take his territory, it was as good as taking his life. If Xia Lei really came looking for him, Fang Ping had made up his mind to drag him to death. This time, he would not fight him head-on. He would drag him to death. Everyone remained silent. Although everyone was a member of the Martial Arts Society, they were only members. This matter did not have much to do with them. Fang Ping was only a freshman. He was already a middle stage rank 3 and had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. Xia Lei, a peak rank 3 martial artist, was very strong. In addition, the Martial Arts Society had a rank 4 president. Due to the school's rules, unless Fang Ping challenged Zhang Yu, the rank 4 Zhang Yu could not challenge Fang Ping. However, when Fang Ping entered rank 4, these rules would be gone. If he really entered rank 4, Zhang Yu might not be his match. No one could predict the outcome of this matter. There was no need to get involved. In the midst of the silence, Tang Feng returned. As soon as he returned, Tang Feng said, "The school has decided to give everyone a 50% conversion reward. Students who don't have enough basic points can also get it. However, students who don't have enough basic points must complete 3 rank 2 missions within this month. This is a must. If you don't experience life and death, you won't be able to grow. If you only have resources, you'll only become vitality martial artists. This is not what the school wants." Fang Ping did not care. This had nothing to do with him. However, if he converted 50%, he would earn a lot more, 400 credits. After some thought, Fang Ping asked, "Instructor, how long will the special training class last? Has the time to enter the catacombs been decided?" "It will end at the end of May. After that, everyone is free to do whatever you want. Go on missions, study, or prepare. It's up to you. You'll also need to adapt to the integration of the small team. The time to enter the catacombs has not been decided yet. In short, we will definitely enter in June." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Then can I advance 300 credits for this month in advance?" Tang Feng frowned. Fang Ping said calmly, "I've said it before. I'm only a few steps away from entering upper stage rank 3. Once I do, things will be different. As for the students in the class, I'll give everyone a chance. You can challenge me. If you win, these credits will be yours, needless to say. To enter the catacombs, strength is the most important thing. Of course, if it's a competition of exams and survival, I'm willing to compete with everyone. I don't think anyone can beat me." Tang Feng looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Is there no one willing to challenge me?" Everyone was silent. Fang Ping had killed a peak rank 3 before. Who would challenge him? "Since none of you are willing to challenge me, then Fang Ping can advance the credits." Tang Feng said, then said softly, "The strong will always be strong. Remember this. Today, I'll give everyone a chance. You might be able to beat him. Even if it's a one-on-one battle, I'll give you a chance. Now that everyone has given up, don't blame the school for not giving you hope. That's all. Classes will continue tomorrow." Dismissed. Tang Feng left quickly after he finished speaking. Fang Ping, on the other hand, strode outside. With this calculation, he would be able to obtain 700 credits. However, Fang Ping looked at Fu Changding and the others and sighed. He would be too embarrassed to go back on his word and give them 100 credits. In that case, he could only get 600 credits. Fu Changding and the others did not think too much. Xianxia whispered, "You." "Just now, you and Zhang Ziwei," Fang Ping said as he walked, "I can't be bothered with her. Xiaolei really thinks he's the president. Do you think it's so easy to snatch my stuff? I'm the only one who snatches other people's stuff, not mine. Now that we're about to enter the catacombs, I don't think he'll challenge me now. When I come out of the catacombs and reach upper stage or even peak, I'll kill him if he dares to challenge me." Fang Ping was not too afraid of this. Currently, the possibility of Xiaolei challenging him was very low. Everyone in the special training class was preparing to enter the catacombs. Xiaolei's strength was 2 levels higher than Fang Ping's. If he attacked lightly now, it would cause some adverse effects. If he seriously injured Fang Ping, and something happened to him in the catacombs, Xiaolei would have to bear the blame. People would wonder if he was jealous of Fang Ping's talent and deliberately delayed his progress, causing him to die in the catacombs. The title of Grandmaster was not only based on strength, but also on one's daily actions, including one's character. Xiaolei had deliberately harmed a genius in rank 3 because he was jealous of Fang Ping's talent. Even if he reached rank 7, he might not be able to obtain the title of Grandmaster. It was not that Grandmasters could not do bad things, but at least no one would know, or the impact would not be too great. A rank 3 prodigy like Fang Ping was not really a nobody. He had the university's Grandmasters watching him from the back. It was precisely because he knew this that Fang Ping could be unbridled and not worry too much. Yang Xiaoman pursed her lips. "You're quite confident. Xiaolei is not weak. Plus, there's Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping sneered. "Unless Qin Fengqing becomes the president, do you think Qin Fengqing will make a move against him? He'd love nothing more than for the Martial Arts Society to suffer some losses." Fang Ping was really not worried about Qin Fengqing. Old Qin was now at odds with Zhang Yu. If he did not defeat Zhang Yu, it meant that he had no chance of becoming the president before he graduated in his senior year. Qin Fengqing was not willing to be someone's underling for 4 years in university. His current goal was to break through rank 4 and defeat Zhang Yu. Qin Fengqing would not interfere with Fang Ping's side. What about Zhang Yu? Wait until I'm confident I can defeat him. Fang Ping did not care. If he was not confident, he would avoid it. The rank 4 Zhang Yu would not be able to cause trouble for him. Once he was confident, there was only one word, fight. Who was afraid of who? At this moment, Fu Changding suddenly said, "Distance is yours." "Nonsense. Can't you tell?" Fang Ping did not hide it. At this point, even an idiot would know that distance platform had something to do with Fang Ping. Fu Changding mocked, "I say, you're so hardworking. I thought the other party gave you some benefits. You're the one who started the relationship." Zhao Lei said coldly, "So, actually, we're all working for him." Fang Ping sneered. "What did you do?" "You didn't do anything. All you did was take the benefits. What's with all the nonsense? If you're so capable, quit the club now. There'll be a few spots left for me to recruit." Zhao Lei huffed. "I'm not quitting." The free credits were about to be transferred. Why would he quit? Fang Ping could do the math, but did he? Think others could not? Then cut the nonsense. After saying that, Fang Ping looked at them and said, "Why are you following me?" "I'm going to collect my credits." "What are you doing?" "We're collecting credits too." "You're so weird. With your measly credits, is it necessary for you to go there? Distance platform can collect too." "We'd love to." 5 minutes later. Fang Ping's wealth increased again. Wealth, 27. 5 million vitality, 650 calories, 828 calories, mentality, 485 Hz, 499 Hz, bones honed, 151 bones, 90%, 1 bone, 65%, 54 bones, 30%, my mentality has stopped growing. Looking at the data, Fang Ping mumbled. In the early days, his mentality and vitality had increased rapidly. Now, however, his mentality was stuck at 499 Hz and had not moved for a long time. Fang Ping already knew that mentality was related to grandmasters. I'll see if I can forcefully increase it later. Fang Ping pondered for a while, but there was no need for that now. No matter how high his mentality was, it was useless. It was better not to waste his wealth here. 620 credits. 26 million in cash, plus 3 rank 2 vitality pills. Fang Ping calculated his wealth and felt a little helpless. The 3 vitality pills were obtained when he was on night watch. As for the additional 1 million in cash and wealth, it was also obtained from the previous mission allocation. At that time, the spoils were not much. As the main force, Fang Ping was only given 1 million. Right, I still need to repair the weapons. Thinking of this, Fang Ping originally did not plan to go to the exchange office, but he still ran there. When he saw Old Manly again, Fang Ping did not mention what Big Lion had said. He said with a smile, "Instructor, the school's weapons are 3 packs, right?" Old Manly stared at him for a while. After a while, he said, "What are you trying to say? The quality of the school's weapons is too low. You fought a peak rank 3 martial artist head-on, and now you're complaining that the school's weapons are low quality. You really dare to say that?" Old Manly's face was full of dissatisfaction. "You really think I don't know the situation?" Cough cough. "Anyway, the alloy combat boots are badly damaged now. I can't wear them anymore. The Fang's widow is also dented, sell them as junk." Fang Ping was stunned. "How could you say that? E-grade alloy won't have much of an effect on peak rank 3 martial artists. I'll sell those boots of yours as scrap." "How many credits did you buy them for?" 100 credits, I remember it was 40 credits. Old Manly said to himself, the customization fee was 10 credits. Its true value is only 30 credits. Now that I've sold them as junk, I'll give you 10 credits. Fang Ping was stunned once again. "You're too shady. Forget it, I'll let you off easy. I'll take the boots as the repair fee. Repairing that saber of yours would cost at least a few dozen credits. Now, I'll use your pair of broken boots to pay for it." "Teacher," Fang Ping said pitifully, "my boots cost 40 credits. Doesn't that mean that I spent more than 1,000,000 credits repairing my saber once? What's the deal? Everyone says it's junk now. But, repair it or not?" "Xiao." Fang Ping smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to repair it. If he did not repair it, the saber would break. That would be a huge loss. After settling this matter, Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, "Teacher, is there really no armor for sale here?" During the last martial arts competition, he had asked once, and Oldly had said no. Now that Fang Ping was about to enter the catacombs, he felt the need to be more secure. How could one saber suffice? Yes. This time, Old Manly gave him an accurate answer. He grinned and said, "Authentic good stuff. It's not made of alloy. That stuff is too heavy and too hard. It's made of the skin and fur of catacombs creatures. You know, at peak rank 3, martial artists can be said to have amazing defense. Martial artists, on the other hand, mainly hone their bones. Their bones are strong, but their skin and flesh are only average. When the bone marrow is completely honed and they enter Grandmaster, they can refine their bodies again. Only then can they be said to have an invincible golden body. As for the catacombs creatures, especially those animals, the skin and fur of these creatures are good stuff. Now, I have a leather armor made from the skin of a peak rank 6 catacombs creature. I'll give you a discount. I'll sell it to you for 10,000 credits." Fang Ping had received too many shocks today. 10,000 credits, you should just kill me. What, you can't afford it? Old Manly smiled faintly. If you can't afford it, then there's no other way. Honestly, the defense of a peak rank 6 creature's skin is amazing. If you've reached peak rank 3, combined with your own body's toughness, it'll be extremely difficult for a rank 4 martial artist to penetrate your defense. Don't you have anything cheaper? Cheap ones don't have much effect. You might as well hone your muscles and flesh. When you've reached peak rank 3, your body's defense will be much stronger than the skin and fur of a dead rank 4 or 5 creature. I haven't achieved peak rank 3 yet, have I? Instructor, recommend me a cheaper one. Leather armor made from the skin and fur of a rank 4 catacombs creature. 500 credits. Cheap enough, right? Compared to 10,000 credits, it was indeed the cheapest. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, how's the defense? Leather armor, it should be able to block a full force attack from a peak rank 3 martial artist. Of course, I'm talking about the leather armor, not your body. When martial artists attack you, do they only attack your leather armor? If you suffer internal injuries from the concussion and are sent flying, it's your own problem. The function of leather armor is to prevent it from being penetrated and causing obvious external injuries on your body. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. It can't reduce the force at all? Yes, it's slightly effective. Fang Ping pondered for a while and said, then give me a pair of D-class alloy combat boots. No, I want C-class ones. Then. Instructor, do you have those wild silk gloves that they talk about on TV? Old Manly laughed. We don't have wild silk gloves, but we do have leather gloves, but I don't recommend you buy them. Honestly, boxing gloves are for attacking, not for defense. That's why if you really want to buy them, you'll have to buy alloy gloves. That way, when you hit, it'll be more powerful and cause the most damage. It's fine if you buy leather armor, but leather gloves won't do much besides keep you warmer. It's a waste of money. That makes sense. Fang Ping nodded and said, then give me a pair of C-class alloy gloves, are you sure? Don't you mainly use sabers? Sometimes sabers are too troublesome. It's better to be prepared. C-class combat boots and gloves. C-class alloy costs 40 credits per kilogram. I'll charge you 200 credits. Don't use the all-alloy ones. Use the fur of some catacombs creatures to make it more suitable for wearing. Leather armor, 500 credits. That's a total of 700 credits. Come back in a few days to collect the items, 700 credits? Fang Ping felt his teeth aching again. He exhaled and said, I understand why martial artists are poor now. I'll pay in cash. 21 million, right? Old Manly looked at him, waiting for him to bargain. Fang Ping did not say anything this time. He swiped his card and said, Instructor, I'll come back in a few days to collect the items. Old Manly gave Fang Ping a strange look as he made the payment. Fang Ping saw this and suddenly laughed. Instructor, give me another 65 rank 1 vitality pills. I only have 620 credits in total, Old Manly panted and said, no wonder you're so easy to talk to this time. He did not even bargain, so they were waiting for him here. Old Manly was straightforward. This time, he did not waste time and asked someone to retrieve 65 rank 1 vitality pills for Fang Ping. Rank 1 vitality pills cost 10 credits. The market price was 300,000. Fang Ping realized his mistake last time. In the end, he realized that rank 1 pills were the most cost-effective. This was also the price in the outside world. After all, rank 1 martial artists were the group with the most number of martial artists. Many rank 2 and 3 martial artists were also using rank 1 vitality pills. One rank 1 vitality pill could bring Fang Ping 200,000 wealth. After deducting the increase in credits, Fang Ping's wealth increased by another 600,000. At this moment, his wealth had reached 1 million. The pills are worth 13 million wealth. If I sell them for more than 13 million, I can still gain something. I only have 5 million cash left. Martial artists always spent money that fast. Fang Ping had spent tens of millions to repair his weapons and buy some more. This equipment should be enough when I enter the catacombs. The full set is 30 million in total. When I enter the catacombs, if I have money, I can buy some life-saving pills like the resurrection pill. That should be enough. In the dormitory, Fang Ping threw the pills to Fu Chongding and said, 65 rank 1 pills and 3 rank 2 pills. The market price is 8% off. Give me 19 million. Don't say I didn't take care of you. Fu Chongding looked at him for a while and said weakly, you're selling again? What's wrong with you? It's useful. Fang Ping, what's up with your vitality? Aren't you a drug addict? I can produce vitality on my own. you don't understand. You won't understand even if I tell you, so don't ask. Fu Chongding was stunned. Produce vitality on his own, anyone could do it, however, that was relatively speaking. Eating and sleeping could restore vitality. However, a rank 3 martial artist like Fang Ping consumed a lot of vitality. Did he expect to recover on his own? Fu Chongding did not really understand what he meant. This time, he did not reject the purchase. He said, I advise you to take it easy. Recently, the pill company seems to have noticed. My family doesn't buy pills from them anymore. Although MCMAU isn't under their jurisdiction, you'll be targeted sooner or later if you sell pills without restraint. If they found out, he would not be loving Fang Ping if he did not fine him a few $100 million. This was blatantly snatching business from the pill company. MCMAU sold pills to students. Even if the students had a lot of pills, they would only provide them to their families. Fang Ping, on the other hand, sold almost all the pills he did not use. Before they target me, they'll talk about it after I earn some money. Besides, if I really don't have any money, will they kill me? At most, I'll owe them. What's there to be afraid of? You're not afraid of those who wear shoes. I'm impressed. Fu Chongding did not know whether to laugh or cry. You're awesome, but you still have a company. Be careful, or they'll shut you down. Without further ado, the deal was quickly made. Meanwhile, Fang Ping's wealth increased by another 4.5 million, reaching 32.6 million. His cash had also recovered to 24 million. Walking out of Fu Chongding's dormitory, Fang Ping frowned and thought hard. Should he improve his ability first or save his wealth? He needed more than 100 million wealth to level up. If he used it now, he really did not know when he would be able to save up 100 million wealth. He had no idea how to get financing now. However, he was afraid of encountering danger in the catacombs without strength. Sigh, it's a dilemma. Forget it. I'll improve my ability first. Maybe I can earn some money when I enter the catacombs. There were 26 vertebrae. Honing each bone was worth 1.8 million wealth. Without wealth, Fang Ping would have to endure it slowly. It would take at least 4 to 5 months, and he would need to consume a lot of pills. With so much wealth and my own cultivation, I should be able to hone 20 bones. I'll try to complete it within 5 months. As for honing the remaining bones, if I can't do it, I'll buy some pills. I still have 24 million cash. Fang Ping did some calculations. He had spent almost all of his money and wealth. It should be enough for him to achieve upper stage rank 3. Now that he had achieved upper stage rank 3, he did not intend to continue to increase his rank. Instead, he would focus on combat techniques. This way, he would not have to hone his bones and body, and his consumption would be much smaller. Once you've entered upper stage rank 3, you won't be much different from peak rank 3. You've truly stepped into the elite class. At that time, people like Xiao Lei and Qin Fengqing wouldn't have such a huge level barrier with me. Fang Ping exhaled a long breath and mumbled, after enrolling in the school for a year, I, Fang Ping, will be considered an elite student of MCMAU. With the thought of achieving upper stage rank 3 in May, Fang Ping did not go on any missions after this. Instead, he stayed in school and cultivated diligently. Listen to the lecture, look at the map, and learn some knowledge about the catacombs. This included valuable items in the catacombs. Other than the catacombs humans, the catacombs posed other threats to martial artists. Animals, plants, all of them were introduced. In the middle of May, Fang Ping and the others received new teaching materials provided by the military department for the first time. It might not be appropriate to call it teaching material. This was an illustrated handbook of valuable items in the catacombs. Energy ores. The main energy sources of the catacombs are divided into 3 types: daily use, cultivation use, and raw ores. Raw ores, priced according to purity. Daily use basic energy ores, 1 credit/gram. Cultivation energy ores, 30 credits/gram. When he saw the introduction of the energy ores, Fang Ping was stunned. There were actually 3 types. The difference was too big. The difference between the energy ores used for daily use and those used for cultivation was 30 times. Looking at the instructor, Fang Ping asked immediately, "Instructor, Is there a big difference between the basic energy ores used for daily use and those used for cultivation? The old professor laughed. Actually, it's just a difference in purity. Don't underestimate this difference in purity. Humans can purify energy ores now, but there are too many procedures and a lot of waste. It can be said that 50 grams of basic energy ores may not be able to purify 1 gram of energy ores that can be used by martial artists for cultivation. If the purity is not high enough and there are too many impurities, martial artists will not be able to use it for cultivation. Of course, the energy room actually uses energy ores that are not pure enough to release energy. This doesn't affect much. In energy ores, the main thing is to rely on one's own recovery. There are not many impurities absorbed, profiteer. Fang Ping cursed. No wonder cultivation in the energy room only cost 10 credits per hour. He had been wondering, in such a large cultivation room, how could less than 1 gram of energy ores be released in an hour? Now he understood. Emotions were defective products that only released energy from basic ores. Energy ores. The so-called basic energy ores are usually less than 30% pure. Some are just raw ores. And those that can be used for cultivation have a purity of at least 90% and above. Then how do we determine the value of the intermediate energy ores? Depending on the purity, a certain floating price will be given. For example, 30% pure energy ores will be 1 credit per gram, 40% will be 2 credits. 50% will be 5 credits, 60% will be 10 credits, 70% will be 15 credits, and 80% will be 20 credits. Actually, this is also the fixed price of raw ores. In my opinion, dividing it into 3 types is a bit redundant. Dividing it into 2 will suffice. Basic energy ores can all be included in the range of raw ores. In the catacombs, finding energy ores is also your biggest source of wealth. The old professor laughed. Energy ores have a wide range of uses. They can be used like in the energy room, directly as pills, and can also be used for scientific research, weapon manufacturing, and so on. These can all be done with energy ores. When you're in the catacombs, even if it's just for daily use, once you see it, you must bring it back. Every country needs it, including the martial arts universities. Look carefully, this is calculated by the gram. You can imagine how precious it is. Of course, most of the energy ores we've encountered are basic energy ores. Encountering energy ores with purity above 90% for cultivation is very rare. Even in the catacombs, not everyone has the right to use them. Under normal circumstances, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks will rarely have this kind of energy ores for cultivation. Fang Ping and the others understood this even if he did not say it. What a joke. 30 credits per gram, an energy or the size of a fingernail might be 10 grams. 300 credits. How expensive was that? Other than energy ores, there are many valuable items in the catacombs, including their corpses. I mean martial artists and other creatures with martial arts abilities. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. He asked, Instructor, are the corpses used for research or something else? Research is one aspect. Other than that, the corpses of creatures are used to forge weapons and create pills. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. His face paled. The pills we're eating are made from the corpses of catacombs creatures? The others also thought of something. Their faces paled. They were high on pills, the old professor smiled faintly. The creation of pills is indeed mixed with the biological tissues of some catacombs creatures. For example, their hearts and bone powder are used to create vitality pills and bone-honing pills. We're eating humans? Someone murmured, feeling extremely disgusted. The old professor said thoughtfully, Don't worry. It's mainly the animals and plants of the catacombs. As for the catacombs humans, they don't have this function yet. However, when the catacombs creatures enter rank 4, their hearts will also be energized and mutated into something similar to energy ores. Therefore, the energy ores might contain the hearts of the catacombs humans. But don't worry about pills. At most, it'll be used as an energy source to release energy. Can we really let you eat this? Although the old professor had explained, everyone was still a little disgusted. This had nothing to do with endurance. It was purely a feeling of disgust. Fang Ping was fine. Even if he did create pills, he rarely took them. Fang Ping was more curious about the heart's energization. Thinking of this, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Instructor, what about humans who have entered the middle ranks?" "More or less." The old professor smiled. "Honing the vital organs is actually a process of energization. Middle-ranked martial artists recover vitality faster than us. Their vitality upper limit is also much higher. This has a lot to do with it. Of course, we're not purely energized like the catacombs humans. Their changes should be related to the catacombs' energy source. The catacombs' main energy source is energy ores. Humans, on the other hand, have a variety of energy sources. We hone our bodies and internal organs, but the final result is only a stronger physique. We don't become energized beings. Only middle-ranked martial artists have energized hearts. Then, killing the 3 lower ranks catacombs martial artists, that depends on luck. It depends on how many weapons and energy ores they carry, and their value. Besides, most of us lower ranks martial artists enter the catacombs with the goal of exploring and searching for catacombs plants. You can go back and take a look at the valuable items. If you're really lucky and find rare items, you won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. The catacombs are huge. Humans have explored very little of the area. The probability of finding something good is very high. Of course, it's also very dangerous. After all, if you want something good, you have to walk out of the areas that humans have cleaned up. When that happens, the danger will increase greatly. The old professor answered many of their doubts in the exchange of questions and answers. As for Fang Ping and the others, they hugged the illustrated handbook tightly. This thing really needed to be studied. If they were lucky, they might find an item that was worth thousands or tens of thousands of credits. It was not impossible. Fang Ping did not have high expectations for himself. 3,000 credits would do. No, 5,000 would be the best. At least let his wealth exceed 100 million. Fang Ping did not disclose this idea to the public. Otherwise, the old professor would tell him to go back and dream on. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks who entered the catacombs usually gained around 100 credits. Did they really think that they could pick up money in the catacombs? Losing everything and losing one's life was the norm in the catacombs. If this was not the case, the government would not force middle-ranked martial artists in society to complete missions every year. If this policy was not in place, most middle-ranked martial artists would not choose to enter the catacombs to fight for benefits. In late May, MCMAU's loan policy was officially launched on the platform. At the same time, the platform also launched a buy one get one free event. Buy a rank 3 vitality pill for 40 credits, and get a normal vitality pill for 3 credits. The more you buy, the more you get. Pills were not slow-selling goods, and there was no rush to clear the inventory. Even if there were no discounts, everyone would still want to get their hands on them, let alone discounts. With discounts and a loan policy, on May 25, the loan system had just been launched. Almost all the students who had a quota borrowed everything. On that day, a large group of MCMAU rank 3 martial artists almost cursed Fang Ping to death. Why don't we have any? What kind of logic is this? Rank 1 and 2 martial artists can borrow, aspiring martial artists can borrow, but we can't. What does Fang Ping mean? Doesn't the school care? The martial arts society was in an uproar. Fang Ping was such a bully. In the whole of MCMAU, almost all martial artists below rank 3 had opened the loan system, except for rank 3 martial artists. Almost all rank 3 martial artists were members of the Martial Arts Society. In many people's eyes, this was obviously a move against the Martial Arts Society. Even Qin Fengqing, who had not meddled in other people's business recently, scolded, "Fang Ping is forcing us to mess with him." Old Qin was poor. Recently, he had been starving. If not for the Martial Arts Society's help, he would have starved to death. With Qin Fengqing's ability, borrowing thousands of credits would have been a piece of cake if the loan system had been opened. Who knew? He did not even have a single penny. Everyone looked at each other, and finally at Fu Chongding and the others. These people were Fang Ping's classmates, and they were also members of the Ping Yuan Club. They should know the situation, right? Fu Chongding, who had been dragged to the meeting, felt helpless. Dozens of rank 3 martial artists were staring at him. It was so stressful, Qin Fengqing almost held a knife to his neck. He said angrily, Fu Chongding, Fang Ping and Xia Lei's fight has nothing to do with us. Why can't he lend us credits? That's right. I've already set my eyes on a C-class longsword. It's only 200 credits short. It's not like I won't return it or can't afford it. What does Fang Ping mean? That's right. The dispute between him and Xia Lei is their business. Don't drag our martial arts club into it. Isn't Fang Ping afraid of provoking public anger by doing this? Everyone was seething with anger. This was simply too much. Everyone initially thought that they were rank 3. Distance's platform announced to the public that the upper limit for rank 1 martial artists was 100 credits, and rank 2 martial artists were 300 credits. Even if they didn't say 1,000 credits, they should at least have 500, right? In the end, there was nothing. They had clearly chosen the pills and weapons and were just waiting to pay. But now, there was a gap, and the good things were all gone. Fu Chongding looked embarrassed as everyone stared at him. After a while, he stammered, tell us now, or else we'll treat you as Fang Ping's accomplice. If Fang Ping refuses to come out, we'll start with you. Fu Chongding was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He said sheepishly, Fang Ping and Zhao Lei are best buddies. They have a good relationship. Zhao Lei's face continued to darken. The current him, if his face was not swollen, then it was black. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to smile. Cut the crap. Tell me what's going on. Fu Chongding said helplessly, what Fang Ping means is that rank 3 are considered high-risk customers, and we need to review them slowly. What does that mean? It means that rank 3 go into the catacombs and die a lot. It's not too safe, Fu Chongding said reluctantly. Everyone was stunned. Then, Qin Fengqing scolded loudly, this bastard, he's cursing us. Fu Chongding saw that he was about to kill someone and said hurriedly, before we came, Fang Ping also asked us to pass on a message to everyone. Rank 3 can borrow credits, but the interest must be increased, bastard. This is too much. Everyone was furious. Was this discrimination? He said, high-risk customers, if the interest is low, he will definitely lose, and he can't afford it. The school is also only willing to bear a small portion, unless everyone can convince the school to bear all of it. Everyone glared at him. What a joke. If it could be persuaded, he would have done it long ago. How much does he want to increase? At least 5%, and then it depends on the situation. For example, President Qin, Fang Ping wants at least 10%. The risk is higher than others. Qin Fengqing was stunned for a moment, then his nose almost twisted in anger. What Fang Ping meant was that the probability of him, Qin Fengqing, kicking the bucket was higher. The risk was high, and they had to be wary of him. Qin Fengqing wanted to vomit blood. The others looked indignant and said indignantly, that's President Qin and the others' problem. We're safe in the catacombs. This time, Qin Fengqing was not angry. Instead, he glared at the person who spoke like he wanted to kill someone. So what you're saying is that I'm the one dragging everyone down? Fang Ping had long expected the quarrel in the Martial Arts Society. Dean's office. Fang Ping was currently reporting on his work. We've just opened the loan system today. Within 3 hours, we've already lent out 80,000 credits. Fang Ping sighed and said, Dean, the school has seen how poor our students are and how much they need credits. I think we should increase the quota of 100,000 credits. Huang Jing did not care about this. Instead, he frowned and said, why not rank 3 martial artists? Risk control, Fang Ping said and immediately added, of course, I've also reserved 20,000 credits for them. However, this qualification needs to be examined. We can't purposely encourage the students to die. Some rank 3 martial artists are very arrogant. Once they have equipment, good weapons, and good pills, I'm afraid they'll go to the catacombs immediately. I think we need to control these people a little. We can't let them die in vain. That's why when it comes to rank 3 martial artists, I think we should urge some of them to go to the catacombs. For others, I think we should let them calm down. Dean, do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Huang Jing glanced at him. After a while, he said, I heard that you want to increase interest for rank 3 martial artists? Dean, I have no other choice. If I don't increase interest, everyone will want to borrow credits now that the interest is so low. It's fine for rank 1 and 2. At most, they'll accept some missions on the surface. However, most rank 3 martial artists will go to the catacombs. It's too dangerous. When there are too many casualties, the school will only bear 5%, which is a rotten debt of 5,000 credits. Then I'll have to bear the rest. I can't afford it, unless the school can give me more. Don't even think about it. Huang Jing interrupted him, saying in a low voice, the school encourages students to participate in actual combat, but that doesn't mean they're willing to let students die. If we really let them go, the school will be worried that you'll purposely encourage a large number of students to go to the catacombs and die, I swear to God. Fang Ping felt wronged. He raised his hand and said angrily, Dean, am I that kind of person? What's in it for me to let everyone die? You're wronging me. Did Xiaolei complain? I knew it. This kind of person is narrow-minded and likes to snitch. How old are they already, yet they still do such immoral things? Huang Jing was speechless. He said, it has nothing to do with Xiaolei. Fang Ping came to a sudden realization. He said angrily, so it was Instructor Tang who said it? He's too much. He can question my professionalism, but he can never question my character. Dean, for instructors like Instructor Tang who wrong students, I suggest that he should go to the catacombs and kill a few hundred rank 6 martial artists to make up for his mistake. Silence. Huang Jing shouted softly. What was going on in this kid's head? Was he trying to screw Tang Feng over? Huang Jing could not be bothered with him. He had a lot of things to do. He did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. He thought for a while and said, the school approved 100,000 credits in advance. It's already very difficult. It was impossible for him to do more than that. The school's funds are tight. When the new students start school next semester, the school still needs to prepare a batch of pills and weapons to satisfy the new students' needs. MCMAU's enrollment is expanding this year. It's the first time they've enrolled 2,000 people. The school is now having a headache because of the funding gap. Didn't CCMAU say they'll give us 10% of the resources? Huang Jing sighed. There's still a gap, Dean. I think it's actually easy to solve this problem. Our school has graduated many high-ranked martial artists. We can ask them for donations. They're all rich. Huang Jing glared at him. Fang Ping egged him on. Dean, I think this is really reliable. Why don't you let me handle it? I'll be in charge of collecting donations for the school. I don't think it'll be a problem if it's 1 billion or 800 million. It was MCMAU's 60th anniversary. How many powerhouses had graduated? There were governors, big shots in business, big shots in the military department, big shots in the political world, and many other industries. Fang Ping was thinking about using this opportunity to get in touch with big shots in various industries. He could also open up channels for his own business. At the same time, he could see if he could find rich people to finance him. This year is MCMAU's 60th anniversary. I think we should hold a celebration. We're talking about celebrating the school's anniversary and collecting donations at the same time. Huang Jing pondered for a moment. We'll talk about it later. Reaching out to the graduates, martial artists cared about their reputation too. Fang Ping, on the other hand, disagreed. Did those powerhouses even care about the tens of millions? Moreover, MCMAU was also trying to cultivate more elite martial artists. What was wrong with collecting donations? As he said this, Huang Jing seemed to have forgotten the previous topic. He waved his hand and said, got it. You can leave first. I'll leave first then. Dean, if the school really wants to collect donations, they can ask me to be in charge. I'm a student. I can also ask, get out. Huang Jing waved his hand. This kid was really enthusiastic about these things. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, Huang Jing suddenly said, right, go to Old Li's place. Tell him his application has been approved. Application? He'll understand once you tell him. Oh, I'll go then. Fang Ping did not delay. He quickly left the dean's office and went straight to the logistics department. The logistics department was even more desolate now. Most of the many windows from before were now closed. There were not as many martial artists left to guard the place. Seeing Fang Ping, Old Manly said lazily, "You have credits again?" "No, I haven't been on missions recently." "How can I have credits?" Fang Ping shook his head. He would have them soon though. 100,000 credits. That would be 30 credits in a day's loan. The probability of something happening to rank 1 and 2 martial artists and aspiring martial artists was extremely low. In a month, that would be 900 credits in the account. If rank 3 martial artists were given higher interest, that would be at least 1,000 credits. If Fang Ping got his share, he would be able to get 100 credits. Next month, these 1,000 credits would become the capital. If he lent it out again, he would get another 10 credits in interest. These were purely Fang Ping's personal profits. The school only wanted 90% of the annual profit from the quota. In other words, the school meant that if he lent 100,000 credits out every year and the annual interest was 10%, the school only needed to get 9,000 credits. The school did not care about the rest. There was too much room for maneuvering. Moreover, if the school did not take back the credits in advance, the annual interest would be more than 10,000 credits. Fang Ping was even considering exchanging some pills and selling them as a second-hand dealer. This way, the price difference would not be low. Of course, if the school and pill and weapon companies found out, there was a high chance he would be thrown into the catacombs. Of course, Fang Ping would not say these things out loud. It was not like no one in MCMAU had found out. It was not hard to find out. No one mentioned it now. Maybe they were digging a hole for him to jump into. Fang Ping did not mention this. He said immediately, "I just came from the dean's office. He said that your application has been approved." "Instructor, have you applied to change jobs?" Change jobs, Old Manly was stunned. Then, he thought of something and looked at Fang Ping with a smile. "It's not about work." "Oh right, Fang Ping, you've been improving very slowly recently. This is not a good sign." Fang Ping laughed dryly. "I'm an outburst type of player. I'm accumulating my foundation now. I might be upper stage rank 3 in a few days." "Is that so?" Old Manly murmured, "You're still slacking. This is not good. Looks like you've forgotten to put pressure on yourself recently." Fang Ping looked gloomy. "I'm under a lot of pressure, okay? Forget it. Pressure doesn't come out of nowhere." Old Manly did not continue this topic. He said, "Are you free tomorrow? Come with me." "Where?" "It's a good place. It'll help you." Fang Ping heard this and said quickly, "The place you mentioned last time. It's good for going into the catacombs?" "Yes." "Do you want to go?" "Yes." Fang Ping was overjoyed. He nodded quickly. Of course he wanted to go. "Remember to come earlier tomorrow." "Okay." They agreed to go out together tomorrow. Fang Ping left the logistics department happily. After he left, Old Manly yawned and said, "I almost forgot about this. I didn't expect the application to be approved." As for what the application was, it was naturally an application to bring people into the research institute. That place was highly confidential. Fang Ping, who was overjoyed, did not know about this. He had just received a call from Xianxia. Now, he was even happier. How much good news was this? The platform was open. The loan business was smooth. He could sit and collect money every day. Old Manly wanted to bring him to fight for benefits. Now, even the company had people who were optimistic about it. The financing had entered a new stage. A few institutions had already made their official offers. Either I don't come or I don't come. My luck isn't bad. Fang Ping was grinning from ear to ear. Hundreds of millions of wealth was probably not far away now, right? As for himself, his progress was slow. However, these days, he was not mainly honing his bones. Instead, he was mainly honing his physique. He was also taking pills and bathing. May 26, Fang Ping drove his small car and waited at the entrance of the logistics department. Very quickly, Old Manly walked out with his hands behind his back. Fang Ping got out of the car and opened the door, beaming. Instructor, where are we going? To the Southern Contribution District. There's a Southern Contribution Research Institute there. Do you know it? Research Institute, Fang Ping thought for a while. I'll ask when I get there. Do you know it, instructor? Yes. It's not far. Look for it yourself. Okay. After deciding on the location, Fang Ping drove out. In the car, Old Manly closed his eyes to rest. After a moment of silence, he said suddenly, CLA has reached peak rank 3. Qin Fengqing is almost rank 4. What you did yesterday has offended these people. You're middle stage rank 3 now. Aren't you worried? Instructor, you can't blame me for this, it's useless to explain to me. There's still no progress on your vitality recovery. It's best not to use it for now. Do you know what I mean? Recently, someone in the military department mentioned this. They think that if it can be popularized in the military, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He complained, Instructor, I was born like this. I can't do anything about it. Isn't NMAU's Wang Jinyang the same? He honed his bones faster. His vitality is slightly stronger than others. His recovery speed is the same too. He's different from you. It's normal for him. You're different. Your vitality can sustain outbursts of more than 10,000 cal. Instructor, this might have something to do with my strong mentality, Old Manly yawned. It's useless to tell me. They have to check it sooner or later. I'm not talking about doing anything to you, but at least they have to answer to the military department. Do you understand what I mean? Making some things public is for your own good. It can reduce a lot of trouble for you. Hiding it will only cause more trouble. The more you do it, the more tempting it will be. In the end, even grandmasters will have to pay attention. Lu Fengger said that you're preparing for the catacombs. She's not allowed to disturb you now. However, once you come out of the catacombs, this will have to be resolved. As he said that, Old Manly laughed. Of course, you can hide in the catacombs. I believe you're lucky. You can live comfortably. Want to try? Fang Ping said dryly, why? There's nothing that can't be said. Mercurial bone marrow, can you really do that? Really? You can capture energy particles with your mental strength? Really? Fang Ping said it without hesitation. It did not matter whether it was true or not. It was the truth now. Old Manly did not mind. He smiled and said, I'll repeat what I said before. It's useless to tell me. You have to tell someone else. You have to do an appraisal. The Research Institute in Nanfeng was also an appraisal organization. Of course, the purpose of bringing you here this time is not to do an appraisal for you. Don't worry, we'll talk about it after you leave the catacombs. Fang Ping's heart trembled slightly. He asked cautiously, why are we going there? The main business over there is to research other things, such as things from the catacombs, some flora and fauna. You haven't seen them yet. It's beneficial to go there and broaden your knowledge. There's still a difference between the real thing and the pictures, don't you think? Fang Ping nodded. That's true. Are there energy stones there? Of course there are. There are all kinds of purity. I'll bring you over to have a look. You can actually observe and distinguish them so that you won't miss out on the benefits when you enter the catacombs. Understood. Fang Ping was extremely grateful. On the surface world, the chances of coming into contact with products from the catacombs were too slim. These things were very important to humans. This included MCMAU. When Fang Ping and the others attended classes, they did not have the real thing either. The school only allowed them to look. Previously, the old professor had brought an energy stone over for everyone to look at, but in the end, he did not allow them to touch it. Everyone could only look, and they were very dissatisfied. Not to mention other flora and fauna, there was almost no real thing. An hour later, Fang Ping arrived at the Nanfeng Research Institute. It only took a little more than 10 minutes to drive from MCMAU to here. As for why it took so long, Fang Ping had always felt that it was Old Manly's fault. The old man was old, and his memory was bad. He always pointed the wrong way. Old Manly looked at Fang Ping strangely. As they walked, he said, "There's a defect in your body." Fang Ping was surprised. Defect? This is an illness. It needs treatment, or more training. Your memory isn't bad, but you lack the ability to transform things into a three-dimensional perspective. Of course, it's also commonly known as having a poor sense of direction. You have to pay attention to this situation. Do you want me to assign a guide for you when you go out in the future? Fang Ping said gloomily, "Instructor, this isn't considered an illness. It's just that there are too many roads in Magic City. I don't have this problem in Sun City." Hee, you mean the kind of road that leads to the end? Unless you're an idiot, you don't have this problem. How big was Sun City? One road led to all directions. If he got lost, he would not have a poor sense of direction, but he would be blind. Fang Ping looked embarrassed. At this time, the two of them had arrived at the entrance of the research institute. Before they entered the door, Fang Ping could already feel the strong vitality force. Stop. This is a military-controlled area. The security guard at the door was not wearing military uniforms, nor was he carrying any weapons, but he had a strong vitality outburst. Fang Ping sensed that he should be a peak rank 1 martial artist. The fact that 2 peak rank 1 martial artists were assigned to guard the door showed how powerful they were. Old Manly did not waste any time. He took out his martial arts license and tossed it over, saying lazily, "I've applied for it." The guard looked at the license and scanned it on the machine next to him. He said respectfully, "Masterly, please enter." Old Manly stepped in. Just as Fang Ping was about to enter, the guard said, "Sir, please show me your license." Fang Ping took out his martial arts license. The guard scanned it on the machine and looked at Fang Ping in surprise. A rank 3 martial artist, MCMAU was indeed a gathering place for prodigies. He was so young. According to the age registration on his martial arts license, Fang Ping was only 19 years old. This was too young. Old Manly had applied for a 2-person trip. Fang Ping was an MCMAU student, so he was allowed to enter very quickly. Stepping through the research institute's entrance, there was a whole new world inside. At the entrance was an empty space. There was nothing but patrolling martial artists. Under the watchful eyes of many martial artists, Fang Ping and Old Manly walked across the empty space and entered the real building. After entering, there was only a long passageway. At this moment, there was already someone waiting at the entrance. Seeing Fang Ping and Old Manly, a middle-aged man in a white coat smiled. "Old Manly, long time no see." "Busy, no time." Old Manly gave a perfunctory reply. Fang Ping was full of disdain. Would anyone believe his words? Old Manly had said he wanted to find something to do last time, but now he was sleeping in the logistics department every day. How could he be busy? The man in the white coat did not mind. He looked at Fang Ping and smiled. "Is this your student, Old Manly?" "Yes." "Let's go. We'll talk inside." Old Manly did not say much. The man in the white coat entered the passageway's password, matched his retina, and scanned his ID before bringing the two of them in. Fang Ping was a little surprised to see his complicated operation. Old Manly explained casually, "This is a research institute jointly funded by the government and martial arts universities. It's also one of the most high-end research institutes in Sino Nation and the world. Of course, this is not all. Forget it, it's useless to tell you. This passageway is 200 meters long. The surroundings are made of alloy, including the underground. If you want to enter the research institute, you can only enter from here. There's only one passageway, and there's not even an emergency exit. This passageway is here. Barging in without authorization. Those below Grandmaster level will almost certainly die." Fang Ping was speechless. "So strict?" "Of course." As Old Manly spoke, the man in the white coat beside him smiled and said, "The things being researched here are all extremely important, so the level of confidentiality is very high." "Oh." Fang Ping did not ask further and followed the two of them inside. After passing through 3 doors in a row, Fang Ping and the others entered a large hall. The moment Old Manly entered the hall, he said, "Bring us to the Human Research Institute." "All right." The man in the white coat did not waste any time. He led the two of them forward. Fang Ping looked left and right, but he did not see anyone. The hall was not used for research. It was more like a place for researchers to relax and move around. The hall, on the other hand, was connected to many passageways that led to different research institutes. At this moment, the man in the white coat led the two of them to one of the passageways. A minute later, after a few inspections, the three of them arrived at a brightly lit new hall. Old Manly tilted his head and asked, "Is there any live research going on now?" "Yes, Professor Wang is currently working on it. I'll bring you there to take a look." "All right." The man in the white coat continued to lead the way. Soon, they stopped at the entrance of a laboratory on either side of the hall. "Old Manly, it's here. Shall we go in?" "There's no need. We'll just watch from the entrance." As he spoke, Old Manly looked at Fang Ping and said, "Come take a look." Fang Ping's face was full of curiosity. He walked over hurriedly and looked inside through the transparent glass. At this moment, in the laboratory inside, a few researchers in the same white coat were talking in low voices. In front of them was a person. A living person. Don't ask Fang Ping how he knew that it was a living person. The person's limbs were still struggling violently. Fang Ping gulped and said softly, "Instructor, this is," Old Manly said casually, "the human body is the most complicated and difficult system to understand. It's also the most mysterious. How can weak humans become martial artists and grandmasters with an indestructible golden body? How can they transform their flesh and blood into an indestructible body? It's full of mysteries. That's why humans have never stopped their research all these years. This place is one of the largest research institutes, and its main focus is on some special people. For example, people with bone marrow mutations, people with mentality mutations, and all sorts of other mutations." "Oh right, speaking of which, people like you are actually considered mutated humans," Fang Ping gulped again and said softly, "using living people for research?" "Yes, there are too few examples. There's no other way." Then they're willing?" "Of course not, cough cough, maybe they are. I'm not sure about the specifics." Old Manly laughed. Then, he said excitedly, "It's dissecting the head this time? Can we go in and take a closer look?" The white coat beside him smiled and said, "I'll ask." "It should be possible. This is actually the fourth time a brain has been dissected this month. Professor Wang has been researching a new topic that has been put aside recently. Is mentality related to the brain? Is there a carrier for mentality inside the brain? Previous research has not been successful, mainly because we lack high-ranked powerhouses as research subjects. Although this experimental subject is not high-ranked, his mentality is much stronger than the average person's." He can sense. Fang Ping's expression changed, turning slightly green. Old Manly, on the other hand, glanced at him and said lightly, "That's true. Martial artists below rank 7 whose mentality can be sensed are extremely rare. This kind of experimental subject is very rare. Forget it, we won't go in. If we disturb Professor Wang and the experimental subject dies, that would be a sin." As he said that, Old Manly looked at Fang Ping and said softly, "Your mentality can be sensed, right?" "No." Fang Ping denied it at first. Then, he said immediately, "That, maybe. Instructor, this is too inhumane. Dissecting the brain for research? Can they survive this? Sigh, there's no other way. Mentality is related to grandmasters. We can't dissect grandmasters for research, can we? These martial artists who can sense mentality in advance are not very strong. Coincidentally, they can also sense mentality. Using them for experiments is the most suitable. Even if they die, they'll still be contributing to scientific research. If the secret is really discovered, people can sense mentality in advance. Maybe there will be more grandmaster powerhouses among humans. Then, all the sacrifices will be worth it. For humanity." Old Manly's expression was solemn. The white coat guy said seriously, "Everything is for humanity. Moreover, in our eyes, they're not," cough, cough. "Little Chen, don't be too cold-blooded. They're also contributing to science and to humanity. They're still valuable. You're right, old man. On the other hand, Fang Ping's face was pale. For humanity. This title was too noble. If grandmasters could not dissect them, then rank 3 martial artists were probably worthless, right? They could be dissected, Old Manly sighed. For the future of humanity, it's also our responsibility to stain the hands of you researchers with blood. The white coat guy's face was flushed. Old man, don't say that. Even if we're seen as executioners, so what? As long as we can increase the chances of a master martial artist like you achieving a breakthrough, even if all of us die, it'll be worth it. Little Chen, don't be so agitated. If you guys die, that'll be humanity's loss. While the two of them were chatting animatedly, Fang Ping was staring at the interior of the laboratory. A precision scalpel was cutting the other party's head, without anesthesia, because Fang Ping saw the other party struggling. So brutal, Old Manly had been watching him from the corner of his eyes. When he heard him mumbling to himself, he laughed. You can't anesthetize him. His mentality will only be active when he's awake. If he's unconscious, his mentality will not be active anymore. Fang Ping, after coming out of the catacombs, you can examine him here. The conditions here are very good, instructor, don't worry, we're here. When the time comes, we'll call the dean and the rest. Do you think the military department will dare to dissect you on the spot for research? The muscles on Fang Ping's face twitched. He said dryly, but, of course, if only you were a grandmaster. Nothing would be a problem then. I'm only rank 3, that's why I said, you have to perform well. There are a lot of middle stage rank 3 martial artists. Only the upper stage and peak have some value. They're the elites of humanity, Old Manly laughed again. If you become an elite, then even if you have some peculiarities, people will still accept you. But if you're not an elite, you still have to maximize the benefits. Humanity needs powerhouses. Powerhouses, elites, Fang Ping murmured. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the laboratory. A few people in white coats were in a flurry, doing something hurriedly. However, in the next moment, the experimental body that was still struggling just now suddenly stopped moving. After a while, the experimental platform that was still occupied just now was suddenly empty. The few people in white coats in the laboratory beat their feet and chests, looking extremely disappointed. Fang Ping's eyes widened. What was going on? Where were they? Old Manly glanced at them, frowning slightly. He pulled Fang Ping out, chuckling. Let's go, to the next place. Instructor, what happened just now? As Fang Ping spoke, he suddenly said, Catacombs humans. Old Manly said lightly, is that so? Maybe. The catacombs humans and humans here are doing research together. Everyone has something in common. Maybe. Fang Ping glanced at him. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Instructor, are you trying to tell me that if I don't become a powerhouse, I'll be dissected? Is that so? Old Manly chuckled. It'll be fine. Why would they dissect you? At most, they'll cut off some bones and flesh to study, don't you think so? Fang Ping was speechless. Was he trying to scare him on purpose? Old Manly could really do it. If he had not seen the person suddenly die and disappear, Fang Ping would have been a little scared. It was too cruel, cutting him up while he was still alive. However, very soon, Fang Ping's attention was diverted. He asked hurriedly, Instructor, did that person really resurrect in the catacombs? This was too illogical. Old Manly nodded and said in a low voice, It's true. Not only that, did you see it? All of it disappeared. Including the blood that was drawn from his body and the organs that were cut off. All of it will disappear. It's different for the catacombs humans killed in the catacombs. The corpses brought back will always exist. How exactly is this done? Science can't give us an answer at the moment. We can only slowly explore. Kid, are you interested in fighting with the catacombs humans we captured? Of course, they're not afraid of death. They're really not afraid of death. As for you, if you die, you die. When the white coat guy heard that, he immediately said awkwardly, Old Manly, there aren't many living bodies left in the research institute. Old Manly rolled his eyes and said impatiently, catch them after they're dead. Can't we let this kid try? Old Manly, there really aren't many left. You also know that it's very difficult to capture living bodies. Moreover, the living bodies that we've brought out so far are at least peak rank 3, Fang Ping was puzzled at first. Then, he asked suddenly, the catacombs entrance doesn't allow catacombs humans below rank 3 to enter? This was something that had been mentioned in class before. The catacombs entrance might be a one-way passageway. Currently, only catacombs creatures of rank 3 and above could pass through. Those with lower abilities could not. According to the old professor, 700 years ago, even rank 9 catacombs creatures might not be able to pass through this kind of barrier. This was also the reason why catacombs creatures had not attacked the first entrance in Xishan province for many years. Of course, all of this was speculation. After all, it was something that happened hundreds of years ago. Old Manly nodded but did not say much. Instead, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Kid, improve faster. Otherwise, if you get dissected here next time, don't blame us for not protecting you. It's better to rely on yourself than others. Don't think that I'm scaring you. Especially if someone is faking it, then we'll definitely investigate it thoroughly. Without strength, resistance is useless. Do you understand?" Fang Ping nodded with a heavy expression. Of course, he understood this. "Let's go. I'll bring you to see some other good stuff. There's probably no way to fight. It's too exhausting." Old Manly was a little regretful that something had gone wrong this time. Otherwise, he would at least wait until they were out of the research institute before telling Fang Ping to scare this kid. What a pity. As they walked to the other passageways, Old Manly suddenly said in a low voice, "If the bone marrow can't be jade textured, then there's only one way to solve the problem." Fang Ping's footsteps slowed. "Become stronger. When you become a grandmaster, no, as long as you reach rank 6, then everything will be fine. Time can help you drag it out. MCMAU is your confidence. However, you've always had no hope of becoming a grandmaster, and yet you can't explain why your vitality is endless. Kid, think about it. Even if you want MCMAU to help you withstand the pressure, you have to let others see your value. MCMAU doesn't lack rank 3 martial artists, not even rank 4 or 5. However, MCMAU lacks grandmasters. Humans lack them too. As for Fang Ping's bone marrow not being honed, if Huang Jing said no, then it must be true. Old Manly was not optimistic about whether this kid could do it. If Fang Ping could not explain, even if they did not pursue the matter, there were countless powerhouses among humans. There would always be people who would be more radical. When that happened, Fang Ping would be in a difficult position. The only way was to become stronger. When Fang Ping demonstrated his potential to become a grandmaster, some of the voices would disappear. A grandmaster powerhouse was comparable to an army of 3 lower rank 3 martial artists. In order to let the 3 lower rank 3 martial artists have the slightest hope of showing signs of endless vitality, it would be better to wait for Fang Ping to become a grandmaster. These two things depended on the magnitude of their value. Fang Ping said in a muffled voice, "I know." Then don't think about those messy things, including that platform. Don't take it too seriously. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. You don't know the situation. How can I improve so quickly without money? Do you really think that I can have endless vitality just because I'm talented? Everything today is built on the foundation of wealth and the foundation of the system. If I don't earn money, I'll just wait for death. Old Manly thought that he was wasting his time on this, delaying his cultivation. He did not know that this was the foundation for Fang Ping to become stronger. However, there was really no way to explain this. Fang Ping did not utter a word. Old Manly did not say anything either, bringing him to the next lab. "This is an energy stone?" Fang Ping mumbled, then said with slight doubt, "It's different from what I saw in school. Energy stones are just a general term. In fact, they are carriers of energy. It's normal for them to have different shapes, sizes, and colors." As Old Manly spoke, he casually picked up an energy stone and said, "Feel it carefully." "What do you feel?" Fang Ping pinched an energy stone the size of a bottle cap and sensed it carefully. After a while, he said with some trepidation, "Danger." Old Manly looked slightly surprised. Then, he asked suddenly, "You're sensing with your mentality?" "Probably. That's very normal. There's a lot of energy condensed in the energy stones. When this energy bursts out, it will naturally make people feel threatened. Your mental strength isn't very strong, so you can only feel it when you're in close contact. When your mental strength is stronger, like a grandmaster, you'll be able to predict danger in advance. This is also one of their major characteristics." "Teacher, is your mental strength strong? Last time I saw my mentor could use a cup." "That's Lu Fengru," Old Manly said calmly, "I can't do it." Was Lu Fengru talented, very strong? Dragons did not live with snakes. Many families built by martial artists were like this too. The Snake King Wu Kuishan was also a prodigy of his generation. If Lu Fengru did not have some ability, she and Wu Kuishan would not have gotten together. What Lu Fengru could do did not mean that all peak rank 6 martial artists could do it. Lu Fengru dared to say that she had a chance of becoming a grandmaster in 3 to 5 years. Old Manly, on the other hand, wanted to go to the catacombs and kill to his heart's content before he died. Old Manly had almost never felt the existence of Fang Ping's mentality. However, when Lu Fengru was in the energy room, when Fang Ping's mentality was slightly active, she felt it. This actually represented the difference between the two. In terms of strength, Old Manly might not lose to Lu Fengru. In terms of the potential to become a grandmaster, Old Manly was far inferior to the other party. Fang Ping was silent when he heard that. Then, he said, "Teacher, can you detect the strength of mentality?" "Yes, but it can only detect grandmasters." "Why?" "Because grandmasters' mentality can be externalized. In other words, martial artists who can externalize mentality can detect it, but others can't. Other people's mentality is invisible and cannot be sensed. Do you understand? The strength of mentality is the same as vitality. Is there a unit to measure it?" "Yes." Old Manly answered without hesitation. He smiled and said, "The strength of mentality is a very important measure among grandmaster martial artists. Let me put it this way. What do grandmasters look at? First, it's the externalization of mentality. When your mentality can be externalized and combined with vitality force to unleash grandmaster-level combat skills, then you're a grandmaster. And the honing of the skull is related to mentality. Why don't you hone the skull at the 3 middle ranks and choose to hone it at grandmaster instead? It's because the honing of the skull is not purely relying on vitality force. It also includes mentality to forge the skull. Pure vitality force might work, but it's extremely dangerous and the effect is very weak. Take me for example. I've been at peak rank 6 for 9 years. I've also honed my skull, but after 9 years, my skull honing might only be 15%. This is based on the fact that I've honed my bones once as an aspiring martial artist. If I wanted to hone my skull to 90%, I'd have to spend hundreds of years. Externalization of mentality and unleashing grandmaster-level combat skills are considered to have entered rank 7. After entering rank 7, I'll use mentality and vitality force to hone the skull. Once the honing is complete, I'll officially enter rank 8. Rank 8 grandmasters have perfected their bones. Their bone marrow is like mercury, their vitality is like a tidal wave, and their mentality is indestructible. At this point, they're truly indestructible. Fang Ping finally understood the cultivation path of a grandmaster. He had forgotten to ask about the unit of measurement for mentality. Upon hearing that, he asked curiously, "What about rank 9? "I don't know." "You don't know?" Old Manly rolled his eyes and said, "Nonsense. How would I know? I'm only rank 6. I know about rank 8 cultivation because MCMAU has 2 rank 8 vice-chancellors. Rank 9 is on another level. I've never come into contact with rank 9 powerhouses before. Moreover, what's the use of knowing if I haven't reached that level?" Fang Ping could not help but say, "If that's the case, then rank 8 grandmasters are indestructible. Then, our vice-chancellor, why, he seems to be sick." "Yes. Do you know what's going on? Indestructible doesn't mean that he's indestructible. When the vice-chancellor fought with the general of Skygate City, some of his indestructible traits were erased by the other party's mentality." "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure. Anyway, it means that high-ranked powerhouses can kill high-ranked powerhouses mainly by relying on mentality to erase the immortal mark. In a simple fight, they can injure, but they won't kill the other party. For example, if we fight with the Vice-Chancellor now, the Vice-Chancellor will let us slash at him. Maybe we'll be injured in the end, but this kind of injury won't be fatal, and we can recover quickly. However, if he's injured by a martial artist of the same rank, his indestructible traits will be erased. This kind of injury will be extremely difficult to recover from. Fang Ping only understood half of it, but he roughly understood what it meant. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said, "So, if my instructor hasn't achieved Grandmaster, she won't seek revenge because she can't kill that Skygate City Lord? You know about it too?" "I heard it from someone." Old Manly nodded and said, "That's right. If she's not rank 7, she can't kill the other party. Even if she goes, she'll just die. If she has achieved rank 7, then there's hope, even if the hope is slim. So, if there's a 5th Grandmaster in MCMAU, we don't want it to be her. Vice-Chancellor Wu is already rank 8. My instructor's father is also peak rank 7. If my instructor enters rank 7, won't she be a match for a rank 9? Fang Ping continued, "You said before that the other party has only just entered rank 9. Old Manly frowned and said, "You don't understand how strong a rank 9 is. Do you think a rank 3 martial artist can defeat a rank 4 martial artist?" Fang Ping said seriously, "When I reach peak rank 3, I'll go and test it out with Xianxia. He might not be able to outlast me." Old Manly was completely speechless. Mother asterisk cur, did I say you? You're cheating, do you know that? Your vitality is endless. Before becoming a Grandmaster, everyone still looks at vitality. Old Manly could not be bothered with him. He scolded, "Hurry up, experience the purity of the various energy stones yourself." Fang Ping began to feel it carefully. In the end, when he got the last energy stone, he had just picked it up for a while when Old Manly suddenly scolded him softly, "Kid, you've gone too far." Fang Ping's face was blank, as if he knew nothing. "I told you to look, not to absorb." Fang Ping put down the energy stone sheepishly and laughed dryly. "Instructor, is this used for cultivation? I just inhaled a little and I feel full of vitality. It's better than anything else." Old Manly's face darkened. "Get out. Don't talk about this when you get out, or else you'll have to pay for it." Fang Ping nodded immediately, reluctantly glancing at the glowing energy stone. Its effect was very strong, and it could quickly replenish vitality. Fang Ping was deep in thought. If he continued to absorb it and his vitality was full, could he start honing his bones if he continued to absorb it? The possibility was still very high. He remembered the professor saying that energy stones could be used as medicine. In Fang Ping's opinion, this was much better than pills. The absorption and digestion of pills was very slow. Perhaps it was because the conversion of source stones was extremely fast. Even someone like him would not be completely unable to adapt to using energy stones when his wealth was depleted. Of course, the key was that it was valuable. It was such a small piece, only a few dozen grams. If it really became his, it could increase his wealth by at least tens of millions. If he snatched this place, forget it. It was said that there were grandmasters guarding this place. A few minutes later, in another laboratory, Fang Ping swallowed his saliva, staring at a lush green fruit in front of him. He mumbled, "If only I were a grandmaster." "Can I take the pot too?" Old Manly added. Fang Ping shook his head hurriedly. "What are you talking about, teacher? If I were a grandmaster, I would definitely rob the catacombs for humanity." Old Manly sneered, ignoring him. "The Luosheng fruit isn't really anything good. It's the main ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. There are 3 types of pills that are most important to martial artists in the 3 middle ranks. The bodybuilding pill, the viscera shielding pill, and the 11 pills. The 11 pills? Fang Ping had never heard of this before. Old Manly explained, "It's actually a pill used to hone the internal organs. Aren't there 11 main parts of the internal organs? This pill also happens to have 11 types of medicinal ingredients, so it's called the 11 pills. The bodybuilding pill's main purpose is to hone the body, the viscera shielding pill, and the 11 pills' main purpose is to hone the internal organs. The purpose of martial artists in the three middle ranks is to hone everything below the head to the extreme. The luosheng fruit is the main ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. One luosheng fruit can produce 10 bodybuilding pills. As for the grade of the bodybuilding pill, it depends on the situation and the age of the medicinal ingredients. The value of the luosheng fruit is related to its age. The one in front of you is about 30 to 50 years old and costs about 100 credits. So cheap? Nonsense. This isn't the only medicinal ingredient for the bodybuilding pill. The luosheng fruit is also worth this much. Of course, it's a different story if it's older. Fang Ping pointed at the other bright red fruit that looked like a virgin fruit. This looks like a blue leaf fruit? The blue leaf fruit was actually red in color. It was called the blue leaf fruit because the plant that grew it had blue leaves. That was why it was called that. Yes, it's the main ingredient for the 11 pills. Its value is about the same as the luosheng fruit. Fang Ping asked curiously, "Don't you have it on Earth?" No. Then there weren't these pills in the past, that's why there weren't many grandmasters in the past. Once a grandmaster appears, he's hailed as an immortal. Since ancient times, other than the past 100 years, there has only been one grandmaster in 100 years. Can you understand how difficult that was? Fang Ping was speechless. If that was the case, grandmasters now were actually immortals in the past, Old Manly said mildly. The appearance of the catacombs and the rise of martial arts for humans is not without reason. Everything in the world has its counterbalance. When the catacombs appear, martial artists can play their best role. Killing the catacombs martial artists mostly depends on us, martial artists. When there are fewer martial artists, humans are in danger. That's why humans discovered these catacombs materials at this time, allowing us to rapidly increase our martial arts realm. In the past, just before the catacombs were discovered, in the world of sects, a peak rank 3 martial artist could sweep away an area, call himself a sect ancestor, and establish a sect. In the past, after some time, you, kid, could also call yourself a certain ancestor. Fang Ping laughed dryly. Too bad I was born in the wrong era, Old Manly sneered. In that era, entering rank 1 was already a blessing from the heavens. Fang Ping did not mind. He said with some emotion, if that's the case, there are about 300 living immortals in Sino Nation now. These immortals don't seem to be worth much anymore. You think there's a lot? Old Manly shook his head. In Skygate City, 14 high-ranked martial artists have been discovered so far. That's a lot. You can imagine how many grandmasters there are in the 13 cities of Magic City's catacombs. I'm afraid it's close to 200. Old Manly said in a low voice, that's why it's not a big problem for humans to pacify one catacombs, but the casualties will definitely be heavy. Maybe more than half of them will die. At most, they can pacify 2 catacombs. That's the limit. In Sino Nation, there are 22 catacombs entrances. No, soon there will be 23. What about overseas? How can they resist? They have grandmaster powerhouses too. Do you think Sino Nation is the only country with grandmasters? Of course, some countries are small. In many places, 5 or 6 countries guarding one catacombs entrance are not as stressful as ours. Moreover, the distribution of the catacombs is related to the population. You mean, the more people there are, the more catacombs entrances there will be. Old Manly sighed. Back then, we thought there was strength in numbers. That's why we increased the population. In the end, we realized that the more people there are, the faster the catacombs entrances appear. That's why we urgently called for a halt. That's what happened after that, family planning? Yes. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. He could not delve too deeply into the country's policies. Thinking of this, Fang Ping said immediately, the country next to us has a lot of people. They have a lot of powerhouses too. What do you think? They're different from us. We want to select seeds from the whole country. They want to squeeze the bottom out and cultivate a group of higher-ups. The 18 holy lands of the other party are actually guarding 18 catacombs entrances. Their holy land is a large sect. The 18 holy lands have no less than 200 grandmaster-level powerhouses. Fang Ping was speechless again. He could not look straight at it. Hindustan's 18 holy lands were actually 18 catacombs entrances. So, the so-called Buddhism suppressing demons was not a lie? But holy lands didn't just appear in recent years, it's just that if you put it that way, a holy land is still a holy land. But can't the powerhouses of the holy lands go out and build a temple above the catacombs? That's the territory that a holy land is guarding, understand? Understood. Fang Ping nodded hurriedly. He said with some relief, luckily we were born in Sino Nation. Otherwise, wouldn't we be squeezed? Old Manly laughed. That's why Sino Nation has more and more Grandmaster powerhouses. Fang Ping nodded again. Then, he followed Old Manly to see many things. After leaving the research institute, Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. He learned a lot of secrets and saw a lot of things that he could not see normally. Including the catacombs humans. In the last few minutes before leaving the research institute, Fang Ping was lucky enough to touch the catacombs human who was being sent to the laboratory. She was a beautiful woman. She felt meaty to the touch, but she was too fierce. Fang Ping only touched her, but the other party cast a murderous glare at him and almost went berserk and killed him. In the end, Old Man Li's slap almost turned the woman into minced meat. Only then did Fang Ping's little heart calm down. After leaving the research institute, Old Man Li shook his head and said, "Weak, too weak. You were almost killed by a catacombs martial artist whose entire body was restrained. Don't you feel ashamed? She should be a middle-ranked martial artist, right? Peak rank 3. Peak rank 3. Fang Ping mumbled, her glare is so scary. Nonsense. This is the catacombs martial artist who fought with our army. They kill without batting an eye. Do you think she's like the one from the evil sect? She might not even have fought with people a few times. Evil sect martial artists might not have the chance to fight with people. However, the catacombs martial artists, human martial artists, and human armies had fought more than once or twice. These were the powerhouses who had truly walked out of the battlefield. Fang Ping could only be considered a newbie now. He was slightly stronger than vitality martial artists, but it was normal for him to feel scared when he met a martial artist who killed people like flies. Old Manly got into the car and exhaled. Murderous aura is not a problem. It's not too difficult. When you enter the catacombs, you can kill thousands of them. Your glare can also kill. Fang Ping did not say anything. Old Manly began to doze off and said in his sleep, "Kid, work hard. Among all the students, you have the highest chance of becoming a grandmaster." Fang Ping suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Old Manly saw him in a different light. He gave him subsidies and deliberately provoked him, hoping that he would become a grandmaster as soon as possible. However, he knew his own situation. If he did not have enough wealth, he did not know when he would become a grandmaster. I have to earn a lot of money. Beside him, Old Manly almost died of anger. Damn it, kid, do you know your priorities? I brought you to see so much just to tell you that martial arts are the most important. Earning money is secondary. Of course, earning money was also important. After all, cultivating in the 3 middle ranks required a lot of resources, but the prerequisite was to improve your ability. Fang Ping did not think so much. To him, earning money was the guarantee of improving his ability quickly. There was nothing wrong with that. Fang Ping did not seem to have changed at all when he returned to school from the research institute. Fang Ping did not do anything else during the last few days of May. Other than buying some body-strengthening elixirs, body-honing pills, Fang Ping's bone-honing progress was still slow. Old Manly looked at it a few times and stopped talking. From the beginning of May, when Fang Ping had entered middle stage rank 3 to the end of May, almost a month had passed, and the number of bones Fang Ping had honed had not changed at all. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Lu Fengru, who barely showed her face in May, came looking for Fang Ping at the end of the month. Beside the haven, Zhao Xuemei, Chen Yunqi, and Fang Ping were all present. Looking at the 3 of them, Lu Fengru said slowly, "Xuemei has improved very quickly in the past month or so. She has honed 98 bones and entered middle stage rank 2. Soon, she will be able to enter upper stage." Zhao Xuemei smiled and said, "It's all thanks to teacher's help." Lu Fengru pressed her hands together and interrupted her. She said in a low voice, "It's going to be June soon. You're still 28 bones away from achieving peak rank 2. It looks like there's no hope before you enter the catacombs. Try to achieve peak rank 2 before the start of the next semester." Zhao Xuemei nodded quickly. She was a once-honed martial artist. It was already amazing that she could achieve peak rank 2 before the start of her sophomore year. This meant that she would be able to enter the 3rd rank in her sophomore year. There were still about 3 years before graduation. She could also try to break through to rank 4. Xianxia is still alright. 115 bones honed. At this rate, she should be able to achieve peak rank 2 before the end of June. In April, Lu Fengger directly gave Xianxia a death order. By the end of April, if she had not honed 100 bones, she would leave immediately. By the end of April, Xianxia had honed 100 bones. May was a month long, and his speed was still as swift as ever. In a month, he had honed 15 bones. If everything went as expected, by the end of June, he would almost certainly achieve peak rank 2. Xianxia lowered her head and said nothing. Lu Fengger looked at Fang Ping again. She frowned slightly. "At the beginning of May, you achieved middle stage rank 3. It's been a month now. Is there something wrong with your body?" Fang Ping shook his head and said immediately, "My body is stronger." "Then you." Fang Ping knew what Lu Fengger was trying to say. He explained, "Instructor, there are 26 vertebrae in total. I want to hone them all in one go." Lu Fengger's pupils shrunk slightly. She focused and said, "So you've been mainly honing your body and meridians recently?" "Yes." "Do you know how dangerous and difficult it is to refine it in one go?" "Why would you have such an idea?" Fang Ping explained again, "Before this, I wanted to hone 1 or 2 vertebrae individually, but after that, I keep feeling uncomfortable. My spine hurts, and it's hard to even use martial arts. This is a common problem for middle stage rank 3 martial artists. You'll get used to it." Fang Ping shook his head and said, "I'm worried that if I haven't reached upper stage rank 3 before entering the catacombs, my spine won't be honed completely, and my combat strength will be greatly reduced. Either I don't hone it, or I finish honing it in a short time." Bone honing was related to vitality and physique. Recently, I bought quite a lot of pills, mainly to temper my body. My physique has caught up, and my qi and blood are abundant. If I meditate for a few days, I might be able to temper my spine in one go. This way, I can directly step into upper stage rank 3 without going through this adaptation period. One-time spine tempering, Lu Fengger said in a low voice, "Do you know how much vitality and energy are needed for this? Don't mess around." There were 26 vertebrae. Normal people like Xiao Lei and the others who honed their vertebrae used up thousands of cal of vitality to finish honing one bone. To finish honing 26 bones, at least 30,000 calories of vitality would be consumed. Moreover, this was done in stages and at different times. There was also energy consumption and stamina consumption. Fang Ping wanted to hone his spine in one go. In the eyes of normal people, this kind of thing was impossible. It could not be done even with pills, unless one was placed in an energy mine, the kind that could be used for cultivation. In that kind of environment, perhaps it could be done. The key was that no martial artist had ever experimented with throwing a martial artist in the 3 lower ranks into an energy mine that could be used for cultivation. Even the children of rank 9 powerhouses were not so extravagant. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Instructor, I think I'm fine. I'm talented." Lu Fengger glanced at him and let out a soft humph. She knew that Fang Ping's mentality was extraordinary. However, she was the one who told Fang Ping about his bone marrow being like mercury. Fang Ping did not even realize it himself, so where did his confidence come from? "Instructor, don't worry. If I really can't do it, it's not like I'll be finished if I can't finish honing. At most, I'll hone a few less bones. It won't affect anything." Since bones could be honed in pieces, Fang Ping would not die even if he could not finish honing in one go. The reason why Fang Ping wanted to complete it in one go this time was to try and shorten the adaptation period. The spine was very important to the human body. Martial artists at this stage would need a short adaptation period every time they finished honing their spine. It was not a long time. Honing a bone would only take 1 or 2 days to adapt. However, for 26 bones, the adaptation period would exceed a month. Fang Ping only found out about this later. Therefore, after he had honed more than half of his first spine, Fang Ping felt that he was not used to it and changed his mind. In this month, his vitality was mainly used to hone his body and meridians. The 24 million cash he had on him was almost completely spent. His wealth was now only 30 million. Of course, his spine had also improved during this process. Although not a single bone had been honed completely, there was some progress in the 26 vertebrae under the effects of body honing pills and bodybuilding pills. 30 million wealth might not be enough to hone his bones with the system alone. Fang Ping's idea was to cultivate for a few days and use his own vitality to hone, using the system to increase his vitality and mentality. This way, it would take a long time, but he would complete the honing himself instead of relying on the system. On one hand, it saved his wealth, and on the other, Fang Ping realized some problems. The system helped him hone his bones, but he did not experience it firsthand. His control over his bones was not as good as others, and he would need to spend a lot of time to solve this side effect. If that was the case, he might as well do it himself. Lu Fengger was still frowning. Xianxia also raised her head and whispered, "You want to finish honing in one go? It's very dangerous." Fang Ping did not care. He smiled and said, "What danger can there be? It's fine." Lu Fengger exhaled and said, "If you really want to do this, then go to the energy room or the vitality pool." Fang Ping said with a bitter face, "Forget it. It's too expensive. I can't afford it." Fang Ping had thought about this bone honing. Either he used up all his wealth, or he honed 26 bones. Only then would it end. It might take as long as 3 to 4 days. The energy room cost 240 credits a day. He could not afford it. Borrow. It's your own platform. Don't you know this? Instructor, I don't think it's necessary to be so wasteful. Fang Ping really felt that it was wasteful. If he spent 3 days, that would be 720 credits, more than 20 million. It was the same without the energy room. You don't understand. Lu Fengger shook her head. The effects of the energy room may not be obvious when you're at your peak, but when you're exhausted, the effects will be obvious. Instructor, go borrow 1,000 credits yourself. Why not if you can borrow them? If you die in the catacombs, you don't have to return them. So before you go down, borrow as much as you can. Fang Ping was suddenly speechless. What she said made sense. No wonder rank 3 martial artists' loans were open 2 days ago. All rank 3 martial artists who went down to the catacombs borrowed as much as they could. On the other hand, martial artists who did not plan to go down to the catacombs recently borrowed according to their needs. Everyone probably thought the same way. If they died in the catacombs, then they did not have to return it. Who cared how much they borrowed? If they did not die, then after a trip down to the catacombs, the interest was nothing. Before this, Fang Ping was thinking about wasting it. Now, he suddenly understood. I should borrow some. Besides, I have the right to waive interest. Why not use it? He did not use it before because the borrowed credits did not have any wealth points. However, when he returned this debt, his wealth points would be replenished. Then I'll go borrow some credits and prepare to hone my bones. Let me know when the time comes, Lu Fengger said. Fang Ping nodded. Lu Fengger thought for a while and said, once you enter upper stage rank 3, you should prepare to cultivate combat techniques. Your combat techniques are still based on rank 1's foundation. Also, you know very little. 1 cloud step, 1 manic explosion, and the rest is all. Once you reach upper stage rank 3, your vitality will be close to 1,000 cal. It will be difficult for you to even control your own strength. Right now, you can achieve vitality outbursts of more than 100 cal. When you reach upper stage rank 3, you may not be able to do so. When that time comes, your physique will be stronger, you will have more honed bones, and your vitality will flow through your entire body, completing a systematic cycle. When that time comes, the vitality outbursts will decrease. Lu Fengger saw that Fang Ping did not understand, so she said, this means that when that time comes, the power of your combat techniques will still be the same. At middle stage rank 3, you will need a vitality outburst of 100 cal. When you reach upper stage rank 3, you will only need a vitality outburst of 30 calories or 40 calories. At this time, you can achieve a vitality outburst of 100 cal at middle stage rank 3, but at upper stage rank 3, you might only be able to achieve a vitality outburst of 50 calories. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded, then said gloomily, if that's the case, when I reach upper stage rank 3, I might not even be able to master the basic strength? Yes. Martial artists' so-called mastery of strength meant that they could achieve at least 10% of their current vitality outburst when they unleashed a big move. As the realm and vitality increased, the difficulty of mastering strength would also increase. Once Fang Ping entered upper stage rank 3, the moves that he used to barely qualify as trump cards might drop ranks, and he would become a newbie at upper stage rank 3. Understood. Fang Ping calculated for a while, then said, Instructor, I'll start honing my bones in meditation tomorrow. If everything goes smoothly, I will be able to reach upper stage rank 3 in 3 or 4 days. I don't know if I can make it in time to enter the catacombs if I spend 10 days to half a month cultivating combat techniques. It's okay. If it's really 2 days late, I'll go to the school and tell them to delay it for 2 days. Lu Fengre did not mind too much. The purpose of entering the catacombs was to train the students, not to send them to their deaths. Fang Ping had not mastered his strength yet. At most, he would not enter the catacombs this time. There was no reason for him to rush into the catacombs when he had not mastered his combat techniques. Speaking of which, there were actually very few people like Fang Ping who had not entered the catacombs even though he was already upper stage rank 3. This kid had improved too quickly. In addition, he had mingled with a group of rank 2 martial artists before, so the school had organized the time well. Otherwise, after he had entered middle stage rank 3, someone would probably come and drag him into the catacombs with them. After knowing Fang Ping's thoughts, Lu Fengre no longer cared about him. Lu Fengre's attitude toward Xianxia was slightly better before, but now she was back to her old ways. Before she left, she said, enter the catacombs and advance to peak rank 2. Otherwise, ask your grandfather to enter the catacombs to protect you. Xianxia looked aggrieved. Did she not say that she would achieve peak rank 2 before the end of June? How did it become peak rank 2 before entering the catacombs? Fang Ping was happy when he heard that. After Lu Fengre left, he grinned and said, Yunqi, your grandfather is a grandmaster. Why don't you ask your grandfather to enter the catacombs with us? It'll be safer that way. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, I'm not a child anymore. Do I need my grandfather to protect me? You have resources but you don't know how to use them. What a waste. Fang Ping curled his lips. If I had a grandmaster grandfather, I would tie myself to him every day. How awesome would that be? You bully people with more vigor. Are you convinced? Let my grandfather beat you up. Since Xianxia was unwilling, Fang Ping could not do anything about it. Grandmasters were all busy. How could they have the time to follow their children every day, even if he liked this granddaughter of his? However, grandmasters had a lot of tasks. Annihilating evil sects, entering the catacombs, overseeing a region, and resisting the invasion of foreign grandmasters. Although humans were facing the threat of the catacombs now, it did not mean that humans all over the world were harmonious and united. It was not uncommon to plunder resources from other countries to strengthen one's own strength. This included some idle high-ranked powerhouses. Even if these people entered the catacombs, their lives were guaranteed. They might not care about the catacombs invasion. It was not uncommon to take advantage of the fact that other countries could not spare manpower to reap a large sum of money to make themselves stronger. All of this required powerhouses to deter them. 300 grandmasters in Sino Nation sounded like a lot, but the catacombs were divided into half. The other grandmasters were scattered all over the country. The number was pitifully small. The defense was already stretched thin. Just as Fang Ping went to borrow credits in preparation for a breakthrough. Dean's office. Huang Jing said in a low voice, he wants to hone his bones once. Lu Fengre nodded and said, I think it's a little risky. So, you and I will go to protect him when the time comes. We can also observe what's going on with his body. This kid didn't say anything about preparing vitality pills. Is that so? Huang Jing thought for a moment and nodded. Call old Wu along when the time comes. Lu Fengru snorted but did not say anything. Stepping into upper stage rank 3 before the end of his freshman year. This speed is a little shocking, Huang Jing mumbled. This speed was even faster than NMAU's Wang Jinyang. Could it be that a rank 4 martial artist would appear at the start of sophomore year next semester? Once one entered the middle ranks, it would be a whole new world. A middle-ranked martial artist entering the political world would be enough to become a commander. If he stayed in MCMAU, he could also become a martial arts instructor. In schools like NMAU, he would still be a powerhouse among the instructors. A special mutation? It was now June. June 1st, MCMAU. Fang Ping stepped into the energy room. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Fang Ping had also stirred up a small wave. On the 1st of June, the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking list was updated. On the rank 3 ranking list, MCMAU Fang Ping entered the ranking list for the first time as a middle stage rank 3. He was ranked 96th. There were 100 people in the rank 3 ranking list. There were 99 martial arts universities in the country, but there were not many rank 3 martial artist students. Altogether, there were only about 1,000 of them. There were less than 2,000 people, and Fang Ping had only made it into the top 100. It did not seem too eye-catching. The reality was that every rank 3 student who had not graduated could be considered an elite. 1 out of 10,000 ordinary people and 1 out of 10 elites were two completely different concepts. How many university students were there in China? University students, more than 30 million, in fact, with the addition of some random universities, the number of students was even higher. Primary and secondary school students had not yet stepped into the martial arts circle, so there was no need to count. Rank 3 students were already the cream of the crop among the 30 million students. Now, Fang Ping was starting to stand out among the cream of the crop. It could even be said that he was slowly entering the peak of the school. When July came this year, a large number of fourth-year students would graduate. At that time, the number of students on the rank 3 ranking list might be reduced by more than half, including the graduating rank 4 and 5 students from MCMAU and CCMAU. When that time came, Fang Ping could truly be considered a giant among the students in school. Sun City. Ever since Fang Ping entered MCMAU, the Fang family had begun to pay attention to the news of the martial arts world. It had not been long since the Martial Arts University Combat Strength ranking was released, but it had become one of the most popular rankings among the general public. When Fang Yuan saw Fang Ping's name on the rank 3 ranking list, she was beyond shocked. My brother is on the list. Sister Yuan, where are you? Where is it? Let me see. I want to see it too. Sis Yuan, what ranking did you enter? The Martial Arts University rank 3 ranking list. Fang Yuan was shocked. My brother's only a freshman, and he's already in the rank 3 martial artist ranking? As she spoke, one of the girls who had just surrounded them suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's an introduction at the back. Sister Yuan, your brother killed someone." Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly, and she quickly looked behind her. Fang Ping, MCMAU freshman, 19 years old, middle stage rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, 96th, peak battle record, early May, Saber beheaded a peak rank 3 martial artist. Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then suddenly said, "There wasn't this before. Why is there such an introduction now?" Fang Yuan quickly scrolled through the leaderboard. As expected, everything had changed. Zheng Longjiang, CCMAU junior student, 22 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, number 1 peak battle record, mid-April. Besieged. Invincible with his staff, beheaded a middle stage rank 4 martial artist and 4 peak rank 3 martial artists. Qin Fengqing, MCMAU junior student, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, 6th, peak battle record, escaped from a rank 5 powerhouse and killed an early stage rank 4 martial artist. Xia Lei, MCMAU sophomore, 21 years old, peak rank 3 martial artist. Ranking, 32nd. Peak battle record, invincible iron fist, killing 2 peak rank 3 martial artists at upper stage. Previously, it was just a simple ranking. but now, there was a sudden change in battle records. The girls were all stunned. They all killed people. In many people's eyes, martial artists were just a synonym for high and mighty. Who would have thought that these martial artists, who were all students, would have human lives in their hands? From the 1st to the 100th place, all of them had a kill record without exception. There was no detailed list of how many people they had killed, but they all had peak battle records. Fang Ping's saber slaying a peak rank 3 martial artist was not a bad result. Many of the martial artists ranked before him had only killed upper stage rank 3 martial artists. Laymen might not understand, but the professionals knew that everyone killed different martial artists. Fang Ping killed evil sect martial artists, while the others mostly killed catacombs martial artists. My brother killed people. Fang Yuan was still in shock. After a long time, she suddenly puffed up her cheeks and said, "My brother must have killed bad people." You all saw it. They all killed people. My brother is a hero, not a murderer. The girls were all confused at the moment. For a moment, no one refuted her. At the same time, many people were looking at the newly updated leaderboard. When they saw the rank 3 students' battle records, many of them were shocked and confused. They all had human lives in their hands. Were these martial arts university students? The rank 1 and rank 2 rankings did not have such records for now. However, this was the first time such a record had appeared on the rank 3 leaderboard. The internet was instantly in an uproar. What are martial arts universities doing? Why do all these martial artists have human lives in their hands? Aren't martial arts universities a school? Why would the school let students kill people? Who are the dead martial artists? 100 of them, all of them have killed people, and this is only on the leaderboard. What about those who are not? How many people have died? What is the government hiding? I already felt that something was wrong last time. During the Martial Arts University Championship, those students were especially ruthless. They all looked like they had killed people before. Could it be? The internet was in an uproar. The officials, however, remained silent. No one came out to explain anything. Among the martial arts universities, a martial arts university higher-up faced the reporters and said coldly, "Of course they killed people who deserved to be killed. Do martial artists only fight in exhibition matches?" When someone asked why martial arts university students could not be punished by the law after killing people, the higher-up said coldly, "Martial arts university students, you can treat them as law enforcers. In reality, all martial arts university students have the right to enforce the law." As soon as this was said, it caused another uproar. Martial arts university students actually had the right to enforce the law. This was the first time the outside world had heard of such a fact. The martial arts university students' murder cases caused an uproar for a while. However, there was no longer any response. Gradually letting the people accept these facts was the established policy of the higher-ups. From the beginning of the championship, to the establishment of local combat teams, to the holding of various martial arts competitions, and finally to the public martial artists' individual results, everything was gradually unfolding. He wanted people to accept everything and understand everything. When the truth came to light, they wouldn't feel too much panic and helplessness. When the truth was revealed, everyone would know who these people had killed. Nanjiang Martial Arts University. Wu Zhihao and the others were completely speechless. Killing a peak rank 3 with a saber. How far had Fang Ping pulled away from them? At this moment, apart from Fang Ping, none of the martial science students from Sun City No. 1 High School of the same grade had entered the martial artist realm. Everyone was nurturing their vitality. Even if some of them had vitality over 150 calories, they still had not broken through. However, Fang Ping had already entered middle stage rank 3 and killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. Tan Hao smiled bitterly. President Wang already controls half of NMAU, and Fang Ping has also shown off his skills in MCMAU. Compared to them, I always feel like we're not from the same era. The small Sun City No. 1 High School had produced 2 young powerhouses in succession. Even Sun City's commander would not be a match for Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping was completely unaware of the uproar in the outside world. He did not have the time to look at the updated rank 3 ranking list. Energy room. Fang Ping met the instructor from last time again, Song Yingji. When he saw this instructor, Fang Ping remembered his little account book. This person owed him a lot of credits. When Song Yingji saw Fang Ping, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. Middle stage rank 3 now? I'll be upper stage soon. Fang Ping grinned. Instructor, I think you should give me a discount now. I'm only a freshman. Song Yingji grinned. Student Fang, you're very confident. I have good news for you too. 2 days ago, I broke through to rank 6. I'm only 42 this year. I still have a lot of time. Remember to catch up to me soon. Fang Ping's cheeks twitched. He laughed dryly. Congratulations, Instructor Song. Song Yingji grinned. It's no big deal. It's only rank 6. I'll strive to become a grandmaster when you achieve rank 6. Student Fang Ping, you must work hard. Fang Ping was speechless. Those who owed him money now had a hard time getting their debts back. Song Yingji and Tang Feng went without saying. Old Wang was also a middle stage rank 4 martial artist. Feng Wenxiang was in CCMAU and had a grandmaster grandfather. Other than them, no matter how he thought about it, Qin Fengqing seemed to be the easiest to bully. That guy owed him 300,000. He remembered it correctly, right? Qin Fengqing had not achieved rank 4 yet. He was about to achieve upper stage rank 3. If he practiced his combat techniques, he might have the chance to get his debt back after he returned from the catacombs. Forget it. I'll set a small goal. I'll get Qin Fengqing's 300,000 back first. Fang Ping could not remember if he had really lent Qin Fengqing money. However, it had been so long that he had forgotten whether it was real or not. Anyway, he probably owed him. He did not say anything more to Song Yingji. A rank 6 instructor could kill him with one slap. He would forget about it for now. Open the energy room for 3 days. 3 days? Song Yingji was slightly surprised, but he still happily deducted Fang Ping's 720 credits. Fang Ping felt his heart ache. It was too much. He had just finished paying when Lu Fengger strolled in. Seeing Lu Fengger come in, Fang Ping seriously suspected that this instructor of his had been waiting outside just now. She waited for him to pay the bill before entering, so that he would not complain to her. Go in. Lu Fengger did not waste any time. She said as she walked, don't force yourself if you can't do it. Yes, I know. Once the spine has been honed, the bones of the limbs and torso will be connected, forming a large system of circulation. At this time, the human body will undergo a transformation. Remember, that will be your chance to guide the connected vitality to hone your body. If you have enough vitality, you can even try to hone your bones in depth. Of course, this is just an attempt. You mean, bone marrow? Yes. Fang Ping said uncomfortably, my bone marrow is like mercury now. Lu Fengger sneered. She reached out and grabbed the back of Fang Ping's neck, lifting him up. She said lightly, too light. Fang Ping was ashamed and angry. Can you not be so shameless? Do you think I'm a puppy, lifting me up just by grabbing the back of my neck? Lu Fengger did not care what he thought. She continued, it might not work. Of course, you're different. Your vitality is strong, so it might work. That's what I was thinking. When you're upper stage rank 3, you can try it while your physique is transforming. If it doesn't work, then it's your problem, not mine. Got it? Fang Ping did not say that his bone marrow was like mercury now. He said sheepishly, got it. Actually, you should have chosen the vitality pool. It might have been better. I really don't have any money. If you don't have money, then earn it yourself. You said you could eat all the pills, didn't I say it was a joke after that? Sigh. Fang Ping let out a long sigh. You have so many grandmasters in your family. Why are you still so stingy? As they spoke, the two of them reached the door of the cultivation room. Fang Ping did not waste any more time and walked in. This time, Lu Fengger did not follow him in. She stood outside the door and said, you go in alone. I'll watch from the outside. After she said that, she operated the control panel at the door. The walls of the cultivation room suddenly turned transparent. Fang Ping was stunned. She could do that. If it was a girl cultivating, Fang Ping felt that the probability of her cultivating naked was very high. Did that not mean? Fang Ping looked down, trying to remember how Lu Fengru operated it. Lu Fengru said lazily, "What are you looking at? Only the instructors have the authority." Then will Instructor Song from the front desk peep? Fang Ping said softly. He then said, "I'm a man, so it's fine. But girls. Instructor, I think Instructor Song needs someone to supervise." "Sure. I'll arrange for you to be an assistant here later." "What do you think?" Fang Ping laughed dryly. "Forget it. What a joke. If he stayed with Song Yingji every day, he would be tortured to death sooner or later. Then stop talking nonsense. Go in." Lu Fengru rolled her eyes at him. This kid was not very capable, but he was good at causing trouble. Was he going to offend all the rank 6 instructors in the school? Fang Ping saw that she had the intention to kick him, so he hurriedly walked into the cultivation room. When he looked outside, he could not see the outside. The purpose of the school building this kind of cultivation room is not pure. Fang Ping lamented. Just as he was lamenting, a few more people appeared outside the cultivation room. Huang Jing, Wu Quishan, Old Manly, and Song Yingji stood outside the door. As if he had heard Fang Ping's lament, Wu Quishan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "This kid is asking for a beating." Song Yingji smiled and said, "President Wu, I think so too. Why don't I go find Xiao Lei and Qin Fengqing to talk to him?" Lu Fengru said impatiently, "All of you, shut up and watch carefully. Also, if his vitality is insufficient, activate the cultivation energy mode." Song Yingji frowned slightly. Huang Jing said helplessly, "Where would we find so many cultivationating energy stones? He's just a rank 3. Let's not waste them." Lu Fengru said faintly, "If you guys save some, he'll have it. He's your student, Lu Fengru." "Why don't you?" Lu Fengru cut her off directly. "I don't have money. I'm going to sell the pill company's shares and dividends to the school. Dean, give me a few rank 7 catacombs martial artists' hearts." Huang Jing frowned slightly. Wu Quishan also focused and said, "Fengru, this is not how grandmasters break through. Why do you care how I break through? You're messing around. The rank 7 martial artists' hearts are only more energized. They're not much different from energy stones. They're not good for breaking through. If you absorb too much of this energy, once your mentality is homogenized, your life genes will turn into catacombs life," Lu Fengru said calmly. "So what? You." Wu Quishan frowned and said in a low voice, "The school doesn't have these things. The military department does. Then go to the military department and exchange for them. The military department won't give them to me. Then you figure it out yourself." Wu Quishan was not surprised. Of course, the military department would not give these things to Lu Fengru. Killing high-ranked catacombs powerhouses was extremely difficult. Even the military department did not have many in storage. If Lu Fengru relied on this to achieve rank 7, the military department would not agree. Lu Fengru looked at him deeply. After a while, she snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that you can really delay my breakthrough. Without these things, I'll definitely achieve rank 7 in 5 years. Wu Quishan ignored her. They would talk about it 5 years later. 5 years later, he might also have a chance to achieve rank 9. When that time came, it would not matter much whether Lu Fengru broke through or not. Huang Jing saw that the couple was arguing again. He coughed dryly and said, "Let's not talk about this first. This kid has started honing his bones. Do you think it's possible to hone 26 bones in one go? Even if his vitality is unlimited, he'll still get tired halfway through." In the cultivation room, Fang Ping took off his shirt and got into a horse stance. His body trembled slightly as his vitality surged. Wealth, 30 million vitality, 869 calories, 869 calories, mentality, 499 Hz, 499 Hz, bones honed, 151 bones, 90%, 26 bones, 35% to 70%, 29 bones, 30%, his limbs, ribs, and sternum were all honed, but none of the 26 vertebrae were honed. Very few people would do what Fang Ping did, honing not just one bone, but separately. Fang Ping had already made up his mind to hone his vertebrae in one go. As his body trembled, the methods of honing began to operate. On the surface of Fang Ping's upper body, the meridians became distinct and swelled rapidly. "It's starting." Fang Ping muttered and began to concentrate his vitality on his spine. His back swelled visibly, outside the door. Old Manly crossed his arms and scratched his slightly white hair. He raised his eyebrows. "This kid is interesting. He's not honing just one bone. He's honing his spine. As if it's a whole bone." Lu Fengru frowned and said coldly, "Bastard, don't mess around." The risk of honing just one bone was not high. If he honed the spine as a whole, if the vitality supply was cut off midway, the entire spine would be easily damaged. That was not the problem. The burden was too great. Honing 26 bones as a whole meant that Fang Ping's vitality was depleting rapidly every minute. If he does this, his vitality will only last about an hour. Wu Quishan said coldly, "What's the rush?" "We'll see." This kid had a vitality outburst of more than 10,000 cal in Nanjiang. He's only doing this because he's confident. Lu Fengru said uncertainly, "Did Lion Tang see it clearly? He didn't take any pills along the way?" "I took a look just now. He didn't bring any pills, and there are no signs of vitality accumulation in his body." She had mentioned Fang Ping casually, but it was also a test. In the end, she realized that although Fang Ping's vitality was not weak, it was not as good as a peak rank 3 martial artist. Without pills, was he really relying on his own vitality? At this moment, Wu Quishan said suddenly, "He's using his mentality to capture energy particles." Huang Jing hurriedly craned his neck to look. Lu Fengru also perked up. As for Old Manly and Song Yingji, they looked at each other helplessly. "We can't see it." Right now, Fang Ping was indeed using his mentality to capture the energy particles that were spreading out. In the cultivation room, the energy particles released by the energy stones were easier for people to feel. As Fang Ping honed his bones with his vitality, he tried to use his mentality to meditate and capture these particles. People who couldn't sense or release their spiritual power wouldn't be able to sense the existence of these energy particles. Only spiritual power could sense them. Fang Ping's mentality could only fluctuate slightly. Even so, he could still sense that the cultivation room was filled with these particles. At this moment, Fang Ping knew that he was in deep trouble. Even though Lu Fengru and the others appeared to be extremely magnanimous and did not mind what secrets he was hiding, this kind of behavior of exposing secrets in front of the public still made Fang Ping's heart beat faster and he could not eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, he was trying to use his mind power to capture these particles of energy. This was also to prove to the outside world that he could indeed do this. As his mentality came into contact with the invisible energy particles, Fang Ping's mentality depleted extremely quickly. Seeing his mentality drop from 499 Hz to 450 Hz, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and quickly replenished his mentality. However, his mentality continued to deplete, but he could not move the existence of these particles. "My mentality is too weak." Fang Ping was touched. Suddenly, he steeled his heart and forced himself to say increase mentality. Since the system had the data of the upper limit, Fang Ping no longer used this kind of forceful method to increase his vitality and mentality. This was because Fang Ping knew that the existence of the upper limit was his own limit. Once he exceeded the upper limit, Fang Ping was always worried that he would explode. This time, however, Fang Ping steeled his heart and forcefully increased his mentality. As long as his mentality could move the energy particles, he would have an excuse to explain that his vitality was recovering. Blindly relying on the instructors to hide it, ignore it, and pretend to be deaf and dumb made Fang Ping extremely uncomfortable. He did not want to act like a fool. Everyone obviously knew that there was something wrong with him, but no one said anything. He himself also pretended to be a fool. This made Fang Ping feel like a clown. Therefore, everyone knew and deliberately put on an act with him, but he still had to pretend that no one knew. This kind of feeling made Fang Ping so depressed that he could not put it into words. When Fang Ping muttered to increase the upper limit of his mentality, on the system panel, the original 499 Hz upper limit suddenly changed, blurry, clear. Very soon, 499 Hz became 500 Hz. The moment his mentality reached 500 Hz, Fang Ping suddenly felt like his brain was exploding. Bang, his brain rumbled, and Fang Ping's consciousness gradually dissipated along with these explosions. Outside the door, Wu Kuxian's expression changed abruptly, and he roared, "Open the door." Song Yingji quickly opened the door to the cultivation room. Wu Kuxian entered the cultivation room in a flash, and Huang Jing followed closely behind. Both of them stared at the ferocious Fang Ping. Wu Kuxian did not move. He released his mentality to sense for a while, and said in a low voice, "Nonsense. What the hell is going on?" Huang Jing frowned and shook his head. "I'm not sure. How did this happen?" Both of them spoke vaguely. Lu Fengru also used her mentality to sense. After a while, she said with a pale face, "Have you guys encountered this situation before?" Old Manly asked hurriedly, "What the hell is going on?" Wu Kuxian took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm not too sure. His mentality is only at the level of perception. Under such circumstances, there's no way he can capture energy particles. However, just now, his mentality seems to have broken through a barrier and increased by a lot. It can be said to be a temporary breakthrough. However, he hasn't reached the level where he can withstand this kind of mentality. The sudden breakthrough and the mentality is overflowing. It might have impacted his consciousness," Huang Jing said with a headache. "Simply put, his consciousness has been dispersed by his own mentality. If he can't recover, then he'll be brain dead." Lu Fengru gritted her teeth and said angrily, "This bastard." As she spoke, Lu Fengru slammed the wall, and the entire cultivation room shook. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fengru looked at the two grandmasters and asked, "What do we do now?" Wu Kuxian groaned. After some thought, he said, "I'll do some guidance, but I'm afraid it won't be effective. Theoretically, mentality shouldn't exceed the human body's limit. If that's the case, then it's not a breakthrough, but a loss of control. This kid. What's going on?" At this moment, Wu Kuxian was also a little confused. Normally, if Fang Ping could not reach this stage, then his mentality would not have broken through. However, he had broken through. This was a very big contradiction. It was like lifting 1,000 kg rock that you could not lift, but you did, and you even smashed yourself to death. This would make people feel that it was very ridiculous. However, at this moment, this ridiculous thing happened to Fang Ping. His own mentality had a breakthrough, but his consciousness had been dispersed. This was simply unheard of. Losing control would not cause mentality to become stronger. Wu Kuxian said that, but he still began to use his mentality to guide Fang Ping's overflowing mentality. Following his guidance, Fang Ping's mentality gradually began to condense. Wu Kuxian breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Jing, who was beside him, explained on behalf of everyone, "His consciousness hasn't been completely dispersed. Fang Ping's consciousness still remains, and he's cooperating with old Wu to rein in his mentality." Old Manly said immediately, "Does this mean that he's fine?" "I don't know. Don't worry, it's mainly up to him now." Old Manly frowned and said, "You mean, it depends on his obsession, or the strength of his willpower?" "Yes." Old Manly muttered to himself. Suddenly, he said loudly, "Fang Ping, I'll give you 10,000 credits. Do you want it?" Lu Fengru and the rest's cheeks twitched. "Would it work?" Fang Ping, who had his eyes closed, twitched his eyelids slightly. "I'll give you 500. Vitality pills. Do you want it? 1,000 pills?" "Fang Ping, someone took away your distance platform and divided your credits. I don't want your instructor's 1,000 credits. The school is prepared to give you 100,000 credits for free." Old Manly did not know if it would work, but he felt that it would still be useful. Seeing that Fang Ping did not move, Old Manly thought for a while and shouted again, "If he doesn't wake up, I'll cut open his head and check if he's brain dead." Wu Kuxian said suddenly, "He's going to wake up. Let's go." The few of them exchanged glances. In the next second, they left the cultivation room one after another. Song Yingji closed the door behind him. After they left, Fang Ping suddenly opened his eyes in the cultivation room. He shook his head slightly and panted, "What's going on?" Just now, he had forcefully piled his mentality on it. He suddenly felt his brain explode, and then his mind went blank. In a daze, he seemed to hear someone talking. Who's talking? Auditory hallucination? No, it sounds like they're going to cut open my head, Fang Ping muttered in his heart. His face turned green and white. Did he dream of what he thought about in the day? In his auditory hallucination, he actually heard someone wanting to cut open his head. Old Manly was committing a sin. Don't tell me these people really want to cut open my head. Fang Ping felt a little uneasy. He exhaled and began to sense his mentality. This time, it was much easier to sense it. And the energy particles in the space seemed more obvious. Fang Ping used his mentality again to move the energy particles. This time, it was very smooth. Very soon, he moved the particles into his body one by one. The moment the particle entered his body, Fang Ping's face lit up with joy. One energy particle actually recovered at least 5 calories of vitality. This effect is too shocking. Outside the door, Lu Fengru said lightly, is he afraid of death, or does he love money? Old Man Li's words earlier, some offering money, some robbing, and some threatening to cut off his head, resulted in Fang Ping waking up so quickly. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Wu Quishan thought it was a little funny. He shook his head and said, maybe he just woke up, or maybe he was provoked. The few of them looked at each other, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Huang Jing laughed for a while and suddenly said, it seems like he can really move the energy particles. Wu Quishan nodded and said, high-ranked martial artists can do it easily. For us, vitality is not the main problem. As long as our mentality is not destroyed, as long as there are energy particles in the space, our vitality will almost never be cut off. But he's a rank 3 martial artist, and he can actually move it with some effort. It's really beyond my expectations. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, he couldn't do it before. Then the problem with vitality recovery, Lu Fengru said lazily, Lion Tang must have seen wrongly. He might have eaten a pill. Huang Jing was speechless. He said impatiently, you have the guts to say that. Moreover, his mentality is weak now. He can move some energy particles with some effort, but it's only a matter of recovering 30 to 50 cal of vitality. He had just finished speaking when Wu Quishan suddenly coughed softly and said, observe for a while. Huang Jing was stunned and continued to observe. Suddenly, he said in surprise, what's going on? In the cultivation room, Fang Ping kept moving energy particles. When his mentality was depleted, he would replenish it and move again. In this way, it was actually the same. The consumption of wealth points to replenish mentality was greater than replenishing his vitality. Absorbing energy particles was not as good as using wealth points to replenish vitality. However, everyone could feel the replenishment of vitality. Fang Ping had now changed his way of thinking. He tried to replenish the mentality that was invisible to the naked eye, and then used his mentality to move energy particles to replenish his vitality. Sensing this scene, Huang Jing was also stunned. What was going on? Fang Ping's mentality was very weak. At least to him, it was really very weak. It definitely could not reach the level of a grandmaster. However, Fang Ping's weak mentality was endless, constantly moving energy particles. It was not like vitality, which everyone could feel. Huang Jing and the others could not feel the replenishment of mentality. The only thing they could feel was that Fang Ping's mentality was like a clear spring. It was not big, but it seemed to be connected to the sea, replenishing as much as it consumed. Huang Jing's head was as big as a cow's. It was getting stranger and stranger. Wu Quishan's eyes were also flickering. After a while, he said, our research on mentality is too little, so we can't do a detailed examination. Unless we get a rank 9 grandmaster to examine, but they might not be able to find out. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Fang Ping alone is not worthy of a grandmaster's attention. Old Manly and the others looked at each other. The situation was getting more and more confusing. Everyone knew that Fang Ping's mentality had just broken through. In other words, his vitality replenishment earlier should have nothing to do with this. However, it was limited to the few of them who saw it. Those martial artists who did not see his mentality breakthrough would probably think that the vitality replenishment had something to do with Fang Ping's strong mentality when they saw Fang Ping again. Lu Fengru was also having a headache. She said, forget it. Do you guys think his bone marrow will really be like mercury in the next moment? The excuse she gave Fang Ping before was that his mentality was strong enough to move energy particles. His bone marrow would be like mercury and increase his hematopoietic ability. Combining the two, Fang Ping's vitality outburst of 10,000 cal could be explained clearly. Now that Fang Ping could really move energy particles, what about his bone marrow being like mercury? Old Man Li suddenly laughed and said meaningfully, maybe the next time we meet, his bone marrow will really be like mercury. The few of them laughed. Lu Fengru suddenly looked at Wu Quishan and said coldly, don't meddle in my student's business. If you dare to have any ideas about my student, I won't go easy on you. Wu Quishan frowned at her. Lu Fengru said coldly, don't think that I don't know you. Who knows what you're planning? Lu Fengru, don't go too far. Wu Quishan looked dissatisfied. You're used to being sinister. You're even willing to use your daughter as bait. Who knows what you'll do? Nonsense. Wu Quishan was furious. He said angrily, that's Wu Quishan's, only bloodline. I used my own daughter as bait? No matter how cold-blooded I am, I won't do such a thing. Lu Fengru, Shadwa's death is the biggest regret and pain in my life. It's my responsibility. It's definitely not like what you said, that I, Wu Quishan, deliberately killed my daughter. Lu Fengru said coldly, then why didn't all of you die? Only my daughter died? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Wu Quishan's face was red with anger. At that time, his daughter was the weakest. It was an accident, but Lu Fengru was crazy. She insisted that everyone deliberately used his daughter as bait. Huang Jing saw the situation and tried to mediate, Fengru, this is not what everyone wants. Xiao Duo, Lu Fengru said coldly, I'll get to the bottom of this sooner or later. I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my student. I now suspect that my students were also killed by you. Wu Quishan flicked his sleeves and left. This woman was unreasonable. Huang Jing smiled bitterly and said, Fengru, they were also our students. No one wanted them to die. Now you, really? He really had no words. It was not like 1 or 2 martial artists died in the catacombs every year. Old Man Li also consoled, Fengru, it's been so many years. No one wants their family to die in the catacombs or their students to die. But this can't be helped, you shut up. You were there that time too. Li, don't think that I won't remember this just because you're hiding. Old Man Li's face was full of helplessness. He did not say anything else. Song Yingji had long run away. If he continued to stay, he would be blamed. He was no match for Lu Fengru. Time passed slowly. Fang Ping maintained his horse stance, continuously recovering his vitality and honing his bones. In the beginning, he used his mental power to move the energy particles. In the end, Fang Ping did not use it anymore. To him, this was just an excuse to deceive others. Now that Lu Fengru was the only one outside, there was no point in deceiving her. Vitality was constantly replenished through wealth. Lu Fengru and the others outside the door also felt this scene, but no one said anything. Fang Ping's situation was still unclear to everyone. Unless Fang Ping said it himself, he could only treat it as a mutation. Even Huang Jing, a grandmaster powerhouse, could not determine the source of Fang Ping's vitality. Sometimes, a grandmaster was more useful than a machine. At this moment, unless Fang Ping was really dissected and studied, it would be difficult to tell the truth. Old Man Li thought about it and said, could it be that his brain has mutated? Fang Ping's mutation was not as obvious as the others. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow, Li Hansong's skull, and Yao Qingjuan's spiritual power, these people had obvious mutations and characteristics. Fang Ping could not tell now, but he could treat it as a mutation of his mentality. However, his mentality was not this strong before, so he could not explain his vitality. 5 hours, 10 hours, 1 day and 1 night, when 48 hours had passed, Fang Ping, who was in the cultivation room, was trembling all over. Lu Fengru had been staring at him as well. She frowned and said, although his vitality is still full and his spirit is full, his stamina is not enough, including his mentality. Honing bones for 48 hours in a row was unheard of. For martial artists, cultivating for 1 or 2 hours was considered long. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had been honing his bones for 48 hours straight without rest. He was almost at his limit. Old Manly shook his head. Not yet. I know, but if this goes on, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete. Let's wait and see. The two of them stopped talking and closed their eyes to focus. So tired. So sleepy. Fang Ping also felt dizzy, even though his mentality was maintained above 400 Hz. After 2 days and 2 nights of continuous bone honing, he was mentally exhausted. Repeating the same process continuously for 48 hours would be unbearable for anyone. They would feel tired. I need to find something to distract myself. Fang Ping's head was dizzy. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted outside, "Teacher, are you still there?" Lu Fengru opened her eyes and said nothing. "Teacher, do you have any pills on you? Let me help you count. I'm so sleepy, I'm about to fall asleep." Lu Fengru, "Teacher, are you there? I'm really going to fall asleep. I'm tired and sleepy. I can't take it anymore. Teacher, if I don't have any pills, I can count the money. Why don't you bring me a computer? I want to watch television." Lu Fengru's expression darkened. Old Manly yawned and said, "Lil Song." Song Yingji walked over immediately. Old Manly smiled and said, "Go, get some human anatomy illustrations and send them to him. Let him feel refreshed." Song Yingji laughed dryly and said, "I don't think it's appropriate. It's easy to get distracted and temper in the wrong place, it's okay. He's very afraid of death. He'll be careful." "Alright, I'll go find some." Soon, the door to the cultivation room was opened. No one entered the door, but an album was thrown in. Fang Ping did not move his feet. He tried to use his mentality to flip through the atlas, but his mentality was still slightly weak. The atlas moved slightly, but it did not open. When Old Manly saw this, he was envious and jealous. He said jealously, "Seems like he's a little stronger than me." Lu Fengru did not care. He was much weaker than her. Of course, this kind of mentality was comparable to those peak rank 6 martial artists who came into contact with mentality. Old Manly was not weak, but his mentality was really average. It was not as strong as Fang Ping's. Inside the room, Fang Ping's mentality could not open the atlas. He could only rely on his strong control. He moved his feet and flipped the pages with the tips of his toes. When he saw the pictures of the bloody brains being split open, Fang Ping suddenly calmed down. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette now, then go out and kill a few people. He guessed that Old Manly was outside and Song Yingji was an accomplice. Lu Fengru had also acquiesced. If he was a peak rank 6 or a grandmaster, then things would be much easier. He could go out now and beat a few people half to death. Then, he would send them to the laboratory to watch people cut open their heads. I want strength. I must have strength. Next time, I'll bring them to watch people cut open high-ranked powerhouses' heads for fun. Fang Ping was indignant. Sooner or later, I'll tell you that rank 6 and 7 powerhouses' heads can be cut open too. On the 3rd day, Fang Ping's wealth was almost depleted. The bone honing was also coming to an end. After 60 hours of continuous bone honing, even with the stimulation of the atlas, Fang Ping was now really in a state of drowsiness. Until he felt his spine burning, his bones jumping, and his vitality boiling, Fang Ping suddenly woke up. It was almost done. "Fang Ping, remember. Try to hone your bone marrow." Lu Fengru's voice came from outside the door. Fang Ping said loudly, "Got it." The next moment, Fang Ping's vitality surged rapidly. The bones in his body made cracking sounds, and his spine was shaking continuously. On the surface of his body, layers of dirty blood were dripping like water. My body is changing. The great circulation is completed. Fang Ping's slightly cloudy eyes were shining, his qi and blood, which had previously been clogged, were now flowing smoothly from his head to his lower body. It's so hot. His spine was burning. Every time his vitality circulated, it seemed to become a little stronger. This repeated for more than 10 times. Suddenly, Fang Ping coughed violently. Murky, dirty blood came out of his mouth. It's transforming. Fang Ping watched helplessly as his skin contracted and expanded continuously. Every time it contracted and expanded, his skin would become a little tighter. This was the transformation of his body. Inside his body, his bones and vitality were all transforming. Upper stage rank 3 was really different from other stages. Even when he was an aspiring martial artist and had completed thrice honing and bone honing a few times, it was not as obvious as it was now. The surface of my body is transforming into a golden body. Is this laying the foundation for a golden body? A series of realizations made Fang Ping's mind start to clear up. In the next moment, the transformation was nearing its end. The reason for this was the depletion of his vitality. Fang Ping looked at his wealth. He had more than 3 million left. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and quickly replenished his vitality. Soon, the transformation began again. His skin, meridians, bones, vitality, and even his internal organs seemed to be transforming. There's not enough vitality. It can't penetrate deep into the bones. Fang Ping frowned and continued to replenish his vitality. As for his wealth, it kept decreasing. 2 million. 1 million. 500,000. An hour later, his wealth was completely depleted. It became 0. This was the first time Fang Ping had used up all his wealth, leaving nothing behind. With a series of crackling sounds, Fang Ping had completed the transformation of upper stage rank 3. He looked at the new data hurriedly. When he saw the 0, Fang Ping seemed to be happy and sad at the same time. Wealth, 0 vitality, 209 calories, 999 calories, mentality, 300 Hz, 510 Hz, bone honing, 177 bones, 90%, 29 bones, 30%, I'm upper stage rank 3 now, but I've really become a pauper. I'm penniless, my wealth is depleted, and I'm also carrying a debt of 1,000 credits. To reach upper stage rank 3, how much did I spend? How much wealth? Fang Ping did not dare to calculate. He only knew that right now, he did not even have enough wealth to restore his vitality and mentality to their peak. Of course, the advancement of upper stage rank 3 was not just a matter of bones and vitality. His muscles, bones, and skin had all reached a limit. He was probably not far from peak rank 3. He tapped the back of his hand lightly. There was a metallic texture and sound. If I were to act as the 18 bronze men now, I probably wouldn't even need makeup. I should be called a blood man, though. Fang Ping mumbled. The door to the cultivation room opened. Lu Fengger glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad. What a pity. It was not bad because Fang Ping's transformation this time had honed his muscles, bones, and skin to a new stage. He was only one step away from peak rank 3. As long as Fang Ping adapted a little and mixed and digested various things, he would be a peak rank 3 martial artist. It was a pity that Fang Ping did not manage to hone his bone marrow. This meant that Fang Ping's excuse was still a little short of perfection. Of course, if his mentality could increase a little more, almost reaching Lu Fengger's level, then even if his bone marrow was not honed, it would not be a problem. If Lu Fengger wanted to, she could also achieve an endless vitality, compared to a rank 3 martial artist. Old Manly strolled in. Fang Ping said suddenly, Instructor Li, didn't you say you were going to give me credits? Old Manly was surprised. When? Then did you say you were going to cut my head off? Old Manly was even more confused. He was speechless. What are you talking about? Fang Ping shook his head and said sheepishly, then I must have heard wrongly. Old Manly ignored him. He would just treat it as a hallucination. They did not continue this topic. Old Manly glanced at him and nodded slightly. Not bad. Cultivate well. Don't rush to breakthrough at this stage. You need to accumulate your strength and foundation. Otherwise, you'll really become a vitality martial artist. Combat techniques need to be cultivated and analyzed in depth. At the very least, you need to reach the stage where you can master power, Lu Fengger said coldly, master power? If you don't have a killer move, then you're useless. Old Manly laughed. I was just giving a suggestion. I'll leave first. I won't meddle in your affairs. Fang Ping said quickly, thank you, Old Manly. These people would probably be here for the next few days. Old Manly did not reply. He waved his hand and left quickly. Once he left, Lu Fengger said, continue cultivating here and stabilize your realm. Upper stage rank 3, close to peak. Your vitality should be close to 1000 calories, right? Yes. Instructor, I think my vitality has reached its limit, that's normal. Lu Fengru explained, the effect of your thrice honing is almost at its limit now. Your only advantage is that when you enter Grandmaster, you can reach rank 8 faster. After all, when you were thrice honed, you honed your bones, not your whole body. Your internal organs are still the same as others. Therefore, after you enter the middle ranks, the gap between you and normal martial artists will close. Of course, if you accumulate an advantage in the early stages, the advantage in the 3 lower ranks will be obvious. It won't be that easy to close the gap. One step ahead, one step at a time. You're already upper stage rank 3. Others are still rank 1. Even Xianxia, who is close to being thrice honed, has not reached peak rank 2 yet. This kind of gap may continue to exist. Fang Ping said again, then my vitality can only be maintained at this stage? Not necessarily. You've just reached this stage. Next, continue to hone your body and make it stronger. You might be able to break through this stage. The upper limit of vitality is determined by the body, bones, meridians, internal organs, and many other factors. Your so-called upper limit now is actually determined by your own physical fitness. You're thrice honed, which means that you've developed the human body more than others. Under these circumstances, you still have a chance to break through this limit. Then, if my vitality reaches 1000 calories and above, will the same vitality outburst be more powerful? Of course. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. Your vitality has broken through 1000 calories. This means that your physical fitness is stronger than martial artists of the same rank in all aspects. If that's the case, it's normal for you to be stronger in the same vitality outburst. Then, is it possible for 1 calorie of vitality to be equivalent to 2 calories of a peak rank 3 martial artist? It depends on your own physical fitness. Understood. Fang Ping nodded slightly and said, then, my current vitality should be much stronger than middle stage rank 3. Can I defeat them easily? Lu Fengru rubbed her forehead. This kid talked a lot of nonsense. You'll know when you try. Alright, consolidate your realm first. I'll leave first. Come to my place later. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Lu Fengru did not reply and left quickly. After Lu Fengru left, Fang Ping did not waste any time. Using the energy in the energy room, he began to recover his vitality quickly. His mentality decreased a little, but it did not affect his combat strength much. 3 hours later, Fang Ping's vitality was completely restored. When he walked out of the cultivation room again, it was already late at night on the 3rd. He was about 7 hours away from 72 hours. As soon as Fang Ping walked out, he did not waste any time and shouted, 7 hours in the cultivation room, 60 credits. Anyone want it? At that moment, there were still people in the hall. Hearing that, someone said, that's too long. Let's buy it together. After one cultivates, the next one continues. Why do you care about waiting so long? It's 10 credits cheaper. Where are you going to find it? 50 credits. We'll buy it together. Fang Ping glanced at the person who spoke and narrowed his eyes. 60 credits. Otherwise, I'll close your loan limit. The person who spoke was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have just realized that it was Fang Ping. Hearing that, his face turned green. Mother Kerr, do you have any shame? Are you buying it or not? If not, I'll close it too. Fang Ping, you. If you don't want to buy it, then forget it. It's 10 credits cheaper. It's like I'm forcing you, buy it. The boy opposite him looked sullen. It was a bargain, but why did it not feel good? Xianxia watched the two of them seal the deal. He grinned and said, 5 credits processing fee. Fang Ping's face twitched. Fine, I'll remember this. You're more ruthless than robbing me. Every time I use your computer, you charge me 5 credits. 150,000. Too bad, no way this time. Fang Ping cut to the chase. He looked at the person who had sealed the deal and said, I'll deduct 60 credits from your loan first. You'll pay it back later. I won't charge you any interest. Xianxia was stunned. F***ck, there's such a trick. Fang Ping looked at him smugly. Do you think I'm stupid? Let you take advantage of me? He left, pleased with himself. After he left, the student from earlier was still mumbling, you know who I am? Fang Ping obviously would not tell him. He had a record of all rank 3 martial artists. His main purpose was to calculate who had a short life and how much interest he should add. For example, Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping had added 10 out of 10,000 points. He always thought that Qin Fengqing's face was very ugly. Upper stage rank 3. I'm free to soar. After exiting the cultivation room, Fang Ping was suddenly filled with emotion. Today, he had officially become one of the elite martial artists. Only after entering upper stage rank 3 could Fang Ping understand why it took 10,000 calories vitality to wear down the Grand Missionary that day. His body's strength had at least doubled. Right now, even if he did not use his vitality and allowed a rank 1 or 2 martial artist to attack him, they might not be able to break through his body's defense. The prerequisite was not to hit his head. Once he used his vitality defense, a middle stage rank 3 martial artist would need to use a super ultimate move with a vitality outburst of more than 300 calories to break through his defense. When I've mastered combat techniques and accumulated some wealth, I'll be invincible among rank 3 martial artists. No matter how confident he was, he had to face reality. He had no money, no wealth, and a debt of 1,000 credits. He only had 340 credits left, which were not very useful. Fang Ping changed into C-class alloy combat boots, put on the inner armor made from the fur of peak rank 4 catacombs creatures, and picked up the repaired Fang's widow. At this moment, Fang Ping was feeling sorry for himself in the mirror. I'm handsome, too bad I don't have money. Maybe it's time to do something big. After muttering to himself for a while, Fang Ping fell into a state of helplessness. He had no wealth, which meant that he was now a newbie who had just entered upper stage rank 3, not a powerful upper stage rank 3 martial artist. He did not have much time to feel sorry for himself. Fang Ping armed himself to the teeth and walked out of the dormitory. Fu Chongding, who was walking toward him, saw Fang Ping walking out with his saber and said in shock, "You want to fight President Qin?" Fang Ping was confused. Fight? President Qin is looking for you. He wants to kill you. Don't you know? What? You gave him 10% interest, which is 3 times what other people pay. He's so angry he's about to vomit blood. I just saw him walking around our dormitory with his saber, looking for me? Maybe. Fang Ping's expression darkened. Did Qin Fengqing know that he had broken through? Was he taking advantage of the fact that he had not broken through to rank 4 to beat him up first? Is he still here? Do you really want to fight him? Fu Chongding was shocked. Fang Ping was amazing now. Even Qin Fengqing dared to fight him one-on-one. This fierce person had escaped from a rank 5 powerhouse, killed a rank 4 martial artist, and was ranked 6th on the Martial Arts University rank 3 combat strength ranking. He was truly a fierce person. Even in the national ranking, Qin Fengqing could be ranked top 100 among the 3 lower ranks, maybe even top 50. Back then, Wang Jinyang was only ranked top 30 in the national rank 3 ranking. In other words, Qin Fengqing was not much weaker than Wang Jinyang at the same rank. Martial artists who entered the ranking all had their own characteristics. Fang Ping did not reply. He walked to the staircase and looked down from the corridor window. Fortunately, he was not there. Fang Ping was relieved that he was not there. This was when he was at his strongest, but also his weakest. At this time, with the same HP, he could easily beat up 5 of his previous selves. But because he had 0 wealth and 0 pills, if he met Qin Fengqing now, the probability of him being crippled was as high as 90%, even though that guy was also poor. Fu Chongding also poked his head out to take a look but did not see anyone. He suddenly shouted, "President Qin, are you still there?" "Pa." Fang Ping stretched out his hand and slapped him on the forehead. He asked impatiently, "What are you doing? Didn't you want to duel with him?" Fu Chongding was speechless. "That's not what you meant. Get lost." He couldn't be bothered with this fellow. He just wanted to watch a good show. He had yet to cultivate his battle techniques, and his wealth was empty. Only if he was crazy would he fight Qin Fengqing to the death. I'm going out for a while. Also, I want to hold a promotion banquet. What do you think? Can each of you give a gift worth a few million? Fang Ping felt that this kind of promotion banquet was actually a good opportunity to earn money. I just don't know if everyone will buy it. Obviously, the probability of them buying it was extremely low. Fu Changding could not help but laugh. Giving you a red packet of 3 to 500 is fine. A few million? Are you awake? Also, what kind of promotion banquet is this? You're a rank 3 martial artist. An upper stage rank 3 martial artist isn't considered weak, right? Fu Changding's expression changed. The corner of his mouth twitched. Upper stage rank 3? Didn't I say it last time? You're upper stage rank 2, and I'm upper stage rank 3. Now that you've entered upper stage rank 2, I can't fall behind, right? Fu Changding was completely dumbfounded. I'm rank 2, and you're rank 3, how could these two be the same? When I was middle stage rank 1, you weren't even a martial artist yet. Now, he had just entered upper stage rank 2, and Fang Ping was already an upper stage rank 3 martial artist? Fu Changding was in a daze. He was starting to doubt his life. Fang Ping, on the other hand, knew that he would not give a gift worth a few million. He suddenly lost the mood to hold a banquet. However, when he became a grandmaster, he would definitely hold a big one. Grandmaster banquets really existed. Every time a grandmaster powerhouse advanced, one more grandmaster meant one more strategic powerhouse. The government would pay attention to the advancement of such powerhouses, be it from within or outside the government. A grandmaster banquet was truly spectacular. Unfortunately, the current Fang Ping was not qualified to participate. After leaving Fu Changding behind, Fang Ping went downstairs to investigate. He did not find Qin Fengqing, so he carefully left the school. That fellow was now almost the same as him. He was so poor that he was crazy. Fang Ping still charged him high interest. If it were him, he would also want to fight to the death with someone. We're all poor. Fang Ping lamented as he walked. He was so poor that he could not even afford to drive now. Burning fuel was also a waste of money. Now he could understand why Wang Jinyang had gone around looking for Huang Ben for 500,000. When Fang Ping was at rank 1 and 2, he was not in need of money. 500,000 was nothing to him. Now that he was rank 3, however, he was really in need. 10 minutes later. Prosperity Building. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, the whole place fell silent. Then, a wave of passionate, respectful greetings rang out. Hello, CEO Feng, 96th on the rank 3 ranking list. He had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. The current Fang Ping was no longer the MCMAU rookie from before. No matter how outstanding an MCMAU rookie was, he was still a new student. Now, however, Fang Ping, who had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, was already at the peak of the lower 3 ranks. For ordinary people, rank 1 martial artists were worthy of respect, let alone a rank 3 martial artist. Even in Magic City, middle-ranked martial artists were rare. Fang Ping had seen them a lot. That was because MCMAU instructors were middle-ranked martial artists. MCMAU was not a grassroots organization. A famous martial arts university was comparable to a provincial administrative organization. In a big city like Nanjiang, how many grandmasters were there? In MCMAU, there were 4 grandmasters. If Zhang Dingnan had not broken through last year, the number of grandmasters in Nanjiang province would only be equal to MCMAU's. In reality, they were not as good because MCMAU had 2 rank 8 grandmaster powerhouses. Fang Ping nodded in response to the employee's reverence. He did not feel too much about it. Back when he was doing missions, some of the local Department of Investigation Services directors would eagerly fawn over him. Fang Ping had long since become indifferent to it. Following the employee's greetings, Xianxia also left the office. Mr. Fang Ping nodded slightly and walked over. When he entered the office, Fang Ping asked, "What about the financing?" At the end of May, Xianxia had called him. The financing was a little more reliable. It was already the 4th of June. Fang Ping was now so poor that he was a little anxious. Xianxia said, "The situation now is like this. The other party wants to finance our online platform. Offline express delivery, including food and beverage delivery, they are not too willing to finance. They think this model is too wasteful. They suggested that we outsource these instead of setting them up ourselves. Otherwise, not only will it take a long time, but it will also waste money. What's the price? For the platform, they are willing to finance 20 million. After the financing, they will get 30% of the shares. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Actually, this price was not too low. The other party's pre-financing valuation of Distance's food and beverage platform was close to 50 million. It could be said that they were sincere, the kind that was full of sincerity. Fang Ping had invested about 35 million in Distance, but it was mainly used to set up offline distribution channels and express delivery channels. The real construction and promotion of the platform probably cost less than 20 million. However, it had been almost a year since the platform was set up. In Magic City, the platform had accumulated a large number of customers. The other party's price of 50 million was not unreasonably high. Fang Ping lightly knocked on the office table. He said in a low voice, "Now that the 3G smartphones have been launched by manufacturers, our food and beverage application platform can be prepared to go online." Xianxia nodded and said, "Then about the financing, if they want a financing platform, that's fine. We can split Distance into 3 parts. First, the food and beverage platform. Second, offline express delivery, including regular express delivery and food and beverage delivery. Third, the martial arts university e-commerce platform." As for the food and beverage platform, they want to finance 20 million and get 30% of the shares. Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, "It's a little low." Of course, it doesn't seem low at the moment, but with the advent of the mobile internet era, development will be very fast. Right now, we have already started to develop in other areas. Nanjiang has also started to prepare for expansion. 30 million. I can sell 30% of the shares to them. Xianxia was stunned. These two concepts were not the same. Selling meant that the 30 million would be Fang Ping's personal money. Financing meant that the money would go into the company. The two could not be equated. Selling 30% of the shares to the other party would cost 30 million. In other words, Fang Ping valued the platform at 100 million. Financing 30 million and the other party getting 30% of the shares meant that the current valuation of the platform was 70 million. Fang Ping simply changed a few words, but the difference was too big. Xianxia felt that Fang Ping was really asking for an exorbitant price. He had invested less than 20 million in the food and beverage platform. In less than 10 months, Fang Ping had increased it by 5 or 6 times. This was impossible to negotiate. Fang Ping said mildly, "The internet sells the concept, not the actual thing. If you say it's worth 100 million, then it's worth 100 million. If you say it's not worth much, then it's really not worth much. As long as the environment doesn't deteriorate, there are still prospects. At least for now, although the situation is a little tense, it hasn't deteriorated yet. At the very least, there won't be any problems in 3 to 5 years. In 3 to 5 years, everything is possible. Who can tell what the future will be like? Maybe we'll make a lot of money, maybe we'll make a loss. That's how risky investments are." Xianxia looked confused. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Pass this on to the other party. They should understand what I mean. Moreover, this is a company that I, Fang Ping, opened. I've already entered upper stage rank 3. Peak rank 3 is only a matter of time. In the future, if the environment really deteriorates, maybe I've already entered Grandmaster. What's a few tens of millions to invest in a Grandmaster powerhouse in advance? When that time comes, maybe this money will save lives, and it'll be more important than profits. Of course, whether or not they dare to take the risk is also a test for these investors. I need money now, that's why I'm selling the company's shares at a low price. Actually, it also includes a favor from me. No matter what, in my opinion, investing 30 million will not only get 30% of the platform's shares, but also gain my friendship. I think it's worth it." Xianxia fell into a state of shock again. Upper stage rank 3? Peak? The boss's progress was too fast. Fang Ping ignored him and said with a smile, "Pass these words to the other party. Because they're the first company to invest in our company with such sincerity, I'm using a favor as an excuse. Otherwise, business is business. There's no need to talk about favors. 30 million is nothing to me. If they know me, they should know. Martial artists could earn money at a relatively fast speed. The prerequisite was that they were strong enough. Fang Ping was not only doing this for the 30 million in cash, but also to get the system to confirm the platform's value. If the platform was really valued at 100 million, then the system would very likely increase his wealth by more than 80 million. This was considered a net increase in assets. For Fang Ping at the moment, he was too short of wealth, including the cultivation of combat techniques. Without wealth, it was wishful thinking to expect much progress in a short period of time. Although Xianxia did not understand many of the words, he still nodded and said, "Okay, I'll pass on your words to the other party. Let them make a decision as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry because I'm short of money recently. If I miss this time, I won't be able to use them when I return with a full load." "You're going out?" "Yes, I'm going on a long trip. It'll be within this month." Xianxia nodded again and said, "I'll pass on this to them as well. If necessary, let them talk to me." Fang Ping had always been in school. The other party was talking to Xianxia now. Xianxia lacked information and understanding about the martial arts world. Sometimes, it was difficult to move the other party with some of his advantages. Fang Ping was different. As an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, he had achieved upper stage rank 3 in less than a year. Now that he was investing in a company, he was also investing in Ping. This was something Xianxia had not considered at the moment. If the platform was valued at 100 million and the platform was worth 50 million, then the investor Ping would need at least 50 million. Of course, this depended on how the other party considered it. After talking to Xianxia for a while, Fang Ping reminded him at last, "You must be fast. If you can finish it in one day, don't drag it until the next day. I'm in a hurry. Entering the catacombs would only take half a month and 20 days. He still had to cultivate combat techniques. Time was too tight. During this period, Fang Ping did not even have time to do missions. If he encountered a more troublesome mission, he might not even be able to complete one mission after so many days. At this moment, Fang Ping could only consider financing as his only way out. If he really could not get financing, Fang Ping could only choose to borrow some credits to buy some pills for himself. There was no other way that his combat power would be greatly reduced. "I understand. Contact me immediately if there's any news." Fang Ping did not waste any more time. After giving his instructions, he quickly left the company. When he returned to school, Fang Ping received a message from Zhao Xuemei asking him to hurry to Villa number 8. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He went straight to Lu Fengger's villa. Villa number 8. When Fang Ping arrived, it was the first time the villa felt like it could not hold all the people. There were many people there. Zhao Xuemei and Xianxia were there. There were also 3 guys and a girl, all young people that Fang Ping was not familiar with. Lu Fengger leaned on the sofa as if she was taking a nap. As soon as Fang Ping entered, Lu Fengger said lightly without opening her eyes, "You're here. Let's get to know each other." After Lu Fengger said that, the 3 guys and the girl looked at Fang Ping. Yi Qing, Jr. in the School of Weaponry, upper stage rank 3. Liang Fenghua, Jr. in the School of Weaponry, peak rank 3. Liang Huabao, sophomore in the School of Weaponry, Liang Fenghua is my brother, middle stage rank 3. Lu Mengyao, Jr. in the School of Production, middle stage rank 3. The 3 guys and the girl introduced themselves. Yi Qing's expression was cold and his hair stood straight up. One look and you could tell that he was not a kind person. In Fang Ping's impression, people with this kind of hairstyle were the typical troublemakers. The Liang brothers looked more honest. Both of them had entered MCMAU. One was peak rank 3, the other was middle stage rank 3. They were not weak either. As for Lu Mengyao, she looked much gentler. Perhaps it was because she was from the School of Production, but she was not as fierce as some of the girls from the School of Weaponry. Fang Ping quickly said, "Fang Ping, freshman, upper stage rank 3. Everyone took a few more glances at him, including Zhao Xuemei and Xianxia. Fang Ping had actually entered upper stage rank 3. Junior is really amazing. Before Liang Fenghua could finish his compliment, Lu Fengru interrupted, it's good that you know each other. You're all my students in the past few years. Including Fang Ping, Xuemei, and Yunqi, I've taken in 15 students in the past few years. Fang Ping knew about this. Lu Fengru had mentioned it before. However, in the past year, Fang Ping had not seen his senior brothers and sisters. Lu Fengru continued, out of the 15, 6 are dead. Fang Ping's pupils contracted. If he remembered correctly, Lu Fengru had said that 4 had died during the freshman year. 1 rank 4 and 3 rank 3. In less than a year, 2 more had died, Lu Fengru said calmly, the other 2 are disabled now. They've gone home to retire. You 7 are my students now. Teacher, Lu Mingyao's eyes suddenly turned red. She choked and said, senior brother Zhang and the others, Lu Fengru said tiredly, I've said it before. If you're injured, don't go to the catacombs anymore. If he didn't listen, now that 70% of his bones were broken and he was sitting in a wheelchair, he could retire at home. Today, I asked all of you to come together to tell you that enough has died. Over the past 4 years, I've accepted 15 students, and the rest are less than half. I won't accept any more students next semester, and I might not accept any more in the future. In the short span of 4 years, her students had died one after another. Among all the instructors, her students had died the most. Lu Fengru reached out and massaged her temples. She looked at Yi Qing and said, you went on a mission with Zhang Longshan. Do you think there's something fishy about it? Yi Qing frowned slightly. After a while, he shook his head and said, I don't think so. We were a little unlucky. We encountered a small team of scouts led by a middle-stage rank 4 martial artist. Senior Chen died in battle, and Senior Zhang was heavily injured. I was separated from the other 2. In the end, Senior Zhang escaped and came back, but he could no longer cultivate, Lu Fengru said tiredly, are you all too radical, or is someone plotting against me? One after another, they died. Everyone was speechless. Lu Fengru sighed. Suddenly, she looked at Fang Ping and the others and said, the few of you are entering the catacombs for the first time. I'm afraid it'll be quite dangerous. Fang Ping, you're smart. Pay attention and don't die. Also, observe more. Whether it's an accident or someone is targeting me, Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, Instructor, it can't be, right? Lu Fengru said lightly, who knows? I've offended a lot of people these years. Back then, there were some unforeseen events, and I did a lot of things. Everyone didn't seem to care, but who knows what they were thinking. Also, some people were worried that I, Lu Fengru, would cause big trouble when I broke through to Grandmaster and implicate humanity. What a great sin. Letting my students die might be a blow to me. If I can't break through to Grandmaster, naturally, I won't be able to implicate humanity. Using the lives of a few rank 3 martial artists in exchange for the future of humanity. Tell me, is this moral high ground high enough? Therefore, be clear-headed. I won't kill you on the surface, but no one knows what's going on behind the scenes. Also, are evil sect martial artists really evil sect members? Do other worlds have them? We've been at war with the catacombs for many years. Although we don't speak the same language, after years of research, we can generally guess what everyone is trying to say. It's not impossible that some people are spies for the catacombs. I have many geniuses among my students. The death of one genius is more worthwhile than the death of 10 mediocre people. All in all, there are all kinds of possibilities. Grow some brains and think before you do anything. There are 7 people, how many more do you want to die? Lu Fengru exhaled softly and continued, remember, when you enter the catacombs, don't trust anyone easily. That's a world without laws. At least for us humans, other than the stronghold, there are no laws anywhere else. With a big enemy like the catacombs, humans can't afford internal strife. But that's only limited to the big picture. If a martial artist dies in the catacombs, who knows how he died? I don't like to think of others with malicious thoughts, but I can't help but think that too many people have died in these years. Especially on my side, more and more people are dying. Fang Ping and the others fell silent. I'm just reminding you, don't let more people die. Fenghua, don't go to the catacombs for now. Get ready to break through to rank 4. When you graduate, go to the government and don't go to the military department. Huabao and Mengyao, get ready to break through to upper stage rank 3. Yi Qing, get to peak rank 3 as soon as possible. The situation is unstable recently, so don't go to the catacombs. As for Fang Ping, the 3 of you haven't gone in even once. It's a must to go, but, remember this, there's only a future if you're alive. Lu Fengru said in a low voice, in school, the other instructors will tell you that you have to fight, or be afraid to fight, or avoid it. When you go to the catacombs, the military department will tell you that you'd rather die standing than live kneeling. However, remember what I said, those who die are idiots. Even if you know you can't win, don't try to be hot-blooded. I'm not worried about Fang Ping. Xuemei, both of you remember, when you enter the catacombs, you must follow Fang Ping. Don't tell me that you won't retreat until you die. When Fang Ping runs, you must run faster than him. Fang Ping was speechless. Was old Lu complimenting him or insulting him? When did I ever run? Back then, I was also a middle stage rank 3 who fought against a peak martial artist. I was so brave that I was a mess. How did I become the Fang Ping that you're talking about? Zhao Xuemei and Chen Yunxi looked at each other. Lu Fengru did not care about this. She looked at Fang Ping and said, I don't care about the others. Humans are selfish. If they die, so be it. Remember to bring your fellow disciples back in one piece. If you can abandon your sect, then you're not wise, you're just a hypocrite. Remember what I said. Of course, if you encounter a life-threatening crisis, escape as many as you can. Act according to the circumstances. Fang Ping nodded solemnly. Instructor, I haven't reached that point yet. Lu Fengru continued to rub her forehead. After a while, she said, the rest of you can go back first. Work hard on your cultivation. Fang Ping, stay for a while. The others didn't delay either. They said their goodbyes and left on their own. After they left, Lu Fengru leaned on the sofa. After thinking for a while, she said, the time to enter the catacombs this time has been confirmed. We'll officially enter on the 20th of June. Tang Feng will lead the team. Fang Ping heard that and said immediately, Instructor Tang isn't your enemy, is he? Lu Fengru rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, Lion Tang. How do I say this? His IQ might not be high, but his character is not bad. He'll lead the team. He won't purposely target anyone or kill anyone. Do you understand? Understood. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Fengru said that, it meant that Big Lion was quite reliable. Lu Fengru continued, Lion Tang will lead the team. He has the strength of a peak rank 6. Your safety is still guaranteed. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't ever separate from him. If you really encounter a crisis, find a way to contact my father in the catacombs. Of course, the possibility is very low. The catacombs are huge. I don't know where he is. Moreover, the catacombs are very dangerous. Is he still alive? Lu Fengru shook her head slightly. Her father had entered the catacombs and had not been heard from for more than a year. She had seen him once at the beginning of last year. After that, there was no news of him. Lu Fengru really did not know whether he was dead or alive. Although she was not too sure, Lu Fengru still threw a pocket watch to Fang Ping. This was left behind by my father. It has his photo. If you meet him, you can ask for help. If you don't force it. Fang Ping received the pocket watch solemnly. This was a keepsake of a peak rank 7 grandmaster. He might be able to meet him and get some benefits out of it. Also, remember, you just have to protect Xuemei. As for Chen Yunqi, if you encounter any trouble, you can run with her. Ah? She's the only girl in the 3rd generation of the Chen family. Old man Chen has 6 or 7 grandsons and only 1 granddaughter. He should have made some arrangements. Running with her is safer than following others. When I asked you to protect her earlier, I was actually telling you that her chances of survival are higher than yours. Understood. Fang Ping agreed readily. If he really encountered trouble, he had a backup plan. Lu Fengru thought for a while. Finally, she said, watch out for the few grandmasters in MCMAU. Other than the old vice-chancellor, watch out for everyone else. Fang Ping was completely dumbfounded. What did she mean? Lu Fengru said lightly, the few high grandmasters in MCMAU, including Wu Quishan, firmly believe that the country is the most important. Humanity comes first. Everything else comes second. Do you understand what I mean? Not really. Idiot. Lu Fengru scolded. She frowned and said, for the big picture, they can sacrifice a part of themselves. You fall into this category. Your matter is unclear. Who knows what they think? Of course, the possibility is not high. After all, you're an MCMAU student. Your mentality is not weak. There's a chance that you'll become a grandmaster. For the big picture, they'll choose to protect you. But that's not what I'm worried about. Fang Ping said hurriedly, what are you worried about? Lu Fengru's eyes flickered. After a while, she said, for the sake of humanity and the big picture, it's best that I, Lu Fengru, don't become a grandmaster. Becoming a grandmaster requires the unity of essence, spirit, and soul. If a few more of my students die, I might be affected. My essence, spirit, and soul will never be full. Naturally, I won't be able to break through. These are my own guesses. But, it's not impossible. In short, you just have to be careful. Even if they want to block my path of breakthrough for the so-called big picture, they won't attack anyone on purpose. However, it's still possible that they'll leave me in the lurch. Or, they might just arrange some difficult missions for me. Fang Ping was stunned. What did she mean? In order to prevent Lu Fengru from breaking through, these grandmasters might watch her students die on purpose. They would not go to that extent, would they, from Fang Ping's perspective, whether it was Huang Jing or Wu Quishan. Of course, he was not familiar with these people. Fang Ping only felt that these grandmasters were also fighting hard for humanity. They were the vanguard on the battlefield, protecting their home and country. They were riddled with scars. Could these people really do such a thing? Lu Fengru said tiredly, it's enough that you have some idea. It's hard to explain. After all, if I break through, I'll definitely go to the catacombs. If I don't die, someone else will. If I die, the loss isn't great. What if the other party dies? If a rank 9 powerhouse, the lord of a city, dies, I'm afraid the Great War will not be far away. Lives will be plunged into misery and suffering? Maybe. But there are some things that I have to do even if I know. I'm not as righteous as them. I don't care about what happens to all of humanity. I only know that if there's a grudge, I have to take revenge. In short, this is the situation. If you meet these old fellows in the catacombs, don't try to get close to them. Grandmasters are inhuman. Who knows if they still have humanity? Including my father. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe when I become a grandmaster, then I'll understand. Remember, your life is your own. I've warned you so much. If you still die, don't blame me. Fang Ping put on a long face and said, I wasn't too afraid at first. After what you said, teacher, I'm a little scared now. I feel like there are enemies everywhere. Everyone wants my life. That's right. Teacher, do you have anything that can save your life? For example, a scroll that seals your one-hit power, a single-use weapon that can explode the power of a grandmaster. Like, Lu Fengru looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. After a long time, she said, I want them too. If you really have them, can you give me some? You have those pills, right? Why don't you give me some? Give me 300 to 500 resurrection pills. Lu Fengru sneered and said lazily, I don't have any resurrection pills, but I do have something good for you. After saying that, Lu Fengru took out a bottle from the drawer and threw it to Fang Ping. Vitality explosion pill, for you. Vitality explosion pill? This was the first time Fang Ping had seen a vitality explosion pill. It doesn't have much effect. The only thing it can do is make your vitality boil. No, burning your vitality can make you more powerful. I think I've seen the effect of this pill on TV before. TV shows are based on reality. After consuming a vitality explosion pill, no matter how much vitality you have, you'll be waiting for death if you can't kill your enemy. Of course, you might not, so I'm giving it to you. If you really meet a rank 4 or 5 martial artist, you can try it. You won't die even if your vitality is burned up. Can't you recover? As she said that, Lu Fengru seemed to remember something and added, the vitality explosion pill burns up all your vitality in one go. If you can't replenish your vitality in time, you'll die. Do you still want it? A fatal pill? Fang Ping mumbled. The meaning of her words was too clear. If his vitality was burned up in one go, he would become a dried corpse even if the enemy did not die. It's not certain death. After killing the enemy, stopping the vitality outburst and eating more vitality pills, you might not die, but your vitality will definitely be greatly damaged. Lu Fengru said irresponsibly, then continued, 3 pills. If you don't die after eating them, you can prepare more for yourself in the future. Fang Ping smiled and said, Instructor, give me more. Others will die after eating them anyway. This thing was good. Lu Fengru gave him 3 pills and his wealth increased by 4.5 million in an instant. What did this mean? This meant that the vitality explosion pill could be sold for more than 2 million each. Lu Fengru humped and ignored him. This thing was not a mainstream pill, so it was rare. How could there be so many of them? Most people would not buy them, and pill companies would not purposely make them. The military did make some, and these few pills she had were also obtained from the military. Cut the crap. From tomorrow onwards, cultivate combat techniques with me. Get out now. Instructor, get out. From the 5th of June onwards, Fang Ping started cultivating combat techniques. Zhang Dingnan had given him an improved version of Manic Explosion. Fang Ping started to reorganize and cultivate it again. The old version of Manic Explosion sounded awesome, but in reality, it was just average among middle-ranked combat techniques. Activating a big move was the 7 consecutive slashes. This was a cycle, and the 7 consecutive slashes were all in an evenly explosive state. Simply put, Manic Explosion pursued uniform outbursts. 7 consecutive slashes were equal in power, and only when all 7 slashes were combined would it be considered an ultimate move. But after the revision, Manic Explosion was different. Overlaying outbursts, after Zhang Dingnan entered the Grandmaster realm, he had more ideas and studied martial arts more deeply. It was still 7 outbursts, but the vitality outbursts were overlaying. The first slash was 30 calories, the second 40 calories, and the 7th was even stronger. 7 consecutive slashes, each stronger than the last. 7 consecutive slashes would increase in sequence, outbursting beyond one's usual limit. If it was a single move, Fang Ping might only have a vitality outburst of 100 calories, but if he cultivated according to Manic Explosion, he might be able to outburst 150 calories by the 7th slash. Cultivating combat techniques consumed a lot of energy. Combat techniques were not theoretical cultivation methods. They needed to be practiced. No matter how good one's theory was, if one did not slash, how could it be called combat techniques? Every time he cultivated, Fang Ping's vitality would be greatly consumed. At his level, his vitality recovered very quickly, unlike rank 1 and 2, whose vitality was depleted and his body recovered very slowly. At upper stage rank 3, Fang Ping might be able to generate 10 calories vitality to replenish at the next moment when he used up 100 calories. Even so, Fang Ping still consumed a lot of wealth. The 4.5 million wealth that Lu Fengru gave him was being consumed at the rate of 500,000 a day. It sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was only enough to replenish 500 calories vitality. However, with 500 calories replenishment and his body's recovery, Fang Ping's daily cultivation time was not short. When he cultivated, he did not have to use vitality outbursts for every move. Only when he encountered something he did not understand would he use his vitality to train. Other than Manic Explosion, Fang Ping also started to work hard on the cultivation of Cloud Step. He was not afraid of not being able to beat them, but he had to be able to run. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists were almost all elevated pole standing. At this point, Fang Ping's speed advantage was not that great. Others could even step into the air. Therefore, only by practicing footwork to a high degree could one run faster than others. Other than these two combat techniques, Lu Fengru also recommended Fang Ping to learn a middle-ranked combat technique, blood arrow method. By the haven. Lu Fengru said softly, "This is a battle technique that I created. I won't let anyone else learn it." Fang Ping read the combat technique's introduction for a while. This was a combat technique that truly put one's life on the line. Condensing one's blood essence and spurting an arrow of blood. "Teacher, that looks familiar." Fang Ping mumbled. This cultivation method looked really familiar, Lu Fengru said disapprovingly. "It's fine as long as it's useful. Many martial artists like to hold blood in their mouths when they're injured and spit at their enemies to disrupt their vision. Xianxia did it during the championship. However, that kind of blood arrow would not have any effect if it was just a little more careful. The blood arrow method was different. It was a special way of using vitality and could only be cultivated by martial artists above upper stage rank 3. Because the key was to separate the qi and blood from the body. Martial artists below upper stage rank 3 could not do this. Their vitality was in a restrained state. Martial artists above upper stage rank 3 could barely do it. At this time, one could use a special vitality condensation method to let vitality leave the body and truly use vitality as a weapon to hurt the enemy, Fang Ping sighed. This combat technique is a little sinister, too sinister. Spitting blood and spurting out blood arrows were definitely lethal. If this was treated as a normal spitting blood sneak attack, would he not die from a sneak attack? How did his teacher think of creating such a method? Lu Fengru said lightly, "Do you want to learn it or not?" "Learn it." Fang Ping's answer was straightforward. What a joke. Of course, he wanted to learn such a powerful combat technique. When he was fighting with others, slashing with his saber, sometimes he would encounter a wrestling situation where his limbs could not be free. At this time, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of old blood. It pierced through the other party's head directly. It was too useful. Under normal circumstances, everyone would focus on defending the head because it was the weakness of those below high ranks. It was the biggest weakness. However, they would only defend against your limbs. Who would defend against your mouth? Therefore, during a fight, it was very difficult to attack the opponent's head. Everyone would defend with all their might. If it was a surprise attack, it would be easy. Blood arrows would pierce through the head directly. Fang Ping felt that this combat technique was simply a blessing for mankind. Lu Fengru's creation of this combat technique was practically tailor-made for him. Lu Fengru smiled faintly. Actually, many people have thought of this combat technique, but none of them have created it. Do you know why? It was not that no one had thought of this kind of sneak attack after so many years. The key was that it could not be created. Even if it was created, its power would be limited. Fang Ping shook his head. Because the vitality force. Ejection needs to be accumulated through the internal organs and throat. Everyone can cultivate the internal organs, but the throat is not the direction of everyone's cultivation. Fang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. The throat is actually a weakness of many martial artists. Other than the cervical vertebrae, there are no fixed bones on the front of the throat for everyone to hone. Even if we use body honing to train and forge the body of Vedra, the throat is indeed not as strong as other parts of the body. The key of my blood arrow method is not the blood arrows, but the honing of the laryngeal cartilage. There are a total of 9 pieces of laryngeal cartilage, including thyroid cartilage, cricoid cartilage, and epiglottic cartilage. It is not that others have not considered using vitality to hone, but when vitality and blood flow through the throat, vitality will be weakened because the skull has not been honed. Why do rank 8 grandmasters say that they have achieved full mastery of the indestructible body? This is because after they have honed all the bones in their body, including these cartilages, they will be honed and truly become an indestructible body of Vedra. In the eyes of grandmasters, the blood arrow method is dispensable and there is no need to learn it. However, for middle and lower-ranked martial artists, the blood arrow method's method of honing the laryngeal cartilage is also a very unique method in the martial arts world. This was also Lu Fengru's exclusive secret technique. Powerhouses all had their own exclusive secret techniques like manic explosion that were not very useful to everyone. Everyone would publicize it and reveal it to the public. However, techniques like the blood arrow method were rarely publicized to the public. They were all secret techniques. Unless Lu Fengru became a grandmaster, then she might share it with others. Otherwise, this would be her trump card. Hearing this, Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Instructor, have the other seniors learned it as well? Lu Fengru said carelessly, their vitality is not strong enough, so it's useless even if they learn it. Your vitality is strong, so you can multitask. On one hand, you can attack the enemy head-on, and on the other, you can mobilize your vitality to perform the blood arrow method. This is the purpose of teaching you. Remember, don't leak it. Understood. Then I will teach you how to hone the laryngeal cartilage now. It is not difficult to hone the laryngeal cartilage, and it is very fast. After the honing is done, you will have learned most of the blood arrow method. In the next few days, Fang Ping only learned the 3 major combat techniques. Manic explosion, a saber technique for direct confrontation. Blood arrow method, a secret technique for sneak attacks. Cloud step, a must-have for running, a must-have for chasing the enemy. Cultivating the 3 major middle rank techniques made Fang Ping give up on the idea of continuing to study puncture kick. This low-ranked combat technique could no longer keep up with the pace. It was still purely focused on physical damage. Middle-ranked combat techniques, on the other hand, already involved many uses of vitality force. A week later, Fang Ping, who had learned the 3 major techniques, began to run out of wealth. Fang Ping was anxious and irritated. Without wealth, his vitality could not recover. He did not like to take pills to recover. Not only was it slow, but he did not even know if the pills were made from the catacombs' human body tissues. It was better to eat less of them. Just as Fang Ping's wealth was about to run out, Li Qing's message came. Mr. Fang, the other party has agreed. Li Qing's seemed a little excited. 30 million to buy 30% of Distance Food and Beverage Platform's shares was something he could not have imagined before. This meant that in the other party's eyes, Distance Food and Beverage Platform was worth as much as 100 million. In reality, how much was the investment? Recently, Li Qingsha had dissected the 3 projects that Fang Ping had mentioned and sorted out the financial situation. In the end, he calculated that the investment in the platform, including the publicity expenses, had only cost him 17 million. In less than a year, a price of 100 million was something that he had not expected at all. Fang Ping was also slightly surprised. He held his phone and asked, "What did the other party say?" "They said that you have a bright future, Mr. Fang. Investing in Distance is also investing in you. I passed on your words. The other party's person in charge thinks that you may bring them greater returns in the future. They are investing in the future, not the present. In short, what they mean is that they hope to have a good foundation for cooperation with Distance, including MCMAU's e-commerce platform. They said that all the schools are watching it and waiting for the results. If it is operated well, maybe soon, all the martial arts schools will try it out. Distance is the first company to promote the e-commerce model to martial arts universities. This is also a manifestation of strength and ability. If there is a chance in the future, the other party hopes to have more cooperation with us. For example, the martial arts e-commerce platform system." Fang Ping frowned. "We'll talk about this later. This is not something that I can decide alone." MCMAU's platform was not something that Fang Ping could decide alone. At the very least, he had to get MCMAU's approval. Other than that, the other martial arts universities were also paying attention. This gave Fang Ping a headache. Was this not stealing his opportunity? Right now, his strength was still a little low. He had to think of a way to promote it in other schools. Maybe after returning from the catacombs, he could talk to Old Wang. If Old Wang, who controlled half of NMAU, was willing to let Distance enter NMAU, then things would be much easier. An independent platform was not as useful as a common platform. 99 martial arts universities shared a platform. As the first one, the probability of Distance fighting for this opportunity was not small. The premise was that Fang Ping himself had a certain say. "When will the contract be signed?" "They said any time, but they hope that you can be the one to sign it." "No problem." Fang Ping agreed quickly. He said immediately, "Today is the 13th. The contract will be officially signed on the 15th. "Okay, then I'll inform them." Li Qingze was overjoyed. Distance Food and Beverages' high valuation was due to Fang Ping, but it also showed that the platform was operating well. This was also an affirmation of him. For the past year, he had only seen the accounts but not the income. He had been anxious, but now there were finally results. Selling 30% of the shares, Fang Ping sighed softly. It was the first time he sold so much. It would not be easy to sell more in the future. I wonder if there will be an increase in wealth after signing the contract? I've invested 17 million. According to my current pricing, it should increase by 83 million, but will there really be an increase in wealth? This was the first time Fang Ping had encountered something like this. He was not very calm. If it did not work, then it would be troublesome. It should work. There's no reason why it can't work. Do my company's net worth have to reach that high? Then what's the use of a listed company's share price, no matter how high it is? Fang Ping was anxious, but he could only comfort himself. Although he did not put too much effort into the company, he had always been working with great expectations. If he did not succeed this time, Fang Ping would vomit blood. Although he was anxious, Fang Ping still did not stop cultivating combat techniques. June 14, Fang Ping's 10th day of specializing in combat techniques. Pfft. As Fang Ping vomited blood, a tiny hole appeared in the bluestone on the ground. Lu Fengger frowned slightly. Fang Ping said helplessly, "Instructor, I vomited so much blood. I'll die." He was vomiting blood every day. He felt that he might be anemic now. Lu Fengger snorted coldly. "Stop talking nonsense. The power is still too weak. Even if the skull isn't honed, it's still extremely hard. Your power might be able to injure others, but it can't really pierce through their skull. Unless you can accurately hit the opponent's weak points like the eyes every time. But during a battle, you might not have the chance to do so. This is a combat technique, not just a secret skill. The blood arrow method also has a vitality outburst requirement. To pierce through a person's skull, an outburst of at least 30 calories vitality is required, Fang Ping said in distress, but my throat can't withstand such a high-intensity vitality outburst. I'll hurt myself easily. At most, I'll be a mute for a while. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Ping felt helpless. He might as well change the name of the blood arrow method to the 7-inches fist. Hurting others would hurt himself. He did not want to vomit blood to death one day, or become a mute. Lu Fengger's lack of energy all day long was related to vomiting too much blood. Now, Fang Ping had serious doubts. Continue cultivating the blood arrow method. You can't delay the other two combat techniques either. Your manic explosion can only be stacked up to the 4th saber. When you unleash 50, 70, 90, and 110 vitality respectively, you'll only have 320 calories vitality after stacking up. Logically speaking, it's almost at the level of an ultimate move. However, this stacking is slightly weaker than a single 320 calories vitality outburst, so it's only comparable to the power of an ultimate move. Of course, this also reduces the difficulty of mastering combat techniques. Now, your pure vitality outburst is less than 150 calories at most in one move. You've barely mastered your own strength. Manic explosion, on the other hand, has allowed you to master an ultimate move in advance. That old man Zhang Dingnan's modified combat techniques are not bad. Zhang Dingnan's modified manic explosion was equivalent to separating the ultimate move and the ultimate move. This was much easier than mastering a single ultimate move. At this moment, if Fang Ping truly unleashed an outburst, he might be able to unleash 150 calories vitality in a single move, but it would definitely not reach 200 calories. However, if he used manic explosion's 4 consecutive slashes, his stacked 320 calories vitality outburst would be slightly weaker than a single move, but it would definitely be more powerful than other upper stage rank 3 martial artists' 250 calories vitality outburst. Of course, this would also consume more vitality. When you've mastered the 5 consecutive slashes, then you'll truly have mastered a rank 3 ultimate move. Lu Fengger revealed a rare smile. She laughed lightly and said, "If you've mastered a rank 3 ultimate move, you'll be one of the best among rank 3 martial artists." I'm not referring to the martial arts university's rank 3 ranking, but the entire country's, including the military departments. You haven't entered the national ranking yet, but after mastering the 5 consecutive slashes, your ranking won't be lower than Qin Fengqing's. Qin Fengqing was currently ranked 6th in the martial arts university ranking. 2 days ago, the overall ranking that was only circulated internally was updated. Qin Fengqing was ranked 46th overall. As for Xiaolei, he was ranked 99th overall, barely making it into the ranking. If Fang Ping had mastered the 5 consecutive slashes, his ranking would not be much lower than Qin Fengqing's. Obviously, Xiaolei had not mastered a rank 3 ultimate move. As for the top 50 rank 3 martial artists, they might have already mastered it. Of course, this is considered a shortcut. Besides, it consumes a lot of vitality. Still, I'll say it again. For you, the difference isn't that big. Fang Ping could recover his vitality anyway. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. Lu Fengru had overestimated him. He did not have wealth, so he was about the same as others. His vitality was really not higher than others. In other words, he did not have wealth, so he was at Qin Fengqing's level at most. However, if he had wealth, even if there were a few more Qin Fengqings, he might not be able to defeat them. Lu Fengru continued, the time you've spent cultivating combat techniques is still too short. You've only grasped the basics now. No matter how strong combat techniques are, it's still about application. If you can't hit someone, 1,000 cal outburst will be useless. Therefore, you need to cultivate more. When necessary, you can spar with others. Besides, you don't have much of an advantage among rank 3 martial artists. If you really want to be invincible among rank 3 martial artists, you need to at least reach peak rank 3 and master individual ultimate moves. Ultimate moves also have differences in strength. We can all call an outburst of 300 calories and above a rank 3 ultimate move. But what about a 500 calories vitality outburst? A rank 3 powerhouse like that can kill a rank 4 or 5 martial artist with one move if they concentrate all their vitality into one move and have a 900 calories vitality outburst. They don't need to use too many moves. One move is enough to kill the enemy. This is the definition of an ultimate move. Fang Ping could only say that he had to look up to it. This kind of martial artist needed to immerse himself in combat techniques for at least 10 years or more. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to achieve. Fang Ping felt that if he wanted to achieve it, unless his vitality broke through the limit of 999 calories. If he reached 1,500 calories, he might be able to achieve an ultimate move outburst of 8 or 900 cal vitality. If he did not have enough time, he would have to cheat to make up for it. Fang Ping felt that he could consider this method instead of stubbornly delving into combat techniques to increase his vitality outburst. When his cultivation ended on the 14th, Fang Ping was once again on the brink of needing emergency treatment. 5 million wealth had barely held on until now. If he did not get rich tomorrow, he had to quickly think of other ways to earn some money. June 15, Monday. Today was not only the day Fang Ping had to sign the contract, but it was also the day the Gaokao's cultural studies results were checked and the martial arts universities announced their admission standards. In 2008, MCMAU enrolled 1580 people. The minimum admission standard was 130 calories vitality and 620 marks in cultural studies. In 2009, MCMAU expanded its enrollment to 2,000 people. However, the standard did not drop. Instead, it increased slightly. The minimum vitality was 132 calories. In the morning, Fang Ping heard some students discussing this year's enrollment when he walked out of school. He was filled with emotion. This time last year, he was also having a headache about which martial arts university to apply to. In the blink of an eye, he was already rank 3. After a while, 2,000 students will enter the university. I wonder if there will be any amazing genius martial artists this year. Fang Ping mumbled to himself as he strolled out of the campus. MCMAU was becoming more and more deserted. Most of the fourth-year students had already left the university. There were a few who did not leave. Most of them were staying on as MCMAU's assistant instructors. In MCMAU, university only lasted 4 years. There was no further study. The only chance to stay on was to become an assistant instructor or an instructor. However, an assistant instructor could be a rank 3 martial artist, while an instructor had to be at least rank 4. Most instructors actually started at rank 3. Few rank 4 graduates stayed on. It was normal for them to work in the government, the military department, the education department, or other places. On the way, Fang Ping's phone rang. Fang Yuan answered the call and asked coquettishly, "Brother, can you come back tomorrow?" Fang Yuan was going to take the Gaokao on the 17th. If he did not go back tomorrow, Fang Ping might not go back. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. "I think I can. I'll take care of some things today. After I'm done, I'll drive back. It'll be quick." "Really?" "Of course. Rest well. Exams are coming up. Don't think about random things all day." Fang Ping did not really care about Fang Yuan's Gaokao results. In this day and age, cultural studies were important, but martial arts was more important. The government wanted martial science students to take cultural studies in the hopes that they would not become simple brutes and brutes. Martial artists could also achieve better results in other fields. If it was just purely learning martial arts, such a martial artist would be more likely to break the law, and it would be difficult for them to go far on the path of martial arts. Of course, if one really wanted to excel in martial arts, the requirements for cultural studies would be much lower. For example, Fang Ping had talked to a few martial arts candidates in Nanjiang before. Even if these people did poorly in cultural studies, it would not be too much of a problem for them to enroll in MCMAU. After chatting with Fang Yuan for a while, Fang Ping arrived at the hotel where they had agreed to meet. Hotel conference room. Xianxia and a few of Distance's managers, including the technical director, had already arrived. They had also hired a lawyer from a law firm. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Fang. Boss Fang." The few of them hurriedly greeted him. Fang Ping nodded slightly and asked, "Where is the other party now?" "We're almost there. It's 9 o'clock, so we shouldn't be late. Let's go and welcome him. Let's see who has such good taste. We haven't seen him yet." Fang Ping chuckled. Fang Ping had never heard of the name of the company he was investing in. It was not well known. The other party had been negotiating with Xianxia and the others. Fang Ping had not seen them even once. They had the guts to spend 30 million to buy 30% of Distance's FNB platform at this time. Perhaps 30 million was not a lot for a big organization or a big corporation. However, for a small company like this, an investment of 30 million was not a small amount. Fang Ping did not bring them far. He stood at the conference room door for a while. Soon, 5 or 6 people walked toward them from the corridor. From a distance, Xianxia whispered, "The one at the front is the Deputy General Manager of New Martial Fund, Jiang Yuanhao, CEO Jiang. He seems to be a martial artist too." Xianxia did not need to introduce him. Fang Ping had already noticed him from a distance. Fang Ping could not tell whether he was a rank 2 martial artist or a peak or upper stage. Jiang Yuanhao was not old either. He looked about 30 years old. He looked gentle and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He was taller than Fang Ping, at least 1.8 meters. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, Fang Ping stepped forward and extended his hand with a smile. "CEO Jiang, it's our first time meeting. Sorry for the delay." Jiang Yuanhao had already extended his hand and shook Fang Ping's. He said with a smile, "Mr. Fang, it's understandable that you've been busy. You've improved so quickly in martial arts. I'm honored that you've taken the time to meet me." "CEO Jiang, you're slapping me in the face. But I've been cultivating lately. I'm really sorry." The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries before entering the conference room together. Jiang Yuanhao did not have the slyness of a businessman. Or rather, he did not feel the need to be like this with Fang Ping. He went straight to the point as soon as he sat down. "Mr. Fang, we'll sign the contract according to our agreement. 30 million for 30% of Distance's FNB shares. One of our reasons for investing in Distance's FNB is that we're optimistic about it. Another reason is that we believe that Mr. Fang will go further in martial arts in the future and bring more benefits to our partnership." However, seeing him looking at him, Fang Ping said with a smile, "CEO Jiang, you can talk about any conditions. You don't have to worry too much. When doing business, you can't just let one party bear the risk. Mr. Fong, you're a straightforward man. Then I'll cut to the chase. Before we came, the company hoped that we could add a clause to the contract. Jiang Yuanhao paused and continued, New Marshall is investing in Mr. Feng's distance, not anyone else's. So if there's a change in distance's ownership and Mr. Feng is no longer the CEO, we have the right to ask for compensation. Fang Ping understood what he meant. He thought for a moment and said, sure. The New Marshall Fund invested half in companies and half in people. If Fang Ping decided to sell distance, then New Marshall investors' overbid would be in vain. Fang Ping could understand the other party's request. As for the amount of compensation, the New Marshall Fund's clause was 3 times the contract price. Fang Ping did not care too much about this. He would think about it when the time came. If he really made money, he would not care about this. Even if he did make money, Fang Ping would not quit. Whether he made a loss or went bankrupt were all other factors. It had nothing to do with Fang Ping. Both parties quickly signed the contract. Once it was signed, Fang Ping thought for a moment and said, if it's convenient for you, I hope that the 30 million can be transferred to your account as soon as possible. This was an acquisition, not financing. Regardless of whether it was an acquisition or financing, even if the contract was signed, the payment would not usually be so quick. No payment meant that the contract had not been officially signed. Fang Ping knew the system's character. The system would not evaluate his wealth without an official agreement. Jiang Yuanhao was slightly surprised to hear Fang Ping's urgency, but he still smiled and said, sure. We also believe that distance and Mr. Feng will not disappoint us. 30 million was not much, but it was not little either. However, Fang Ping was a rank 3 martial artist. He did not want to ruin his reputation. Moreover, the contract had been signed. A day earlier or a day later would not make much of a difference. If you're in a hurry, Mr. Feng, I'll talk to the company when I get back. The funds will be transferred to your account within 3 days. Fang Ping calculated for a moment. 3 days was only the 18th. He smiled and said, sorry for the trouble. I'm really in urgent need this time. Jiang Yuanhao seemed to know something. He thought for a moment and said, Mr. Feng, are you buying some necessities? Yes. I see. Jiang Yuanhao thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll call the company now and try to get them to complete the follow-up procedures as soon as possible. We can't delay Mr. Feng's business. It was normal to go into the catacombs and buy all kinds of pills and weapons in advance. Although Jiang Yuanhao was not a rank 3 martial artist, he should have some understanding of the catacombs. He might have guessed Fang Ping's purpose. After signing the contract and investing in distance and Fang Ping, he naturally did not want Fang Ping to die young. Jiang Yuanhao was a man of his word. He called the New Marshall Fund on the spot. Fang Ping hurriedly thanked him, and the collaboration was officially finalized. As for the specific details of the cooperation and the supervision of the personnel, Fang Ping did not care. New Marshall's entry coincidentally prevented Li Qingze from monopolizing power. This was a good thing for Fang Ping. He did not have to find someone to supervise him. Everyone had lunch together. During the meal, Fang Ping had a general understanding of the New Marshall Fund. The New Marshall Fund had not been established for long. Its headquarters was not in Magic City, but in Capital City. Although it had only been established for a short period of time, it still had a lot of capital. For more than a year, it had invested a lot in both Magic City and Capital City. According to Jiang Yuanhao, they were mostly investing in students from the Big Two. Rather than saying they were investing in the enterprise, it was more like they were investing in the enterprise's owner. Students from the Big Two would usually have a good future after graduating. However, it was not uncommon to see a freshman like Fang Ping. Although Jiang Yuanhao's strength was not as good as Fang Ping's, he was more knowledgeable. During the meal, they also talked about the situation of the martial arts universities. This included some of the geniuses. The leader of this batch of CCMAU's graduating seniors is Li Hansong, a junior this year. Li Hansong has already entered upper stage rank 4 and is expected to reach rank 5 before graduation. After Li Hansong, CCMAU's sophomores don't have any outstanding students, but there are a few freshmen. Han Su entered rank 3 a few days ago. It has been confirmed that he is thrice honed, which is the same as Mr. Feng. Feng Wenxiang has also entered peak rank 2 and is expected to reach rank 3. The 8-school alliance is also full of geniuses. In the past few years, all the schools have been experiencing a spurt of geniuses, including the normal martial arts universities. NMAU's Wang Jinyang is likely to enter upper stage rank 4. As for MCMAU, other than Mr. Feng, there are also many geniuses. Xiaolei has already entered peak rank 3. Mr. Feng has also entered middle stage rank 3. Your classmates Zhao Lei, Chen Yunqi, and the rest are only a step away from peak rank 2. In the next few years, I think there will be more rank 3 martial artists in all the universities than before. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists will not be uncommon either. To be able to reach this stage in university is something that I can only look up to. Jiang Yuanhao had also graduated from a martial arts university. It was a pity that he was only at peak rank 1 after graduation. Now, he had entered peak rank 2 and was expected to reach rank 3. However, compared to the elites of the martial arts universities, the gap was not small. There was almost a 10-year gap between them. After chatting for a while and eating, both parties went their separate ways. Fang Ping did not go to the company again. He was slightly anxious, not knowing when the money would arrive. As he waited, Fang Ping received a text message at 6 p.m. The money had arrived. 27.6 million. This was the money Fang Ping had received. Seeing that the 30 million was suddenly reduced, Fang Ping remembered that he had to pay taxes for the transfer of his shares. He suddenly felt powerless to complain. The tax rate for martial artists was actually quite low. For ordinary people, if they sold their shares for 30 million, they would have to deduct at least 5 million in taxes. Fang Ping could not care less about the money. He quickly checked his wealth. Wealth, 80. 5 million vitality, 450 calories, 999 calories, mentality, 420 Hz, 519 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 90%, 29 bones, 30%, it's done. When he saw that his wealth had increased from tens of thousands to more than 80 million, Fang Ping was overjoyed. This time, he sold 30% of the FNB platform's shares for 30 million, which meant that the platform's value had reached 100 million. Fang Ping held 70% of the platform's shares and received 27.6 million in cash. After deducting the money he had invested in the platform, his assets had increased by about 80 million. Awesome! Fang Ping's face lit up instantly. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was timely. Fang Ping could not care less about his joy. He quickly called Jiang Yuanhao and thanked him. Jiang Yuanhao had transferred the money to him so quickly. He was really happy. With his wealth in hand and some extra money on him, Fang Ping began to think about a problem. If I pay off the credit debt now, will my wealth still increase? Fang Ping did not hold out much hope for this. However, it was his first time borrowing credits like this. Maybe the system would make a mistake. With a little hope, Fang Ping logged into MCMAU's platform and exchanged 19.8 million in cash for 660 credits. Together with the remaining credits, he had 1,000 credits and deposited them into his personal account. After the credits were returned, his wealth did not change at all. Fang Ping could not help but shake his head. He knew that this would not happen. To him, borrowing credits was not worth it. His own credits might even give him more wealth in the end than the value of the credits. However, the borrowed credits would be returned with money in the end. There was no room for growth. Obviously, it would not increase his wealth. What a pity. Otherwise, if I transferred it a few more times, wouldn't my wealth keep increasing? Slightly regretful, Fang Ping did not force it. If the system was really that stupid, Fang Ping's wealth would have already reached a few billion. He would not have to worry about wealth anymore. Now I don't lack wealth, but I can't use it carelessly now. I'll only use it for battle consumption. I'll save the rest for when my wealth reaches 100 million. More than 80 million wealth sounded like a lot, but Fang Ping's vitality was close to 1,000 calories now. If he really encountered an intense battle, his vitality would be depleted too quickly. In one go, a few million wealth would be gone. These wealth points had to be spent sparingly. I'm preparing to enter the catacombs to spend 10 million wealth. In other words, this time I have to earn at least 30 million to ensure that my wealth reaches 100 million. 30 million. If I'm lucky, I'll find a cultivation-aiding energy stone that weighs more than 30 grams. That should be enough. It doesn't seem too difficult. Fang Ping mumbled to himself. In the end, he even said to himself, I'll have to pay more attention to the company in the future. If it's valued at tens of billions one day, I won't have to worry about my wealth anymore. Half of the investment he had made in the company had been recovered in one go. His capital was only a few million short. However, his wealth had increased by 80 million. On top of that, his other businesses were still in his hands. The express delivery company, the MCMAU platform. These businesses seemed worthless now, but sooner or later, he would make a fortune. Fang Ping firmly believed that, as long as society was not in chaos, I don't have to put in too much effort, and I don't have to take risks either. Other than the longer time, it's much more cost-effective than doing missions. Fang Ping was happy for a while. The uneasiness he had been feeling for the past few days vanished into thin air. After paying off his debts, Fang Ping was left with close to 8 million in cash. Remembering that he had to return to Sun City tomorrow, Fang Ping went to the logistics department to buy a resurrection pill. In reality, he could choose not to go to the logistics department. However, Fang Ping liked to chat with Old Manly there. Sometimes, Old Manly would say things that were helpful to Fang Ping. Logistics department. Fang Ping spent 6 million on a resurrection pill. It had to be said that this thing was shockingly expensive. However, the resurrection pill was very effective in healing internal injuries. Fang Ping's internal organs were damaged by a punch from the Grand Missionary, but he was back to full health with just one pill. As for Xianxia, she had swallowed a resurrection pill after being injured by a rank 1 martial artist during the championship. Other than being rich and willful, Fang Ping had nothing else to say. Don't try to reap any benefits the first time you're in the catacombs. Recently, Old Manly might have been too bored and could not lift his spirits. God knows where he got his hands on a long-barreled opium pipe and started his life of smoking. As he smoked, Old Manly advised, familiarize yourself with the environment the first time you go down. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Try not to stray from the team. Prepare more blood and chi replenishing pills. These aren't expensive, but in the catacombs, unless you have an energy mine, you can only eat raw food. Blood and chi replenishing pills are cheap and can fill your stomach. They're pretty good. I have a batch of fruit-flavored blood and chi replenishing pills. Do you want some? Fang Ping was speechless. Pill companies were becoming more and more humane these days. They were even starting to improve the taste. No need. You can keep them for yourself. Old Manly did not mind. He puffed out the smoke and said contentedly, of course, there are good things in the catacombs. There are all kinds of food in the catacombs too. Fruits taste the best. If you have the chance, bring some back for me. I haven't had them in a while. Yes. I'll keep them for you when I see them. Also, don't treat the catacombs humans like fools when you're in the catacombs. No one is. If you treat them like fools, then you're the real fool. Old Manly's expression turned serious. Don't think of them as lowly creatures. They've gone much further than we have. Many people entered the catacombs, saw the primitive ecological environment of the catacombs, saw the ancient city. They all felt that the catacombs' human civilization and evolution were much worse than theirs. That was an illusion. It can only be said that both sides have different evolutionary paths, and it doesn't mean that Earth is superior to them. Don't treat them like fools and try to fool them. In fact, it's hard to fool them even if you don't understand what they're saying. Fang Ping's interest was piqued. Teacher, have humans not learned the catacombs language yet? It's not that easy. The main difficulty lies in communication. Old Manly explained, the catacombs humans are unwilling to communicate with humans. You have to understand that language can only be spread and learned through communication. They are not willing to communicate with us, so it is naturally difficult for us to learn and master their language. When we meet, the first thing we do is fight to the death. But over the years, we've also seized quite a number of books from the catacombs, including the exchange of information between the two armies during a war. Although some of the captive catacombs martial artists were unwilling to communicate with us, they would still curse at us. Come to think of it, humans seem to have mastered quite a bit of their curse language. Fang Ping was speechless. Up until now, he had only learned to curse, although he thought it was useless. Fang Ping was still interested. Teacher, teach me a few curse words. You want to learn? Yes, it's a good way to provoke your opponent. If they run away, you might be able to curse them back. Old Manly looked at him for a while and said suddenly, Nyagukali. Fang Ping was confused. What do you mean? Transliteration. Old Manly grinned. Basically, it means, come on, King, kill me if you dare. Fang Ping coughed dryly. Old Manly laughed. This is quite effective. It's enough to provoke people. When the catacombs humans are captured, they say this the most. Obviously, to them, this sentence is full of provocation because they are not afraid of death. So you can try, the prerequisite is that you don't stupidly provoke powerhouses. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Even if you don't provoke them, you'll still die. That's not necessarily true. Just like how human grandmasters would not purposely kill the weak when they enter the catacombs, the powerhouses of the catacombs would rarely purposely kill the weak. On one hand, it's because of the difference in life level. The weak are no threat to them. On the other hand, it's a kind of unspoken rule. Soldiers fight soldiers, generals fight generals. This is also a rule that both sides tacitly agree on. Of course, this only refers to when their strengths are equal. When the war starts and there are too many powerhouses on one side, this rule will no longer exist. The more powerhouses will kill the weaker ones on the other side. This is the norm. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He made a mental note of this. If he encountered a catacombs powerhouse that he could not defeat, he still had to pretend to be weak. At most, he would come back and take revenge. Also, after entering the catacombs, you'll only be rank 3. Don't participate in the catacombs army's battle. Old Manly said sternly, when it comes to the army's battle, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks who have not trained or experienced it will die faster than the average person if they join hastily. If you encounter a battle with more than 1,000 people, the first thing you have to do is run. Once the catacombs army has more than 1,000 people, there's a high chance that middle-ranked martial artists will be besieged to death. Understood. Also, in the catacombs, be careful of wild creatures. Their threat is no less than the catacombs humans. Maybe even greater. Remember, don't go near Skygate City recklessly. It's extremely dangerous. Also, to the south of the stronghold is the sea. Don't go out to sea. Many humans go out to sea, but after so many years, almost no one has returned alive. If you encounter the catacombs women, the elderly, and children, if you can't bear to kill them, then avoid them. However, don't be compassionate. Contact them and save them. Sometimes, the catacombs humans will encounter danger too. They will encounter ferocious beasts in the wild, martial artists in the villages, natural disasters. You can ignore them, but remember, don't rescue them. Most of the time, it's a trap. Don't eat whatever you see. You won't even know how you died. Finally, if you encounter a human in danger, remember, don't think of rescuing a human who is stronger than you. If he's stronger than you, and he's in danger, you'll be in even more danger. Old Manly told him many things to take note of. Fang Ping noted them down one by one. These were all words of experience. He had to pay attention, lest he made mistakes. Before Fang Ping left, Old Manly thought for a while and suddenly said in a low voice, other than familiar people and trustworthy people, don't trust anyone outside the human stronghold, even if you encounter the army in the wild. Fang Ping stopped in his tracks. Lu Fengru probably meant the same thing. The human heart is the hardest to see through. Some people are heroes in our eyes. They fight against strong enemies, slaughter the catacombs humans, protect their homes and defend their country. However, that doesn't mean they won't do bad things. When they encounter danger, they might use you as bait, a target to escape, or they might lack pills and supplies. When they encounter their own kind, it's better for you to die than for him to die. No one will know anyway. After killing you and robbing you of your resources, he'll continue to kill the catacombs creatures after he breaks through. He'll still be a hero in everyone's eyes. Maybe in his eyes, you've helped him and humanity. Your death is worth it. But is it worth it to you? Old Man Li's tone was complicated. He murmured, these things have been recorded. Back then, a rank 6 general from the military department led a team deep into the catacombs. They encountered danger and met a team of martial arts university students. They asked for help, but the other party did not agree. The general from the military department massacred these students and robbed them of their pills and supplies. After that, the team was rescued. Most of the team of 1,000 people came back alive. This general was not completely devoid of humanity. He reported it to the military department and took all the responsibility. That day, he launched a surprise attack on Skygate City's military camp and died in battle. This also appeased the martial arts university's anger. However, he can say it, but can everyone? Hearing this, Fang Ping's mood suddenly became terrible and complicated. Old Man Li's mood was also very complicated. He said lightly, I'm not telling you all this to tell you how evil people can be. These are the minority. They rarely happen. I just want to tell you to be smarter. Don't be stupid and think that humans are a family in the catacombs. Humans are social creatures. In a crowd, they can maintain their humanity, but in the wild, that may not be the case. Got it. Go. Old Man Li did not say anything else. He leaned on the chair and smoked his pipe. The logistics department was already empty. Old Man Li's work was getting less and less. On June 16, Fang Ping drove back to Sun City early in the morning. Fang Ping arrived at Scenic Lake Gardens at 10:30 in the morning. After getting out of the car, he saw the uncles and aunties sitting on the stone benches, playing cards and chatting idly. Fang Ping felt a little envious. Once the government publicized the catacombs information, would these situations still exist? Probably not. Everyone was in danger. When that time came, the elderly would lose their smiles, the children would lose their innocence. Everyone would pursue strength. People would be impatient, and social order would be chaotic. All of this was foreseeable. I hope that day doesn't come. Fang Ping muttered to himself. Everyone becoming a soldier sounded uplifting, but if they really entered that era, even the last pure land might not exist. At home. Fang Ping opened the door and entered. As soon as he entered, Fang Yuan threw herself at him happily. She said excitedly, Fang Ping, you're back. Fang Ping smiled and reached out to pinch her cheek. If I didn't come back, you would have torn me apart. I wouldn't. Fang Yuan giggled and said hurriedly, brother, did you drive back? Did you buy a car? Yes. Can you take me for a ride? No. Exams are tomorrow. Why would you want to go for a ride? Behave yourself. Fang Yuan pouted unhappily, but she quickly giggled again. Brother, you're a rank 3 martial artist now? Yes. You're even on the rank 3 combat strength ranking. That's amazing. My teachers and classmates say that you're the #1 martial artist in Sun City. Fang Ping laughed. Who said that? Sun City was small, but there were still powerhouses. Over the years, a rank 5 martial artist had left the city, although he had already moved his residence. Even if he did not count that person, Wang Jinyang might have achieved upper stage rank 4. He was much stronger than Fang Ping. Also, over the years, many students from Sun City had entered martial arts universities. Although most of them were weak, mostly rank 1 and 2, many of them had graduated many years ago. Who knew if any of them had achieved rank 4? Fang Ping did not ask about this. Saying that Fang Ping was the #1 martial artist in Sun City was obviously an overstatement. However, the rank 4 and rank 5 rankings had not been made public, so many people did not know about them. There was no ranking for rank 6, and no one from Sun City was on the Grandmaster ranking. Speaking of which, according to the public ranking, Fang Ping was indeed the strongest. The siblings chatted for a while before Li Yueing came downstairs. Seeing Fang Ping, she was stunned for a moment, then glared at Fang Yuan. Obviously, this was Fang Yuan's idea. The couple did not ask Fang Ping to come back to take the exams. Now that her son was home, Li Yueying hurried out to buy groceries. Fang Ping could not stop her. After her mother left, Fang Yuan suddenly whispered, "Fang Ping, did you kill someone?" Fang Ping was not surprised. He had seen the rank 3 ranking later and knew what was going on. Hearing his sister's question, Fang Ping chuckled. "Scared? No. It's just. Fang Ping, you killed bad people, right?" "Yes. I told you. You must have killed bad people." Fang Yuan seemed relieved. She giggled. "I'm not scared. When I become a martial artist, we'll kill bad people together." "What do you know, little girl?" Fang Ping ruffled her hair. She talked about killing people as if they were chickens when they had never experienced it. Only when they had experienced it would they know that killing was not something that could be done with words. Fang Ping did not say much. He patted her head and checked her vitality. The girl's vitality was almost 140 calories. Her improvement was not slow. "After the exams, I'll give you a big gift. Do well." "Big gift?" Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. She asked in surprise, "What big gift?" "I'm not telling you now. You'll know when the time comes." Fang Ping kept it a secret and did not tell her. He would not tell the girl that he had prepared a lot of things for her. The basic combat techniques cultivation videos and cultivation manuals that Wang Jinyang had given him had been brought to school, and he had brought them back this time. This included some of Fang Ping's own understanding of combat techniques. Although his combat techniques cultivation progress was average, as Fang Yuan's brother, Fang Ping wrote down everything in detail. Outsiders would not be so responsible. Other techniques such as Zhang Dingnan's manic explosion and Lu Fengger's blood arrow method were not allowed to be leaked, but Fang Ping still kept them to himself. He wrote down a detailed cultivation method and brought it back with him. Zhang Dingnan's manic explosion, which had been modified after he entered the Grandmaster realm, and Lu Fengger's blood arrow method were both top-notch middle-ranked combat techniques. It was difficult for outsiders to learn these combat techniques. Even martial arts university students might not be able to learn them. Finally, there was a bank card. Fang Ping put his remaining 2 million into the card. He left all these things for Fang Yuan. Fang Ping was actually quite nervous about entering the catacombs this time. Too many martial artists had died in the catacombs. Fang Ping could not calm himself down since it was his first time entering. He wondered if the girl would break down when she found a big bag of books when she was expecting the big gift after the exams. The senior high school entrance examination began on June 17. Fang Yuan was assigned to Sun City No. 1 High School. In the morning, her parents did not send her off. Only Fang Ping accompanied her. On the way, Fang Yuan was in a good mood. She giggled. "Brother, I want to get into Sun City No. 1 High School too. We'll talk about it after you get in." "No problem. I'm very good." The siblings chatted until they reached the school gates. The gates were not open yet, so they were not allowed in. No one had recognized Fang Ping yet, but Fang Yuan was. Just as they stopped outside the gates, someone shouted, "President! Sister Yuan Yuan! Sister Yuan Yuan!" The continuous shout stunned Fang Ping for a moment. Some of the surrounding students, especially the girls, were obviously not from Fang Yuan's school. They were not from Experimental High because they were wearing school uniforms. However, they crowded around her, chattering excitedly. "Sister Yuan Yuan, you're taking the exam in No. 1 High School too. What a coincidence. President, are we organizing activities after the exams? Sister Yuan Yuan, are the pole-standing classes still recruiting? I want to sign up." It was as if all the girls in the world had become members of Yuan Ping Club. At that moment, there were dozens of girls waiting outside the gates. Almost everyone knew Fang Yuan, and they were calling her president, big sister. Fang Yuan was also overwhelmed, replying to this and that. After listening for a while, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Girl, how many people are in your club?" Before Fang Yuan could reply, a girl who did not know Fang Ping said proudly, "Every girl is a member of Yuan Ping Club. 3,000 members spread all over Sun City." Fang Ping's expression kept changing. 3,000 members? Are you kidding me? He was still thinking about it when a few girls beside him said loudly, if there's a will, there's a way. If there's no way out, Sun City will belong to us. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. 3,000 girls know martial arts. Fang Ping, at that moment, Fang Ping was completely stunned. What arrogance, Sun City belonged to them, and 3,000 girls knew martial arts. Were they rebelling? The parents who had sent their children to take the exam were also stunned. A group of Chunibu girls gathered together. It was unknown who changed the couplet, but it became their slogan at the moment. Seeing that these girls did not stutter at all, it was obvious that they shouted quite a lot. Fang Ping was dumbfounded. Fang Yuan stole a glance at her brother's expression and asked awkwardly, "Brother, are you all right?" Fang Ping's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. I just want some peace and quiet." It had already grown to 3,000 people. This was going to overturn the heavens. The Ping Yuan Club only has 108 members. What are you trying to do? Fang Yuan looked embarrassed, but soon, another cheer came from the side. Good day, Vice President. Fang Ping was dumbfounded again. Is she calling me? What were these Chunibu girls doing? Fang Yuan continued to maintain her awkwardness. She whispered, I'm the president. You're the vice president. Fang Ping laughed. Haha. These little girls had never seen Fang Ping before, but they had seen his picture. Plus, they had heard Fang Yuan call him brother, so they were extremely excited. Sun City's #1 martial artist was back. The parents were just about to scold their daughters, but when they heard the crowd talking about the #1 martial artist in Sun City, they did not dare to scold them. They all looked at Fang Ping in awe. If his daughter joined some random group, he would be scolded for a while, and then he would have to deal with her later. However, since they had joined Sun City's #1 martial artists club, it did not matter anymore. Everyone in Sun City knew that Fang Ping, a young man, had improved rapidly in martial arts. He was about to surpass Sun City's commander. Many people knew that these martial artists had killed before. Fang Ping had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist. He might even be stronger than Sun City's commander. Because of this, the parents no longer thought that their daughters were fooling around. Practicing martial arts and becoming martial artists were what all ordinary families wanted to do. Raising a martial artist was difficult. Extremely difficult. Martial artists were too far away in their eyes. They were too high and mighty. They could not come into contact with them normally. Now, a rank 3 martial artist seemed to have opened a martial arts class. The parents were excited. Could it be that their daughters had a chance to become martial artists? Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. His sister had become a big shot, the leader of 3,000 people. Yuan Ping Club members could be seen everywhere, anytime, anywhere. Did Bai Jinshan know that an organization of 3,000 people had risen in a small Sun City? Did Bai Jinshan want to cry? Did he have 3,000 people under his direct control? Just as Fang Ping was doubting his life, the school gates opened. It was time for exams. As Fang Yuan was escorted into the exam hall, Fang Ping wanted to die when he saw the parents' gazes. I didn't create this club. I'm not that delusional. How could they come up with such a shameful slogan? I can't afford to lose this face. He was about to flee when the school gates opened again. The principal of #1 high school walked out with some teachers. Student Fang Ping. From a distance, the principal, whom he had never met before, reached out and grabbed Fang Ping's hand. He said enthusiastically, I didn't expect student Fang Ping to return to his alma mater. Please come in. Before this, the school was discussing whether to invite student Fang to give a speech. However, considering that student Fang is proficient in martial arts and should not be disturbed, the school changed their decision and did not disturb student Fang. Now that student Fang has returned to his alma mater, the principal was so enthusiastic that he could not bear to let go of Fang Ping's hand. Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. When he saw that the principal was about to drag him into the school, he said, Principal, the school is still having exams. Before the principal could say anything, someone beside him smiled and said, Mr. Fang, it's all right. It's an honor for the students to have you here to inspect the Sun City Senior High School entrance examination. The person who said that was obviously not from the school. As expected, the principal immediately introduced him. Student Fang, this is Section Chief Lu from the Education Bureau. He's mainly in charge of the senior high school entrance examination matters. Section Chief Lu was a plump middle-aged man. He smiled like a Maitreya Buddha and said hurriedly, "I'm not in charge. I'm just here to serve the students. Speaking of which, I'm still Director Fang's soldier." "Is that Director Fang's daughter? I can't believe I didn't recognize her. What a dereliction of duty." Fang Ping was speechless. "Director Fang, are you talking about my father?" "My old man said that he's in the office now. He's only in charge of reading newspapers and drinking tea." "Where did this soldier come from? They're going to be a family soon." Fang Ping did not know whether to laugh or cry. There were even more people outside, and everyone was watching. Fang Ping did not refuse any more. He shook his hand lightly and accidentally shook the principal's hand off. Only then did he say, "Let's talk inside. I hope we won't disturb the students' exams." The senior high school entrance examination was actually an exam organized by the city. It was different from the Gaokao. To Section Chief Lu and the others, it was not a big deal if they were disturbed. If worst came to worst, they could just take the exam again. Compared to receiving Fang Ping, who had killed a peak rank 3 martial artist, a small exam was really nothing. Even if this matter were to spread to the city, Commander Bai would not say anything. After entering the school and avoiding the gazes of the parents, Fang Ping relaxed a little. Looking at the teachers around him, Fang Ping exchanged a few pleasantries and asked with a smile, "Teacher Lu isn't in school?" The principal said hurriedly, "Look at this mess. Teacher Lu is on leave today. I'll get someone to inform him immediately and ask him to come over." "Don't. I won't disturb the teacher if he's on leave." Fang Ping said a few words. Seeing everyone looking at him eagerly, he felt a headache coming on. He could not just walk away, so he changed the topic. "Principal, how's Sun City No. 1 High School's Gaokao this year?" The principal smiled quickly. "Very good. Of course, it can't be compared to your batch last year. Last year, student Fang ranked first in the martial sciences exams and got into Magic City Martial Arts University. He led Magic City Martial Arts University's team to win first place in the National Martial Arts Grand Competition." The principal praised Fang Ping for a while before returning to the topic at hand. "This year, there are a total of 8 students with vitality above 120 calories and 2 with vitality above 130 calories. Student Fang, what do you think about them applying to MCMAU? Can they apply? If we knew that student Fang would be coming back today, the school would have organized for you to give these students some pointers." "What a pity," Fang Ping could not help but laugh. After some thought, he said, "This year, MCMAU is recruiting 2,000 people. Those with vitality that meet the standard can give it a try. However, NMAU is also reforming and recruiting. Senior Wang, who's a year ahead of me, is now in charge of daily teaching at NMAU. If you think NMAU is acceptable, I actually recommend everyone apply to NMAU." Fang Ping was not jealous of others applying to MCMAU, but to be honest, normal students did not have a good life in MCMAU. They were not as valued as NMAU. In Fang Ping's batch, Guosheng and the others came from well-to-do families, but they had only just broken through to the martial artist realm. In MCMAU, their instructors were usually rank 4, so they could not get any credits as rewards. On the other hand, NMAU had more opportunities. Wu Zhihao and the others were doing well in NMAU. They were close to the martial artist realm, so normal martial arts universities valued them more. "Nanjiang Martial Arts University, huh?" the principal muttered. Fang Ping did not know if he heard it, but he did not care. He was just suggesting. It was better for real geniuses to apply to MCMAU. They had more opportunities. What he was afraid of was that if they did not reach that standard, they would really fade into the crowd once they entered MCMAU. "Student Wang Jinyang is already in charge of NMAU's daily affairs?" His words were a little surprising. The teachers, including the section chief, were a little shocked. What did this mean? They were all aspiring martial artists, so they did not know much about the martial arts circle. They admired Fang Ping because he was admitted to MCMAU and was on the rank 3 combat strength ranking, so he was more famous than Wang Jinyang. Now that Fang Ping said this, everyone was a little dazed. Fang Ping walked and talked. He did not say too much. After a few general words, he excused himself with an excuse that he had something to do and left early. He did not walk through the school gate. Instead, he found a place with no one around, jumped over the wall. 2 hours later, the exam ended. Fang Ping did not wait at the school gate. When Fang Yuan came out of the crowd, Fang Ping suddenly appeared, grabbed her, and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Sir President, you're amazing." In the deserted alley, Fang Ping was almost gritting his teeth. He pinched Fang Yuan's cheeks with both hands and scolded, "You're the big sister of 3,000 people. Oh my God, you scared me so much that my little heart can't stop beating. Stupid girl, why didn't you study properly? Why did you go and play with these things?" Fang Ping pinched her cheeks and tore them apart. "You want me to be your vice president? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? I recruited 107 people, and you recruited 3,000? I can't even be the boss in MCMAU's territory, and you're claiming that Sun City belongs to you? And everyone knows martial arts. If there were 3,000 martial artists, they would either be controlled by the government, or they would be annihilated. Most importantly, they're all female soldiers. Women's organizations are the scariest. 3,000 girls will affect more than 3,000 boys." Fang Yuan stuttered. She looked at Fang Ping pitifully. "Stop pinching me, my cheeks are going to swell." Only then did Fang Ping let go. He said with a headache, "Why did you recruit so many people? It's fine if it's just a small fight, but how am I going to explain this to others? It's fine if it's just a bunch of middle school students, but it'll be a big deal in a few years. Dismiss them as soon as possible." "Brother," Fang Yuan said with a bitter face, "I didn't recruit so many people. They insisted on joining. Really, I'm not lying. I had to. If I didn't, they'd set up their own Yuan Ping club. Then, they sent someone to our school to look for me, saying that they'd already helped me set up a branch. They'd even paid the group fees. Then, you got greedy at the sight of money and agreed?" "No." Fang Yuan denied hurriedly. She said pitifully, "I said I wouldn't charge them, but they wouldn't agree. If I said I wouldn't charge them, I wouldn't acknowledge them as members of Yuan Ping Club. If I didn't acknowledge them, they'd form a group and cry, what? They'd form a group and go to our school to complain, saying that I didn't recruit them. I'm so annoyed." Fang Ping felt his heart twitch. After a while, he said weakly, "Ask Dad to tell Uncle Tan that it's fine if they're just fooling around. If something happens, don't get involved. Now that you're wearing the yellow robe, you have no choice but to do it. Don't mess around. Also, the pole standing class is just fooling around. You're not allowed to teach anyone combat techniques." "I don't know either." Fang Yuan mumbled. "Cut the crap. Anyway, remember, don't do anything stupid. Don't fight with others, don't stand up for others, don't hang out with shady people, and don't use my name to bully others. If someone bullies you, I'll hack them to death, but if they bully others, that's none of my business. The next time I come back, if you create a 10,000 member club for me, I'll slap you to death. Do you believe me?" Fang Ping was speechless. What a mess this was. "Got it." Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. "I don't want to recruit anymore. It's so tiring. You asked Dad to tell Uncle Tan, but not long ago, Uncle Tan asked me to open the back door and let his niece join our club. There's no point in telling him, right?" Cough, cough, cough. Fang Ping clutched his chest and coughed violently. *CK, was he kidding? Tan Jinping must be crazy. He even let his niece join the club. What was wrong with this world? Fang Ping felt helpless. Had he fallen behind the times? Was this all the rage now? He looked at the aggrieved Fang Yuan again. Fang Ping reached out and pinched her cheeks, sighing as he walked. A tall tree attracts the wind. It's my fault. Anyway, you have to be smart. Don't take this stuff seriously, understand? Yes. Fang Ping could not be bothered to say anything more. Obviously, he had a lot to do with Yuan Ping Club's sudden growth. Bai Jinshan and the others probably thought it was a child's play and did not care about it. Instead, they seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. The deeper their family's entanglement with Sun City, the more they could not leave it. His father had become a deputy director. Who knew, he might become a deputy director one day. Who knew, the Fangs had taken root in Sun City. They could not move even if they wanted to. The senior high school entrance examination finally ended on the 17th and 18th. During these 2 days, Fang Ping only dropped them off outside the school. He would leave soon after. At night, Fang Ping would focus on cultivating combat techniques. He spat blood all over the gym, almost scaring Li Yueying, who was cleaning. When she found out that Fang Ping was cultivating, Li Yueying was full of doubts. Spitting so much blood while cultivating, did all martial artists cultivate like this? Fang Ping was helpless. That was how the blood arrow method was cultivated. He could not do anything about it. Lu Fengru did not tell him, or rather, forgot to tell him, that it was okay to cultivate with saliva in one's mouth. There was no need to spit blood every day and pollute the environment. Of course, Fang Ping did not know about this. If he did, he would curse. On the afternoon of the 18th, the senior high school entrance examination ended. When Fang Yuan stretched out her hand to ask for a gift, Fang Ping handed her a big bag. Fang Yuan, who was full of joy, doubted life the moment she opened the bag. Was this the big gift? Frustration, dissatisfaction, grief, all kinds of emotions were vividly reflected on the girl's face. Fang Ping wanted to laugh, but he felt lost in the end. He rubbed her head and said, "This is information on combat techniques. There are videos of basic combat techniques that you can cultivate. I've also written down some cultivation experiences. You can take a look. Don't be a martial artist who only has vitality. Puncture kick is a higher-level combat technique. Beginners can try cultivating it. As for the other 2 combat techniques, remember to burn them after you've learned how to cultivate them. Don't cultivate them recklessly. One day, when you've met the requirements, you can try cultivating them. Also, when you apply for martial arts universities, you can apply for NMAU or MCMAU. If Wang Jinyang is still around, you can ask him for help to arrange a better instructor for you, or you can ask him to be your instructor. If you go to MCMAU, my instructor is Lu Fengru. Your brother also has a friend, Instructor Li from the logistics department," Fang Ping suddenly remembered. What was old man Li's name? Fang Ping did not dwell on this. He smiled and said, "If you go to MCMAU, you can ask them for help. Just say she's my sister. Forget it. If you're in danger, you can ask them for help. I actually hope that you can live a peaceful life, but this world. It's just that cruel." "Brother." Fang Yuan looked uneasy. "Why are you telling me this?" Fang Ping chuckled. "She's already 15. It's time for her to grow up. My sister isn't stupid. She's a smart girl. I'm a martial artist, do you understand? Since you know that I've killed before, you should consider that one day, I might." Fang Ping. Fang Yuan's eyes reddened. She said angrily, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore." "Silly girl, don't be so childish." Fang Ping chuckled. "Your brother doesn't have a short lifespan. I've read my own fortune before. I can live to at least 99 years old. But I have no sense of direction. I'm afraid of getting lost. I'm afraid of not being able to find my way home." His phone couldn't be reached, and he couldn't find his home. Who knew when he could go home? "You are an adult now. You have to take good care of your parents and wait for your brother to come back. Also, I've left you a few phone numbers. Of course, they might not be of any use. Humans are all pragmatic." Fang Ping did not know if leaving those numbers would be of any use. If he really died in the catacombs, all his value would be gone. Martial artists were also a group of pragmatic people. "Alright, that's all for now. I still have to rush back to school. I have things to do." "Brother!" Fang Yuan shouted. She tugged at the corner of his shirt and said with reddened eyes, "I won't fool around anymore. I don't want any gifts. I won't leave, okay? Little girl, you should cultivate properly. Next time you come back, you'll grow fatter. It's getting harder and harder to feel." "Brother," Fang Ping smiled and rubbed her head. He picked up the wooden box and strode out the door, waving his hand as he walked. "You don't have to send me off." "Brother." Fang Ping drove away. Behind the car, Fang Yuan screamed at the top of her lungs, "Brother, come back soon." In the car, Fang Ping sighed softly. "I want to come back early too, but, what if, MCMAU?" On the night of the 19th, Tang Feng looked at the people in front of him and said slowly, "Have you all said goodbye to your families? Leave a will for yourselves. Maybe you'll be safe after entering the catacombs. Maybe, you'll all be wiped out." Tang Feng's tone was calm. "It's very common. You have to be prepared. Even grandmasters can't say that they'll be 100% safe after entering the catacombs and that they'll be able to return safely. But don't worry. Even if you really die in the catacombs, the school will take good care of your families. All humans who enter the catacombs, no matter if they're forced or helpless, are heroes. They're the backbone of humanity. Tonight, you can let loose for once. Eat some good food and drink some good drinks. Tomorrow, cheer up and get ready to go to the catacombs together." Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Tang Feng did not say anything else. Soon, he left the scene. As soon as he left, Fu Chongdang, who was in the crowd, said loudly, "You make it sound so scary. Martial artists have to go through this sooner or later. Martial artists of my generation are indifferent to life and death. The catacombs is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Many martial artists have become middle-ranked or even grandmasters in the catacombs. We don't need you to comfort us." Zhao Lei snorted softly and said lightly, "Becoming a martial artist means that life and death are no longer a concern, idiot." Fang Ping scolded and said exasperatedly, "Isn't it good to be alive? Once we enter the catacombs, you're just a bunch of rank 2 martial artists. Stop pretending to be powerful. Behave yourselves. This time, our priority is to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Put everything else aside. I'm warning you, when you're in danger, take care of yourself. Don't let those idiotic plots appear in television dramas. When you meet an undefeatable opponent, all of you rush forward like idiots. Don't act like idiots and say, 'I'm not leaving, I'm staying.' I don't want to see idiotic things happen to us. We're going to kill enemies and earn money. Don't talk to me about other things. Alright, disperse. Go back to your homes and find your mothers." Fang Ping dispersed the crowd with the attitude of a vice-captain. The crowd did not say anything. Fang Ping was the strongest. Once they entered the catacombs, it would really be a battle of strength. After the others left, Fu Chongdang grinned and said, "Fang Ping, once we enter the catacombs, I have a treasure map here. When the time comes, we'll make a huge profit." Fang Ping snorted and said exasperatedly, "Get lost. The catacombs are all treasure lands. The key is whether you have the strength or not." Treasure map? Do you think I'm an idiot? If there were really treasures, martial artists would be more powerful than locusts. Why would they leave them for you? Moreover, the catacombs is huge. There are treasures everywhere. If I give you the location of the energy mine in the depths of the catacombs, that counts as a treasure map, would you be able to enter? You wouldn't even know how you died." Ignoring the fellow, Fang Ping moved closer to Chen Yunqi and whispered, "Yunqi, does your grandfather know you're going into the catacombs?" "Yes." "Did he give you something to save your life?" Chen Yunqi was a little confused. "What? Something like a Grandmaster scroll, scroll?" Chen Yunqi did not quite understand. She shook her head and said, "No." "What else?" "Fang Ping, you're asking a strange question. What else?" Sigh. Fang Ping was helpless. He could only ask directly, "How many pills did you bring into the catacombs?" "Quite a lot." "How many resurrection pills?" 5, only 5. Fang Ping was not very satisfied. He said angrily, "Your grandfather is so stingy. He should have given you at least 50. Let's make a deal. If we encounter any trouble or danger, you'll give me all the pills you have. How about that?" Fang Ping. Before Chen Yunqi could reply, Yang Xiaoman said angrily, "Can you not be so shameless?" Fang Ping frowned. "Be serious. Give them to me, and I'll guarantee your lives." He did not mention borrowing them. Only by giving them would he have wealth points. If they really encountered trouble, these rich people would have quite a lot of pills on them. Their value was not low. Giving them to him might increase his wealth points by tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. With so much wealth points, if he did not encounter an enemy that made him feel hopeless, Fang Ping could slash him a few hundred times with 4 consecutive slashes. Yang Xiaoman looked angry. She obviously did not believe him. Seeing that, Fang Ping did not say anything else. As he walked back, he said, "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Anyway, I won't risk my life for you if I don't do something for you." "Fang Ping, you're too realistic. We won't beg you even if we die," Yang Xiaoman said angrily. If Fang Ping did not say that he would give them things, they would definitely repay him if he really saved them. Now, however, Fang Ping was being so realistic. It made them feel bad. Fang Ping did not utter a word. What did she know? If he was not realistic, where would he get the capital to save them? It was already very late when he returned to the dormitory. Not long after he entered, there was a knock on the door. Fang Ping opened the door. Fu Chongding was standing outside, smiling. "Want a drink?" As he said that, he raised the wine bottle in his hand. Without waiting for Fang Ping's reply, Fu Chongding squeezed his way in and sat down. He chuckled. "Martial artists don't drink, but I remember that my grandfather and the others would drink a little every time they went down to the catacombs. Who knew if there would still be a tomorrow? I didn't understand before, but I do now. This morning, my father gave me a call and told me that if I died in the catacombs, he would give me 8 or 10 younger brothers and sisters to avenge me. Tell me, he's already so old, yet he still wants 8 or 10 younger brothers and sisters. Isn't my father shameless enough?" Fang Ping chuckled. He took out 2 cups from the cupboard and joked, "I'm just afraid that your mother didn't give birth to your younger siblings, and your old man is purposely finding an excuse to bring your younger siblings home. Get lost. My father wouldn't dare. He's only peak rank 3. My mother is rank 4. Cough, 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 Fang Ping almost choked to death. What was going on? Were women stronger these days? He remembered that Guoxing's mother was slightly stronger than his father. Your father is only rank 3? What do you mean only rank 3? Fu Chongding was speechless. Do you think it's that easy to enter the middle ranks? The next 10 years will be the time when our martial arts will improve the fastest. It's normal for us to improve by leaps and bounds at this time, but in the later stages it'll depend on time. It's not that easy to enter the middle ranks. I think I'll be a middle-ranked martial artist by next semester." Fu Chongding was speechless. How could he refute that? Without another word, Fu Chongding picked up the glass and downed it in one gulp. Then, he said, "Motherf asterisk cur, it tastes terrible." He thought the wine tasted good, but he realized that it tasted terrible. Fang Ping could not stop laughing. He took a sip too, savoring the aftertaste. Good wine. I haven't had it in a long time. You've had it before? Do you think I'm like you, a hothead? You speak as if you're much older than me. Both of them talked and chatted. It was also Fang Ping's first time finding out about Fu Chongding's family. The Fu family was considered a prominent family in capital city. His grandfather was a rank 6. He was not at peak, but a rank 6 was already a powerhouse. He was a department leader at Capital City Martial Arts University. Fang Ping was surprised. It was the first time he found out that Fu Chongding's grandfather was an instructor at CCMAU. This kid did not apply for CCMAU, but MCMAU. What was this? The rebellion of 3 generations of martial artists. Seeing Fang Ping's surprise, Fu Chongding laughed through a drunken hiccup. What am I? My grandfather is an instructor, not the vice-chancellor or vice-chancellor. Chen Yunqi's family is the interesting one. Did you know that her grandfather is the vice-chancellor of SCMAU? What? SCMAU is one of the martial arts universities in the 8-School Alliance. Her grandfather is the vice-chancellor, but she didn't apply for SCMAU. What's wrong with me applying for MCMAU? My grandfather said that people like us shouldn't die in front of our eyes even if we die. You don't understand. Many of the instructors' sons and daughters don't apply for the martial arts universities their fathers are in. Tell me, if one day you die in battle in front of them, how terrible would it be? Your instructor is like that. If his daughter had not died in battle in front of Vice-Chancellor Wu, things would not have turned out this way. It's the same for us. It's better to die in another school than in front of our family. Fang Ping found it hard to understand, but he could understand. He would rather his juniors die somewhere else. No matter how painful it was after they died in battle, it would not be more painful than seeing their family die in front of them. That makes sense. That's, Fu Chongding smiled dizzily. Actually, when I was young, my grandfather objected to me practicing martial arts. When I was in high school, my grandfather also said that I wouldn't apply for a martial arts university. I couldn't accept it. Why? That's why I insisted on practicing martial arts. I insisted on applying for a martial arts university. I even wanted to go to MCMAU, which is as famous as CCMAU. When I found out about the catacombs, I suddenly realized that he was afraid that I would die. But I feel that it's nothing. It's really nothing. I can die without regrets if I learn the truth in the morning. The path of martial arts is exciting, but the catacombs might be even more exciting. It's another world, a different world. If I don't go and experience it once in this lifetime, I won't be satisfied even if I die. Fang Ping took a sip and said lightly, it's better to be alive than dead. No one wants to die. I still want to become a grandmaster. My grandfather didn't, so I have to become a grandmaster. But... Fang Ping, I'm suddenly afraid. I'm afraid that I'll really die. Tell me, will I die? Fu Chongding was really drunk. He said sorrowfully, there are so many rank 2 martial artists entering the catacombs at this time. It's already very chaotic. If we encounter danger, we won't be able to protect them. Big Lion aside, even if all the MCMAU instructors go, they won't be able to protect us if there's a big battle, then we'll work hard to survive. Yes, work hard to survive. Fu Chongding drank another cup. There were no dishes. The two of them drank just like that. That night, many places were like this. Some people were drinking alone, while others were silently writing their wills. Would they die? No one knew. However, on the day they became martial artists, on the day they found out about the catacombs, everyone understood that this was the fate of powerhouses. There were no powerhouses who did not go to the catacombs. In the vast Sino nation, or even the whole world, there were no powerhouses who did not go to the catacombs. Even if those casual martial artists really reached that realm, they had no choice but to go. This was their responsibility and also their obligation. Unless you chose to betray and join a cult. Fang Ping was also a little drunk. It was not the wine that intoxicated him. 20th of June. MCMAU's auditorium. 97 students, all fully armed. Tang Feng, 1 rank 5, and 3 rank 4 instructors, a total of 5 instructors, were also fully armed, ready to enter the catacombs. Most of the team of 100 were rank 2 martial artists. This was the first time in many years that MCMAU had sent such a lineup into the catacombs. The 3 grandmasters, the old vice-chancellor, Wu Quishan, and Huang Jing, were all present. All of you are the backbone of MCMAU, the backbone of Sino Nation. The old vice-chancellor's tone was sonorous and powerful as he said loudly, I hope that all of you can return safely. I hope that one day, all of you can enter the higher ranks. I hope that your achievements will be in the future, not now. However, blindly protecting and blindly escaping will not make you a powerhouse. If it's possible, I don't want to see the young you appear in the catacombs battlefield. But now, the catacombs are attacking fiercely. As elites, as martial artists, you have the duty and responsibility to go to the catacombs. Duty. Duty. Maybe you think that this is not your responsibility, nor is it your mission. You are still so young, but we are martial artists. Remember, martial artists, that is responsibility and duty. Drinking white dew in the morning and sleeping in the sunset, that is what immortals do, not martial artists. Today, I will send all of you off and await your return. The old vice-chancellor said the last sentence very loudly, his hunched back straightening. Tang Feng's expression was stern as he said loudly, depart. All the instructors who came to send them off, including the 3 grandmasters, straightened their backs, crossed their chests with their right hands, and gave everyone a martial arts salute. All the students felt their emotions surging. They returned the salute and strode with their heads held high, turning around and following Tang Feng, walking out together. Outside the auditorium, everyone boarded the buses. The old vice-chancellor and the others did not send them off, but their gazes were fixed on the buses, their emotions complicated. Year after year, again and again, farewell, farewell. Perhaps, it was also an eternal farewell. Young prodigies died in battle in foreign lands, their corpses nowhere to be found. How many people in the world knew? How heartless the heavens are. The old vice-chancellor looked up at the sky and sighed. MCMAU had been established for 60 years, and he had stayed in MCMAU for 60 years. In these 60 years, he had seen too many ups and downs, life and death parting. However, every time he saw these youngsters dying in a foreign land, he couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. "Teacher, this is fate," Huang Jing murmured. "No, this is not fate. Martial artists don't believe in fate." All of a sudden, the old vice-chancellor's aura exploded. His figure grew taller, and he bellowed, "It's because our generation is too weak. We can't pacify the catacombs, and we've left the future trouble to our descendants." There were very few entrances to the catacombs back then. If they could be pacified, things wouldn't have turned out this way. "I've already decided that if the situation continues to worsen, we old bastards will pacify this cave before we die. A new entrance is the most suitable." "Principal." "Teacher." Everyone present cried out in surprise. It would take at least 3 to 5 months for the new entrance to appear. From today onwards, Vice-Chancellor Wu will be in charge of MCMAU. Dean Huang will be the Vice-Chancellor and Dean of the School of Weaponry. Tang Feng and Li Chongxing will be the Deputy Deans of the School of Weaponry. Principal. The old Vice-Chancellor straightened his back and said with a murderous aura, "I've lived for 80 years. It's enough. I've always been plagued with injuries. Even if I don't die now, I won't live for more than a few years. I'll kill every one of them." Everyone couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts. Rank 8 Grandmasters were also known as Vajra powerhouses. How could a Vajra body not live for more than a few years after mastering it? Rank 8 Vajra bodies had yet to reach the limit of their lifespan. The oldest Rank 8 Grandmaster today was more than 130 years old, yet he could still fight well. The old Vice-Chancellor had just turned 80, but he was already plagued with injuries. His Vajra body was close to being worn out. All of this stemmed from his many years in the catacombs. The old Vice-Chancellor stopped narrating. He looked at Huang Jing and said, "You go." Huang Jing nodded slightly, sighed softly, and left in a flash. This time, he also wanted to enter the catacombs to protect them. 100 rank 2 and 3 martial artists. After graduating from the senior year, most of MCMAU's elites would be gathered here. If they were all wiped out, MCMAU would not be able to recover for a few years. In the car, everyone's emotions were still surging. 3 high grandmasters and dozens of middle-ranked instructors were sending them off. How magnificent! Tang Feng, however, was silent. He did not make a sound. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the car suddenly stopped. Only then did Tang Feng say in a low voice, "Get out of the car. Check your luggage. Don't bring any useless trash. It'll only add to your load." Everyone got out of the car. As soon as they got out, they raised their heads to look. What greeted their eyes was a restricted military area made of barbed wire and electric fences that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a sentry every few steps. Soldiers armed with guns were everywhere. Inside the barbed wire, everyone glanced around. Tanks could be seen everywhere, almost without any concealment. Cannons and rocket launchers could also be seen from the various fortifications. These were all military forces that could be seen. Tang Feng did not say anything. He led everyone toward the main door. The defense at the door was also extremely tight. Fang Ping felt waves of threat and pressure. Inside, there were guns and even cannons aimed at them. Moreover, at the door, there were a few martial artists with strong vitality scanning everyone vigilantly. They were not lower than rank 3, and their auras were fierce. Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry Tang Feng, bringing MCMAU special training class to apply to enter the catacombs. ID, Entry Order. The person who was going through the exchange with Tang Feng was a middle-ranked martial artist. In the eyes of Fang Ping and the others' vitality was strong, not any weaker than Tang Feng's. Tang Feng meticulously took out his ID, the school's application documents, and the military department's approval of the entry documents. The other party checked them one by one, then nodded and signaled for Tang Feng to enter. When Tang Feng and the other instructors entered, it was Fang Ping and the others' turn. They still had to check their IDs and even their bags. The soldiers doing the inspection were meticulous, checking everyone strictly against their IDs. In the team, Fu Chongding asked curiously, "So strict?" Zhao Lei said lightly, "Shouldn't it be? It should be to prevent evil sects from sneaking in." As he spoke, some of the items in the bags of the people in front were immediately seized. "Don't bring your cell phone. It's useless even if you bring it in. You don't have to bring any technological products. The only use is to increase the other party's spoils. As for clothes, it's enough to bring a change of clothes. You're not going on a vacation. As for food, mainly rely on pills, raw food, or buy basic energy stones. When you enter the catacombs, you can use them as fire energy." The military officer who had exchanged with Tang Feng earlier said a few words. When everyone was done with the inspection, the military officer and the other soldiers with determined expressions gave Fang Ping and the others a military salute. "This time, we're going to fight to protect our country, to fight for humanity, and to return in triumph." Return in triumph. The sonorous roar stirred up everyone's emotions again. The soldiers did not lower their arms even as they watched Fang Ping and the others enter the depths of the base. These were catacombs martial artists. In the outside world, martial artists were divided into vitality martial artists and combat martial artists. As for them, they were divided into the outside world martial artists and the catacombs. Martial artists, only those who fought their way into the catacombs were true heroes. "We haven't even entered the catacombs yet, but we suddenly feel like we have a huge responsibility. I feel completely different." "That's right. Along the way, grandmasters sent us off and soldiers saluted us. It's giving me a lot of pressure. The wind is howling, the water is cold." Before the person who was muttering these words could finish his sentence, he was punched and kicked by the people in front and behind him, shutting him up instantly. Fang Ping did not say anything and continued to walk forward with the team. Along the way, the interior of the base was also heavily guarded. There were sentries everywhere, and everyone carried guns. Martial artists could be seen everywhere. From time to time, small troops could be seen retreating from the depths. These troops were completely different from the ones Fang Ping usually saw. Their murderous aura was awe-inspiring, many of them still had bloodstains on their bodies. Perhaps they had just retreated from the battlefield. In their hands, they also carried standard weapons. There were spearmen, sabers, and Fang Ping even saw shieldmen. After watching for a while, Fang Ping suddenly whispered, "We're lacking archers." Tang Feng, who was walking in front, said mildly, "In the catacombs troops, only martial artists are equipped with archers." "Why? Normal people don't have enough vitality. When the bow and arrow leave their body, the vitality force can't last long. The lethality is not even as good as throwing a rock." Vitality force, Fang Ping understood a little. In the catacombs, humans mainly relied on vitality force to kill their opponents. When the bow and arrow left their body, aspiring martial artists had weak vitality. It was difficult for these long-range weapons to be attached with vitality force. Martial artists, on the other hand, were much stronger. The base was huge. After walking for another 5 to 6 minutes, they finally reached their destination. It was a metal hall that was even more heavily guarded. Here, there were still many soldiers on guard. At the same time, there were many more martial artists. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, everyone saluted. Some of the nervous students also returned the martial arts salute. Tang Feng and the other party talked for a while. Soon, a seamless alloy door inside the metal hall opened slowly. This is the door that leads underground. It's also the last line of defense. As for whether it's useful or not, it's hard to say. Tang Feng explained emotionlessly. At this moment, everyone had already stepped into a long underground passageway. There was no one on either side of the passageway, but Fang Ping could still feel a strong sense of danger. The entrance to the catacombs is just ahead. Everyone, stay alert. Following Tang Feng's words, everyone continued forward. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. At the entrance to the catacombs, Fang Ping and the others were not the only passageway. There were several other passageways that led to this place from other places. Just as Fang Ping and the others walked out of the passageway, they entered a huge and spacious hall. In the middle of the hall, a huge display was erected. Urgent need for energy stones. Unlimited purchase. The third defense entrance is in danger. Middle-ranked martial artists are urgently needed for defense. Purchasing hearts of rank 6 martial artists. Peak rank 5 ancient crocodile discovered 60 kilometers away from the stronghold. Recruiting 3 rank 5 martial artists to form a team to capture and kill. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the display. Tang Feng said lightly, just like our mission system, most of the martial arts university missions come from here. Everyone understood. At this time, there were other people in the hall. Seeing Fang Ping and the others rushing in, someone recognized Tang Feng and could not help but laugh. Instructor Tang, there are so many MCMAU students entering this time? Yes. Rank 2 martial artists. Someone felt the vitality of the rank 2 martial artists in the group and frowned slightly. Letting rank 2 martial artists enter, it's dangerous. It's not that bad yet. These little guys, go back and cultivate for a few years first. Everyone spoke up one after another. Tang Feng replied, familiarize yourself with the environment. Mainly move around within 30 kilometers. Things haven't been so good lately, they'll have to come in eventually. Sigh. Someone sighed but did not say anything else. Tang Feng did not linger in the hall. He continued walking forward, and everyone followed. Along the way, Fang Ping also saw some familiar faces. The host from Magic City TV station? It's him. I didn't expect him to look so gentle normally, but when I saw him, he was full of murderous intent. That's Heavenly Queen Qin. I didn't expect her to be so good at singing and killing people, everyone discussed in hushed voices. The Heavenly Queen star they were talking about also turned her head to look at them, nodded slightly, and chuckled. Safe return. As she said this, Fang Ping saw that she was carrying an unknown creature's corpse in her hands. He scratched his head. He was not used to it. Other than these people, Fang Ping also saw many soldiers passing by. When they saw Fang Ping and the others, they still saluted meticulously, even if their bodies were covered in blood and their injuries were not light. After more than a minute, everyone arrived at the end. An incomparably huge alloy door blocked everyone's way. The door was bronze in color and close to 10 meters tall. It was connected to the surrounding alloy walls. At this moment, there was only a small door about the height of a person on the door. The small door was open, but it was difficult to see what was behind it. Fang Ping murmured, "Is this the entrance to the catacombs?" Tang Feng explained, "We built this door." The entrance to the catacombs was originally a passageway similar to a space vortex. This door was built entirely with A-class alloy. Even a high-ranked powerhouse would need a certain amount of time to break through. In reality, this is not a door, but a sealed house. Building such a door is also to defend against the invasion of the catacombs creatures. Of course, if they were to fight their way here, the situation would deteriorate completely. If we enter through the door, we will reach the catacombs world through the space passageway. As he explained, Fang Ping felt his way to the front of the door. He touched the ice-cold door, swallowed, and said, A-class alloy. Martial artists in the 3 lower ranks mainly used E and D-class alloy weapons. The 3 middle ranks, on the other hand, used B and C-class alloy weapons. A-class was the material used by grandmasters in weapons. Of course, whether grandmaster powerhouses used them or not, Fang Ping and the others could only judge based on the situation. As for what kind of weapons they used, almost none of them had seen it. This thing was not on the exchange list, and they did not know the price. However, D-class alloy cost 20 credits per kilogram. One could imagine how expensive A-class alloy was. More than 100 credits per kilogram. That was for sure. This was the least they could estimate. How heavy was this door? No, this was not a door. It was a house. In a place where Fang Ping and the others could not see, The back and sides were walls made of A-class alloy. 500,000 kilograms, Fang Ping made a rough estimate based on the scale. 500,000 kilograms was only 500 tons. For such a huge alloy house, it was not an overestimate. How much would it cost? Fang Ping could not even calculate it. There were also martial artists standing guard at the main gate. No one stopped Fang Ping's actions. There were not many guards at the main gate. There were only two of them, and they were not young anymore. One of them was a middle-aged martial artist with a long scar running from his forehead to the corner of his mouth. Seeing Fang Ping touching the main gate in a daze, the fierce-looking middle-aged scarred man laughed heartily and said, "Little guy, do you want to move away?" "Yes." Fang Ping answered in a carefree manner. The scarred man laughed again and teased, "Work hard if you want. When the Magic City catacombs is conquered, this gate will be useless. Let's work together to tear it down." Fang Ping grinned and said, "I probably won't be interested in this gate when that time comes." Ha ha ha, the two gatekeeping martial artists laughed out loud. After a while, they said to Tang Feng, "They're all future pillars. Big Lion, be careful when you go in. I don't need you to teach me." Tang Feng's tone was not very friendly. His students were all here. How could they call him that? The two gatekeeping martial artists did not mind. The scarred man laughed and said, "Go in and come back from here. Come back alive. The older generation, our generation, it's worth it even if we die. You're still young. A bunch of chicks. You probably haven't even had the time to enjoy life. Are there women? Are there men? Let me tell you, that feeling is wonderful. Don't die so early, Lu Xiangping." Tang Feng frowned and scolded. The scarred man snorted and said, "What? Since when did martial artists become monks? Monks marry wives too. What, am I wrong? Shut up. Hurry up and let us in." Lu Xiangping chuckled for a while. Without delaying business, he began to check the IDs again. He even explained, "This is the first time. I'll know you next time. There's no need to check. There are a lot of rank 2 martial artists. Is MCMAU abandoning its assets? Be careful when you go in. This is your first time entering. I don't expect you to kill the enemy. Don't try to show off. Just watch obediently. When you're strong enough, you'll be able to turn them upside down sooner or later." The scarred man was nagging, but everyone could hear the concern in his words. The older generation of martial artists was somewhat worried about the rank 2 martial artists entering. After the scar-faced man checked everyone's identification, he entered through the small door. Another cultivator outside the door explained, "Let's greet the other side. This is to prevent so many people from entering and creating chaos." Yang Xiaoman asked curiously, "Can we contact the people in the catacombs here?" "No, but at the entrance, there's a 9th grade great grandmaster who set up a setting. If you knock here, the people on the other side can feel the vibration. The number of knocks represents the number of people entering." None of this was a secret, so the gatekeeper didn't mind answering everyone's questions. Fang Ping was not curious about this. Instead, he asked with interest, "What does the passageway look like? Is it like the teleportation array?" "Whiz, we'll be there?" "Ha ha ha. You'll know soon enough." The gatekeeper didn't explain. Soon, Scarface came out. "Go in." Tang Feng took the lead. "Follow me." Everyone followed suit. After passing through the small door, Fang Ping and the others saw the entrance to the catacombs for the first time. The so-called entrance to the catacombs was like a whirlpool in the water, suspended in midair. In the small space, an alloy staircase was built. The staircase was stained with blood. No one knew if it was not cleaned or if it was just stained today. There was light in the house, so it was not dark. Fang Ping raised his head and looked around. On the walls, there were some small holes. It was very likely to be a weapon launch port. Scarface followed them in. He looked at everyone and said, "You can go in now. Also, next time, don't touch anything in here without permission. It's very dangerous." After warning everyone, Scarface looked at Tang Feng. After a while, he said, "Come back safely. Don't worry. Tang Feng responded. He stepped on the staircase and walked straight into the whirlpool. The other instructors shouted, "Follow him." Everyone followed him. Fang Ping walked in front. Soon, he reached the edge of the whirlpool. He could not help but reach out and touch the whirlpool. As he touched it, half of his hand was suddenly gone. "Ah!" Fang Ping shouted. Everyone behind him suddenly tensed up. Fu Chongding shouted, "What's wrong? His hand is broken? Retreat quickly." Fang Ping retracted his hand as if nothing had happened. He muttered, "Interesting. Did his arm pass through space?" Yang Xiaoman, who was standing beside him, suddenly kicked him without saying a word. The next moment, Fang Ping disappeared into the whirlpool. "This bastard!" Yang Xiaoman cursed. He was still trying to scare people at a time like this. Everyone laughed uncontrollably and stepped into the whirlpool one after another. F***ck. Fang Ping staggered and cursed. Then, he looked up hurriedly. He did not see the so-called catacombs world. In front of him was a tunnel. The ground on both sides and above his head was not made of alloy or soil, but energy particles. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. He said with some shock, "An energy tunnel." He had captured energy particles before. He could feel the energy in the tunnel. He had never thought that energy particles could materialize and form a tunnel after they were gathered. When Fang Ping captured the energy particles, he captured them one by one. However, this tunnel had already solidified. This was the difference between a dust particle and a mountain. At this moment, Tang Feng and the others were in front. Hearing Fang Ping's exclamation, Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. "You can tell?" "Of course. It's just the solidification of energy particles." "Such obvious energy, of course I can feel it." "I don't know if I can capture it, don't mess around." Tang Feng warned, "Although I don't think you can destroy the tunnel, don't use your mentality to capture energy particles here. The inside of the tunnel is sometimes unstable. Grandmasters can use their mentality to stir the energy tunnel slightly. When many grandmasters work together, they can make the tunnel riot for a short period of time. At this time, no one can travel between the two worlds. This is also the best choice humans can make when they have no other choice." Tiannan's catacombs entrance used this method. This method meant that they had given up everything in the catacombs. The next time Tiannan's tunnel entrance recovered, it would not be just a matter of danger anymore. The tunnel could be full of catacombs creatures. Once they entered, they would probably die. Without a stronghold in the catacombs, humans would be at an absolute disadvantage in the catacombs war. Tiannan gave up the stronghold built with the blood of countless predecessors. It had to be said that such a decision was too painful. One could also imagine what kind of crisis Tiannan faced in the past that made them choose to do this. When Tiannan's catacombs entrance opened again, perhaps the catacombs creatures would enter the surface and fight with humans. The battlefield would most likely be on Earth. Fang Ping did not use his mentality to capture it. In reality, he did not have this ability. These energy particles had solidified. This was equivalent to turning from dust into a boulder. How could Fang Ping shift them? "Instructor, since the grandmasters can stir the energy tunnel, why don't we just keep doing this?" In Fang Ping's opinion, if they did this every time, the other party could not come, and they could not enter. At most, they would be in a state of lockdown. Was this not better than the current situation? Tang Feng explained, "It won't work. In reality, the tunnel is becoming more and more stable. Those tunnels in Xishan can't be stirred at all. The energy in the tunnel has solidified. As time passed, it has become fixed. Tiannan can only do this because the tunnel was formed not too long ago. Magic City's tunnel was formed not too long ago. In the past, 1 or 2 grandmasters might be able to stir the tunnel into chaos. Now, without more than 10 grandmasters, it's impossible. If that's the case, then we can only choose to defend against the enemy. We don't want the battlefield to be on Earth. That would be a huge blow to us. Once the battlefield became Earth, humans would only suffer heavy losses if they could not kill the other party." Fang Ping understood. He sighed. "The catacombs tunnel is sealed. Those who did not come out, they can't come back." "Oh." Fang Ping quietened down. He remembered that old Wang's instructor was trapped in Tiannan's catacombs. Zhao Xuemei's father also died in the catacombs. His corpse could not be brought back. Now that the entrance to Tiannan's catacombs was sealed, his corpse might not be found anymore. As for humans, who were trapped in the catacombs, how could they survive? There was no stronghold over there. Facing the catacombs army, other than death, what else could they do? While they were talking, the others entered one after another. Seeing the tunnel in front of them, everyone's curiosity was aroused. They touched it and looked around like curious babies. Yu Xianghua touched it and asked curiously, "Instructor, is this tunnel long?" "Not long. Walk forward for about 1,000 meters and you'll reach the entrance on the other side." "Instructor, does that mean that our two worlds are adjacent?" "It's just that this tunnel is connecting them now." Tang Feng was speechless. "I don't know. Don't ask me such a profound question." Even grandmasters and experts from all over the world could not explain it clearly. How would he know? It's just a tunnel. Why are there so many questions? Let's go. Stop looking. Tang Feng walked forward. Fang Ping asked, "Teacher, why is this passageway lit up?" "I don't know." "You don't know either?" Fang Ping was speechless. After thinking for a while, he explained to himself, "It should be caused by the solidification of energy." "Yes, I remember now. Energy ores are also a manifestation of energy accumulation. Energy ores with high purity are also very bright. The tunnel can be said to have 100% energy purity. That's why it's so bright," Fang Ping thought diversely. "The catacombs don't have a sun." "No, I should say that the catacombs' sun is a solid high-purity energy ore. No wonder it can light up the catacombs. Then why does the catacombs have night? Energy ore shouldn't be like this. Or, the catacombs' energy sun actually has two sides. One is energy, and the other is other matter. It's in a state of rotation, which causes night and day." Tang Feng did not say a word. The rank 5 instructor laughed and said, "Fang Ping, you haven't even seen the catacombs yet, and you've already made such a judgment. That's very impressive. The experts have also guessed so." "Of course, because there's no actual proof, we can't confirm its authenticity for now. However, your judgment should be close to the truth." Fang Ping laughed and said, "Instructor Zheng, I think I'm very smart too. Do you think MCMAU will become stronger if I take charge?" Everyone fell silent. Tang Feng still did not say a word. The middle-aged man who was addressed as Instructor Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "You're thinking a little too far ahead. Instructor, I think it's not too far away. I'm upper stage rank 3 now. Maybe I'll be rank 4 soon. Next year, rank 5 or 6. The year after that, I'll be a grandmaster." Silence. Tang Feng could not help but scold him. "You bastard. After hearing you say that, I feel like grandmasters are everywhere. I, Tang Feng, haven't even become a grandmaster." Fang Ping curled his lips. He secretly calculated for a while. Is there any chance of becoming a grandmaster the year after? If there's a chance, remember to beat up Big Lion the year after that. The other instructors could not help but laugh. The students were also speechless. Fang Ping was really thinking too far ahead. Some people in the class had only just found out that Fang Ping had reached upper stage rank 3. Their expressions kept changing. This guy, his breakthrough was too fast. Zhang Ziwei had a bad feeling about this. Could Xiaolei really suppress Fang Ping? If Fang Ping left the catacombs, Xiaolei would definitely fight him. There were many reasons for this: the conflict of interests between the Martial Arts Society and the Pingyuan Club, the fight between thrice-honed martial artists, the grudge of Fang Ping beating up Zhang Ziwei, and the fight for the future leader of MCMAU students. It could be said that even if they did not want to fight, the school would let them. Now, Fang Ping had actually stepped into upper stage rank 3. This speed was too fast. The difference between upper stage and peak rank 3 was not too big. Below upper stage was the real dividing line. A distance of 1,000 meters was very short for martial artists. Soon, everyone reached the end of the passageway. At the end, there were also people waiting. They were soldiers. Seeing Tang Feng and the others, one of the middle-aged, elegant martial artists with a dignified appearance and a majestic aura said with a smile, "Mad Lion, you're personally leading the team this time?" "General Su." Tang Feng showed slight respect, a rare smile on his face. He replied, "I've troubled you this time." "What are you talking about?" "The military department also has the greatest respect for MCMAU students. All these years, if it weren't for you, Magic City's catacombs would have fallen long ago." General Su said with a smile, "We'll talk outside. Here, sometimes I'm really worried that the passageway will collapse, but I can't wait for it to happen. My feelings are complicated, so I won't chat here. If the passageway collapsed, perhaps this battle that sacrificed countless people would not have to be fought anymore." As he spoke, General Su stepped out of the passageway and disappeared from everyone's sight. Fang Ping looked back and said suddenly, "The passageway between the two worlds is so close. If they really hit the passageway, we won't be able to stop them," Tang Feng said calmly. "That's why, in order to protect the passageway, the land in front has long been dyed red by the blood of generations." Everyone was speechless, lost for words. Dozens of seconds later, when Fang Ping stepped out of the vortex and entered another alloy house. The house was not big. Everyone hurried out. The moment they walked out, Fang Ping and the others were a little dazed. No one looked at the buildings, the hurrying soldiers, the passing martial artists. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the huge sun in the sky. Very big, unlike Earth, Earth's sun was also very big. After all, it was a star, much bigger than Earth. However, in everyone's eyes, no matter how big it was, it still seemed small because of the distance. However, the sun of the catacombs seemed to be hanging above everyone's head, looking especially huge. "So big. So ugly," the girls added. Such a big sun, no matter how they looked at it, it was ugly and uncoordinated. In front, General Su and Tang Feng stood side by side. Looking at the students looking up at the sky, General Su chuckled. "They're all children," Tang Feng said gloomily. "They're also martial artists." "Martial artists," General Su murmured, sighed softly, and said inaudibly, "Try to let them go back alive, we will. This is just a trial. There are no trials in the catacombs." Hope City. This was the name of the stronghold. Everyone called this place Hope City, the hope of mankind, the hope of martial artists, and everyone else. Hope City was right under Fang Ping's feet. This was a small city paved with blood, or rather, a military town. It was more than 5,000 meters long, 4,000 meters wide, more than 20 million square meters, and more than 20 square kilometers. In reality, it was about the same size as Magic City Martial Arts University. There were more than 50,000 soldiers stationed here. During wartime, external forces would be stationed, more than 100,000 people, and a portion of them would be stationed outside the small city. Military camps were built in front and on the sides of Hope City, and there were also some troops stationed there. Hope City's main gate faced north. If one walked straight from the north gate without making any detours, Skygate City would be 80 kilometers away. Humans' military camps were limited to a radius of 10 kilometers. Sometimes, they would periodically sweep the catacombs humans and creatures within 30 kilometers. After 30 kilometers, they would be in Skygate City's territory. Inside the small city, the layout was simple, and so were the buildings. As a military town, everything was in the service of war. There were no skyscrapers, only houses made of huge stones or metal. They were all low-rise buildings, the tallest of which would not exceed 3 stories. The military was stationed in the northern part of the city, which was directly facing Skygate City. The other 3 sides also had military camps, but not as many as the northern part. After martial artists entered, they were arranged to be in the center of the city, which was divided into a few small areas. At this moment, it had been an hour since Fang Ping and the others entered the catacombs. Everyone gathered in a large, empty conference room that looked like an abandoned factory. Calling it a conference room was an exaggeration. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. It would not be too troublesome to bring in some tables and chairs from the outside world, would it? Why did he have to stand? Why bother? Yes, everyone could only stand. Of course, if you sat on the ground, no one would stop you. "Welcome, students." General Su, full name Sumafu, was the highest-ranking person in charge of Magic City Catacombs Military Department, a peak rank 6 martial artist. In reality, there were grandmasters in Magic City Catacombs, but daily military department affairs, including martial artists' arrangements and planning, were all handled by Sumafu. This time, MCMAU had 100 student martial artists, which was also a big deal for Hope City. In Hope City, there were more than 50,000 military forces, including a military force of close to 5,000 martial artists, mostly rank 1. As for the warriors from the outside world, under normal circumstances, there would not be more than 3,000 people. Martial artists also needed to rest when it was not a great battle. There were no more than 8,000 martial artists in Hope City on a daily basis. Compared to Skygate City, the gap was not small. The opponent had 200,000 standing troops and close to 20,000 martial artists, not including the casual martial artists in Skygate City. Apart from the military department, only martial arts universities could gather a team of 100 martial artists. It would be difficult even for the local Department of Investigation Services. Rank 2 martial artists were not considered too weak. At the very least, they were stronger than some of the military department's martial artists. Of course, if they really encountered them, these rank 2 martial artists who entered the catacombs for the first time might not be a match for the military department's rank 1 martial artists. Sumafu welcomed them, then said apologetically, "The conditions are simple and crude, and we are all martial artists, so we can skip the formalities. We only have one goal in Hope City." Sumafu's voice deepened as he shouted, "Kill the enemy, 80 kilometers away from us is Skygate City." Every year, Skygate City would launch a military attack on Hope City. At most, it would be more than 10 times, at least 3 to 5 times. Every time, it would be a bloody battle. In addition, the catacombs humans in Skygate City are not part of the military system. These people would also attack Hope City and slaughter countless people. We are powerless to attack Skygate City, so we can only choose to defend. However, we will not sit and wait for death. We will let the scattered small troops and martial artist teams fight in the wild. 10 kilometers away from Hope City, you may encounter catacombs martial artists at any time. Small troops of the catacombs killing each other is the norm in the catacombs. Here, if you don't kill them, they will kill you. Once the other party's scattered troops and martial artists attack our line of defense, Skygate City will see the opportunity. Very soon, a large army will attack and a great war will break out. Since the end of last year until now, in the past half a year, the speed of Skygate City's war has been increasing. Both sides have already fought 6 times and countless small battles. Previously, the other party even had powerhouses rush into Hope City, break through the line of defense, and kill their way into the passageway entrance. Once these powerhouses rush out of the passageway, enter Earth, and enter Magic City, it will be a terrible disaster for mankind. Magic City is the most prosperous city in Sino Nation, with a population of tens of millions. When high-ranked powerhouses rush into the ground, we can't use powerful weapons of mass destruction to kill the other party. We can only let powerhouses fight, but it will also cause countless deaths and injuries. Therefore, cleaning up the other party's martial artists, including the troops, is our top priority. If a large number of people are mobilized, it means that a great war will break out. Actually, we don't want a large-scale war to break out. After all, there is a gap between our strength and the other parties. Using small teams of martial artists as a sharp knife to kill the catacombs martial artists is what we have been doing for so many years. Therefore, martial artists are extremely important to the catacombs. The martial arts university martial artists are strong, and they are a stimulant for us to win in a great war. Killing a middle-ranked martial artist from the other party is more inspiring than winning a great war. Sumafu spoke for a while, and finally said, "This time, when you enter the catacombs, your top priority is to familiarize yourself with the terrain and the environment. The military department will not assign any missions to you, but in the catacombs, when there is a great war, the martial artists in the city must obey the transfer orders. In the catacombs, other than killing the enemy, the other point is to explore. Exploring unknown areas, finding some useful materials, crafting weapons, crafting pills, this is also a contribution to mankind. However, I do not recommend that everyone explore the unknown areas now. If you are not middle-ranked, the unknown areas are extremely dangerous. Other than Skygate City in the north, there are other catacomb cities on both sides of Hope City. The military department does not wish to have a large-scale conflict with other cities now. Therefore, you can attack the villages outside the city, but without permission, you are not allowed to attack other cities. At this point, Tang Feng added, sometimes, everyone hates the catacombs humans. This is understandable, but if you attack other cities rashly, if the catacomb cities come to a consensus and surround us, then Hope City will be in real danger. Don't lose sight of the bigger picture because of a small gain, and cause irreparable losses. Instructor, if we meet people from other cities in the wild, kill them. Tang Feng said calmly, we do not attack them for the sake of the big picture, but if we meet them in the wild, then we kill them. Moreover, it is difficult to tell where these martial artists are from. If we meet the catacombs humans in the wild, there is only one word for us, kill. As he said that, Tang Feng continued, this time, a team of 100 people will be too conspicuous. For the first 3 days, we will familiarize ourselves with the terrain and environment of Hope City and the surrounding 10 kilometers. We will know the military department's strongholds and martial artists' supply points within 10 kilometers. At this time, our safety is guaranteed. After 3 days, I will bring everyone out of Hope City's radiation range and explore within 30 kilometers. This will last for a week. After 10 days, everyone will be free to do whatever you want. Whether it is participating in the battle in the wild, exploring the surrounding areas, or even exploring unknown areas, I will not stop you. Even participating in the military department's cooperative battle is fine. The duration is still 10 days. After 20 days, we will leave the catacombs. Everyone understood and also knew the next arrangements. Fang Ping did not care about this. He asked hurriedly, Instructor, does everything we get from the catacombs belong to us? Of course. Is there an energy mine nearby? Tang Feng was stunned for a moment. Sima Fu could not help but laugh, chuckling. Yes, 70 kilometers north from here, there is a small energy mine. Although it is a small one, the number of source stones is probably no less than 1,000 kilograms. In terms of purity, it is not too low. Fang Ping calculated silently. The value of energy stones was calculated by the gram. 1,000 kilograms, that would be 1 million grams, even the purest energy stone, was worth 1 million credits. Of course, Fang Ping was not stupid. After some thought, he suddenly said, 70 kilometers north? Isn't that about 10 kilometers away from Skygate City? Yes, and there are 5 Skygate City high-ranked martial artists guarding there. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. How many? 5 high-ranked martial artists? He remembered Old Man Li saying that there were currently 14 known high-ranked powerhouses in Skygate City. This energy mine actually had 5 of them. If that was the case, he should just take a detour. Moreover, it was too close to the city. 10 kilometers. Almost all high-ranked powerhouses could use flight step. In the blink of an eye, you might be surrounded by 14 high-ranked martial artists, including the rank 9 Skygate City Castellan. Even if Commander Li from the military department came, he might not be able to successfully rob the other party. Sima Fu saw that he was silent and laughed again. Actually, it's probably a trap. The energy mine has long been mined. The other party is baiting us. When we first discovered that there were 5 high-ranked martial artists guarding there, it was also an accident. Otherwise, we might really let the Grandmasters ambush us. That's why, don't underestimate the catacombs martial artists. Grandmasters were very mobile. If they ambushed them, there was still hope that they could mine a batch of energy stones and escape before Skygate City could react. However, the other party was not stupid. They had probably predicted that humans would be interested in the energy stones and deliberately set up a bait. Are there any other places? I don't know. Sima Fu laughed. Tang Feng was speechless. If the military department found out, they would have mined it themselves long ago. Would it even be your turn? Unless you find out for yourself, don't even think about it. Also, let me remind you, if you really find out, run away as soon as possible. Why? Tang Feng saw that he was looking at him suspiciously and said impatiently, the energy mine is a place where energy is concentrated. If you cultivate there, your speed will be amazing. Most of the unknown energy mines are occupied by powerful beasts. Why, are you suspecting that I'll steal your credit? Tang Feng wanted to beat this guy up. What kind of look was that? I'm telling you not to look for trouble, understand? Fang Ping coughed dryly and nodded. It's indeed faster. When I entered the catacombs, I realized that my vitality is much more active. I couldn't completely separate it from my body before, but now I can. As he said this, Fang Ping purposely released a burst of vitality, condensing a blood-red glow in his hand. Sima Fu frowned slightly, then smiled and reminded him, "Student, in the catacombs, every cal of vitality must be used sparingly. At critical moments, it can increase your chances of survival. Don't waste your vitality." Fang Ping followed the advice and nodded quickly. If Big Lion had said this, Fang Ping would have told him that he did not lack anything except vitality. Sima Fu coming out to greet everyone was also a way for the military department to express their importance. In reality, he was very busy. Soon, Sima Fu left. As soon as he left, Tang Feng said, "Everyone can walk around Hope City today. There are some good places here. Some are shops opened by martial artists, some are branches opened by some organizations." Fu Chongding was surprised. Branches here? It's very profitable. Tang Feng was a little envious. He explained, some martial artists stay in the catacombs for a long time. They don't want to return to the surface, so some of the creatures they hunt, including the spoils from hunting martial artists, will be sold in the catacombs in exchange for resources they need. Companies set up branches here mainly to serve these people. There's a lot of buying and selling. Fang Ping complained, it's only about 1,000 meters away. They can just go out and sell it. From the city to the surface entrance, they only needed to go through the passageway. Tang Feng glanced at him and said, "Do you think anyone can go in and out of the passageway? You need to apply every time, and that includes waiting." Waiting? That's right. It's easier for martial artists from martial arts universities. 2 people can leave. Casual martial artists can only enter if they gather 10 people. Why? They're worried that someone will destroy the energy passageway. Tang Feng's expression was dark. Evil sect martial artists have done this before. They wanted to stir up an energy riot in the passageway and cut off the connection between the 2 sides. They wanted to completely destroy the human lives in the catacombs. F***ck, that's vicious. Fang Ping cursed. He then asked, "It didn't work, right?" No, the other party underestimated the stability of the energy passageway. The one who came was not a high rank, but a middle rank. He was discovered and killed in the end. However, the military department is also worried that accidents will happen, so they will be slightly stricter with the examination of casual martial artists. Understood. Between the questions and answers, everyone had also figured out some of the rules of the catacombs. Tang Feng announced the end of the meeting. Everyone immediately became lively. 10 minutes later, Fang Ping and the freshman walked out to the streets together. There's a hotel too. Fu Chongding's face was full of surprise. He pointed at a 2-story building not far away and said, "Jinjiang Hotel. Even a chain store has opened here." Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. He mumbled, "There's a hotel. The delivery service must be good. Look, that's a branch of the pill company, they stole my business. What a pity." A bicycle service center? Fang Ping mumbled again, "Shared bicycles?" No, it's a modern horse carriage company. This business has also been stolen. There's a barber shop here too? There's no beauty shop. Business should be bad. They wandered around for more than half an hour. They had explored more than half of the small Hope City. At this time, everyone realized a serious problem. Fu Chongding rubbed his stomach and said dryly, "Where do we eat?" Everyone looked at each other. He did not say. "How about we eat at a hotel?" This was Yang Xiaoman's suggestion. Fang Ping said dryly, "I didn't bring any money." Who's treating? Everyone went into the catacombs. Who would bring money? Chen Yunqi said softly, "I'll treat." Let's go to a hotel. Fang Ping was instantly energized. He also wanted to see what good food there was in the catacombs. He also wanted to see if the delivery service here would work. Distance had to expand its business. As for other things, he would think about it when the time came. Anyway, everyone's mission for the next few days was to familiarize themselves with the environment. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He could also practice his combat techniques. If he went out to explore the area or do missions without familiarizing himself with the place, that would be suicide. Hotel. Although it was called a big hotel, it could not be compared to the outside. However, compared to the place where everyone had their previous meeting, the hotel's environment was much better. At least, there were no lack of tables and chairs, and they were all modern ones. The interior was also renovated. Naturally, it was not as good as the stars, but it was much better than the average roadside stall. Inside the hotel, there was no luxurious lighting equipment. Instead, there were round man-made crystals inlaid in the surroundings, giving people a sense of brightness and not feeling cramped. As soon as Fang Ping and the others entered, someone greeted them warmly, "Sir, Madam, the private room upstairs please." Fang Ping and the others followed them upstairs in a daze. In the private room on the second floor, Fang Ping felt a sense of familiarity when he saw the glass window. However, when he picked up the menu, Fang Ping glanced at it and suddenly threw the menu to Xianxia, saying, "You order, it's your treat." Xianxia took the menu and glanced at it. Her face flushed immediately. Seeing that, the corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched slightly. "So, even a lady like you was scared." Without further ado, Fang Ping stood up and said, "Come, let's go back and eat." The female martial artist who had just brought them upstairs frowned slightly, but quickly smiled and said, "It's your first time here, so you probably don't know the situation here. In the catacombs, food is a luxury. Here, you can't use fire or electricity. Preparing cooked food requires energy stones to activate energy cooking. As for energy stones, even the worst ones are not cheap. I'm sure you all know this. Also, bringing large amounts of daily necessities here is actually very difficult to pass the military department's review. The military department does not approve of excessive enjoyment in the catacombs. When you came in, other than some military biscuits and pills, I think everything else has been detained, right? Therefore, if you want to eat something good here, you have to find it in the wild. Also, the animals and plants in the catacombs have a certain amount of energy in their bodies because they are exposed to the large energy stone sun all year round." Fang Ping waited for her to speak for a while, then interrupted, "So the food is extremely expensive?" Fang Ping was speechless. It was not extremely expensive, it was extremely expensive. They did not accept credit cards to eat here, they could not. However, they accepted cash, pills, and energy stones. Fang Ping skimmed through the list. It was mainly calculated by pills, with vitality pills as the main ingredient. A dish usually required 3 to 5 normal vitality pills. Fang Ping and the others ate to their heart's content. A single meal would cost at least 30 to 50 normal vitality pills. No matter how rich Xianxia was, it was impossible for her to bring too many pills into the catacombs. Moreover, pills were used to save lives. Without another word, Fang Ping got up and walked out. The others were a little embarrassed, but Xianxia was even more so. Her face was so red that it was scary. How embarrassing. He said that he would treat them to a meal, but they were all scared away by the price. Outside, even if a meal really cost millions, she could still afford it. But who would bring cash in here? He had a limited amount of pills on him. He couldn't possibly spend all of them just for a meal, right? Fang Ping walked out casually, while the others ran for their lives. The female martial artist who received them felt slightly regretful, but she didn't say anything. Of course, she didn't dare to say anything. The martial artists who entered the catacombs came in pairs. They were so young that almost all of them were martial arts university students. Martial arts universities, whether in the catacombs or in the outside world, were big shots. The number of martial artists in martial arts universities, including their graduates, was much more than the military department. Countless big shots had graduated from martial arts universities. The consequences of finding trouble with martial arts university students for trivial matters were unpredictable. After leaving the hotel, Xianxia said awkwardly, Actually, we can have a meal." Fang Ping pursed his lips. "Forget it. We haven't earned any money yet. That's not in line with our original intentions. If we really earned a lot of money, we'll have a meal. For now, we'll just go back and eat our rations." As they walked back, Fang Ping looked around. From time to time, he saw small teams of soldiers patrolling the streets. At this moment, the north gate not far from them suddenly opened. Very quickly, Fang Ping and the others heard someone discussing, "Is that Yao Qingjun?" "It's him." "So what if he's back?" It's quite a scene. The few people strolling by the road were also very young. They were probably from martial arts universities. As for whether they were from MCMAU or other martial arts universities, Fang Ping and the others could not tell. Fang Ping and the others did not think much of it. As they were about to leave, a sudden shout came from the north gate. "Victory! Victory!" The orderly and powerful shouts came from the soldiers and martial artists who were stationed at the top of the city wall. Very quickly, the news from the north gate came like a whirlwind. "Commander Yao has killed countless enemies during his trip this time. He has killed a rank 5 powerhouse and 5 rank 4 powerhouses. He has killed a small team of Skygate City scouts. Commander Yao has gone on a few missions recently and has killed many of them. He deserves his reputation as the number one of the younger generation." Someone was not convinced. "That's because a few rank 5 powerhouses from our martial arts university have graduated and gone to that place." "You said it yourself. If they graduate, then they're not considered people from martial arts universities anymore. Besides, Yao Qingjun has just achieved peak rank 4. No one from martial arts universities can beat him in rank 4, right?" "Humph. CCMAU's Li Hansong, NMAU's Wang Jinyang, MCMAU's Chen Wenlong, SNMAU's Lu Shiji, none of them are weaker than him." Next to him, Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. He turned his head to look at the others and said, "Yao Qingjun, when we entered the special training class, he was first on the ranking list of the 3 lower ranks, right? At that time, to prepare for the championship, they had participated in the special training class. The school had given them a ranking list." Fang Ping remembered that Wang Jinyang was ranked 27th at that time. Yao Qingjun seemed to be the number 1 person in the 3 lower ranks at that time. That was the ranking list of the 3 lower ranks in the entire Sino nation. The others had heard about it too. MCMAU's Chen Wenlong was ranked 16th at that time, slightly higher than Wang Jinyang. CCMAU's Li Hansong seemed to be ranked even higher than Chen Wenlong. That ranking list was seen not long after school started. Now it had been almost a year since then. At that time, those people were all peak rank 3 martial artists. Moreover, they were a group of extremely strong peak rank 3 martial artists. Wang Jinyang's saber challenged the north, but he was only ranked 27th. It was clear that the ranking list was very valuable. Now, from what the others were saying, Yao Qingjun had already achieved peak rank 4, this speed was extremely fast. Wang Jinyang, whose bone marrow had turned jade-like, seemed to have only achieved upper stage rank 4. He might not even have achieved upper stage yet. As for that Li Hansong, he had heard from CEO Jiang of the new martial fund that he was an upper stage rank 4 martial artist. Zhao Lei nodded slightly. "It's him. I didn't expect him to be a lieutenant in the military department." "I know him." "You know him?" "I've had dealings with him before. He was my senior in high school. He was 2 grades higher than me. I was a freshman and he was a senior. At that time, he was an influential figure in our school. When I entered the school, he had already become a martial artist. During the Gaokao, he should have achieved middle stage rank 1 or even upper stage. However, I heard that he didn't go to a martial arts university. Instead, he went to the military school." "The military school?" Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. He had some idea about this, but he did not know much about it. After thinking for a while, he said, "I heard that the military department selects young people internally and sends them to the military school to be groomed together with the young soldiers of the army. Is this true?" Zhao Lei was surprised. "Shouldn't it be? There are so many martial artists in the military department." There must be some outstanding ones who are groomed as generals. It makes sense for them to enter the military school. There aren't many military schools in the military department, and they don't recruit students from the outside. I think there are only 3 military schools. Yao Qingjuan's father is a general in the military department. He's also a rank 6 martial artist, so it's not strange for him to enter the military school. Then why didn't Gu Xiong enter the military school? Zhao Lei said lightly, everyone has their own choices. There's no need to enter the military school, right? Moreover, entering the military school also means that after graduation, they must enter the military department to serve. Some people don't like to be restricted. So, Yao Qingjun is now the number 1 in the 3 big military schools? I don't know. The rank 4 ranking list hasn't been released recently. We haven't seen it either. Zhao Lei shook his head. These rankings had not been officially released yet. Currently, only the Grandmaster ranking of some Grandmasters and the lower 3 ranks of martial arts university students had been released. Fang Ping did not ask further. He turned his head and glanced at the north gate. At that moment, at the north gate, a soldier dressed in camouflage clothes was striding forward with a long spear in his hand. There were a few soldiers behind him, all carrying parcels in their hands. The bloodstains on their bodies could be seen from afar. The military school's team? Fang Ping muttered. Then, he mumbled, they're all lieutenants now? A lieutenant in the military department was equivalent to a local commander. Back then, Zhang Dingnan had promised that after Fang Ping graduated and returned to Nanjiang, he would give him a lieutenant position. According to Zhao Lei, Yao Qingjun was only 2 grades higher than them. He did not know how many years the military school had, but it was probably not time for him to graduate yet. He was a lieutenant now. What about after he graduated? Peak rank 4, Fang Ping mumbled. His progress was fast. It had not been that long, right? This was the first time he realized that someone was faster than Old Wang. Back then, they were both on the rank 3 ranking list. Their abilities should be at peak rank 3. However, Old Wang was 1 grade lower than Yao Qingjun. It was acceptable that he was slightly weaker. As for Yao Qingjun, Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He did not go and watch. In the catacombs, rank 4 and 5 powerhouses were not worth much. Many powerhouses here were at rank 6. He heard that there were even a few grandmasters. They just did not show up usually. When he returned to the community, the others also came back one after another. Although it was called a community, in fact, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was worse than some company dormitories. This was a large shared bed, 10 people to a room. After returning, Fang Ping and the others found out that there was a canteen in the community that provided free food. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to go, Yu Xianxia, who was looking at the map, said, "Don't go. Just eat some biscuits to fill your stomach. The food in the canteen is half-cooked. It's uncomfortable." So stingy? It's good enough that there's food. Yu Xianxia shook his head. The military department's food is even worse. It's not that they don't want to give them good food. It's just that it's really not easy to cook in the catacombs. Then why don't they ship it in from the surface? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Nonsense. There are too many people. There are 60 to 70,000 people in the city. Do you expect them to ship it in from the surface? Moreover, the catacombs passageway is not open. The military department rarely uses the passageway. If there are too many people coming and going, it's easy to get into trouble. The military department had their considerations. Although the passageway could be opened, there were too many people coming and going. Who knew if there would be trouble? Food for tens of thousands of people was not a small amount. If it was transported from the surface, they would have to make a few trips every day. They could not be too understaffed. Although Fang Ping could not understand, he gave up on the idea of going to the canteen to eat. When night fell, the sky in the catacombs turned dark. During the day, the huge sun in the sky seemed to have disappeared suddenly. The night in the catacombs was pitch black, there were no lights and no candles. Hope City was not completely dark. There was light at the north gate. The military department used energy ores and mirrors, using a small amount of energy to maintain the brightness. In the city, some shops had also used this method. Previously, there were people who used things like fluorescent powder to replace energy ores as a light source. In the end, these things lost their source of light and radiation in the catacombs and quickly lost their effectiveness. The effect was not as good as energy ores, but the cost was not small. Inside the room, it was pitch black. Fang Ping and a few boys shared a room. In the dark, Fang Ping could vaguely see some things. He said helplessly, "If we were outside at night, wouldn't we not be able to tell north from south?" "You'll get used to it." "Say, in this pitch black, if we go to the girls' side, do you think they'll recognize us?" "You can try. Almost all rank 4 martial artists have night vision. If you're not afraid of death, you can go." One kick to the groin. "Don't say we didn't warn you." "I'm not used to it." Fang Ping sighed. There was nothing in the catacombs. On the surface, he could surf the internet, play with his phone, or watch TV in his spare time. Here, in the middle of the night, there was really nothing to do. "I can only cultivate now." It was not suitable to cultivate combat techniques at night, so Fang Ping began to hone his body. From upper stage to peak rank 3, it was actually a process of honing the body. Fang Ping had thought it through. He would hone his body first. When he reached peak rank 3, if his vitality still did not exceed 1,000 calories, he would forcefully increase it. If his body was strong enough, there should not be too much trouble. Just as everyone began to cultivate, a sudden noise came from the north. Enemy attack. Middle-ranked martial artists gather at the north gate and face the enemy. Those below rank 4, stay in the house. Don't go out without permission. A loud roar spread throughout the small town. Fang Ping and the others were shocked and hurriedly stopped. Someone wanted to go out, but Xianxia stopped him immediately. "You can't go out. If it's a night attack, we won't be able to see the enemy clearly. We'll only add to the chaos and we'll be easily killed by mistake." At this time, powerhouses had already forbidden martial artists from going out. If they were killed by mistake, they would have no place to complain. Boom. In the north, the sound of explosions was incessant. Fang Ping and the others were burning with anxiety. At this moment, no one dared to go out. They did not know what the situation was like, so they could only worry and wait in the house. This kind of torment was worse than letting them go out to kill the enemy. Is the enemy strong? Are there any high-ranked powerhouses? Can General Su and the others handle it? Instructor Tang and the others should have gone to support, right? Everyone could only keep talking to divert their thoughts. It was not until more than half an hour had passed that the sound of explosions subsided. "Stand down. The enemy has retreated. Don't go out without permission at night." As soon as the powerhouse finished speaking, Fang Ping hurriedly opened the door and dashed out. This was not a high-rise building, but a small square outside the door. At this moment, many people rushed out of their rooms. However, for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, unless they reached upper stage rank 3 and had their bodies honed once, they would be blind even if they came out. Fang Ping was slightly better. He could see some things clearly. At first, Fang Ping looked toward the north gate, but he did not see anything. When he lifted his head and glanced over, Fang Ping was stunned. There was someone in the sky, under the night sky. The silhouette was blurry, but Fang Ping was sure that there was someone above him, the fluctuation of energy particles. "Flight," Fang Ping murmured. It was a middle-ranked martial artist who cultivated the flight step. No, it was very high, at least 50 meters in the air. This was not something a middle-ranked martial artist could do, it was a high-ranked powerhouse. "Fang Ping, what did you see?" Behind him, Fu Chongding asked anxiously. It was not a good feeling to be blind. Just as he was asking, someone leaped over from the front. The reason why he described it as such was because the other party's speed was extremely fast. His figure flashed and disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared 10 meters away. Soon, the other party landed on the ground. "Get back into the house." Tang Feng's voice rang out. "Don't go out at night." "Teacher, has the enemy been killed?" "No, he retreated." Following Tang Feng's words, another silhouette appeared in a flash. The others could not see it, but Fang Ping saw it slightly. He exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher Zheng." The rank 5 Zheng Longjiang staggered to the ground and smiled. "Let's go back to the house." "Teacher, you," Fang Ping saw a clear bloodstain on the man's chest. His clothes had long been torn to shreds. Seeing this, Fang Ping suddenly asked, "Where are the other 3 teachers?" Tang Feng said calmly, "I'm fine. I suffered some light injuries and went to get treated." He made it sound simple, but Fang Ping did not believe him. Zheng Longjiang's injuries were not light, but the other party still came over. The other 3 were only rank 4 martial artists. Their injuries were probably not light. "Go back to your rooms. A bunch of blind people. Are you going to be targets in the middle of the night? Cultivate to the middle ranks as soon as possible." Tang Feng scolded. Fang Ping, an upper stage rank 3, would be lucky if he could see 10 meters ahead. As for the others, they could hardly see it. Only middle-ranked martial artists who had honed their bones and bodies to a certain extent, honing their vital organs and sharpening their hearing and sight, would possess true night vision. They could only hear the sound but couldn't see the person. Everyone felt uncomfortable and could only return to their rooms. Fang Ping did not go back. After everyone had left, he asked curiously, "Instructor, how's the battle situation?" Tang Feng grunted. Zheng Longjiang sighed softly. "A middle-ranked and a few guards died." Middle rank, Fang Ping was stunned. He did not expect a middle-ranked martial artist to die in such a short time. This was almost impossible in the outside world. Fang Ping had never heard of any middle-ranked martial artists being killed in the outside world, unless it was those evil sect martial artists. Fang Ping's heart grew heavy. He continued, "Does this happen often?" "That's normal. We've done raids before." Tang Feng was unconcerned. He said mildly, "In the catacombs, death is the norm. This was just a small-scale ambush. The other party also lost people. We didn't suffer any losses." It was not the first time this kind of ambush had happened. This time, the other party's losses were greater than Hope City's. They should be casual martial artists, not Skygate City's military martial artists. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ambushed the North Gate. That's the gate with the strongest defense. Tang Feng explained and waved his hand. "Go back and rest. We'll go out tomorrow. Then I'll go back." Fang Ping could not ask anything more. He turned around and was about to leave. After some thought, he suddenly asked, "Is the person in the air a grandmaster?" "Huh," Zheng Longjiang looked at Fang Ping strangely. "You saw it?" In the middle of the night, Fang Ping, an upper stage rank 3, could actually see people? "I felt it. It's a very powerful energy particle fluctuation." Thinking that Fang Ping had also sensed the passageway's energy before, Zheng Longjiang laughed. "Interesting. You can sense it with mentality?" Not many instructors in MCMAU knew about this. Tang Feng knew about it. He snorted softly. "Although mentality is slightly stronger, it's weak. Mentality is equivalent to nothing. You don't have to worry about grandmasters. Go back." Fang Ping pursed his lips. Big Lion did not know how to care about geniuses at all. Did he not know the principle of not bullying the young for being poor? Without further ado, Fang Ping raised his head to take another look before returning to the house. As soon as Fang Ping left, Zheng Longjiang said in a low voice, "Old Lu and the other 2 are injured quite badly. What should we do next?" "It's okay. The 2 of us can do it too." "But, no buts. It's impossible for the school to arrange for more people to come over now. The school is also short on manpower." Zheng Longjiang was helpless. It was a bad start. On the first day they entered the catacombs, they were ambushed. 3 rank 4 martial artists were injured quite badly. He himself was also slashed by someone, but it was not too serious. Although he and Tang Feng were stronger than the others, it was really not enough to take care of 100 students. That night, Fang Ping and the others did not sleep well either. The next day, everyone woke up. The energy sun seemed to appear suddenly, tearing the darkness apart instantly. The sky was bright. As soon as the sky brightened, everyone ran out of the room in a hurry. Yang Xiaoman asked anxiously, what happened last night? Were there any casualties? Hope City is our base camp. How dare these people come here to die? Quiet. Tang Feng woke up early too. He walked over and looked at everyone. Pack your luggage. After breakfast, follow me out of the city immediately. Xinglongjiang came. 2. He changed his clothes so that no one could see his injuries. In the crowd, a few students looked around and asked, Instructor Tang, my instructor and the others didn't come? They have other things to do. Tang Feng did not explain further. He scolded, hurry up. What are you doing dragging your feet? Everyone hurriedly went back to pack their things. Soon, they each carried their weapons and luggage out of the house. As for breakfast, no one went to the cafeteria to eat. They would rather eat some compressed biscuits. Tang Feng did not care about this. Seeing that they were done packing, he walked toward the north gate. They passed by the north gate. Fang Ping glanced at it. When he saw that there seemed to be some faint bloodstains on the ground, he could not help but frown. Could the bloodstains not be washed clean? How many people had died in these years? The soldiers guarding the gate stood straight and saluted everyone. They only retracted their salutes after everyone had left the city. Outside the city. This was everyone's first time out of the city. They all felt that it was a little strange. Fang Ping turned around and took a look. Then, he was a little shocked and murmured, this is, in the city, he had not discovered it yet. When he was outside the city, he realized that the outer perimeter of the city wall was actually made of iron. Steel City. Xinglongjiang smiled faintly. This is used to defend against the martial artist army. Rank 1 and 2 martial artists don't have strong jumping abilities, but their limbs are strong. They can destroy the city wall and cause great damage. Over the years, through the continuous transportation of supplies, we have built the outer walls of Hope City into Steel City walls. Although it can't stop middle and high-ranked martial artists, it's enough to deal with ordinary troops and rank 1 and 2 martial artists. It's very difficult for them to destroy these city walls. They're all very thick. Fang Ping did not care about this. Instead, he continued to stare at the city wall. Even if it was made of steel, the outer body of the city wall was now full of potholes. Knife marks and spear holes were everywhere. The others were also a little shocked. This was everyone's first time seeing a real steel city. It's a pity that things like missiles are useless. Otherwise, they could be shipped over and directly blow up the catacombs. Someone murmured. Tang Feng, on the other hand, struck a blow. Stop dreaming. Even if they're shipped over, they might not be a match. If such a weapon with great lethality can be used, then it's not just against a city, but the entire catacombs. Moreover, it's not like the other party doesn't have a countermeasure. When the purity of the energy stones reaches a limit, high-ranked powerhouses can guide the energy stones to release energy, producing an explosive effect with great power. Right now, in the catacombs, on the one hand, we lack high-purity energy stones. On the other hand, we can't bear to use a large amount of energy stones to make explosives. However, once we have a weapon with great lethality, do you think the other party will stake it all on one throw and adopt the same plan to bomb us? Fang Ping curled his lips. It's the catacombs territory anyway. So what if we blow it up? Tang Feng said weakly, the premise is that our weapons can be used here. What's the use of thinking about it? Alright, let's go. Everyone followed the team and walked forward together. It was their first time in the wilderness. Everyone was curious about everything they saw. Some of the plants in the catacombs looked familiar, while others looked very unfamiliar. There were also some small animals that were similar to some animals on Earth, but their physiques were bigger. Moreover, these animals had been exposed to the energy sun for a long time, so some energy had also accumulated in their bodies. Within 10 kilometers, this was Hope City's radiation range. There was not much danger, and there were no large creatures. Here, the two instructors began to guide everyone, looking for water sources, observing ambush points, setting traps. This included identifying and tracking footprints. Tang Feng and Xinglongjiang taught them meticulously. During the break. The air is so good, Yang Xiaoman sighed. Fang Ping teased, how do you know that it's air here? Air is just what we call it. Maybe it's not air here. Yang Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said impatiently, did you fall asleep in class? We've done a test. It's air. Is it? Of course it is. Quiet. Silence. Maintain silence during the break. Tang Feng scolded again and reminded, in the wilderness, no matter if there are many people or only one person, maintain silence. Don't make a racket. Fang Ping shrugged and said, Instructor, do we have horses to ride on here? Yes. Fang Ping's interest was instantly piqued. He said hurriedly, then why don't we ride horses? Do you want to die? Tang Feng explained, normal creatures like horses have strong vitality, but they don't know how to restrain it. They release vitality all the time. It's very easy to attract the attention and greed of powerful creatures. Also, it's very dangerous if the commotion is too big. That's why most martial artists travel on foot. The military department has a cavalry unit, but it's not very effective. In the catacombs, there are too many powerful creatures. Once they encounter powerful creatures, these cavalry units will be in trouble. This includes high-ranked powerhouses. They can release pressure to intimidate the horses. Before you can charge out, the other party's mentality suppression will hit, and the cavalry unit will be almost finished. Fang Ping said in surprise, is the range of high-ranked martial artists' mentality radiation very large? He knew that mentality had a suppressive effect. Last time, Huang Jing had intimidated him, and he was suppressed until he could not breathe. However, could a high-ranked martial artist's mentality radiation be very wide? Very wide. Rank 7 martial artists can radiate at least 30 meters. Rank 8 and Rank 9 martial artists can radiate even further. That's why cavalry units can only be used as a military unit, not as a decisive force. I see. Fang Ping nodded and said, Instructor, are there any kinds of mounts in the catacombs, mounts? Tang Feng said with a faint smile, there's no value in taming normal creatures. They can't run as fast as us. There aren't many standard creatures that are suitable for riding. In the catacombs, the bigger the creature, the stronger it is. Before you can tame it, it will eat you first. These creatures aren't very intelligent. On the other hand, high-ranked creatures have a certain level of intelligence, and there's hope of taming them. The premise is that you have the ability. High-ranked creatures have a certain level of intelligence and are extremely difficult to tame, even if you defeat them. So, there are mounts, but you have to be on guard against them at any time. However, as far as I know, the few rank 9 grandmasters of the human race all have their own mounts. I haven't seen anyone else for now. Vice-Chancellor wanted to tame a rank 7 dragon crocodile beast before, but when he brought it to Hope City, there was a big mess. If it wasn't for Vice-Chancellor killing the other party, I'm afraid there would be countless casualties. Tell me, do you dare to bring this kind of creature into human society? If you don't bring it back and leave it here, when you leave, do you want grandmasters to guard it for you? If you don't guard it, these creatures will rebel. Who can stop them? Then rank 9 grandmasters, they might have their own unique taming method, but it's not suitable for promotion. Otherwise, they would have formed this kind of army a long time ago. That's true. Fang Ping seemed a little regretful. My dream of riding a mount was shattered, even a rank 8 vice-chancellor could not tame it successfully. Did that mean that there was only hope for a rank 9? In the next 2 days, everyone explored the surroundings of Hope City. They familiarized themselves with the environment and learned the ways of survival. They did not encounter any enemies. There were military department garrisons 10 kilometers away from Hope City, so there were not many people from Skygate City who came to attack. However, on the 3rd day, Fang Ping and the others still saw a battle. It was the military department's 3rd defense station outside. When Fang Ping and the others arrived, they just saw the two sides breaking out in a big battle. At the 3rd defense station, there were more than 10 martial artists and close to 100 soldiers. The other side was a martial artist team of more than 30 people. There were 2 middle-ranked martial artists on the human side, while the other side had 6 or 7 middle-ranked martial artists. As soon as the battle broke out, a few middle-ranked martial artists from the catacombs rushed into the team of soldiers and killed 4 or 5 people in an instant. Fang Ping and the others saw this scene from a distance and rushed over. Tang Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the battlefield. Die! Tang Feng roared. On one hand, it was to inform the military department that they were on their side. On the other hand, it was to attract the attention of the catacombs martial artists. It was Fang Ping and the others' first time seeing Tang Feng in action. Tang Feng did not use a weapon. Everyone only saw his figure flash and appear on top of a person's head, crushing the other person's head with one foot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of another person and smashed the other person's head with one punch. Almost in the blink of an eye, Tang Feng flashed one after another. No one was a match for him. 6 or 7 middle-ranked martial artists, including some martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, died at his hands. Fang Ping and the others were stunned. So strong. Tang Feng was really strong. He killed middle-ranked martial artists like he was killing chickens. The other party was also so fast that Fang Ping could barely see his figure. Before Fang Ping and the others could run over, the battle was over. Tang Feng casually wiped his hand on the last person's body. He had an indifferent look on his face, which made him look like a lonely expert. Although Tang Feng had killed these catacombs martial artists, there were still a few warriors on the military camp's side who had died. The living warriors collected the corpses of the sacrificed warriors. After collecting their nameplates, the military camp's officer walked into the stronghold. Very quickly, he walked out holding some national flags. After covering the bodies of the sacrificed warriors with the flags, the soldiers sang the national anthem. Fang Ping and the others did not know how they felt. They had only seen Tang Feng killing the martial artists with ease, but they had forgotten that even if these warriors were no match for the enemy, they still risked their lives to stop the enemy. In the catacombs, ordinary people were really too weak. The next scene made the students feel even more uncomfortable. The warriors did not have too much sorrow or hesitation. Very quickly, they dug a pit nearby and began to bury the corpses of the sacrificed warriors. Instructor, Zhenglongjiang said softly, "We can't burn the corpses here. If we transport the corpses back, we might be attacked on the way. That's why the warriors are buried wherever they died. They are buried in foreign lands, accompanying these comrades until victory." Victory, Fang Ping muttered. How long would victory take? Humans could not even conquer a city in the catacombs. How could they talk about victory? Tang Feng did not elaborate too much. He lowered his head and began to count the spoils of war. A few students glanced at him, their eyes showing a hint of anger. Obviously, they felt that Tang Feng was too cold-blooded. Tang Feng did not explain. He would not explain. In the catacombs, when people died, it was useless to grieve. The only way to become stronger was to become stronger himself and everyone else. Collecting the spoils of war was also the best shortcut for everyone to become stronger. The warriors and martial artists all understood these principles, so no one felt that Tang Feng collecting the spoils of war was inappropriate. Tang Feng only collected the middle-ranked martial artists' belongings. As for the 3 lower ranks martial artists, he did not look at them, nor did he tidy them up. Obviously, they were left for the stronghold. In the stronghold, Fang Ping and the others attended the extremely simple funeral. They did not stay for long. Very soon, everyone left the stronghold. Instructor, these ordinary people in the catacombs, are they useful? Fang Ping asked, a little puzzled and confused. Zhenglongjiang said in a low voice, of course they are useful. After all, martial artists are the minority. Do you expect martial artists to go against Skygate City's hundreds of thousands of troops? This time, there are just too many martial artists and too few warriors. They can't form a military formation, martial artist, Fang Ping sighed. Tang Feng suddenly stopped in his tracks and said, if we go on like this, we'll be wasting too much time. I've decided. I'll bring the rank 3 martial artists and go deeper. Old Jing, you bring the others and act according to the plan. Old Tang, this, rank 3 martial artists are meant to enter the catacombs. How can flowers in a greenhouse become stronger? Tang Feng's tone was slightly cold. The situation has worsened again. In the past, have you ever seen dozens of martial artists attacking a military camp? Time is running out. This, blindly protecting them will only make everyone slack off. We've already taught them everything that needs to be taught. This will also be the last time. I will bring everyone to the 30-kilometer limit to take a look at the grinder. After that, you will be free to move. Whether you live or die, depends on yourselves. It's impossible for them to dispatch dozens of middle and high-ranked martial artists to protect you just for a bunch of rank 2 and 3 martial artists. The experts were all very busy and had many things to do. These youngsters could only rely on themselves. If it were not for the fact that there were quite a few rank 2 martial artists around, the instructors would have evacuated after 3 days. How could one grow without experiencing wind and rain? Powerhouses had also walked out of a narrow escape from death. Tang Feng had made this decision because he felt that the current speed was too slow. The existence of rank 2 martial artists had also delayed the rank 3 martial artists' time. Rank 3 martial artists were meant to enter the catacombs to fight. These days, there were quite a number of rank 3 martial artists in the team, close to 20 people. When he heard that Tang Feng wanted to split up, Fang Ping panicked and said hurriedly, "Instructor, it's not good to split up like this." He was still hoping that Xianxia and the others would give him pills. Tang Feng frowned and glanced at him. "Then you should act alone. According to your strength, you should have entered 50 kilometers by yourself long ago to kill the enemy martial artists and join the real battle. You shouldn't be mingling around here and wasting your time." Fang Ping's expression was a little ugly. He said unhappily, "This is my first time entering. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists should be independent even if it's their first time entering. You're different from them." He was unhappy. Tang Feng was unhappy too. He let out a light huff. "Go ask around. Which upper stage rank 3 martial artist needs someone else's protection when entering the catacombs? Dying in battle was his fate. Staying alive is the capital to become stronger. Only by exchanging blows and killing blows with other experts could the strong become stronger. You're always mingling with a group of rank 2 martial artists. Aren't you proud of yourself, thinking that you're amazing, that you're a genius? You're the strongest. Do you only know how to flaunt your prowess in front of the weak? The Wang Jinyang you know entered the catacombs at rank 3 and killed countless enemies. He just entered rank 4 and killed a rank 5. Who wouldn't say that a good man should be like this? Yao Qingjun and the others, who are upper stage rank 3, are fighting with their lives on the line. A rank 3 against a rank 4. Humans need to cultivate powerhouses who dare to fight, powerhouses who dare to gamble, not weak wolves mingling in a flock of sheep. Fang Ping's face was red. He was not someone who could not be provoked, but right now, Fang Ping was really angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Instructor Tang, I've said it before. This is my first time entering the catacombs. You've been here for the 4th day." Tang Feng was a little disappointed. "I brought many people into the catacombs before. Under normal circumstances, they would go out on their own within 3 days instead of mingling with large teams and waiting for the school's arrangements. Why can powerhouses become stronger, actively become stronger? Not passively waiting. Fang Ping, you're very talented. You've achieved rank 3 in a year, and you might even enter rank 4. However, in my opinion, a martial artist like you who passively waits to become stronger is just a vitality martial artist who wastes resources. Vitality martial artists don't just refer to those martial artists who do not know combat techniques. There are also those martial artists who just eat and wait for death, passively waiting for disaster to come, martial artists without any ideals. Have you? Tell me, have you ever thought of going out alone to kill enemies, seize things, and make yourself stronger? What are you waiting for? Waiting for a team to be arranged for you? You're upper stage rank 3. Don't you know the difference between upper stage rank 3 martial artists and others? Do you really want to do missions with a group of rank 2 martial artists? When the time comes, if you encounter an enemy who is too weak, you can kill them instantly. If you encounter an enemy who is too strong, you can only watch as your comrades die. Fang Ping, you've disappointed me. Extremely disappointed. Lu Fengru and Li Chongxing think highly of you and think that your talent is amazing. However, I think that you're far from the others. Don't even mention those rank 4 prodigies who are famous now. You're far from CCMAU's Han Su, MCMAU's Xiaolei, and Qin Feng Qing. You've never thought of taking the initiative to become stronger. Compared to others, do you really think that your life is more precious? Don't the others know how to cherish their lives? But the more you cherish your life, the faster you die. Sooner or later, others will catch up to you and surpass you. Fang Ping's expression kept changing. He said in a low voice, I just think that I'll be more useful if I become stronger. If I become a grandmaster, won't I be more useful than fighting as a rank 3 today? Tang Feng said coldly, when you become a grandmaster, you'll think that I'll be more useful if I become a grandmaster. When you become a grandmaster one day, you'll think about why I'm fighting for humanity. Grandmasters can already live freely in the catacombs. If everyone had the same thoughts as you, humanity would have been destroyed long ago. Fang Ping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Are you saying that I, Fang Ping, will become a traitor? What makes you think that? What makes you think that I, Fang Ping, will not fight for humanity? If you think that I'm wrong, then go and prove yourself. I'll be waiting for you to slap my face. You're trying to provoke me. What a joke. Tang Feng said coldly, being self-righteous is also an extremely serious shortcoming of yours. As a peak rank 6 martial artist, Fang Ping, I've killed more rank 6 martial artists than you've ever met. Fang Ping, if you don't become a grandmaster, in my eyes, no matter how talented you are, you're not much stronger than anyone else. Fang Ping, what contributions have you made to humanity? Why should I, Tang Feng, provoke you? What I said today is only from the bottom of my heart. Where you're going to go, think about it yourself. Tang Feng strode away, saying as he walked, rank 3 martial artists, follow me. Fang Ping, you can stay with the rank 2 martial artists. This is the privilege I'm giving you. After saying this, Tang Feng had already left. The other rank 3 martial artists followed him without saying a word. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. Fu Chongding advised him softly, Instructor Tang doesn't mean any harm. Fang Ping clenched his fists and said in a muffled voice, in your eyes, I, Fang Ping, am a coward who's afraid of death, a coward who might even defect to the enemy? I've never been afraid to fight. I just have my own path. I don't care what Tang Feng thinks. Fu Chongding, in your eyes, I, Fang Ping, am the same? Fu Chongding comforted him. It's not like that. Don't think too much about it. Become stronger before killing the enemy. There's no problem with this line of thinking, Fang Ping said angrily, why do I still hear you say that I'm afraid of death? Yang Xiaoman did not give him any face. She muttered, is it wrong? If I were upper stage rank 3, I would have gone out alone to kill the enemy martial artists. Shut up. Fang Ping said angrily, you're not upper stage rank 3. That's because you're weak. You don't have the right to mock me. Stop arguing, Xianxia said hurriedly, interrupting everyone's argument. Fang Ping took a deep breath and continued, let me ask you this. If I teamed up with you and encountered a strong enemy, would you feel that I'm a burden? Tell me the truth. Also, if I teamed up with you, I'll definitely get a bigger share of the spoils. Don't you have any other thoughts? Sometimes, if I meet a slightly weaker opponent, I can easily kill them alone. I won't even give you much. What do you think? The few of them were silent for a moment. Zhonglongjiang, who was beside them, did not say anything. After a long time, Fu Chongding sighed softly. You're much stronger than us. If we teamed up with you, we don't have a sense of existence, I see, Fang Ping murmured. It turned out that everyone did not think that he was strong enough to protect them. Instead, they thought that his strength had overshadowed their light and reduced their training opportunities. Moreover, if they really encountered a strong enemy and he was no match for them, they could only watch helplessly without any ability to resist. If that's the case, I'm the only one who thought that you should be very happy that I teamed up with you? Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, I thought that you would be very happy. I thought that I'm an upper stage rank 3 martial artist, and my strength is not weak. If I meet an opponent, I can kill them quickly, and your safety will be higher. Now, it seems that I was naive. You want to become stronger, want to experience life and death, and not rely on others blindly, that's true, your fathers are all rank 5 or 6 powerhouses, and even grandmaster powerhouses. This kind of backing is much stronger than me, Fang Ping, 1,000 times stronger. I actually laughably thought that after entering the catacombs, I would be your backing. It's indeed somewhat laughable. I think I'm infallible. Tang Feng was right. Your fathers allowed you to enter martial arts universities. If they were really afraid that you would die, they might as well protect you themselves. Why would they need me, Fang Ping? Fang Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. It was really laughable. It turned out that what he had been thinking was laughable in everyone's eyes. Everyone was just accommodating him. They just felt that he had too much pride and could not say anything. Fang Ping, who came from a civilian family, did not understand the mentality of these martial artists at all, be it in his previous life or this life. Did they need someone to protect them? If they really had this thought, they might not have chosen to enter the catacombs. Who did not know the dangers of the catacombs? This included Xianxia. If she wanted to, she would not have come to MCMAU. She could do better in SCMAU. Fang Ping, that's not what everyone meant. Don't think too much. Xianxia explained again. Fang Ping exhaled and did not say anything else. He took a step forward and said, I'm going over there. You guys be careful. Before the instructor came, he asked me to protect you. Maybe the instructor is also wrong. What you guys need is not protection. I don't care if Big Lion looks down on me. Whether it's right or wrong, I'll continue to walk my own path. If I'm really wrong, I won't look back. One day, when I become a grandmaster and kill the other party's high-ranked martial artists, he'll understand that I, Fang Ping, am not as cowardly and useless as he said. After saying that, Fang Ping took a step forward and left. After he had left for a while, Xianxia whispered, Did we go too far? Yang Xiaoman said disapprovingly, What's too far? He always thinks that he's the best and invincible. He doesn't care about anyone, but compared to people like Wang Jingyang, haven't you noticed that he's still lacking? But, Fu Changding said softly, Forget it. It's for his own good. If he really wants to be with us, he won't have any pressure or motivation. Dragons don't live with snakes. What we have to do is to catch up to his footsteps and make him feel pressured. That's really for his own good. But, before Xianxia could finish, Zhenglongjiang laughed and said, It's okay. I don't think Fang Ping is the kind of person who would waste his time. When he reaches Old Tang and goes to the grinder, he'll know that Old Tang actually thinks highly of him, that's why he's encouraging him. I only hope that he can make use of his advantages and take the initiative to become stronger so that he can play a role in humanity's victory. Sooner or later, he'll understand that if Old Tang really doesn't think highly of him, he would have ignored him a long time ago. Do you guys really think that peak rank 6 martial artists have so much free time? But, Xianxia said anxiously, but, he seems to have gone the wrong way. Instructor Tang and the others went north, but he went northeast. The entire team suddenly quietened down. Zhenglongjiang laughed dryly. It's okay. Old Tang said that he's going north. Fu Changding swallowed and said suddenly, he seems to lack a sense of direction. Zhenglongjiang's expression changed slightly. He said hurriedly, Wait for me here for a while. I'll be right back. 10 minutes later, Zhenglongjiang had no choice but to return. He said with an ugly expression, He's gone. Everyone was stunned. Where did Fang Ping go? At the same time, Fang Ping looked around, mumbling, Where are they? They're all running so fast? Big Lion really wants me to go with the rank 2 team? What's this? He's not letting me follow on purpose? Fang Ping mumbled to himself for a while and looked around. There was nothing but grass. No one was burning them. No one would be so extravagant as to use energy stones to burn these weeds. Above his head, the huge energy sun was still hanging high. Looking behind him, Fang Ping mumbled, Should I go back now? He had just left valiantly. If he went back now, others would not believe that he did not catch up to Big Lion. They would only think that he was a coward. Am I shameless? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. I am shameless too. Can I go back now? Big Lion said to go to the extreme radiation zone of 30 kilometers. I've just walked a few kilometers, haven't I? Plus I was in the safe zone of 10 kilometers. Fang Ping calculated. He should be outside the extreme radiation zone in another 10 kilometers or so. Big Lion and the others should be there, right? Looking ahead, Fang Ping did not hesitate and continued on his way. At this moment, a few kilometers away from Fang Ping. He didn't catch up? Tang Feng frowned slightly and snorted in his heart. Since he was willing to stay in the rank 2 team, then he would stay there. Hurry up and reach the destination before dark. We won't go back to the city after this. We'll sleep outside. Yes. The students sped up. Zhang Ziwei humped as she hurried. He didn't come. This guy is really a coward. Yu Xianghua frowned slightly. Don't say that. He might have his reasons, let him be. Zhang Ziwei quickened her pace and said lightly, he'll never become a true powerhouse like this. She had thought that Fang Ping was Xia Lei's rival, but now, when they were only 30 kilometers away, Fang Ping was pushing and shoving. Even after Tang Feng had said so much, he still chose to stay with the rank 2 martial artist team. This made Zhang Ziwei feel that she had overestimated Fang Ping. The others did not say anything. Fang Ping not coming was indeed unexpected. Although Tang Feng said that he could stay in the rank 2 team, everyone could tell that he was trying to provoke him. However, everyone could tell that he was trying to provoke him. In the end, Fang Ping really stayed. It was unexpected. Fang Ping traveled at full speed. Even if he did not consume his vitality, his physique had been modified once at upper stage rank 3, so he was much stronger than the average martial artist. With a casual swing of his saber, he chopped the weeds in front of him. He looked around and said angrily, "Bastard, what's the meaning of this?" His speed was already extremely fast, but he still couldn't catch up with the team. They were probably already 30 kilometers away, right? Up ahead, Fang Ping had already discovered some remnants of a battle. The weeds were scattered, and there was even a faint trace of blood in the soil. Is this a meat grinder? Fang Ping mumbled. During class, the teacher had introduced the place to him. 30 kilometers away from the city, the place was known as the Grinder. Here, human martial artists and Sky Gate City martial artists often fought, and both sides killed each other constantly. After so many years, the number of martial artists from both sides who had died on this land had already exceeded tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of martial artists, not ordinary people. An army formed by tens of thousands of martial artists, together with a high-ranked powerhouse, was enough to destroy an ordinary army of 1,000,000 people. I've already reached the Grinder, but I still haven't encountered them. Could it be that I've deviated from the direction? Fang Ping asked himself uncertainly. After all, there was no direct road. In the wilderness, there were only some small paths that people had stepped on. Martial artists rarely took a fixed path. The small path that Fang Ping had taken earlier was not used many times. He had also seen Tang Feng and the others taking this path, which was why he had chased after them along the unclear path. Could it be that they'd changed their path? Fang Ping was not too sure. Then what should I do now? Fang Ping had a slight headache. It was desolate and uninhabited, and Tang Feng and the others did not have many people. If they had changed their path, where would he go to find them? Although it was said that it was the Grinder 30 kilometers away, this was a straight line distance. The Grinder was just a general name. The horizontal radiation range was extremely wide, spanning hundreds of li. The catacombs was vast and sparsely populated. There was no sign of human habitation within a radius of tens of kilometers. It was too sparse and normal. Should I return to Hope City first? Fang Ping weighed the options in his heart. Or should I kill a few catacombs martial artists first before returning? Lest those fellows think that I'm hiding? He had already reached the Grinder. It would not be right to return empty-handed just like that. The Grinder was the activity area of middle and low-ranked martial artists. There were very few rank 5 and 6 martial artists. As long as I don't encounter peak rank 6 like Big Lion, I might be able to escape. Fine, I'll kill a few peak rank 3 before returning. I'll also let those bastards know that I've killed more peak rank 3 martial artists than they've ever seen. Entering the Grinder's area, the vegetation here was much sparser. The perennial battles between martial artists had caused the Grinder to look like a bald man. Bare potholes could often be seen. Fang Ping lightened his footsteps, focused his energy, and paid attention to his surroundings. When he was in a large team with 2 middle-ranked instructors and nearly 100 students, it would be fine if he was careless. Now that he was alone, the danger level had increased greatly. "Who's there?" Fang Ping suddenly let out a soft cry, raising his saber to slash. After waiting for a while, the surroundings were quiet. Only then did Fang Ping put down his Chongdao. It did not come out. There was probably no one there. Can the catacombs martial artists understand what I'm saying? They should be able to. Just one word, the surroundings were too quiet, making Fang Ping feel uneasy. He could only comfort himself with a few words to reduce this feeling of unease. After looking around vigilantly for more than 10 minutes, Fang Ping did not see a single person. He was suddenly very depressed. Should I go back first? Fang Ping looked around, feeling the urge to go back. Alone in the wilderness, especially when he could face enemies at any time, it was very uncomfortable to be on edge. Just as Fang Ping thought about it and slightly let down his guard, a shadow suddenly flashed in the bushes to his left. The next moment, Fang Ping's hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. Puff, a faint sound of flesh tearing was heard. Fang Ping's pupils contracted, and he sped up, retreating quickly. The person who attacked in the bushes also quickly caught up, but his speed was not as fast as Fang Ping. Seeing that Fang Ping had retreated from the attack range, the long-haired man who walked out of the bushes had a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. Then, he quickly burrowed into the bushes and disappeared in an instant. Fang Ping felt a lingering fear. He touched his throat. His hand was slightly damp, bleeding. The other party's surprise attack had almost pierced his throat with a sword. For martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, the throat was also one of the fatal weaknesses. Cold sweat dripped down Fang Ping's forehead. Then, he was furious. The other party was probably not upper stage rank 3, but he almost killed him with a sword. Trying to run. Fang Ping was furious. The next moment, he quickly chased into the bushes. As soon as he entered the bushes, the sword flashed again. The other party did not run. He was waiting for Fang Ping. This time, Fang Ping did not panic. He tilted his head slightly and dodged the tip of the other party's sword. The next moment, Fang Ping did not look where the other party was. His Chongdao slashed in the direction of the vitality that his mentality had sensed. Puff, there was a muffled sound. The Chongdao entered the flesh, and the bushes in front of Fang Ping broke. The blade also split the person behind the bushes in half. Mother **Ker, did you really think I couldn't sense you? Fang Ping cursed. He was not prepared enough before, and the other party had restrained his vitality. That was why the surprise attack was successful. However, since his mentality had broken through the 500 Hz mark, although he could not officially release it to suppress the enemy, he could spread it a little. Mentality was very sensitive to energy particles. Vitality force was actually a manifestation of energy particles. The other party was so close to Fang Ping. No matter how well the other party restrained his vitality, in Fang Ping's eyes, it was as bright as a firefly in the dark. After killing the other party with one slash, Fang Ping chopped all the bushes around him, adding a bald spot to the grinder. After leaving space for himself to dodge, Fang Ping went forward to check on the person who had just been killed. The shoulder-length hair, which should have been tied up earlier, was now scattered on the ground. Fang Ping's saber outburst could not be matched by martial artists below upper stage rank 3. The other party's head had long been cut in half. Black hair, Fang Ping half-squatted and observed for a while. Similar to a human. No, similar to an Asian. The corpse lying on the ground had black hair, yellow skin, and was probably between 25 to 30 years old. Early stage rank 3 strength. How dare you ambush an upper stage rank 3? Of course, the other party might not have seen through Fang Ping's strength. Fang Ping looked very young, and he was not as experienced as those martial artists who often entered the catacombs. He looked like a fledgling. This was the main reason why the other party ambushed him. Fang Ping searched the other party's body and found a small cloth bag. He tossed it aside, not in a hurry to check it. The cloth bag and the other party's longsword were his spoils this time. Fang Ping checked the other party's clothes and boots. The clothes seemed to be made of ordinary fabric, but the boots were made of leather. Fang Ping could not tell what kind of creature's leather it was. He reached out and tore the leather boots. It's not made from the fur of a middle-high rank creature. What a pity. Fang Ping shook his head slightly and tossed the boots aside. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping picked up the torn clothes and examined them again. Very quickly, Fang Ping found a badge the size of a coin at the original position of the chest. A rank 3 medal. Fang Ping stared at the golden medal in front of him. 3 longswords were printed on the front of the medal. One of the longswords was more like a dagger. This meant that the other party was an early-stage rank 3 swordsman. On the back, there was a brooch and an indistinguishable plant printed on it. However, Fang Ping knew that this was the Skygate tree. The Skygate tree was also the symbol of Skygate City's city emblem. In Skygate City, the old professor in class had said that there was a giant tree that was 100 meters tall that was called the Skygate tree by humans. The martial artist medal was also a symbol of martial artists in the catacombs. Most martial artists would wear a medal of this level. Skygate City martial artist. Early stage rank 3 strength. He should be a casual martial artist. Fang Ping made a judgment. It was easy to tell if he was a casual martial artist or a Skygate City military martial artist. Almost all military martial artists used standardized weapons. Fang Ping had seen the standardized longswords of the military martial artists in the research institute before. They were different from the one used by the person in front of him. Also, among military martial artists, powerhouses hunted alone while the weak hunted in groups. Early stage rank 3 strength could only be said to be average. Military martial artists rarely appeared alone. A casual martial artist, early stage rank 3 almost killed me. Fang Ping's eyes flickered. The other party's strength was far from his. The gap was huge. He had been careful enough. But he had not been vigilant enough. He had almost been killed. He touched his throat. The wound had stopped bleeding and was healing quickly, but Fang Ping still had some lingering fear. I have to be careful. More careful. More careful. The 3 careful S made Fang Ping even more vigilant. His mentality began to condense into threads and spread around his body. He picked up the other party's longsword, knocked it, and squeezed it hard. E-grade alloy. Poor bastard. The weapons used by catacombs martial artists were not made of the alloy used by humans. However, humans preferred to judge the strength of a weapon by their own grade. Places like the military department and martial arts universities would only buy back catacombs weapons at 2/3 of the price of the alloy grade. In fact, many of the weapons used by catacombs martial artists were made from raw ores. The government bought them back and added other metals. One catacombs weapon could be made into 3 alloy weapons of the same strength. This was also an important source of raw materials for weapons manufacturing companies to make alloys. He weighed the longsword in his hand. It was not too heavy. It was at most 5 or 6 caddies. If it was sold to the military department or other departments, it would be 5 or 600,000 at most. If this was the only reward from killing a rank 3 martial artist, it would be insignificant. There were no extra rewards for killing martial artists in the catacombs. They only looked at the spoils. Of course, it was not absolute. Sometimes the military department would issue some missions, such as hunting down a number of lower-ranked martial artists or middle-ranked martial artists. They would also give some extra rewards, mainly to encourage people to kill more catacombs martial artists. Fang Ping opened the small cloth bag again. There were very few things inside. A few dry rations that looked like steamed buns, a rough-looking energy stone, and a cultivation-aiding energy stone slightly larger than a grain of rice. A cultivation-aiding energy stone. Used to replenish vitality? Fang Ping estimated it. It was 1 gram at most. The basic energy stone, on the other hand, was about 10 grams. A 1 gram cultivation-aiding energy stone is worth 30 credits. That's 900,000. It's not cheap. Plus the 10-gram basic energy stone, I wonder how high its purity is. It's probably the lowest kind. 10 credits, 300,000. He calculated. This time, he had killed this early-stage rank 3 martial artist. His reward was less than 2 million. Fang Ping was an upper-stage rank 3 martial artist. That was why he had killed him easily. Other rank 3 martial artists might not have been so lucky. They might have been killed in the first strike. A rank 3 martial artist risked his life to kill his opponent. His reward was less than 2 million. It was not considered much. He's dead, and I've seized his stuff. Why didn't my wealth increase? Fang Ping glanced at his wealth and frowned slightly. Before entering the catacombs, his wealth had reached more than 80 million. He had spent some during this period. Now, he still had 79 million. However, after seizing it, his wealth did not increase. This was different from before. Previously, the rewards would only be calculated after the credits had been collected. The other pills and weapons that were seized were distributed to Fang Ping and counted as his wealth. Now that the other party was dead, why was it not counted as his? It didn't count as my wealth. This means that these things don't belong to me yet. Fang Ping's pupils suddenly contracted. The next moment, Fang Ping leaped into the air and fled backward like lightning. The moment Fang Ping leaped and ran, a sound pierced through the air where he had just been standing. Kagu, a low, angry roar came from the bushes. Fang Ping did not know whether the other party was shouting for the dead person or cursing, such as die. He had never learned this before, and no one had taught him. Of course, none of that mattered at the moment. When he thought about the system's judgment that these items did not belong to him, Fang Ping knew that he was in danger. The system was a scam. Unless the items were confirmed to be his, they would only be counted as his wealth. Once it was uncertain, it would not increase. For example, when he had captured Huang Ben, the items did not necessarily belong to him, so his wealth did not increase at all. When Wang Jinyang and he had finished splitting the loot, his wealth only increased. Just then, Fang Ping realized that there might be other catacombs martial artists around, and they were not weak either. If they were too weak, with the system's nature, it might calculate for him. The system can be used as a warning device. Fang Ping could not help but think of this as he fled. He used to think that this function was a scam, but now that he thought about it, it was not bad. As for the aura that was hot on his heels, Fang Ping's vitality sensed that it was much stronger than him. It should be a rank 4 martial artist. His vitality was already as high as 999 calories. A rank 3 martial artist, even a peak martial artist, would find it difficult to break through this limit. The other party's vitality was higher than his, so there was a 99% chance that it was a rank 4, maybe even higher. Of course, the possibility of it being a rank 4 was higher. Rank 5 or 6, or someone like Tang Feng, would catch up to him in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping turned his head to look as he fled. More than 10 meters behind him, a male catacombs martial artist clad in leather armor and wielding a chengdao glared at Fang Ping with a cold expression. The other party was hot on his heels, not even caring about the dead martial artist's corpse. This luck of mine, Fang Ping had never fought with a middle-ranked martial artist before, and he did not dare to recklessly fight the other party. He could only flee. Although middle-ranked martial artists often fought in the grinder, middle-ranked martial artists were not cabbages. Compared to such a big place, it was still difficult to encounter them. Most of them were lower rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping did not expect to encounter a middle-ranked martial artist as soon as he arrived. What bad luck. That bastard big lion even wants me to do the mission alone. I can encounter middle-ranked martial artists so easily. This is 2F** King dangerous. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. During class, the teacher had also said that middle-ranked martial artists were the backbone of the catacombs and humans. They were rarely seen, and most of them were lower rank 3 martial artists in the wild. But now, previously, at the military camp, there was a bunch of middle-ranked martial artists. Now, he was walking around randomly and he encountered another one. Was this rare? This was called being seen everywhere, okay. How did those early-stage rank 3 martial artists in the past survive? Fang Ping was extremely depressed. It was so dangerous. Did that mean that early-stage rank 3 martial artists would die the moment they entered, while Fang Ping was being pursued, to the left, more than 10 kilometers away from him? Tang Feng frowned and said in a low voice, "Is Skygate City about to make a big move? There are more middle-ranked martial artists than before." As he said that, Tang Feng continued, "Don't panic if you encounter a middle-ranked martial artist. Among our martial artists, there are middle-ranked ones hunting too. You can run back to ask for help. The chances of encountering our middle-ranked martial artists are high. The other party won't dare to keep chasing you. Remember, if you encounter a middle-ranked martial artist, don't run too deep. The appearance of the other party's middle-ranked martial artists means that the chances of our middle-ranked martial artists appearing in front of you are low. Also, the deeper you go, the more powerhouses there are in Skygate City. Don't run away recklessly. Everyone nodded. They understood this principle. The grinder. Although Fang Ping's speed was not slow, the catacombs martial artist chasing after him was a middle-ranked martial artist. His speed was also extremely fast. Fang Ping's heart was filled with anger. Tang Feng's reprimand was enough. Fu Chongding and the others also felt that it was not a good thing for him to team up with them. Then, he was left behind by Tang Feng. Then, he was ambushed and almost had his throat pierced. Now, a middle-ranked martial artist was chasing after him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. How was he supposed to reason? Did I kill your lover? Fang Ping turned his head and scolded. He did not care if the other party could understand him. He gave him the middle finger. Keep chasing. Let's see who can outlast the other. It had to be said that body language was always the best way to express oneself. When Fang Ping showed his disdain and gave him the middle finger, the martial artist's originally cold face suddenly filled with anger, and he suddenly sped up. When Fang Ping saw this, he was shocked. He hurriedly released his vitality and ran away. Just you wait. Do you really think a rank 4 martial artist's vitality is much higher than mine? When your vitality is exhausted, I'll kill you. Fang Ping ran like the wind. His manic explosion was actually only average. Until now, he could only perform 4 consecutive outbursts. However, Fang Ping's cloud step was not weak. When he released an outburst, he could probably run at a speed close to 30 meters per second. If he could sustain this speed, he could reach 108 kilometers per hour. It was extremely rare for martial artists in the 3 lower ranks to reach such a high outburst speed. Of course, the vitality consumption was not low either. Just as Fang Ping was frantically running away, he suddenly felt energy particles fluctuating in front of him. Fang Ping was shocked and quickly turned. The moment he turned, the air vibrated. A spear pierced through the air with an explosive sound. Another one. Fang Ping was shocked. Another rank 4, had he entered a thief's lair? Thinking about it, Fang Ping still ran away hurriedly. There were 2 rank 4 martial artists. There was no way he could fight them. Just as he escaped the spear's attack range, a martial artist with some black paint on his face jumped out from the bushes and quickly communicated with the martial artist chasing Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not listen. He would not understand even if he did. He only knew that he was in trouble. In the grinder, there were enemies everywhere. If one were to run around randomly here, it would be very easy to encounter the other party's cultivators. If one continued running like this, they might not be able to shake off their opponents before they were surrounded and killed. I have to think of a way. What about the human warriors? Fang Ping was slightly anxious. Weren't there very few middle ranks? Damn it, there were already 2 of them. Looking around, it was all grassland, but there was a shadowy area on the left. Forest? Fang Ping was a little hesitant. During the lessons, including during the practical period, the instructors had always told him not to enter the forest. The forest was a good place to seek refuge, but it was also a good place to seek death. It was not just a problem for the catacombs martial artists. Some of the catacombs creatures were also extremely dangerous. In the forest, he might encounter opponents more terrifying than martial artists. Should I enter the forest? Big Lion, you bastard, come and save me. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. He tilted his head to look at the 2 martial artists who were hot on his heels. If this went on, who knew how many more martial artists would be lured out? The catacombs martial artists were not stupid. If they were not completely confident, they would not chase after their opponents without restraint. Now that they were chasing him relentlessly, it was very possible that he had really entered a den of thieves. Otherwise, in the grinder, these catacombs martial artists would also have to be careful of being ambushed by human martial artists. I have to enter even if I don't want to. I don't know how many martial artists are hiding in the bushes within a radius of tens of miles. I might lure a whole bunch of them out later. Fang Ping's expression kept changing. Just as he was about to enter the forest, martial artists appeared in his surroundings again. #Yan, Fang Ping did not know how the other party communicated. Soon, 4 or 5 martial artists appeared around Fang Ping and began to chase after him. Whoosh, Fang Ping was running toward the forest on the left with all his might when he suddenly heard the sound of something slicing through the air. Fang Ping's expression changed. With a roar, he disappeared on the spot instantly, his face slightly pale. Behind him, a long arrow carrying a blood-red glow instantly smashed the surrounding vegetation into pieces. Damn it! Fang Ping's expression was no longer dejected, but solemn. He had encountered a rank 4 archer. Releasing vitality and leaving the body with an arrow was at least a rank 4 martial artist's patent. On Earth, there were very few martial artists who learned archery. The main reason was that martial artists in the 3 lower ranks, even those at upper stage and peak rank 3, found it difficult to leave the body with an arrow. If they could not do this, the lethality of a bow and arrow would be limited. Therefore, martial artists in the 3 lower ranks would almost never learn this. Everyone was very short on time and did not even have enough time to cultivate combat techniques. Where would they find the time to learn archery? However, once they entered the middle ranks, vitality would leave the body and be shot with an arrow, and the lethality would not be low. If an upper stage rank 3 martial artist like Fang Ping was shot in a vital spot, he would also die. Even if it hit somewhere else, a rank 4 martial artist's vitality could still break through his defense and injure him. Whoosh! Just as Fang Ping dodged the arrow, another arrow was shot from behind. Bastard! Fang Ping cursed angrily. His footsteps trembled again, and his figure appeared 10 meters away. His face paled again, but it quickly recovered its rosy color. 3 rank 4 martial artists, plus a few martial artists in the 3 lower ranks. There was even a long-range archer among them. This lineup was enough to surround and kill a rank 4 or 5 martial artist. Fang Ping did not hesitate. His legs were like a phantom, and he sprinted toward the forest in front of him. As for vitality consumption, no one cared about that at this time. After dodging a few arrows in a row, Fang Ping was already close to the forest. At this moment, he had already shaken off the few lower-ranked martial artists, but the 3 middle-ranked martial artists were hot on his heels. The catacombs martial artists also realized that they might have caught a big fish. A rank 3 martial artist who could escape the pursuit of 3 big rank 4 martial artists. A martial artist like this, the weaker he was, the more he needed to be killed. Otherwise, when the other party entered the middle ranks, it would be terrible. None of the 3 rank 4 martial artists gave up. Even the catacombs martial artists would not enter the forest easily. At this moment, however, the moment Fang Ping entered, the 3 of them rushed straight in without hesitation. Phew, Fang Ping panted softly. He wandered around the forest. At this time, he did not care if he got lost or not. He did not even know where he was being chased to. It did not matter where he went. After slightly recovering his chi, Fang Ping leaped into the air and landed on the crown of a large tree. The animals and plants in the catacombs were huge, and so were the trees. This did not look like an old forest deep in the mountains, but the trees were already incomparably huge. Fang Ping hid his body under the leaves, held his breath, and restrained his vitality. Creak, in the forest, there was a faint sound of a tree snapping. Fang Ping concentrated and calmed his chi. He looked in the direction of the sound from the corner of his eyes. The catacombs martial artists had chased him in. Jiliagu, the other party's discussion could be heard faintly. Fang Ping could not understand, so he could only guess. Split up. In the next moment, Fang Ping's jaw dropped. The 3 rank 4 martial artists in his line of sight had really split up. F***ck, I'm a language genius. Fang Ping's thoughts were a little scattered. He could even guess this. Among them, the saber-wielding martial artist who had been chasing Fang Ping after killing the martial artist earlier was now walking in the direction where Fang Ping was hiding. Of the other 2, one was holding a gun and had black paint on his face. As for the last person, he was holding a bow in his hand and carrying a quiver on his back. Most importantly, it was a woman. Fang Ping was sure that he did not see wrong. It was a woman. If close combat isn't enough, will long-range combat make up for it? Fang Ping retracted his gaze. These rank 4 martial artists' senses were not weak. If they stared for a long time, they would be able to sense it. What do I do now? These people will find out sooner or later. The catacombs martial artists were not fools. These people rarely looked at other parts of the forest. They only stared at the treetops. As for those martial artists who only looked at the ground in Fang Ping's imagination, the 3 of them did not do that. It'll be hard to ambush them. I'll be discovered as soon as I move. I'm no match for 3 rank 4 martial artists. If I'm discovered, I'll be surrounded and my path blocked. It'll be hard to escape. Fang Ping was a little irritated. He was getting more and more annoyed with Big Lion. What happened to the saying that there were not many middle-ranked martial artists? In reality, Fang Ping did not know that he had already gone far beyond the 30-kilometer range. After running for his life just now, he was now within the 50-kilometer range. This place was more than 30 kilometers away from Skygate City. It belonged to Skygate City's hunting area. Usually, it would be fine if upper stage rank 3 martial artists approached this area. Recently, however, the situation in the catacombs had changed. There were more and more middle-ranked martial artists here. This caused Fang Ping to panic and run into 3 middle-ranked martial artists in no time. Seeing the saber-wielding martial artist getting closer and closer, Fang Ping felt a headache coming on. He glanced at the other 2 martial artists from the corner of his eyes. If I'm more than 50 meters away, I'll need 2 seconds to rush over with an outburst. But with the trees in the way, I'll need at least 3 to 4 seconds. 3 to 4 seconds. Can I kill this guy? Fang Ping's thoughts ran wild. This was not a middle stage rank 3 martial artist. This was a rank 4 martial artist. How could he be so easy to kill? If it was so easy to kill, he would not have run earlier. My advantage is that my vitality can be replenished quickly. Martial artists in the 3 middle ranks, unless they're peak rank 6 and have strong mentality, can ignore vitality. Other martial artists have to consider this. Rank 4 martial artists have 2000 calories vitality, which is the limit. Geniuses aren't everywhere. Not everyone can break through the limit. This guy has been chasing me for so long. I've used up close to 500 calories vitality. Even if he has less than me, he's probably at least 200 to 300 calories, but it's still too little. Fang Ping frowned. Such a small amount of vitality was not very useful. Moreover, there were 3 people here. It was not good to use force. I have to separate them and kill them individually. I'll pretend that my vitality is exhausted. Yes, these people don't know that my vitality is unlimited. I've already used up a lot of energy. Later, I'll ambush this person and exchange a few blows with him. Then, I'll pretend that I'm going all out. Then, I'll run away quickly and make them separate. Thinking of this, Fang Ping saw that the other party was almost at his side. He gripped his Chengdao tightly and prepared to attack. In the next moment, when the saber-wielding martial artist had just reached the big tree where Fang Ping was, Fang Ping descended quickly from above. His Chengdao glowed red, and he slashed down violently. The other party had been on guard. Seeing this, he was not surprised but delighted. With a low growl, his Chengdao glowed even brighter than Fang Ping's and slashed down. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Fang Ping's perlicue split open, but he did not hesitate. He raised his saber and slashed down again. Bang bang sounds echoed through the forest. The saber-wielding catacombs martial artist's expression was solemn, but he did not panic. When a rank 3 martial artist was surrounded by 3 rank 4 martial artists, using a big move was basically asking for death. Even if they could stop him for a while, the others could quickly kill this martial artist who had exhausted his vitality regardless of the consequences. Kuji Wuya, the saber-wielding martial artist said coldly as he counterattacked. Exhausted your limited abilities? Fang Ping helped to translate, but his expression was one of grief and indignation. If you understand what I'm saying, I'll consider you powerful. If you don't, I'll tell you that you'll be the first one I kill later. Don't think that I've exhausted a lot of vitality. My vitality will be full soon, and I'll kill you. The 4 consecutive slashes hit twice in a row. Fang Ping did not feel good, and the other party took a few steps back. At this time, the other 2 people had closed in quickly. Fang Ping's face was pale. He did not get entangled. In the next moment, he stepped on the trees and quickly fled into the depths of the forest. The 3 catacombs martial artists met. As they chased, the saber-wielding martial artist said something in a low voice. He was probably explaining Fang Ping's situation. Fang Ping had slashed 8 times in a row earlier. Even if he was a rank 4 martial artist, his perlicue was torn, and blood flowed. If he was like this, Fang Ping was even worse. A rank 3 martial artist's vitality was probably close to the danger line. If they did not chase now, the other party could still recover slowly. However, if they ran so hard, they would not even have time to recover. In the eyes of the 3, this martial artist who came from the land of hope would definitely die. The 3 of them chased after him, all the way into the depths of the forest. At the same time, outside the forest, Huang Jing stopped slowly. He looked coldly at the long-haired youth who was walking in the air not far away. Although he was a youth, the other party's eyes were extremely deep. "I've met a big guy," Huang Jing mumbled. Skygate City was probably about to launch an attack. A high-ranked powerhouse had actually appeared in the core area of the grinder. High-ranked powerhouses, including human grandmaster martial artists, would rarely appear in the grinder unless it was a big battle. This was the training ground that both sides had agreed to. It was prepared for middle and lower-ranked martial artists. The appearance of a high-ranked powerhouse also meant that a big battle was about to begin. They had begun to clean up the enemy martial artists who crossed ranks. "If Lu Fengru finds out that I lost her student," Huang Jing mumbled dryly, "that kid insisted on running deeper. You can't blame me, can you?" He had seen Fang Ping when he left the team alone. In the end, he saw the kid running further and further away. Huang Jing did not know what Fang Ping was thinking. When he saw Fang Ping being surrounded by a few rank 4s, he had just appeared when someone came from the opposite side. He watched helplessly as Fang Ping entered the forest, followed by the 3 rank 4 martial artists. Huang Jing was helpless. He really did not have King lose him on purpose. Who knew that a high-ranked martial artist would come from the opposite side? This is troublesome. Sighing softly, Huang Jing stopped nagging. In the next second, both of them appeared in midair at the same time. With a loud rumble, the weeds on the ground were all reduced to dust. Within a radius of 20 to 30 meters, it became an empty no-man's land. Huang Jing let out a low roar. A golden light flashed across his face. In front of his eyes, an invisible sharp blade appeared, as if it was going to cut the void open. The young-looking man opposite him did not change his expression. He let out a low roar. A tiger's roar came from the sky, and he pounced on Huang Jing. This isn't enough. The invisible sharp blades in front of Huang Jing shot out one after another. Between the 2 of them, there was a loud sound of metal exploding. The aftermath spread. The soil on the ground caved in. The weeds seemed to be cut by an invisible force, spreading outwards rapidly, forming a larger empty area. While Huang Jing was fighting with his opponent's mentality, he did not stay idle. He stepped into the air and went straight for his opponent. Boom, an even louder roar sounded. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time, kicking up a shower of soil under their feet. The place where both of them stood had created a huge pit. "Looks like there's still a chance. If that kid can hold on a little longer, he might be able to kill you." Huang Jing grinned. Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. "Motherf *cur, you're bullying me with numbers." After cursing, Huang Jing's figure moved. The air crackled. At this moment, his speed had exceeded the speed of sound. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, Huang Jing appeared on top of his opponent's head. Both of his hands were blood red. In the void above his opponent's head, Huang Jing roared and tore at both sides abruptly. The catacomb's high-ranked youth's face flushed red instantly. The top of his head turned from invisible to tangible. A ferocious tiger-like beast was being torn apart by Huang Jing's hands. "Kagu!" In the next moment, the youth roared. The ferocious tiger above his head also roared violently, pouncing toward Huang Jing madly. "You're too inexperienced." Huang Jing laughed heartily. Invisible sharp blades appeared in front of him again, hitting the already translucent ferocious tiger beast with loud bangs. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious tiger beast was sliced by the sharp blades until it looked a little illusory. At this moment, a silhouette flew over in midair from afar. Huang Jing humphed. There were two great high-ranked martial artists. He was alone. If he stayed, he would only be courting death. However, even if he retreated, he could not just leave like this. Two great high-ranked martial artists had appeared in Skygate City. This was not a small matter. There were hundreds and thousands of human middle and low-ranked martial artists here at the grinder. With two great high-ranked martial artists here, if he left, there would be countless casualties. Old Ko didn't even respond. How is he keeping watch? Huang Jing cursed in his heart. There were also grandmasters keeping watch here at the grinder. Now that the other party had not come to rescue them, they might also be entangled. He did not think too much about this. There were many human grandmasters. If he kept these two occupied, there would soon be grandmasters coming to stop the opposing high-ranked powerhouses. Huh! Huang Jing roared. His hands exerted force again. With a crack, the ferocious tiger was torn apart. In the next moment, Huang Jing's face turned pale as well. He quickly retreated to the left. He did not retreat backward. The high-ranked powerhouse who had just arrived let out a low growl when he saw this. The pale-faced youth on the ground hit his head and stepped into the air, chasing after Huang Jing. The other party did not return to Hope City. Instead, he fled to the left. Both of them knew what he meant. He wanted to lure them into a pursuit. However, with two great high ranks here, they were not afraid of Huang Jing. Although the high-ranked youth's mentality had been torn apart earlier and he was quite injured, Huang Jing was definitely not as relaxed as he appeared to be. Both of them chased after Huang Jing at lightning speed. It was not until the three of them had left that some martial artists carefully walked out from around the grasslands. In the depths of the forest, Fang Ping roared. His face was pale as a sheet, and he unleashed the consecutive slashes again. Come on, keep chasing. Fang Ping roared. Then, realizing that the other party did not understand, he immediately changed his language and shouted, Nyagukali. The saber-wielding martial artist who took on Fang Ping's 4 slashes once again was stunned. He could not help but turn his head to look at the other two who were about to catch up. The three of them looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Very quickly, however, the three of them stopped thinking about this. The saber-wielding martial artist Chang Dao erupted with a crimson blood-red glow, slashing horizontally at Fang Ping. Fang Ping roared, Nyagukali. According to Old Man Li, this was a serious provocation. Now that things had come to this, Fang Ping was deliberately provoking the other party, especially the saber-wielding martial artist. This bastard had chased him for so long, and he had killed him time and time again. His strength was only so. If it were not for the 3 rank force surrounding him, Fang Ping really wanted to exhaust him to death. In the end, this provocation might have come too fiercely. Just as he shouted these words, the saber-wielding martial artist suddenly revealed a look of contempt and disdain. In the next moment, the saber-wielding martial artist's saber flickered with a bloody light, and the stench of blood could almost be smelled. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He had been negligent, he could go big, but it wasn't like his opponent couldn't. Fang Ping did not dare to take the attack head-on. He turned around and ran. Even though he was running as fast as he could, Fang Ping still felt his back being torn apart. His internal organs were severely injured. He staggered as he fled into the distance. The saber-wielding martial artist's face paled slightly. Fang Ping was fast enough to avoid being hit head-on. Only his back was hit by the saber's glare. If Fang Ping had taken it head-on just now, this slash would have been enough to severely injure or even kill him. Pooh. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of tainted blood. He held the resurrection pill in his hand, but he could not bring himself to consume it. He had only exchanged for one, and this was just the beginning. Now that he had used it, what should he do next? Big Lion, damn you. Didn't you say that there were not many middle-ranked martial artists? Fang Ping cursed again. It was too infuriating. Upper stage rank 3 martial artists were hanging around 50 kilometers away. He was only 30 kilometers away. Wait, am I really 30 kilometers away? Fang Ping began to doubt himself. He had been running for so long. Could it be that he had gone deeper? Mountain forest. Mountain forest. Fang Ping started recalling the sand table he had seen at the martial arts university. Where's the forest again? North of Hope City, the front, there are a total of 6 forests. None of them are within 10 kilometers, all of them have been chopped down. There are 2 within 30 kilometers, but I don't think I'm within 30 kilometers. That leaves 4, which forest am I in? Fang Ping's head was as big as a cow's. Then, his face turned even paler. That's not right. There aren't any forests in the north. North is the marching route of the 2 armies. There are no forests. I went the wrong way. In the straight line between the 2 cities, there were no forests. There were mountains, small hills, but there were no trees. They had all been cut down. Only on the 2 flanks were there forests. There are 2 in the northeast and 2 in the northwest. Where am I? Fang Ping was at a loss. Right, which way was north? Of course, he knew which way was north on the map, but he was dizzy from running. Which way was north? He had circled the forest countless times. Where was the north? Hope City was in the south. Where was the south? I'm lost. We're finished this time. Fang Ping could not care less about the 3 people chasing after him. If he got lost in the catacombs, he would be finished. Just as Fang Ping was vomiting blood and panicking about getting lost, the sky that had been bright earlier suddenly turned dark. It was dark, night had arrived. Once night arrived, the 3 martial artists chasing after him were overjoyed. The tough guy in front of them should be dead now. Middle-ranked martial artists had night vision and could see very clearly at night. As for martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, even peak rank 3, they could only see blurry. Once night arrived, the other party's vision would not be as clear as theirs. It would be strange if they did not die. Night has arrived. Fang Ping expended a lot of vitality again. He flashed and leaped, shaking off the people behind him. He ran a long distance, almost crashing into a tree. After much effort, he found a big tree and hid at the top. The night in the catacombs is too dark, and it comes too quickly. There was a clear distinction between day and night in the catacombs. There was no evening, no rising sun, and no setting sun. The big sun above his head seemed to change direction suddenly, turning from day to night. This was the sunrise and sunset in the catacombs, completed in the blink of an eye. After calming his restless vitality, Fang Ping touched his back. Fortunately, he was wearing a rank 4 leather armor. The saber glow did not penetrate the armor, but Fang Ping knew that his back was already a bloody mess from the saber glow, sticking together with his underwear. I'm afraid they think that my night vision is bad, so they'll definitely take action at night. Fang Ping calculated in his heart again. I don't rely on my vision, but on sensing energy particles. It's not obvious in the day, but with the sun, energy particles fill every corner. At night, when the sun is gone, I can sense it more clearly. Like last night, I could sense grandmasters high up in the sky. In the catacombs, mentality is more active. If they think that I can't see and can kill me, just wait and see. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes. Maybe this was his chance. In the dark, even rank 4 martial artists would be greatly affected. Seeing people was not as beneficial as seeing energy particles. If I kill 3 rank 4 martial artists and say that I'm useless, I'll kill all of them. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Then, he thought of Big Lion abandoning him. Maybe he went the wrong way. But it was also Big Lion's responsibility. Abandoning me and running away, will settle this score. Fang Ping muttered, once again restoring his vitality and mentality to full. Only 78 million left. Fang Ping looked at his wealth, feeling a little heartache. In just a short while, he had spent 1 million wealth points. Unfortunately, the things he got were not calculated for his wealth points. If this went on, if he was constantly being hunted, did it not mean that his wealth points would never increase? Is this a reminder that I can die at any time and can't keep my things? Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping held his breath and maintained a state of silence. While the mountain forest was quiet, in the distance outside the forest, there was a constant roar. High-ranked powerhouses were fighting. Fang Ping did not know that at this moment, more than 30 li to his left, many high-ranked powerhouses had gathered and were engaged in a chaotic battle. Tang Feng was right about one thing. In the catacombs, it was best to rely on oneself and the protection of instructors. Relying on others for protection was not reliable. These people could encounter powerhouses at any time and a great battle would break out. After resting for half an hour, Fang Ping did not continue hiding. I can't give that saber-wielding martial artist time to recover. Moreover, the cultivation-aiding energy stones are my spoils of war. Thinking of this, Fang Ping jumped down from the big tree and deliberately stepped on a branch, making a crisp crunching sound in the dark night. At this time, Fang Ping tore a few strips of cloth from his body and threw them in 3 directions behind the big tree. He himself rushed in the direction where the energy particles were moving. When he was about 50 meters away from the energy particles, Fang Ping lightly leaped onto the treetop and did not make a sound. Very quickly, 3 martial artists swept past him at high speed. When they reached the tree Fang Ping had been on earlier, they clearly saw the strip of cloth, but they did not rush to give chase. The saber-wielding martial artist leaped into the air and slashed at the crown of the tree Fang Ping had been on earlier. When the saber-wielding martial artist landed, he shook his head slightly. Fang Ping also saw this action. He did not see the person. Right now, he could not see the few people dozens of meters away. He only saw that the energy particles on one of the people's heads were shaking. Interesting. I haven't experienced such benefits before. Fang Ping thought it was interesting. Moreover, there were differences in the distribution of energy particles in the human body. There were very few on the head, most on the limbs, and most on the torso. Is it an X-ray? Fang Ping made an analogy for the perception of mentality, and it was quite similar. When they did not see Fang Ping on the big tree, the 3 of them discussed in low voices for a while. Then, they patrolled the surrounding trees, but still did not see Fang Ping. Their patrolling range was within 10 meters. Obviously, these people felt that if Fang Ping really wanted to hide, he should hide in a place where he could see them, and not in a place where he could not see them. When they did not find Fang Ping, the 3 of them discussed in low voices again. 2 of them split up and searched in the direction of the strips of cloth. The other person, on the other hand, made light movements. He leaped into the air and landed on the tree Fang Ping had just left. Obviously, the catacombs martial artists also knew the principle of waiting for a hare to come to them. The one left is a saber-wielding martial artist? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. The reason why he made this judgment was because the concentration of the other person's energy particles was slightly lower than the other 2. Obviously, the other person did not fully replenish his vitality during the battle of attrition during the day. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to find trouble with this fellow. Instead, he turned and searched in another direction. When he sensed that the other person's energy particles were really moving forward, Fang Ping chased in another direction. These catacombs martial artists were not idiots. Fang Ping had to be wary of the 3 of them setting a trap for him. In the end, Fang Ping did not sense the existence of energy particles in the second direction. Bastard. They really set a trap for me. Fake and real, they really have a way. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. There was no need to guess. The second person was probably near the saber-wielding martial artist. It would not be more than 100 meters away. If that's the case, then I'll look for the one who's alone. Fang Ping hesitated no more. He quickly chased in the direction where he sensed the energy particles moving. 3 minutes later, Fang Ping caught up with the other person. He was about 100 meters away from the other person. This place was close to 1,000 meters away from where he had been previously. In the middle of the night, if the 2 people heard the noise and chased over, it would probably take about 1 or 2 minutes. 1 or 2 minutes, 4 slashes per second. That's enough for me to slash 500 times. I should be able to kill him, right? Fang Ping calculated in his heart again. It was certain that rank 4 martial artists were stronger than rank 3 martial artists. The other party could also unleash an outburst, and the power of the outburst would be stronger than his. However, as long as he was careful not to be killed instantly by the other party's big move, the other party would definitely not be able to wear him down. Rank 4 martial artists hone their internal organs. Their vitality is stronger than mine. This advantage is useless. Although their physique is stronger than mine, there's a limit to how strong they are. They haven't achieved 5% of a rank 6 golden body. Qin Fengqing and these people have killed rank 4 martial artists before. This means that although rank 4 martial artists are strong, they can still be killed. After considering the pros and cons, Fang Ping made a decision. He did not ambush from the back. Fang Ping took a detour to the front. Less than 100 meters away from the martial artist, Fang Ping leaned against a big tree and groaned softly. The cluster of energy particles in his perception paused for a moment. Then, it slowly moved toward Fang Ping. When it was about 30 meters away from Fang Ping, the other party must have seen Fang Ping clearly. His movements became lighter again. 30 meters. Under the night sky, rank 3 martial artists could not see it. This was also the experience of many years. Fang Ping did not look at him. With his back facing the other party, he used his mentality to sense. His mentality could not be released, but he could form strands of mentality to detect energy. That spear-wielding martial artist, Fang Ping made a judgment. The long stick-like object in the other party's hand was now beginning to accumulate energy. Energy particles flowed on it. Archers and sabers, stay where you are. This guy is confident that he can come out alone to kill me. As Fang Ping thought about this, the Changdao in his hand found the best angle to attack. The other party kept moving toward him lightly. Obviously, he wanted to kill Fang Ping more easily. Fang Ping waited until the other party was about 10 meters away from him. Suddenly, his feet moved, and he appeared in midair. At the same time, the other party's long spear pierced the tree trunk at lightning speed. The trunk of the big tree exploded. Fang Ping was waiting for this opportunity. While the other party was pulling out the spear, the Changdao flashed with a blood-red glow. He swooped down and quickly beheaded the other party's head. The other party roared, pulled back his spear, and quickly counterattacked. However, Fang Ping did not care whether he blocked or counterattacked. The blood-red glow of the Changdao burst with a dazzling light. It did not matter whether it hit the head or the long spear. He only knew that he kept slashing without stopping. The other party was temporarily unable to fight back from Fang Ping's quick slashes. He could only choose to continue defending. No matter how strong a rank 3 martial artist was, there was still a limit. If 10 slashes could not kill him, Fang Ping could not escape. As a result, after Fang Ping slashed dozens of times, the other party was slightly stunned. This was the opportunity Fang Ping had been waiting for. In the moment when the other party was slightly stunned, a blood arrow suddenly shot out of Fang Ping's mouth, heading straight for the other party's eye socket. At this moment, the other party was defending against Fang Ping's big move. When he saw the blood arrow shooting toward him, his first reaction was to tilt his head slightly to avoid the blood arrow splashing into his eyes and blocking his vision. When he tilted his head, the blood arrow's target changed from his eye socket to his cheek. The other party did not consider retreating and completely avoided the blood arrow. It was also because of this choice mistake that in the next moment, the blood arrow pierced through his cheek like a sharp blade. Then, the blood arrow went straight from his cheek to his brain. Ah! A cry of pain made the long spear in the other party's hand stop. Fang Ping did not hesitate. With a roar, the Changdao moved like a shadow, slashing horizontally at the other party's neck in an instant. Pooh! In the darkness, a ball-shaped object flew out. Fang Ping hurriedly grabbed the long spear and quickly searched the other party's body. When he found a small cloth bag, he quickly stuffed it into his arms and took off the metal on the other party's chest. This was a symbol of killing the enemy. Just as he was about to leave, Fang Ping suddenly walked quickly to the place where the other party's head had fallen. He gritted his teeth and stomped down hard. A loud bang was heard. The blood arrow method was his secret technique. He could not let the other two people know how this guy had died. In the next moment, Fang Ping left quickly, disappearing from the spot in the blink of an eye. Not long after he disappeared, two martial artists, one male and one female, had already bounced over. When they saw the headless corpse on the ground clearly, their expressions changed. They huddled together with their backs against each other, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Fang Ping did not care about their reactions. After finding a new place, Fang Ping observed his surroundings. He used his saber to make a few slashes on a big tree. He quickly swept away the fallen leaves on the ground and buried the long sword and long spear that he had snatched earlier. I hope I won't get lost. I hope I can find this place. Please don't lose it. Fang Ping prayed a few times. It was fine if he had lost the long sword. Fang Ping looked at the long spear. It was at least D-class alloy strength, maybe even C-class alloy strength. The spear's shaft was made of metal and weighed at least 30 caddies. This was a truly valuable item, perhaps even more valuable than his Feng's widow. If he lost this, Fang Ping would cry himself to death. After burying the spear and sword, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, I've killed a rank 4 martial artist. Let's see what you have to say this time. After saying this, Fang Ping turned and sprinted in the direction he had just left. The chances of the two of them splitting up now were not high. The archer's ability to perform at night in the forest would be severely affected. The saber-wielding martial artist had expended a lot of vitality. If he wanted to kill the two of them, he only had this chance tonight. When it was daytime, Fang Ping's advantage would be greatly reduced. Very soon, a chase took place in the forest. Fang Ping was like an unkillable cockroach, constantly attacking the two of them. When he missed, he would retreat quickly and disappear into the forest in no time. Even though he was entangled by the other party a few times and had many injuries on his body, the superficial wounds were harmless. After 2 to 3 hours of entanglement, the two rank 4 martial artists' vitality was also depleted. At this time, the two catacombs rank 4 martial artists' only thought was to retreat out of the forest. They were in big trouble. Fang Ping used a big move the moment he met them. They had no idea how many times Fang Ping had used a big move. However, every time they met, his vitality was full. Although Fang Ping could not understand what the two of them were shouting, he guessed that it might be something along the lines of cheater. Of course, it was pure speculation. The two of them were probably terrified. Even if a rank 6 powerhouse's vitality was depleted, it would not recover so quickly. The chase continued until late at night. According to Fang Ping's estimation, it might be dawn soon. At this moment, Fang Ping's face was full of exhaustion. There were many wounds on his body, and his internal organs were also seriously injured. The two rank 4 martial artists did not really let him ambush them. There were a few times when they pretended not to know. The most dangerous time was when the female archer almost pierced Fang Ping's heart with her dagger. Fortunately, he was wearing leather armor, which blocked part of the attack. Even so, Fang Ping's leather armor was still pierced, and the dagger stabbed a little into his chest. Huff! Fang Ping panted violently, mumbling, I must kill them at night. More catacombs martial artists might enter during the day. I might have really entered the other party's territory. Killing 3 rank 4 martial artists, killing above ranks. When Big Lion kills 3 grandmasters, only then will he have the face to look down on me. Fang Ping was still angry. He was obviously still unhappy about what happened during the day, causing him to be on the run for an entire day. That was fine, but the key was the terrifying consumption of wealth. Mentality and vitality needed to be replenished. Every time vitality and mentality was depleted, it was close to 1.5 million wealth. That night, Fang Ping replenished his energy 8 times. In addition to the previous consumption, it had exceeded 13 million wealth. The last time it was so depleted was to kill the Grand Missionary. Of course, Fang Ping felt that he could replenish it very soon. The 3 rank 4 martial artists would have a lot of good stuff on them. Weapons alone would probably be enough to make up for his losses. After killing the two of them, I have to return to Hope City as soon as possible. I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself if I go back now. I'm just afraid. A hint of worry appeared in Fang Ping's eyes. What was there to be afraid of? Afraid of not being able to find the way back. He seemed to have gone a long way into the forest. Could he really tell the direction by running around in the middle of the night? A few minutes later, Fang Ping reappeared, holding his saber horizontally in front of him. Nyagukali. Fang Ping's expression was provocative, but the two people opposite him were furious. They felt like they were being toyed with. Kagu. The saber-wielding martial artist's shoulder was bleeding profusely. Fang Ping's saber had almost severed his arm. However, at this moment, the saber-wielding martial artist was furious. In the catacombs, when catacombs martial artists and human martial artists met, it was a fight to the death. If one could not escape, they could only fight to the death. He did not believe that a rank 3 martial artist could not be killed. Although Fang Ping's vitality was strong and his recovery rate was shocking, it did not mean that he could not be killed. It was just that the 3 rank 4 martial artists had underestimated him, resulting in the current situation. In the next moment, the blood-red glow on the saber-wielding martial artist's Chengdao reached its limit, illuminating the darkness. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not say a word. He turned and ran. He could not block a rank 4 martial artist's big move. Just as Fang Ping turned and ran, the female archer suddenly moved. A long arrow with a dazzling glow blocked Fang Ping's way forward. Behind him, the saber-wielding martial artist quickly caught up to Fang Ping. Fang Ping had fled halfway in the few times he risked his life. Did he really think that they were not prepared? Fang Ping, however, had made up his mind not to take the attack head-on. His toes touched the ground, and he jumped up, stepping on the trunk of the big tree beside him, continuing his escape. However, Fang Ping had really underestimated a rank 4 martial artist, especially one who was on the verge of death and fighting to the death. The catacombs martial artists had killed human martial artists countless times. How could they be so weak? Just as Fang Ping stepped on the tree trunk and sprinted forward, the arrow shot by the female archer suddenly changed direction, appearing behind Fang Ping in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping's hair stood on end. His mentality kept warning him, danger. Homing arrow. These 3 words flashed across Fang Ping's mind, and his expression changed drastically. Huh! With a roar, Fang Ping's spine hummed, and a blood-red glow flashed behind him. That was Fang Ping mobilizing his vitality to form a vitality defense. You can't kill me. Perhaps Fang Ping was trying to boost his confidence. He let out an angry roar, but before his voice faded away, the long arrow had already hit his back. He had miscalculated this time. He did not expect the female archer's arrow to be able to change direction and track him. This had never happened before. Creak, it was as if the arrow had hit an alloy steel plate. The arrowhead made a creaking sound of metal rubbing against each other. However, this arrow was fired by a rank 4 female archer with all her might. Even if Fang Ping mobilized his vitality to defend himself, the creaking sound lasted for a while before the sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Fang Ping's face was pale, but it turned rosy in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the saber-wielding martial artist had already caught up with him. Without a word, the dazzling glow of the saber illuminated everything within a few meters of Fang Ping in red. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and moved his legs. Stepping on the void, he shifted his body to the right by force. However, the arrow had stopped him for a moment, and the other's glare still managed to hit Fang Ping's left arm. His left hand was instantly covered in blood. Droplets of blood dripped onto the withered leaves, dyeing them red. Fang Ping did not care. Now that the 2 rank 4 martial artists had unleashed their ultimate moves, their vitality was unstable. This was his chance. His opponent did not have a way to recover vitality as quickly as he did. Before he had even turned around, his right hand was already swinging the saber behind him. Boom, a loud sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber-wielding martial artist blocked the attack with his saber, then retreated quickly to meet up with the female archer. Both of them unleashed a large amount of vitality, prepared to kill Fang Ping in one blow. Who knew that they would still fall short of success? All of this was because Fang Ping's vitality recovered too quickly. While defending against the female archer's homing arrow, his vitality was constantly replenished, making up for the hole in his vitality defense. Although it was still broken through in the end, he was only injured and not killed directly. At that moment, if it had been anyone else, even a rank 4, who was hit by an arrow and used their vitality for defense, it would have been difficult for them to block the saber-wielding martial artist's move. Fang Ping, on the other hand, once again used a large amount of vitality to forcefully shift himself to the side, dodging another fatal blow. The two catacombs martial artists looked at each other. Their faces were pale and bitter. They were not weak. If it had been a rank 4 human martial artist, he would have been killed by them long ago. However, the person in front of them was far beyond their expectations. The other party might not be very strong, but his seemingly endless vitality allowed him to maintain his peak condition. When martial artists fought, most of the time, the battle would end in a few minutes or even a few seconds. Just like now, after being entangled for a few hours, his mind was strained, and his vitality was depleted. This kind of thing rarely happened. Fang Ping's saber swept across, forcing the enemy to retreat, but he did not chase after them. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping's back muscles squirmed, squeezing out the arrow that had almost pierced his heart from his back. Blood spurted from the wound on his back. Fang Ping's muscles squirmed again, sealing the wound. The wound on his back was simply treated. His left hand had been penetrated by the saber. Now, his meridians were damaged, and his vitality was in a mess. Even if Fang Ping's vitality recovered, he would not be able to use his left hand to fight the enemy for a while. I've underestimated you. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead. Your vitality is almost depleted. I don't want to let you escape. Bring more people to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping's Chengdao whistled through the air, sweeping toward the two of them. The two catacombs martial artists looked at each other. The saber-wielding martial artist suddenly said something. The female archer's expression changed, but she did not reply. The saber-wielding martial artist did not say anything else. Just as Fang Ping's Chengdao swept toward him, he unleashed the last of his vitality. A blood-red glow flashed in his hand, and he grabbed Fang Ping's Chengdao. With a roar, he dragged it backward. Fang Ping, who was a rank 3, was no match for the other party in terms of strength. He was instantly dragged backward. Of course, the other party was not feeling good either. His hand was already a bloody mess. After dragging a Chengdao, the other party did not continue. Instead, he closed the distance between him and Fang Ping. The saber-wielding martial artist moved his feet, pouncing toward Fang Ping. In the blink of an eye, he had grabbed Fang Ping's arms in a death grip. Kagu. The saber-wielding martial artist was already an arrow at the end of its flight. With a sudden roar, he headbutted Fang Ping. As for the female archer who had not moved earlier, the bow in her hand was already fully drawn. Another arrow glowed with a dazzling blood-red glow, and the direction the arrow was aimed at was the two men's heads. Fang Ping's vision was blocked, so he could not see what was going on. However, his mentality could sense the fluctuations of energy. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He struggled for a while, but he could not break free from the other party's grasp. The saber-wielding martial artist wanted to perish together with him. Seeing that the other party's head was coming toward him, Fang Ping let out a low roar, and an arrow of blood spurted from his mouth. At such a close distance, the other party did not even bother to block. The arrow of blood pierced through his eye sockets and pierced through his skull. However, the saber-wielding martial artist was not dead yet. He was still holding on to Fang Ping in a death grip. Fang Ping had already sensed a strong sense of danger. He did not care if his neck would be broken. He tilted his head back as hard as he could. Just as he tilted his head back, the long arrow pierced through the saber-wielding martial artist's skull. It was still as fast as before, and it pierced through the tip of Fang Ping's nose. His nose felt a sharp pain, and it was wet. Fang Ping knew that his nose was probably disfigured, but at least his head was not pierced through. F***ck. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. He really did not expect these catacombs martial artists to be so ruthless. Seeing that the situation was deteriorating, the saber-wielding martial artist had actually chosen to perish together with his opponent. Thinking back on their earlier discussion, the saber-wielding martial artist had probably asked the female archer to shoot the two of them down with one arrow. At this moment, the saber-wielding martial artist was truly dead. Fang Ping elbowed him with his right hand, sending him flying a few meters away. Not far away, the female archer's face was now pale. Her vitality had been depleted, and she had unleashed 2 consecutive outbursts. At this moment, she was also at her limit. She could not even run. Seeing that Fang Ping was not dead, but his face was blood red, the female archer's eyes showed a hint of despair. In the next moment, the female archer seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly reached into her waist and took out something from the cloth bag at her waist. She spat out a few mouthfuls of blood on it. The blood squirmed. In the blink of an eye, the pure energy particles in Fang Ping's mentality perception became a mess. Fang Ping also realized something. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'll kill you." This woman had used her vitality force to contaminate the energy stone used for cultivation, turning it into a low-purity energy stone. She knew that she was going to die, but her first thought was to destroy the energy stone instead of letting Fang Ping gain anything. In his rage, Fang Ping wielded his saber and slashed at her. The female archer grinned, but she did not retaliate. Instead, she hit her own heart hard. The sound of shattering glass could be heard, and the female archer slowly fell to the ground. Fang Ping held a Changdao in his hand. His entire body was covered in blood, but at this moment, he stopped all his movements. His opponent had destroyed her own energy heart. The female archer's close-range combat ability was average. At this moment, her vitality was depleted, and she had nowhere to run. At this moment, her opponent destroyed the energy stone and shattered her own heart. How decisive! Fang Ping looked at his opponent's face, which was still filled with mockery and disdain, and suddenly felt a little lost. "Is this war?" Fang Ping murmured. "Even if I die, don't even think about getting anything from me." Just like during war, when soldiers were in despair, they would smash their own guns. Even if they died, they would not increase the enemy's spoils of war. Fang Ping did not say anything else. He collapsed to the ground, panting. 3 rank 4 martial artists were dead, but he was not in a good state either. His body was covered in wounds. Most importantly, his face might have been disfigured. Waves of pain came from his nose. "Maybe my nose will turn upward," Fang Ping murmured. He took off the small military backpack on him, took out the resurrection pill, and swallowed it. His internal organs were also severely injured. He had been holding on earlier, but now he had no choice but to take it. After taking the resurrection pill, Fang Ping drank some healing water and applied some ointment on his external wounds. In the military backpack, there were only a few medicinal pills left for healing purposes. This time, he did not bring too many medicinal pills. He did not bring a single vitality pill or something like that. 1 resurrection pill was also used to save his life. He did not expect to use it now. After resting for a while, Fang Ping got up and walked to the saber-wielding martial artist. He searched him for a while, took off his cloth bag and badge, and held the Changdao in his hand. Then, he went to the female archer and took off her cloth bag, badge, and bow and arrows. A few minutes later. This time, he had killed 3 rank 4 martial artists and 1 rank 3 martial artist. At this moment, he had 2 weapons in his hands. One of them was a long saber that weighed more than 20 kilograms and was only as strong as a D-grade alloy. It was a rather exquisite bow. Unfortunately, the handle was made of wood, but it was very sturdy. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of. The arrowheads of the 12 arrows were made of metal, and the shafts of the arrows were made of wood. Fang Ping did not know much about this, so he could not tell what kind of wood the arrows were made of. There are a total of 5 basic energy stones, weighing about 60 grams. There were only 3 cultivation-aiding energy stones with a purity of more than 90%, which was about 10 grams. And a few portions of dry rations. Fang Ping wanted to cry but had no tears. The catacombs martial artists were so poor, the basic energy stones and the cultivation energy stones added together cost about 10 million, maybe a little more. In terms of weapons, the long saber could be sold for 5 million at most. As for the bow and arrow, it was hard to judge the price at the moment. Yes, I also had a sword and a spear. The spear is the most valuable. As Fang Ping thought of this, he suddenly thought of something and glanced at the saber-wielding martial artist. The heart of a middle-ranked martial artist that had been converted into energy was also valuable. Fang Ping's gaze kept changing. The female archer had destroyed her own heart. Fang Ping had been afraid of wasting time with the previous spear-wielding martial artist, so he had not considered this at that time, but now, the saber-wielding martial artist was right in front of him. This is war. Doing everything I can to improve myself is the right thing to do. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. I need to get used to all this. If I die here today, my ending won't be any better. A few minutes later, Fang Ping stuffed the energy-converted heart into the cloth bag that he had seized. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Ping waved his long saber and made a big hole in the ground, burying the two corpses inside. Whether it was to destroy the corpses or for other reasons, they were both martial artists. Even if they died, they deserved a place to be buried. Only now did Fang Ping check the changes in his wealth. Wealth, 80. 3 million vitality, 999 calories, 999 calories, mentality, 539 Hz, 539 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 90%, 29 bones, 30%, my wealth has increased by 16 million, Fang Ping glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was safe now. These spoils of war had truly become his spoils of war. However, in order to kill the 3 people, he had used up almost 15 million wealth. These spoils of war could only barely make up for what he had spent. The main thing was that these people were too poor. They were rank 4 martial artists. 3 rank 4 martial artists had actually only increased his gains by this much. No, there was still a rank 3 martial artist. 16 million is too little. The system has given me a discount again. Fang Ping was helpless. Energy ores, weapons, and hearts, according to the price, it should not be this much, right? The system was just like that. It would only give less, not more. What a snob. I'll go look for the spear and longsword I buried. I should be able to increase it a little more. I wonder if it can reach 100 million. Thinking of this, Fang Ping hurriedly began to search for his buried treasures. That spear was not cheap. Wandering around in the forest, Fang Ping was currently dizzy. He could only find his direction by looking for traces of battle. He could not tell the specific direction, but he could see traces of a night's battle. Fang Ping searched in this direction. After more than an hour, Fang Ping finally found the place he had marked. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. Fang Ping almost cried tears of joy. He had found it. It was good that he had not lost it. When he held the spear and longsword in his hands, Fang Ping almost cried tears of joy. These were really good stuff. The spear and longsword had actually increased his wealth by 15 million in an instant. It's definitely comparable to C-grade alloy. Fang Ping was overjoyed. His wealth had also reached a new peak, 95. 3 million. In total, my wealth has increased by 31 million. If I sell them for more than 31 million, I can still increase my wealth a little more. Soon, however, Fang Ping had a headache. With 4 weapons in hand, including his own, it would be 5. It was not easy to carry them around. Moreover, looking around, there were only big trees and more big trees. Where was he? At this moment, Fang Ping was at a loss. At this moment, the sky was already bright, but in the sky, the huge sun hung directly above his head. Fang Ping could not rely on this to determine the direction. The trees were also long and straight, and the canopy did not tilt in any direction. The direction those martial artists fled in. Did they go outside or to their lair? Fang Ping also did not know if he should follow the direction they fled in. What if they wanted to return to their lair in Skygate City? If the exit was outside Skygate City, then Fang Ping would cry. The direction of the catacombs can only be determined by the terrain and landmarks. The terrain. At this thought, Fang Ping hurriedly searched the ground for a while. Staring at the blackened soil, Fang Ping muttered, "Is there a difference in height?" In class, the direction with the highest terrain was north. If he walked along the lower terrain, naturally, he would be south of Hope City. But now, he really could not feel the difference. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping hurriedly dug in all directions for a while. He stood in the middle and began to judge. This side is higher? No, this side seems to be higher. That's not right. Fang Ping's head hurt. They were F***ing the same height. I can't stay in the forest for long. Whatever, let's get out first. If I really reach Skygate City, the map doesn't say that there's a forest outside Skygate City. At most, I'll just be a little closer and I'll still be able to return to Hope City. At this thought, Fang Ping hesitated no more. He could not wait for death in the forest, could he? End of chapter 242. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.